Is there any more iconic sight than the pagoda at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway? My name's John Phipp, and welcome to the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs as we make a triumphant return to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Almost 900 drivers are about to do battle, and first race up is T4. Sitting alongside me is seven-time solo national champion Tom O'Gorman. Hey, Tom.
Good morning, John. I can't tell you how much of a pleasure it is to join you. I fell in love watching the runoffs at Mid-Ohio, listening to you call these races. So it is so special to be here with you. And you always start a show with a good opening act. We're starting off with a good one. T4 is always a great race.
Absolutely, and a big field, too. 48 cars on the starting grid. We may have a couple who drop off the back because of some technical difficulties, but we've got some great racers here, some former national champions. I think we've got 4 former champions in the field. So looking forward to a great race, and you can see them lined up down there on the false grid. And we've got the Mazda Track Map coming up, and since you're the driver between the two of us, Tomo, let's have you do the track map.
Sure. Well, it's a pretty cool track, and the biggest note of this track is it's not a track you can regularly drive, unlike any other place where we might have the runoffs. But you see there, down into turn 1, a deceivingly long and deceivingly wide straightaway into turns 1 and 2, which are a quick S back and forth that link together, an acceleration zone through turn 3 into a very fast sweep through turn 4, maybe a dab of the brakes in these types of cars, then flat out again through turn 5 into a large carousel, super wide. You could go 3, 4, 5 wide through turn 6 if you really wanted to, and then out onto the back straightaway, the Holman straight through 6A into sector 2. If you note, sector 1 is very long on this track. Then the fast flowy sector 2, turns 7, 8, 9, and 10. We'll call these the S's if there are S's on this track, and then into sector 3, which is the sweep up onto the banking. The only moment we're really on the banking here at Indy Motor Speedway, through a turn 11 into a heavy braking zone through turn 12, another set of switchbacks through turns 12, 13, and on to 14 to complete the lap.
That's the Mazda Track Map. Mazda is not only a great partner to the SCCA, but it's also the most driven car in SCCA road racing. Spec Miata has the biggest field out of all 26 classes this weekend with 92 drivers. That, of course, in last chance qualifying last night was whittled down to 72, which will actually take the green. But there are a whole bunch of MX-5s in this class as well, a few RX-7s as well. So let's go down to the third member of our broadcast team who's down on the pit lane, and it is the august member of our broadcast team. That's Hayward Wagner. Good morning, Hayward.
Morning, gentlemen. It's a very active grid down here for T4, as you would expect. Tom has already touched on it. One of the storylines all weekend is going to be people don't have a lot of time on this track. Most drivers just have a couple of practice sessions, a couple of qualifying sessions. Very few have gone 19 laps here, and that's going to be a big story here in Touring 4, where you've got a heavier, higher horsepower car on the front on pole, the RX-8 chassis. Right behind it, a very veteran driver in Tom Fowler in the MX-5 chassis. There's about a 500-pound difference between these two chassis, and on a long run like that, Fowler thinks that might be the advantage. Both of these cars on the Hoosier A compounds, so if that heavier, higher horsepower car starts eating through tire, look for the lighter car to be able to make some gaps. And don't forget, we've got a pretty cagey veteran on this grid, John Heinrichsey, third all-time in national championships. He's within striking distance.
Heinrichsey back in the sixth starting position outside of row number 3, and as you mentioned, the most number of championships of any active driver in the SCCA. In fact, second only to Jerry Hansen, if memory serves. 15-time national champion. He sports cars picked to finish on the podium as well, and the defending champion finishing will start on the front 2 rows as well. Michael Borden took the championship last year at his home track, and he'll be in third spot coming up here in this race. So Michael Borden will be another one to watch as we can see the cars rolling out of the false grid and behind the safety car for their formation lap. Let's introduce the starting grid for you. Your pole sitter, the number 50 of Stephen Blethen out of Bow, New Hampshire, in the New England region in his RX-8. Thomas Fowler, we talked about in the 6th car out of Cumming, Georgia in the Atlanta region. He is sports cars picked to finish atop the podium. Michael Borden, the defending champion in the 42 car out of Greenfield, Wisconsin in the Milwaukee region in his MX-5. Tyler Quance, right alongside him in the 68 out of Cypress, Texas in the Houston region. Raymond Blethen, brother to our pole sitter in the 51 out of Londonderry, New Hampshire in the New England region in an RX-8. And John Heinrichsey, the 15-time champion in the 35 car out of Clarkston, Michigan in the Detroit region. In row 4, Sergio Zlobin in the 18 out of Houston and the Houston region in his MX-5. Izzy Sanchez, who hasn't won a championship since 1983 out of San Mateo, California and the San Francisco region. In row 5, car number 9, Charles Harbitzreutinger out of Spartanburg, South Carolina, Central Carolinas region. He's in an MX-5. Timothy Wise next to him in the 25 out of Santa Cruz, California, in the San Francisco region. Ryan Heischman out of Carlisle, Pennsylvania, in the Susquehanna region in the 146. Next to him, Christopher Windsor out of Thurmont, Maryland, and the Washington, D.C. region. Chi Ho, also one of Sports Car's picks to finish on the podium, out of the Orlando, Florida, in the Florida region in the 06 car. Garrett Mays out of Parker, Colorado, the Colorado region in the 44. Starting 15th, the 69 of Jeremy Butts out of Damestown, Maryland, in the Washington, D.C. region in an MX-5. Those 15 drivers all eclipsed the lap record set here by Oscar Jackson back in 2017. Colin Kohler in the 10 car out of Spanaway, Washington, the Northwest region. Rick Delamere in the 15 out of Snohomish, Washington, in the Oregon region. Jared Lendrum in the 7 out of Queensbury, New York, and the Mohawk Hudson region. Brian Laughlin in the 27 out of Vinta, Oklahoma, and the Northeast Oklahoma region. Derrick Ambrose, who won the the Hawk Breakthrough Performer, gaining the most positions between Tuesday and Wednesday's qualifying. He picked up 13 spots, so that's a big jump for Derrick out of Brush Prairie with Washington and the Oregon region. Roldan de Guzman in car number 49 out of Seattle in the Northwest region. The 59 of Robert Spence out of Ackworth, Georgia, and the Atlanta region. Starting 23rd, Ralph Porter out of Kokomo, Indiana, and the Indianapolis region. Car 8 outside of him in row 12 is Alexander Schaefer out of Arlington, Virginia, the Washington, D.C. region. Felix Borodatti in the 56 out of Hallandale Beach, Florida, in the Florida region. James Eben out of Appleton, Wisconsin, second-generation racer out of Milwaukee in the 66 car. 27th is the 39 of Richard Mooney from Dane, Wisconsin, in the Milwaukee region. 188 is Michael LaMena from Oakland, New Jersey, and the South Jersey region. Kevin Fryer in the 98 out of Bloomington, Illinois, the Washington, D.C. region. The 171 is Jason Benoit out of Groton, Massachusetts, in the New England region. Starting 31st, car 3, Brent Simonson out of Millersville, Maryland, in the Washington, D.C. region. The 4 is Ken Lendrum out of Queensbury, New York, and the Mohawk Hudson region. Car 2 is Paolo Salvatore out of San Antonio in the Houston region. The 71 is Richard Dickey out of Columbus, Indiana, racing out of the Texas region. 151, Brian Price out of Middletown, Virginia, in the Washington, D.C. region. The 33 is Philip Clark out of Oceanside, California, in the San Diego region. Car number 36 is Tony Curazos out of San Jose, California, the San Francisco region, and the 17 of Greg Guthrie from Kenosha, Wisconsin, and the Milwaukee region. Richard Grunenwald out of Hilliard, Ohio, the Ohio Valley region, in the 93, one of my announcers at Mid-Ohio. The 96 is Matthew Miller from Canal Fulton, Ohio, and the Mahoning Valley region. Jeff Liller from Thurmond, Maryland, in the Washington, D.C. region. Liam Vale out of Littleton, Colorado, in the Colorado region in the 09. Charlton Lane in the 21 out of Statesboro, Georgia, in the Buccaneer region. The 149 is David Hooker out of San Antonio in the Lone Star region. The 14 is Stephen Taki out of Cypress, Texas, in the Houston region. The 0 is Keith Jones out of Lorain, Ohio, in the Ohio region. The 5 is Stephen Christopher from Bonner Springs, Kansas, in the Ohio Valley region. And the 186 is Nick Leveroni out of Mendon, Massachusetts, the New England region. The 2019 champion. We don't know if Nick will be in the field. We got them all done.
Made it. Just in time.
As Stephen Blethen and Thomas Fowler alongside, and it looks like Fowler's going to get the jump as the green flag flies.
It's actually a wave off. They were ready for the green. They tried to go. Michael Borden was ready better than anybody else, but he basically drove right into the back of Raymond Blethen. We didn't get a green flag. Very interesting.
Yeah, so first race of the day. We have our first wave off of the day. Somehow I don't think it will be our last. But the starter certainly has that as their prerogative.
I don't know what happened to cause that, other than there was one car that was out of the row. Chi Ho had kind of peeked off to the side to get a sight line to the flag, I can only assume. Everything looked picture perfect, but you get to catch your breath after that heck of an entry list. I guess that's a good sign.
Exactly.
And we'll get this one going in a minute.
Yeah, it looked like Thomas Fowler had a bit of a jump. I think he was anticipating the green, and it didn't quite happen. So that could have triggered the starter to wave this one off as well. So we'll go around one more time. The clock does start. These races are 19 laps or 40 minutes, whichever comes first. So we'll take a little time out of this one as they go around one more time.
So a couple things this will imply. There are some heavier cars on the grid, as Hayward alluded to. Their pole sitter, the RX-8, is, I think he said 400 or 500 pounds heavier than the other Mazdas around it and the MX-5s. But the other thing is those rotary engines, they make a lot of heat. There's a lot of exhaust heat. There's a lot of general heat soak that goes on with those RX-8s. So not only do they lose grip because they're heavier throughout the race, but they lose more power throughout the race as well. So Blethens, both of them, the brothers, will be happy to see 3.5 minutes or so knocked off of this 40-minute race. But the other cars around him, maybe not so happy about that. Also, Chi Ho is among the heavier cars there in that 2014 BMW 320i. That is also a 4-cylinder turbo, so the longer that car stays cool, the more power it's going to make. He was visibly down on power on the second day of qualifying. It looks like they got it figured out for the third day of qualifying, and he was on a heck of a charge last year for the first half of the race at Road America. You see that black BMW there just on the bottom left of your screen. Watch him at the start. That car might be very quick.
Exactly. Clearly, he's had a troubled weekend because he was in the 4-minute range on his first qualifying day, and then up in the high twos, and then finally got it together on pole day as he was able to take the 13th starting position based on his qualifying performance on the final day of qualifying.
There's the last car that might be happy about a few fewer laps. That's the Mazda 3 of Derrick Ambrose, the top-running front-wheel drive car, one of only 2 in the field, but front tire management that goes on with that car, but it is quick and straight as well.
Mazda 3, a car that used to be a daily driver of mine, so I'm familiar with that chassis. Looking forward to Derrick Ambrose's success. There's another Mazda 3S well deep in the field. Stephen Take out of Houston, Texas has a Mazda 3 as well. As the field making its way through turns 12 and 13, coming back onto the front straightaway. See the 50 car of our pole sitter, Stephen Blethen, Thomas Fowler in the 6th, right alongside, as the field begins to form up, and hopefully we'll get a green this time by.
Something real quick of note, the sun is very low in the sky. Drivers have been complaining about visibility when driving into it all morning. This will be interesting when they go wheel to wheel.
Yeah, exactly, especially down the Holman Straight, they'll be right in their eyes. Pole sitter with about a half a car length lead as they come onto the front straightaway. We'll keep an eye on the flag stand there in the middle left of your screen. It's pretty well formed up. And there's the green. We are underway. And immediately they pop out about 4 wide, just behind our leader. But the pole sitters...
Oh, no. Tom Fowler, there's a mechanical issue. He is not able to accelerate, but look at Chi Ho up the middle in the black BMW. He's already into the top 10. And the Blethens, the RX-8s, go to the front.
Exactly. There's Stephen Blethen, the pole sitter, coming right into turn number 1. He's going to lead the parade through that as a couple cars get together as we got a spinner.
Yeah, the 18 car jumps the curb. That Sergio Zlobin gets into Chi Ho, and now the 51.
That's
so
Raymond Blethen.
5th place Blethen is spun around due to that contact, but it looks like everyone's through. Somehow he drives counter race without getting a head-on collision and will now continue.
Tony Karatzis has to take evasive action down in the grass as we've got like 3, 4, 5 cars off here at turn number 1. Meanwhile, at the front, the RX-8 of Stephen Blethen with the advantage as they work their way through the S's through turn number 9.
That's a massive shakeup with a handful of our big contenders out of the race. We saw that Chi Ho was in the tire wall. Looks like he might have had steering damage after the contact with Zlobin, and then a handful of other cars with crinkled hoods and body panels. Very unfortunate way to start the race for a handful of drivers. But Blethen, Borden, and Heinrichs become your top 3 somehow after all of that shuffle.
And there's Fowler getting back underway. I wonder if he just was in the wrong gear and maybe missed a shift because he's back at speed, back about mid-pack. As we see the 15 car of Rick Delamere from Washington, the Oregon region, making his way through the S's, coming up toward turn number 11, which takes it up onto the banking into the heavy braking zone. A good passing opportunity at turn number 12, right by the pit entrance.
15 car looks like a full course caution. I was going to say the 15 car was the first car out of the top grouping. They had stuck together, but we're going to go full course caution, assumingly for number of those stranded cars down in turn 1 and 2.
Yeah, no real surprise there. It's going to take just a bit of time for the excellent safety crew here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway to get those cars into a place of safety as the safety car pulls out of its parking spot there on turn number 1 on the oval to pick up the field. So as they come across the line, we can get a little better feeling about who ended up where. We do know that our pole sitter, Stephen Blethen, is atop the order. Michael Borden, the defending champion, in second. John Heinrichs, the 15-time champ, up to third. Charles Habis-Reutinger in the 4th spot. Sergio Zlobin, a good start, up to 5th. Tyler Quance dropped back a bit into 6th position. Rick Delamere in the 15 car in 7th. He had a good start. His start back in 17th position. Brian Laughlin in the 27 car. Thomas Fowler, who started alongside our pole sitter on the front row, all the way back to 9th, but that's a good recovery for him, considering that looked like about half the field swamped him on the start.
Yeah, and this full course is a great opportunity for Tom there in the number 6, the OPM livery on that car. That's just heartbreaking. He was down into maybe 20th by the time they got to turn 1. So this full course caution and having him back up to about 9th after some of that attrition will be kind of good news, bad news for the field, but the good news is for him.
Yeah, exactly. And hopefully he doesn't have a recurrence of whatever problem he had on the initial start. So hopefully he's got all the gears in the gearbox. Yeah. It's certainly a thing that he could have an issue with being stuck in a taller gear and not able to accelerate. So we'll see how that shakes out. Jeremy Butts currently in 11th spot. Garrett Mays in 12th. Derrick Ambrose in that Mazda 3 up to 13th spot. Robert Spence and Kevin Fryer, but a great start for Rick Delamere, who started back in 19th position all the way up to 7th. So he's certainly a candidate for the Sunoco Hard Charger before this one's all over. We'll get a replay of the start, and you can see Fowler bogged down. He actually gets tagged in the back as he is
and keep an eye.
A rolling chicane there. Go ahead.
Watch that black BMW in the middle of the field. We pointed him out. Started in 13th. He was challenging for 3rd on the brakes. Comes through the middle of the field right here. But then the blue MX-5 just behind him is going to go for the curb. Jumps right into his steering in the front of the car. That's going to knock the car out of steering. Blethyn goes around meanwhile, and Chiho, no steering, drives straight through. I have to imagine a couple of the cars got collected there just outside of the frame on the left.
So we see the 51 car of Raymond Blethyn getting back on track. His brother leading this one. And we saw the 36 car earlier, Tony Carrazas, going slowly. I don't know if he is one of the damaged cars. It looks like he'll get back up to speed as we are working race lap number 3.
Cars we can assume were involved. Izzy Sanchez looks to also have been involved in that incident. The 78 did not complete lap number 1. Chiho, of course, we saw Timothy Wise, Felix Borodati, and Rich Grunenwald all not completing lap number 1. We saw Grunenwald was actually stranded over in the S's, so I think that driver was separate. But the first 4 names we just read off, all involved in the incident in turn 1.
Yeah, Chiho, again, what a surprise. Is he was expected to run near the front, but just got caught up in that first lap incident. Through no fault of his own, I might add.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's a tough one for him.
We just saw the 56 of Borodati getting towed behind the wall, and 78 of Sanchez was certainly sitting there as well. I'm very curious to see or hear later what happened with that top grouping, because they looked pretty clean other than Blethyn going around.
Michael Borden, defending champion in that 2nd spot. The Phoenix livery, of course, on John Heinrich's Toyota 86, Subaru BRZ, Scion. They're all the same, just a different badging.
We call them the twins, even though they're triplets now.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty cool story for Michael Borden's car. He was focused on SPEC MX-5 this year, kind of a semi-pro stepping stone into something bigger, aiming at winning the Mazda scholarship to kind of grow his motorsports career, but realized sometime this season that he had basically earned a free entry for this year's runoffs by winning last year. So they didn't have a car prepared for T4. Didn't feel like converting his car back and forth from SPEC MX-5 to T4. So Advanced Auto Parts, not the store, Advanced Automotive built this car. They were building it for SPEC MX-5, but just held off on the final bit of prep, made it a T4 car, and they're allowing him to race it here in the championship runoffs. They didn't necessarily know what to expect, and it is a fairly simple car, but they were impressed that it came out right on pole the first 2 days, starting 3rd finally here at the actual race. He's running 2nd now, and they said if it wins, it's going straight for sale.
On eBay.
Yeah,
exactly. You can win a championship-winning car.
Driven 1 week only.
An Indianapolis winner, ladies and gentlemen. Join Rick Mears in an event. So, yeah, I'll be real curious when we get this started to see if Tom Fowler has got an issue that he's going to have to work around throughout the course of the rest of the race. But he appeared to be right back up to speed.
He did.
Like I said, recovered up into a top 10 position here. So we'll certainly expect him to be one of the guys moving forward
Still 30 minutes on the clock for this race, so it should be a fairly good opportunity to complete most of the 19, if not all of the 19 scheduled laps. But kind of thinking back to last year's Road America race, we saw multiple phases throughout that race. John Heinrichs, Nick Leveroni, and Michael Borden all led at different times, and the kind of strengths of those cars ebbed and flowed. So I wouldn't certainly say that Tom Fowler's even out, but Michael Borden did have the longevity last year. The RX-8 on pole is the question mark. How long will that car not heat soak? How long will the tires last on it? And then I think it's safe to say John Heinrichs doesn't maybe necessarily have the raw pace, but he certainly has the experience and maybe has a pretty good race car under him with that Toyota 86. Those are the top 3 cars, totally different in every way. So who knows how long each car will last and where their strengths and weaknesses will lie when the green flag flies.
Yeah, there's Rich Grunewald's Mustang, one of 2 V6 Mustangs in the field, and right out there at the S's. So that's a separate incident from the issues at the start of the race there at turn number 1.
It's really sad to see because he lost a motor at the beginning of this week, spent all week replacing the motor just to get a qualifying lap in, and unfortunately he did take the green, but something happened to not prevent him to finish that first lap.
Exactly. The 18 of Sergio's Loban coming by. Sergio, a good start into 5th spot, started 4th.
Another big mover we pointed out early was Derrick Ambrose, 20th to 13th in the Mazda 3. He's about to pop into the screen, and actually the Pontiac Solstice came with him. The Solstice was scanning down, sorry about that. Garrett Mays, kind of just up a couple of spots as well. Those are 2 of the unique chassis in the field, both knocking on the door of the top 10.
Cork Sport, of course, doing a lot of the development on Derrick Ambrose's car. Cork Sport, a Mazda performance development company of some repute. And I was surprised to learn that the Mazda company was in the cork business back in the day, which is where the term Cork Sport came from. So let's head down to the pit lane. Hayward Wagner with an update.
Hey guys, I just had to catch up with Tom Fowler's crew. What happened on the start was just as he was about to go to 3rd gear, he got hit from behind, and it literally bumped his hand off the 3rd gear over to 5th gear. So he went to 5th when he should have gone to 3rd because the car got bumped. Just one of those bizarre things that happens at the runoffs. You guys probably noticed it was a really tight pack coming to the green, a lot of contact, and that's what threw him off.
Well, that's good to know that there's not a mechanical problem underlying that, so that'll give Fowler the opportunity to work his way toward the front. Working race lap number 6 now, completing 5 of the 19. The clock continues to tick. We've still got 26 minutes remaining, so plenty of time. Probably won't get all the laps in as these guys are lapping just under 2 minutes a lap, but hopefully the cleanup is just about complete as the field working their way through turn number 1 right now.
Yeah, this race is quickly turning from a sort of sprint race to a proper sprint race.
Exactly.
We maybe have 20 minutes of racing by the time they come around and take the green flag at this point. We're seeing debris flag down as well. I don't know if anybody maybe lost some coolant or some fluids when they had contact there in the beginning of the race, but that's going to make some interesting conditions as we come down for what will essentially be the first time again in turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, that debris flag was just withdrawn, so it may be that they had some pieces, parts on the racetrack that they've gotten collected. As it looks like all of the safety vehicles have left the scene of the incident. So with a little luck, we will go green next time by. Getting word from race control. There's just a couple wreckers still finishing their duties and getting into a place of safety. So close, but that doesn't sound like we're going to go green this time.
It's a pretty unique car in the field. The only ND MX-5, that's Brian Price, who is a former, has some experience in professional racing. I think a former national champion in B-SPEC, or at least a podium contender in B-SPEC. I can't remember exactly, but he started 35th, looks to be way up the field, and that's unique in that it's not a Global MX-5 Cup car. It's a proper just MX-5 street car built into a race car and placed here in T4. He said it still needs quite a bit of work, a little bit of balance help as well, as it's down on power from a lot of the other cars in this field, but he's doing a great job. You can see he's weaving there in the middle of the straightaway and in the middle of the pack, so he's moved up well above that 35th starting position.
Yeah, Brian's this is his 3rd runoffs, and he finished on the podium in B-SPEC at Daytona in 2015. So All right, sounds we are going to go green this time by. So the field beginning to pack up. There's Ralph Porter in the 32 car out of Kokomo, Indiana. The Carbotech BMW Z4. I think he's the only Z4 in the field. He is. The Pontiac Solstice and the Mazda 3, a couple of unique differences. The field is very much dominated by the twins, the Scions and the BRZs, as well as the MX-5s and RX-8s. Get a good look at the 35 of John Heinrichs. Right there in third spot. Safety car is off. We are getting ready for the restart. We're about ready to complete race lap number 5. Number 6, I should say. As we get ready for the start, a flash of the brakes, making sure the brakes are solid for our leader. And we are away. Heinrichs pops out immediately, and coming along with him is the car in 4th spot. That's Sergio Zlobin, I believe. They're 4 wide down the front straightaway.
That's actually Charles Habis-Roedinger. He got the perfect timing after a little brake check from Ray Blethyn coming into the green flag. Whoa, a huge lunge for the 68 up the inside. I don't think he meant to do that. Around the outside, John Heinrichs goes to the lead.
That's Tyler Quance making that, the inner pole sitter gets spun. Big hit. Oh, man, we got 3 cars. Thomas Fowler involved in that as well. And Stephen Blethyn getting spun.
Massive stack up. That's about 10 cars involved with body contact. Multiple cars getting pit maneuvered across the nose of others. Just really unfortunate, unaware driving, it looks like, coming through the exit of turn number 2. And again, these drivers don't get to see this track very often. Many of them have not raced here wheel to wheel before, but almost every single one of our contenders was involved in that incident. Besides, I think John Heinrichs and he might have been the only one to really get through that, I think. Tyler Quance maybe did, but there's still chaos as we go back to full course caution.
Yeah, we saw Jeremy Butts off as well, and you can see Derrick Ambrose in the Mazda with significant damage to the right rear, as he's got a serious tire rub there. Looks like he's going to try to soldier around. A couple cars going slowly in the background, probably with some damage. So for the second time, we are under full course yellow. We have yet to complete a full green flag lap.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking and hard to watch on TV. Sure enough, Tyler Quance did get through that. It looks like Michael Borden was able to sort of manage to salvage getting rear-ended, packed in from both sides here and there, but we know for sure that Borden took significant hits to all 4 corners of that car. Tom Fowler certainly involved in some heavy incident there. Blethyn, who was the leader at the green flag, Steven, was one of the cars that got pit maneuvered as well. So I'm trying to see if there's really many of those top cars left. It doesn't appear to be.
So Heinrichs in search of his 16th championship. It was hard for me to believe, but I looked at it. The last time Heinrichs won a championship was 2018 in Sonoma in A Sedan. So his 15 championships used to be he would win 1 or 2 every year. Yeah. But you know, considering he's had 34 runoff starts and he's been in the top 10 30 of those times, that's a pretty good record. We'll get a replay of the incident at turn 1, and it's just about half the field is to be involved in one way or the other.
Well, and this really started, Stephen Blethyn checked up on the brakes just before the green flag came out. Borden, it was Borden had to check up as well, but now there's just a big stack up down in here. It looks like a Habis-Roedinger goes to the inside of Blethyn, spins him across the nose. Lobin gets turned by Borden, and then a massive stack up with nowhere to go. The entire field just kind of drives into this thing. Big hop on the back of Derrick Ambrose's car, and then as cars continue to join, or attempt to rejoin, they come together there in the gravel trap. Tom Fowler, heavy damage. The 69 comes together with him in the gravel as well.
Yeah, Fowler just was a passenger at that point after getting collected, and unfortunately just spun right into the path of the 69 of Jeremy Butts, which put the 2 of them into the gravel trap. So this will be even a more extensive cleanup than the first one, as we are working race lap number 8 of the scheduled 19. But the clock is really the determining factor here, as we've got, we're about halfway through, about 20 minutes. So with that, and with this yellow to allow for the cleanup, let's just take a quick break and listen to our friends from Mazda.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
when the finish line calls. We answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there. A no man's land. And everyone's land. Where great expectations grow. And rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
Welcome back to the Touring 4 National Championship. As the broadcast, once again, presented by Mazda. I'm John Phippen alongside Tom O'Gorman, as we've had an eventful start to our first race of this runoffs, as John Heinrichsey has taken over the top spot just by being a survivor.
Well, somewhat, but he really did raise himself to the lead. He came around the outside, swept around the outside of pole sitter and who was the leader at the restart, Stephen Blethen. There is the 35 of John Heinrichsey, so he raced his way to the lead, but now there's not a lot of people left behind him to challenge because a majority of the top 10 were involved in a pretty serious incident there. None of the cars seriously super damaged or anything, but there were so many cars involved, so right behind them, Tyler Quantz becomes the second place driver. Michael Borden, after taking impacts from sides and rear, manages to come through and maintain third, and it won't be the first time he's had to race the finish of the runoffs with some body damage. He finished last year having won with the hood popped, so we'll see if he can maybe race that car to another win. But outside of that, a whole lot of the top 10 affected. It looks like it's actually one of the other GT86 cars that has come up. I think that's Kohler in the 10 car. To give you an idea of how messy this race has been, he started 16th, now sits 4th.
Brian Laughlin, another candidate for the Sunoco R Charger Award, started in 21st position, or 19th, excuse me, dropped back to 20th at the end of the first lap and is all the way up to 5th. So Brian Laughlin also able to pick his way through the carnage and move his way forward.
Well, this will be exciting for those drivers who get a chance to, maybe they thought they were coming into today racing for 10th, and now they're racing for 4th, 5th, 6th. That could be super exciting and super fun. There's Brian Laughlin, a little bit of body damage on the right front, so he didn't come through completely scot-free, but he's up a bunch of spots there in the blue and green car.
So just to recap, John Heinrichsey, your leader, Tyler Quantz, Michael Borden, the top 3. Hayward's got another update for us down from the pit lane. Hayward?
Yeah, guys, the 9.8 car just came in a few minutes ago for a tire change, cut a tire on some debris. I was going to show you the wheel, but the crew just left with it. I've not seen the amount of rubber pickup that was on this tire in many places. I think a lot of these guys probably had to go well offline to avoid things, picked up a lot of slag on the tire, a lot of the OPR, as the autocrossers know it. So if you're seeing extra scrubbing, extra that sort of thing, there's just a lot of tire pickup on that particular tire, maybe something other people are feeling as well.
Getting a good look at the 27 of Brian Laughlin, who's made up all of those places. And again, we've got some oil dry going down right at the exit of turn 2, as a couple of those cars came together in earnest, and most likely some radiators got burst in that collision. So it'll take just a little bit longer with the sweeper truck there to get that kitty litter scrubbed in and broomed off the racetrack. Heinrichsey in the Toyota 86, pair of Mazda MX-5s for Quantz and Borden. And then the Scion FRS of Colin Kohler.
Talked about the 151 of Brian Price. How about 35th to 14th? That car is all the way up into the top 15. Center of your screen, the new MX-5. Price said it doesn't have the pace, but he's got the luck or the skill to aim for the gaps in this race at least. So that's closing in on a top 10 maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Considering he didn't turn a time at all in Wednesday qualifying. He only qualified Tuesday and on pole day. So our tie rack pole sitter, Stephen Blethen, has been eliminated from competition. Thomas Fowler also caught up in that most recent contretemps there at turn number 1. Michael Borden surviving at the front in 3rd spot. Raymond Blethen also involved. He's dropped well down. John Heinrichsey started outside of row 3 and is in the lead right at the moment.
Do you have to wonder how much how much the impacts that the number 42 of Michael Borden has affected that car. He definitely took hits to the door and the rear bumper, but if it didn't hit any of the wheels and tires, if everything's still pointed forward, that car should still be mostly fast. And I think they've even done the resurge. If you put a couple of dunts and golf ball the car up a little bit, it's faster in a straight line, right?
Exactly right. Exactly right. We saw the surviving V6 Mustang. That's the 96 of Matthew Miller, after Richard Grunewald had a problem on the first lap. As I mentioned, Richard, one of the announcers that works with me at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, along with Rusty Bell, who we'll see a little later today in the GT Light Race.
We did just hear from the pit lane that this is officially a timed race. There's 13.5 minutes left on the clock. You see in the upper left-hand corner as we come back to that green flag.
Safety car is pulling in. John Heinrichsey will have the field under his command as he comes through the final turn. And wastes no time getting his right foot down as he waits for the green flag as the cars begin to stack up behind him. And there's the green once again. Great jump from behind as Tyler Quantz going for the lead once again. Tyler had a good restart last time by. He's alongside the 15-time champion as they hit the brakes into turn number 1. Right there behind is Michael Borden to pick up the pieces should there be any problem. But at the moment, we're getting through this first turn safely, and Tyler Quantz takes over the lead. Borden in third, Heinrichsey in the sandwich in between as a big cloud of kitty litter gets thrown up as they work their way through that oil dry.
Borden opens up turn 4 nicely. He's going to get a run on John Heinrichsey, who was looking up the inside of Tyler Quantz. Now they're side by side through turn 5, through the grass, down into the braking zone of turn 6, and you can hold the outside. This is a giant skid pad corner. Can Borden keep it together? No, he's into the marbles, and now is under attack from the 10 of Kohler.
Kohler in the surviving RX-8 at the front of this field gets shuffled a little bit wide, but Tyler Quantz taking over the lead from John Heinrichsey. Third spot, Michael Borden looking to make it 2 in a row, back-to-back wins possibly for Borden as they come down into a great passing opportunity at the end of the Hallman Straight at turn number 7.
Well, Rick Delamere gets by Brian Laughlin, but it's a massive move. Oh, it's a Tyler Quantz. The leader is off, goes through the grass. It's wet still through there, and he's going to hold it together. Now Heinrichsey back through to the lead, and Borden goes through with him. Is there a tire down? I think the tire is down on the 68.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe that hit on the curb created an issue because he is off in the grass once again. So trouble for Quantz, and that is going to scotch his opportunity for a top finish. So once again, John Heinrichsey survives to get himself back to the front. Michael Borden right in his wheel tracks.
Heinrichsey has to either be in disbelief or chuckling in his helmet. The number of things going his way right now, but Borden still keeping the pressure on. Then it's a little bit of a break. Kohler went through to now what is third, and it looks like he's got a lot of pressure from Rick Delamere behind. That's a pair of FRSs.
Heinrichsey's car getting up on the cam. Looks like he's got the straight line speed at the moment. Borden's car with some war injuries for sure. You can see damage all along the side panels. Is going to affect the aero just a bit. But he's able to stay right with the 15-time champion as they work their way through turns 2 and 3.
Borden absolutely on the limit, goes for a nice late apex at turn 2 there, gets through turn 3, opens up turn 4 again. The handling certainly going to the MX-5 right now as he gets another one of those runs, but I think he won't make the same mistake twice. Goes for a push, shoves John Heinrichsey through turn 5, and now down again into turn 6. Borden tried this high line last time through, and it didn't really pay off for him. This time, looks like he keeps it out of the marbles and will maybe get a better run through turn 6A.
Yeah, but the two of them really beginning to draw away from the rest of the field now.
Yeah.
As Heinrichsey out in front. I would guess that the Toyota 86 is quite a bit heavier than the MX-5, so he's probably got a little weight disadvantage.
It is. It tends to be a little bit better in the straight lines once it gets breathing, but it's not the best accelerating car either. In the background, Brian Laughlin got back through on Rick Delamere. That's for 4th. You see the MX-5 is, blue MX-5 is back into that 4th position, but Kohler gets a little bit of a break. There's Borden. You see heavy damage on the passenger side as they turn through this corner. There's all that damage to the passenger door, but he is absolutely on the limit, using a little bit more of a track, maybe half a car width more track total than John Heinrichsey, who's looking pretty calm and collected right now.
Just about 10 minutes exactly remaining in this. Clearly, it will be a timed rather than a lap race. So 10 minutes to go as they make it through turn number 12. You can see Borden is really driving that car hard. The sails stepping out as he is right on the limit. Heinrichsey, as you so often see, silky smooth, very little wasted motion.
And this is what we saw at Road America last year as well. Borden drove a pretty scrappy race, but he just wouldn't give up. And that's paying off for him here. Way out to the wall for Brian Laughlin, almost scrubbing the door handle up against that barrier, but they have all now run down Kohler. Colin Kohler there in third, but he's got pretty much the rest of the top 20 with him as Laughlin looks to the inside, tries to fill the mirrors just a little bit, and still in the background is Rick Delamere.
And Charles Habitsreutinger not far behind in the 6th spot as this three-way battle. Kohler, Laughlin, and Delamere working their way through turns 3 and 4. The 27 of Laughlin looking a bit racy right now as he is right on the back of that FRS, but not able to find his way through. So in the Toyota sandwich is the Mazda MX-5. As we can see, Heinerse beginning to stretch his advantage overboard and through the S's. Great long shot here down the Holman straightaway as they're coming toward turn 7.
In the background, Charles Habitsreutinger in the gray with blue headlights. MX-5 was 2 off coming onto the straightaway. Big lunge up the inside for Laughlin. Oh, and the 10 sees him coming, gives him the room. That was graceful from the 10 to see that attack from the 27. I don't know that that was going to end so well if he didn't see him coming like that, but opens the door, and now Brian Laughlin goes through. That is third. It's a bronze medal.
Yeah, exactly. And considering where he started, that's a great start. Like I say, he is certainly one of the front runners for the Sunoco Hard Charger as the 2 FRSs going after it just behind him of Kohler and Delamere. Kohler thinking about it as they come into the braking zone for turn 12, but has to fall back in single file.
There's some not insignificant body damage on the front of that number 10 from the turn 1 and 2 incident at the second start. I have to imagine that's affecting his straight line speed. The number 15 just behind, Rick Delamere, looks nice and clean. So if he tucks in the draft, that number 15 might just drive on by, even though they're the same kind of car.
It sounds like we are going to a full course yellow again. As we've got a car off, and there it is, the 21 car of Charlton Lane out of Statesboro, Georgia, in the Buccaneer region, into the gravel trap.
A couple of the drivers maybe not seeing that we're under full course caution now, finally tucking in line. That's the 66 and one of our Solstice competitors, which I think there's only one, maybe Garrett Mays. These drivers are fighting for just inside the top 10, but only 6.5 minutes remaining in this race. This is maybe bad news for Michael Borden, good news for John Heinerse. If we don't get another restart opportunity, we may end up like this, but that will be a quick tow. The Indianapolis Motor Speedway safety crews are some of the fastest drivers I've ever seen, and I've worked in racing for 15 years, so hopefully they can pull that car out of the gravel trap pretty quickly. It looks like it was just off track, maybe in sector 1 somewhere.
Heinerse doing a little weaving, keeping debris off of those tires, keeping a little temperature into them. And Michael Borden does likewise. But Brian Laughlin's got to be pleased. He is going to catch up because those two had kind of gotten away. So this will give Laughlin a new lease on life, as well as the 2 FRSs behind him of Colin Kohler and Rick Delamere. Charles Habitsreutinger also making up some ground because he was well back, leading that parade of cars. Robert Spence, Garrett Mays, Richard Mooney, and Roland Guzman are your top 10 as they run right now.
If you remember early in the race, Habitsreutinger there in the gray and blue, bottom of your screen now, he was up in the podium contention positions before being involved in one of those incidents at turn 2. He slipped back, but has now kind of gotten a third lease on this race. He moved it back up into 6th on the second restart, and now on this third restart, hopefully we do get a restart. He might have an opportunity to get back up towards those podium positions, having been brought back into this top 5 battle.
Yeah, the car looks clean. He's been able to avoid damage, it appears, so that's certainly a bonus. And right behind him, Robert Spence in the 59 car with the Brumos-ish livery.
So Robert Spence coming through to, that's a 7th place spot there. Oops, need to scroll up a little bit. There we go. Garrett Mays, Richard Mooney, and Roland Guzman will round out the top 10.
Good run for James Eben. He qualified back in 26th position, and James all the way up into 11th spot. So another candidate for the Sunoco Hard Charger. James Eben, as we said, a 2nd generation racer. His Father Cliff, a multiple national champion. Oh, it's going to finish under yellow. We're just getting word from race control. They're going to have to checker this one next time by. So John Heinrichsey is going to notch championship number 16 behind the yellow flag. I'm sure he and everybody else doesn't want to see the race finish that way, but sadly this one has been incident-filled.
Yeah, there's got to be a lot of drivers that are just kind of in disbelief in good or bad ways after this one. Heinrichsey certainly in a good way. Borden has to be feeling pretty good about, I mean, he was in the middle of a sandwich and being hit from multiple angles and still manages to come home with a podium position as the defending champion. So that's going to be a pretty solid finish in all things considered for the 42. And then Brian Laughlin from well down in the field comes up for a bronze medal. I think he started all the way down in 19th there in the number 27. The car isn't perfect, but it's going to be a medal for the 27. That's got to feel good.
Absolutely. And you consider Michael Bolden's strike rate's pretty good. This is only his second runoffs, and he's got a win and a second. So that's a pretty good way to kick off your career, especially if you can finish right behind a now 16-time national champion.
Yeah, just to kind of run down the other charges, Colin Kohler will come home 4th from 13th on the grid. Rick Delamere from 19th. All the way up into that 5th position. Charles Habis-Reutinger, like we said, has gone from 8th to 4th, all the way back to 6th again. Robert Spence up from outside of the top 15. James Evan also outside of that top grouping from 24th. Garrett Mays will come home 9th. Looks like he started in about 14th, so he's one of the smaller charges there in that Pontiac Solstice, but gets into the top 10. And then Richard Mooney from 26th up to 10th in the 39 car. That's a lot of hard chargers here.
Yeah, Roland de Guzman just going to miss out on the top 10, finishing in 11th spot. Alexander Schaefer in 12th. Christopher Windsor in the 121 MX5 in 13th. Brent Simonson in 14th. And Brian Price rounding out the top 15 in the number 151. So the field behind the safety car coming through turns 13 for the final time. Past the pit entrance and on to the front straightaway. So congratulations to the venerable competitor. That is John Heinrichsey. He holds the record for the most championships of any active driver. He's had in 34 starts, had 25 podium finishes, 27 top 5s, 30 top 10s of his 34 starts. He's been a fast qualifier 11 times. He's set the fastest lap 12 times. And this will be his first championship since 2018 at Sonoma in a sedan. So congratulations to John Heinrichsey. But again, to Michael Borden, a great strike rate, second podium in as many years. Brian Laughlin coming home in 3rd spot after a great recovery drive from deeper in the pack. So those are your podium finishers. We'll have a chat with them in just a few minutes' time as they complete their cool-down lap, as Hayward Wagner will be down trackside to talk to our top 3.
Talking about John Heinrichsey, he actually won T4 at Sonoma as well. So it has been a while, but he now becomes a 2-time champion in this class. As you said, what was it, 15?
Yep. 15
total in national championships.
Now 16.
Yeah. Now 16 in the
pending review by the stewards of the meeting, we must say. There are always the final lap is always through the tech shed. So Phoenix Performance, again, with a great history at the runoffs, especially lately. The Philadelphia-based garage of the Aqualante clan. John Heinrichsey is teamed with them. Of course, Heinrichsey, a former engineer and test driver, so he's got a lot of laps and a lot of racetracks and a lot of different cars. Was always, sort of cued in with the big, V8 high horsepower cars, the A sedans and whatever, but dipping his toe into the import field here with this Toyota 86 and doing a fantastic job with it, obviously.
And under whatever circumstance, the finishing order on the makes and models looks very different from qualifying. We had RX-8s and MX-5s kind of dominant in qualifying, but it's an 86 that takes the championship, a pair of MX-5s in trail, but then 2 Scion FRSs getting up into the top 10 as well, top 5. We have a Pontiac Solstice in the top 10. And BMW Z4 are making his way into the top 15. So pretty good variety here in what was heavily Mazda front row and top grouping. Still have to give a shout out. A little bit of heartbreak for Chi-Ho. Was in an incredible start, challenging for third from 14th in the BMW. To no fault of his own, ended up in the tire wall, but that would have been a lot of fun to watch too. So a shout out for him.
So here's the unofficial results. John Heinrichsey, your winner for 16th championship on his career. Michael Borden finishing on the podium for the second year in a row as the defending champion. Brian Laughlin in that third spot. A great drive from about mid-pack. Colin Kohler survives for fourth. Rick Delamere in fifth. Charles Harpitz-Reutinger in the sixth spot. Robert Spence in seventh. James Eben in eighth spot. Garrett Mays comes home ninth. And Richard Mooney rounding out the top 10 in the unofficial results for the first race of the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Cars now making their way into pit lane behind the safety car. And Hayward Wagner is standing by to have a chance to chat with our top three. Of course, John Heinrichsey will have the opportunity to take a lap around the track with the checkered flag as the victory lap. And while that's going on, we'll have a chance to hear from Michael Borden and Brian Laughlin. John Heinrichsey, what a career this driver has had, and he has shown that it takes skill to keep the car out of harm's way, and that car does not appear to have a scratch on it.
No, and getting some coaching from Hayward through the window, as if he's never done this before, to get his helmet off for that interview.
Yeah, exactly.
Soaking it all in on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway front straightaway.
Yeah, you can see the smile on John Heinrichsey's face, even through the helmet. I think he had hoped to be there, as Sports Car had picked him to finish on the podium, perhaps in second spot. But again, just surviving the carnage that this race has become, and able to notch that championship number 16. Michael Borden got to be pleased in only his second runoffs, coming home on the box for the second year in a row after taking a win on debut up at Road America a year ago. And one of the drives of the day has to be for Brian Laughlin in that 27 car after starting back in 19th position and coming home. Sounds like Hayward has got our winner. Go ahead, Hayward.
John Heinrichsey, number 16. How does it feel?
Wow, it feels awesome. Remember 2018 when you asked me, or you started out before and you said, go fast, take chances? Today it's not who goes the fastest, it's who gets there first. And we got there first. It was awesome.
Now, obviously, this is your 16th. You've been here before. You came here to race this weekend. How does this race for you emotionally? Is this a bit of a letdown, or a win is a win?
Well, a win is a win, and, the guys did a great job getting the car ready for me. Drew Spoto and Joe and Bob and PJ, Andrea, they all were right on top of getting the car ready. All I had to do was drive and make the right moves, and we made the right moves and won the race. And so I'm pretty proud of that.
Right place, right time, not a scratch on the car. One more lap, enjoy it.
Yeah, thank you.
Great to hear from John Heinrichsey once again. I've spoken to him on the podium many, many times as he is going to take the victory lap. Don't know if he'll have a passenger or not, but we'll see.
Or many.
Or many, yeah, exactly. Sometimes you see these victory laps with crew members hanging out the windows and on the rear spoiler and just about everything else. Hayward's going to get the second and third place finishers lined up, and we'll have an interview with him here in just a few minutes' time as our 16-time winner. Sounds like Hayward's got our second place finisher, Michael Borden.
Michael, what are the emotions? Is it a letdown to be that close, or just exciting to be here on the podium?
I mean, honestly, it's awesome to be on the podium. We didn't have this car on track until the first time on Monday. We didn't even know if we were going to have it done in time to get it here. So it was quick all week, and we had kept it on the podium. I was hoping to race for that win, but with all those cautions out there, it just kind of turned into a mess. But I think I made the best of what happened out there. So,
how much were you able to understand what happened on the second restart? You kind of made a big move going into one. Bunch of cars got together. Was that something you have a memory of? Do you have a story on that?
It all happened so fast. I know it looked like everybody was kind of fighting for the bottom, so I kind of went out to the outside since nobody was really there, and I was able to break a little deeper and get, kind of up there on the outside. And then it was still kind of working it out, and I'm not sure. It looked like maybe the RX-8 in front of everybody spun or something, and I think Sergio tried to move, and I was there, and I didn't know what was happening. And I tried to check up because two cars like completely sideways in front of me, and everybody just plowed me right through it. So, but it worked out. I'm on the podium, so I can't complain.
Getting by with a little help from your friends.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations on the second. We're going to go pull Brian out next. Brian, come on over. 19th qualifier on the podium. Congratulations.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, we had a little bit different strategy. We went out on R compound tires. We just went out on sticker R's. I noticed a lot of guys in front of us were going out on A's. I was hoping that their tires were going to start to fall off about halfway through and ours would come on. But, you know, had so many cautions. Just lucky draw on this one, man. I mean, it was awesome.
Sometimes making it through alive is making it to the podium.
Absolutely, man. I'm going to Jacktown.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Hayward, as we get the a good shot of John Heinrichs with the checkered flag out the window for the 16th time as he takes the victory lap around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Only the second time the runoffs have appeared here. 2017 was the debut where we had nearly 1,000 cars. And this year we didn't miss it by much. 875, I think, is the final count, something like that. As we got beautiful weather here today. Sadly, the forecast is not so good for the rest of the weekend, but we'll see how that shakes out.
Sometimes the best racing is in the rain, I just say. But yeah, congratulations to John Heinrichs, and that was definitely maybe a little bit heartbreaking, definitely entertaining in certain capacities. But he earned this one. Don't forget, he charged around the outside and took the lead, which turned into the win on that second restart. We'll take a couple of looks at the replays from those multiple starts and restarts and chaos down into turn one.
Here's the initial start. You can see Tom Fowler just dropping through the field as he got bumped, and that knocked that car out of gear, and then the carnage began as the 48 car gets a little bit sideways and then takes out our pole sitter in the second incident as that RX-7 gets collected right about there, spun, and then played cars with no place to go, Tom Fowler being one of them. And then for the final restart around the outside goes the 68 car, and then something must have broken because we certainly didn't expect to see Tyler Quintz going off like that. And then the battle between the Toyotas and Michael Borden. Is Borden taking over the top spot? But finally, John Heinrichs able to take it to the front, and sadly, this one finishing behind the safety car. But congratulations to Heinrichs for his 16th national championship as he completes his victory lap and makes his way back into the pit lane. Heinrichs, Borden, and Laughlin, your top three, as we've got the Touring 4 National Championship in the history books here on the first day of the first Hagerty Race Day of the 2021 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. Where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
Race Friday.
Welcome to Hagerty Race Day here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the racing capital of the world. The SCCA Runoffs broadcast presented by Mazda. My name's John Phippen alongside Tom Gorman, 7-time national champion from the solo program. But our race here is for H production. I love prod classes. We always have great turnout in both EF and H production. H, the most high-strung of the production classes. As we used to say, these cars had 19-lap hand grenades for motors. So they really are highly strung and certainly able to put in some great performances. But let's see if they all make it to the end. Tom, what do you think?
Yeah, the smallest displacement motors, but these are pretty high-strung race cars, production-based chassis, but they're allowed to do a lot of cool race car stuff to them. For a long time, many little British cars, as we call them, lots of Spitfires, Healey's, et cetera, but an influx of front-wheel drive cars from the 80s, the CRXs, the Golfs, the Rabbits, and then most recently, kind of your subcompacts from the 2000s, Mazda 2s and Honda Fits of note also in this field. So a big variety. A couple of cars have found success of all of those varieties, but they're going to contend for 19 laps here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Our track map presented by Mazda, and why don't you take us around, Tom?
Well, it's a big track for little cars. That you can fit them about 10 wide down that big long front straightaway. You're taking a look at it there. But into Sector 1, turns 1 and 2 linking together. A quick switchback between a flat-out run through Turn 3, a sweep through Turn 4, maybe just a lift in some of these little British cars, and then a flat-out sweep into Turn 5 and 6. Big long carousel, almost like a skid pad for Turn 6 before you launch onto the Holman Straight through Turn 6A. Then into the S's, a fast left-hand sweep at the end of Turn 7, then between Turns 8 and 9, tightening up into Turn 10 before you come onto the banking starting Sector 3 through Turn 11 into 12 and 13. Another couple of linked S's there before coming through Turn 14 back up onto that big, long, wide front straight. But remember, there are walls on both sides.
Mazda supports the racing community with face-to-face and virtual coaching at the runoffs and events throughout the year. Support like this has made Mazda the most driven car in SCCA road racing. There's hardly a class you can find without a Mazda in it. As the field begins to roll away on their formation lap, let's introduce the starting grid for you. 8-time national champion and defending champion of the class, Steve Sarges is the tire rack pole sitter out of Frankfort, Illinois in the Blackhawk Valley region. Next to him, sports cars picked to finish on the box, Eric Vickerman in the 10 car out of Howell, Michigan and the Detroit region. Visa Silligren out of Cleveland, Tennessee and the Chattanooga region. The 2019 champion of the class will start third. All three of those drivers better than the 2017 lap record. Starting outside of row 2, the 66 of Ben Valentine, Fullerton, California and the Cal Club. The 20 of Christopher Shaftsma out of Wheaton, Illinois, the Chicago region, also a pick by Sports Car to finish on the box. Ralph Lindau in the 53 out of Bellevue, Nebraska, in the Nebraska region. Jack Bonna in the number 4 out of Bluebell, Pennsylvania, in the Philadelphia region. Henrik Benezak is in car number 11 out of Farmingdale, New York, in the New York region. Mark Brackey in the 04 out of Coon Rapids, Minnesota, in the Land O'Lake region. Jason Lamont is in car 08 out of Rochester, New York, in the Finger Lakes region. The man who wins the Hawk Breakthrough Performer Award for picking up the most positions between the first and second days of qualifying is Bill Okel out of Victory, British Columbia, the Oregon region, in the 77 car. He made up 8 spots between Tuesday and Wednesday. Matt Brennan from Columbus, Ohio, in the OVR in the number 22 Fiat X19. Scott Heilman out of Johnstown, Ohio, in the OVR and a Volkswagen Rabbit. Robin Bank in the 94 out of Aliquippa, Pennsylvania, in the Steel Cities region. Jason Stein is in the 37 out of Stowe, Ohio, out of the Ohio region in his Austin Healey Spray. Braden Connolly in the number 12 out of Columbus in the Ohio Valley region in another Fiat X19. Neil Verity in the 83 out of Gray Forest, Texas, and the Lone Star region in an MGB. Andrew Wright out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee, in the Tennessee region is in the 07 car. This 7 will start inside of row 10. That's William Traynor out of Lake in the Hills, Illinois, and the Chicago region. Chris Albin in the number 3 out of Maryland Heights, Missouri, in the Silver Lakes region in a Volkswagen Golf. Jerry Olson in the 81 out of Aurora, Colorado, and the Colorado region. Former winner Greg Galper won in 2011 in the 15 car out of Hubertus, Wisconsin, in the Milwaukee region in his Honda Civic Si. Vincent Labana out of Ontario, New York, in the Finger Lakes region is in car number 84. Tom Broering in car number 90 out of Durwood, Maryland, in the Washington, D.C. region. The 5 is Edward Weary out of West Deptford, New Jersey, and the South Jersey region. Corey Marcos is in the 43 out of Riverside, California, the Cal Club. The 75 is Jack Schultz from Manette, Missouri in the Ozark Mountain region. Honda Ron Copeland is car number 117 out of Maumee, Ohio, and the Ohio Valley region in his CRX. Martin Burke in the 52 out of Summit Point, West Virginia, and the Washington, D.C. region. Matthew Benezak in the 8 out of Whitestone, New York, in the New York region. Hayes Lewis in the 6 out of Alexandria, Virginia, and the Washington, D.C. region in a Porsche 924. The Toyota Mr. 2 of Greg Amie in the 89 is out of Middletown, Connecticut, and the New England region. Robert Bax out of Cincinnati in the Cincinnati region is in the number 33 Mini Cooper. John Fine in the 69 out of Norcross, Georgia, from Atlanta. Leanna Wright, a super sweep eligible driver in the 02 out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Charles Fulgraff in the 95 out of Philadelphia, Tennessee. The 56 of David Oliveira out of Moosup, Connecticut. The 91 of Robert Horrell out of Memphis, Tennessee. The 24 of Frank Schwartz out of Ann Arbor, Michigan. The 73 of Darrell Saylor out of Mount Juliet, Tennessee. The 76 of James Melody and the 41 of John Fall round out your field as the Steve Sarges and Eric Vickerman bring the field to the green flag. Sarges in the black with red stripe, and he is going to get just a bit of a jump over Vickerman in that Frog Eye Sprite.
And these little British cars were very worried about the green flag getting swamped by these 80s front-wheel drive hatchbacks, and it's happening as we speak. Vesa Silogran up the inside of Sarges down under the front straightaway, but look at Vickerman. He's gotten buried, is completely trapped on the inside of 4 of those Golfs.
Sarges able to get away at the front as we got a couple cars taking evasive action through the backside of the course. I think they all watched the replay of an earlier race where we had some issues there at turn number 1. But everybody getting through the first turn cleanly in this H production final.
We were 4 wide through 1 and 2, and they kept it clean. That's spectacular. Look at the breakaway for Steve Sarges. He is gone. Vesa Silogran up to 2nd, and then I think it might be Christopher Shafsma who moved up to 3rd. I missed the car, but Vickerman, a nightmare of a start there from the outside of the front row.
At 8 of Matthew Benezak working his way through traffic about halfway back through the pack. As you can see the disparity between these cars, but look at the lead that Sarges has got already.
I think that's actually Benezak from 7th on the grid. 8th on the grid, actually, in the number 11. It is Enric Benezak up from 8th to 3rd in the number 11. And now Vickerman starts his charge back forward. Shafsma gets the pass down on the inside through turn 7. And the number 10, look at how much faster he is through the twisty stuff in that little Sprite. But he's got a long way to go. The Steve Sarges car is just checked out.
Exactly. Sarges, I remember last year, went through 2 motors and eventually got one that worked and worked his way to the front of the pack, but he is getting it done here today with a big lead after the first lap, as this battle for second is a dandy as Vickerman finally picking his way through all the traffic. And there is our leader, Steve Sarges, the 8-time national champion and defending champion of the class, stretching his legs out in front. Nobody's got anything for this guy.
Yeah, look at the lead, and it's worth noting on qualifying, Steve Sarges was on pole by 1.5 seconds. Then Eric Vickerman had nearly 1.1 seconds on Vesa Silogran, so it was well over 2 seconds total that covered the top 3 in qualifying. Pretty big spread here at the front, but we knew the battle for about 5th on back was going to be spectacular. Here comes the power cars, the Civic of Benezak up the outside, but look at how much later Vickerman can brake. Shafsma deep on the brakes up behind the back of Vickerman. Benezak as well. So Benezak in the 11, Shafsma in the 20. That's Civic versus Golf.
Ralph Lindo in the 53 and Jack Bana in the 4 right there in that battle as well. As we look at the battle between Eric Benezak and Shafsma in the 20 car as those pair of Civics and a Golf working through their turn number 4. Heading down into turn 6. Like you say, it's equivalent to a skid pad basically for most of these cars. As we got an incident between the 89 and the 52, the 89 of Greg Amie getting spun, but it looks like he's going to be able to continue as we stay green. We've got a replay coming up of that incident.
It looks like he maybe was collected by Burke. Yes, it's the 52. The CRX gets into the back of Greg Amie, who spent the week mostly replacing the motor in that MR2. It's an unfortunate spin incident between those 2 cars. Lucky to keep it just between the 2 of them for the most part, and it looks like Amie is going to be able to continue.
Yeah, Tom Broering in the Spitfire able to take evasive action and get that job done.
For second, Vickerman is through on Silogran. It took him a lap to get there, but he's now made the pass and has worked his way back up to second. So Vesa Silogran in the CRX is the leading front-wheel drive contender. He slipped to 3rd, and then this great battle for 4th between Benezak and Shafsma. Oh, Silogran takes it back. He's not done with this one.
Silligan through turn 12, getting set up for turn 13. Let's see how the horsepower works out for the 10 car of Eric Vickerman. Silligan with the advantage right now. We don't even talk about Steve Sarges. He is so far out in front. Silligan really stretching his legs here on the front straightaway as expected. But expect that Sprite to get right back on his tail as they get into the twisty bits.
I did wonder if Eric Vickerman might be able to kind of draft off the back of Vesa Silligren for just a little bit down the front straightaway. Shaftsma deep on the brakes for fourth. Up the inside, the Golf takes the position from the Civic. He barely keeps it on track all the way out to track limits there, but gets it done. So there's a swap for fourth, but I was wondering if Vickerman might be able to draft and stay with Vesa Silligren, but even the draft wasn't enough to overcome the power difference between those two cars for second.
But you can see already just in front of this great battle for fourth, as Shaftsma taking over that position, Vickerman's now right back on the bumper of Silligren. As these two front-wheel drive cars working their way through that long left-hander at turn 6.
You see the
back
difference
onto the Holman straight. Go
the
ahead.
difference in line choice between those two drivers. Very similar cars in theory. Oh, Vesa Silligren turned into the tire wall. Big impact. Vickerman goes with him, and Vesa Silligren upside down onto the back straightaway. We were pointing out the line difference between the two cars just before that incident happened. Very similar cars, but now this is the battle for second, as we will almost certainly go to full course caution, if not more, to confirm that the drivers are okay from that incident.
Yeah, that was a tough one. So Vesa Silligren and Eric Vickerman getting together there at turn number 6A, coming onto the Holman straight. Meanwhile, Steve Sarges, who had built up a 6.8 second lead after 2 laps, able to rest that motor just a bit now, as this will be an extensive cleanup, pretty sure. Sarges in the 18, leading from the pole, leaving no doubt that he's going to be the man to beat if that car can stay under him.
I heard from Hayward Wagner through just a text message that Steve Sarges chose kind of a medium soft compound tire, so that's a pretty aggressive tire choice. It is early and cool in the morning, but he's probably pretty satisfied with, he knows his race pace is good. He's not going to be happy about having to do a restart, because we saw what happened last time. The powerful cars behind of Benezik and Shaftsma are maybe going to be a bit of a headache for him, but I think he'll be able to get back through on them. But the tire compound will probably stay pretty happy being among the softer tire choices that he could have made.
Exactly right. Shaftsma up to second, Benezek in third. Ralph Lindo, a good run, starting sixth. He's now running in the 4th spot. Jack Bana in the number 4 is fifth. Ben Valentine in sixth after qualifying fourth, so he's dropped back a couple. Jason LaManna started 10th, worked his way up to 7th. Mark Brackey in the 04 car, currently in the 8th spot. Bill Okel in the number 77, and Matt Brannon in the 22. Are your top 10. A shot there of the 66 car of Ben Valentine. Right behind him, the 08 of Jason LaManna, running in 6th and 7th, respectively.
A little surprised for the 66 of Ben Valentine was the 4th place starter. He was only able to kind of maintain 6th there until we got to this full course caution, as it sounds like we may change to a black flag condition and head to pit lane while we clean up the incident. But as suspected and as worried for the small displacement British cars, the front wheel drive, large displacement, 1.5 liters, 1.6 liters of it, are certainly racing a little bit better here in the early stages of this race.
There's the 117 of Honda Ron Copeland in his 86 Honda CRX, Honda out of Maumee, Ohio. As we are getting confirmation from race control, we are going to go black flag all, which basically means the cars need to come into the pit lane, as we want to give the safety workers plenty of access to the incident there at turn 6A. The safety car will be bringing the field through turn 12 and into the pit lane. There's the 53 car of Ralph Lindo. A good start for him, up into 4th position. Qualified 6th, so he's moved up a couple spots in that Volkswagen, Belgium, Nebraska.
Just behind the chop top Volkswagen Rabbit of Jack Bana. Nope, that is Jack Bana that we're looking at. No, it is Jack Bana, the number 4. Pretty cool looking car there, and he's been being hounded by Ben Valentine until that caution came out. Mark Brackey is in one of the newest cars in the field, that Mazda 2 with the wide body on it. Looks pretty awesome. As we said, it was kind of a large variety. Some of these cars are in a limited prep, what we call limited prep, which means they're allowed to choose or allowed to do a little bit less to the car, but they're starting with a higher performance machine. As there's the black silhouette of the 04, Mark Brackey, kind of sitting where he started. The big charger so far, Enric Benezik, there in the black Civic, the number 11 leaving frame from 8th to 3rd.
The Hawk breakthrough performer for the race was Bill Oakle in the number 77, as he picked up 8 spots between Tuesday and Wednesday's qualifying out of Victoria, British Columbia. Glad to see him doing well. Our neighbors to the north making their way down to the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Only the second time we visited this track, 2017. The last time with nearly 1,000 entrants. Same situation here as we've got approaching 900. The 2 highest entry counts in the history of the runoffs have both occurred here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So Steve Sarges with a big lead, almost 6-second lead after just a couple of laps prior to the yellow/black flag. And Tom, just to refresh my memory on the regulations, are the cars able to be worked on during this black flag?
I'm not actually sure. I wish I knew the answer to that. I don't know that many of them will require it, as it was a very clean race up to that point. Looks like Hayward Wagner is going to start to kind of get some info and intel down the pit lane, and if he can hear us, maybe he'll know better. But for the most part, I think the cars should be pretty clean and clear, ready to go. I don't believe there's any reason for them to need checkouts, and I don't see any crew members coming over the wall either, so I think they're kind of agreeing with me.
Hayward down there talking to Christopher Shaftsma. I don't know if he's got any insight, but we'll wait to hear from him down on the pit lane. Thank you. Getting word from our producer, thanks Jennifer, that if they do any work on the car, they'll have to start at the back of the longest line. So clearly no one is going to take that chance unless they have a pressing need to do so. As this big field of cars, 42 took the green flag, still making their way into single file lane here on the pit lane.
Coming up on about a third of the race, time has elapsed. I assume at this point, these being among the slower cars in the event, they will not make their 19-lap target, but we do have 28 minutes left on the clock. And I think the story to kind of lean forward in your chair for is, can one of these kind of fast straight line front wheel drive hatchbacks overtake Steve Sarges and make themselves a nuisance before we get to the end of this race? Because I think Shaftsma and Benezik both have a lot of straight line speed and have a great opportunity for that.
Let's go down trackside. Hayward Wagner's got an update.
Guys, I'm with Chris Shaftsma. Chris, you were right behind the incident that put us under black. What did you see?
It just looked like Vickerman was really trying to get himself back past us 10 tops. As we came through 6A, you know, he was right there with Silgren, and as they tracked out, I don't know if one of them got in the dirt or they touched. One of them started turning. Vickerman got into the wall and spun pretty good, and somehow in that, Vesta's car landed on its roof. So I just hope everybody's okay.
Now, coming to this restart, the guys in the booth are already nailing the storyline, the 10 top and the little British car going to turn 1. How important is it for you to get to the lead before we get to turn 1 on the restart?
I'll be honest, after the start we just had, that car behind me is the one I got to watch on the restart. The one in front of me is going to be fast no matter what. I just got to stick with him the best I can.
All right, good luck to you, Chris.
Thanks, Hayward, and that's great because Christopher Shaston, like I said, had a bird's eye view of that incident there at turn 6A. Eric Benezak is the car he's talking about, the one right behind him in that number 11. Started 8th in his Honda Civic SI. You've got a lap or two in an SI, don't you, Tom?
A handful of them, yeah, actually. So just took that moment to look through. We actually have a speed trap set up down at the end of the front straightaway, which is pretty cool to be able to have that data in front of us. And I was speculating that Steve Sarges may not be suffering from straight line deficits nearly as much as Eric Vickerman was. And the speed traps would suggest that as well. Eric Vickerman, when he was on track, had done a personal best speed trap of 112 miles an hour. Steve Sarges 115 miles an hour, but Chris Shasma 119, so there's a pretty big spread there. But Sarges is looking a little better off in the straight line department than Vickerman was.
Hayward's got another report for us down pit side.
Steve, you're always calm, cool, and collected when we talk. How's it feeling right now?
I'm worried about the two guys. I hope they're okay. They look pretty bad.
Yeah, we've not gotten any reports. How are you feeling about a restart?
Okay, I guess. I don't know. I don't like them. I like what I had, I guess. But what are you going to do? I mean, it happened last year too, I guess. So.
Steve sitting here, keeping calm, and feeling good about going back out. They're telling us here on Grid Guys about 10 minutes. 10 minutes is they count.
And we understand drivers will have the option to get out and stretch their legs if they wish to, with about a 10-minute delay here again, with the incident between Vesa Silligren and Eric Vickerman at turn 6A, as that cleanup still continues for a while longer.
I like that answer on Steve Sarges. I like what I had. Can I have that back, please? That it was 6.8 seconds when they crossed the start-finish line, but he was almost all the way around a lap again, so we can assume it was probably closer to 8 or 9 seconds by the time the full course had come out. And yeah, he doesn't like the restarts for good reason. You can see just the silhouette. I mean, a Volkswagen Golf is not a large car, but the Triumph Spitfire is even smaller.
Exactly. Sarges in his 37th runoff start. As we mentioned, 8 championships already. He's finished on the podium 19 times. He's had 22 top 10s out of his 36 starts. He's been fast qualifier 12 times and 11 times as the fast lap of the race. While we're under this black flag condition, let's just take a moment and we'll be back with you with the conclusion, hopefully, of the H production race from the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty, whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land, where great expectations grow and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
It's Hagerty Race Day at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. We're under a black flag condition for an incident involving a couple of our front runners, Eric Vickerman and Vesa Silligren. But let's go back down to Hayward Wagner as he's got an update for us.
Guys, down here in pit lane while we have a minute, Tom was talking about the difference in these cars that we have, the little British cars, we have the 80 Kanu cars, and we've got the more modern cars. I want to take a look while we have a minute with these cars at one of the major differences that's a little hard to see where they're on track. This is a Mazda 2, and if you've seen a Mazda 2 in a grocery store parking lot, it's a small car by modern standards. But if you take a look at what we call the belt line, which is the window line of the car, the belt line of the car is roughly at my hip. And when we talk about the little British cars, like this one right here, look at where that belt line is relative to the belt line of the British car. There's a solid foot, maybe 18 inches, between what the driver considers to be their eye line of the car. And so, as you guys saw on the start when Vickerman got shuffled back a bit, that car just flat out disappeared. And even in a field full of cars as small as a Mazda 2 or a Volkswagen Rabbit or a Honda Civic, these cars are much lower. They're hard for the bigger cars to see. But the advantage is all the weight in this car is below the 1/3 line of that Mazda 2. So when you go into the corner section, you start to see the British cars really kind of pull away from the tin tops. It's because the tin top is slinging weight around above the entire height of the British car.
Thanks, Hayward. That's an excellent point. The visibility issue alone is certainly one that these drivers have to bear in mind, especially in a class like this where there's a pretty almost a 50-50 mix between the LBCs and the tin tops.
Yeah, there's obviously 2 points being made there. There's the how the cars make speed point, which is obviously that those smaller cars, the lower weight distribution, the less weight in general, are going to be much quicker in the corners, much less braking involved, and the ability of those cars happens when the wheel is turned versus when the wheel is straight for some of the other cars, and certainly those Civics, Golfs, etc. handle just fine as well. But also the raceability of those cars, as we saw with today's race and other times in the past as well, that the visibility becomes very difficult. You almost have to work off of spidey senses and know, okay, that car is going to make speed in this way, and he was kind of starting to make this move. I have to assume that he did, even if I can't see him. And that certainly becomes a challenge at a new racetrack that a lot of drivers haven't raced at before, but also drivers from all over the U.S. that haven't seen each other before, maybe in a year or maybe ever, as you're learning the way that other drivers will race you.
Once again, the winner of the Hawk Breakthrough Performer was the number 77 of Bill Okel out of the Oregon region, picking up 8 spots between Tuesday and Wednesday. And, of course, the Sunoco Hard Charger Award, which will be awarded after the race goes official for the driver who makes up the most positions from qualifying to their final race position. There's a good shot of Bill Okel in the number 77. The 10-minute warning has been given to the field, so the cleanup is wrapping up. Okel in that Huffaker Engineering MG Midget. Talk a little bit about, Tom, you've driven both varieties. Talk a little bit about, at a racetrack like this, the difference between a front-wheel drive car and a rear-wheel drive car.
Well, I would say on the surface, this track is maybe not particularly friendly to a front-wheel drive car, and the reason for that is if you've seen from our camera shots, it is pancake flat. It's very wide, and there's a lot of longer radius corners. And a front-wheel drive car, putting every bit of energy through those front tires alone, you have to do the cornering, the braking, and the accelerating with the front tires. It can be really challenging to put that through, especially in a corner like turn 6, 6A, or maybe through turns 3 and 4. Those longer radius corners where a car that can multitask with its front and rear axle like a rear-wheel drive car can be a little bit more successful. On top of that, when you have a higher center of gravity, you have a little bit more weight going for you, which all of the front-wheel drive cars in this field are heavier than all of the rear-wheel drive cars. Right. They have to do kind of double duty with that extra weight as well. So what we tend to see in most of the classes that share front and rear-wheel drive cars is that here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the rear-wheel drive cars tend to be a little bit more successful on average, but there are certainly exceptions to that case that we'll see throughout. This is an exception to both of those rules. We have a mid-engine Fiat X19 in this field. There's 2 of them, in fact, and we're looking at the 22, Matt Brannon, who was the top qualifying X19. Yeah. That mid-engine car can actually multitask in a couple of ways, but also use the weight distribution of the mid-engine for that car to get itself rotated, point and shoot a little bit better through turns, for example, maybe 1 and 2 or 12 and 13 when you have those quick switchbacks.
You can see Matt's garage, Midwest Bayless, an Italian specialist in my hometown of Columbus, Ohio. So I know Matt well, his wife Marnie as well, and they are fixtures in the Ohio Valley region of the Sports Car Club of America. I almost didn't recognize Matt's car because it's almost always red, but he painted it blue for the runoffs this year.
Well, and the red one's a couple cars back. It's Braden Connolly driving that in the number 12.
Their son.
Which I don't see in the top 20, so Braden might have slipped a bit. I think he's just peeking out behind the timing tower at the back of our frame.
19th currently.
Yes, so that car slipped just a little bit, but a couple of X19s in the field. As well. And if you see, look at the numbers on these cars with a couple of tape strikes through. The cool part about this is the production classes allow, if you see there it says ITB, that's an improved touring class, which is a regional class with the SCCA. It's not a class that's eligible for the runoffs, but the car is eligible for H production. So if you have that kind of car like we see with Rick Benezik here, sorry, that's a Matthew Benezik in the number 8, that car is maybe not fully prepped for H production, but it's completely eligible, and it allows a car that would not otherwise get to race at the runoffs here to come race at Indy.
A couple drivers who might be in the running for the Sunoco Hard Charger Award. Andrew Wright in the 07 car at the end of the first lap was back in 22nd position and finds himself in 17th right at the moment. And right behind him, William Traynor in the number 7 Scirocco, 25th, and has worked his way up to 18th. So a couple drivers who might be in the running for the Sunoco Hard Charger Award by the end of this race. As we mentioned, the 10-minute warning has been given to the field, indicating that the cleanup is in its closing stages. So the drivers, those who took an opportunity to step out of the driver's seat, will be getting back in.
That 10-minute warning was given at about 19 and a half minutes remaining on the clock. So by the time we leave the pit lane and take the green flag, I would expect maybe something like 6 to 7 minutes of green flag racing, which is a really, really short race for a national championship. And it honestly, I think, tips into the favor of cars like Chris Schaafsma and Derrick Benezik, because if they can get by and be in the way of Steve Sarges for even 1 or 2 laps, that might be the difference between second and first.
Exactly right. Good shot of the 83 car of Neil Verity out of Gray Forest, Texas, in the Lone Star region. One of the LBCs in the field. Little British Cars is the nomenclature at 66 MGB. So 15 minutes on the countdown clock as that continues. All these races are 19 laps or 40 minutes, whichever occurs first. And in this case, we're going to have a timed race and not much time at all at the end when these drivers finally get underway. You can see some of the course vehicles right at the top of your screen getting back into their positions. There's Chris Albin in the 3 car. 5 minutes to grid, we're understanding. Right behind him, the 94 of Robert Bank out of Aliquippa, Pennsylvania. There's the 07 of Andrew Wright out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Just behind him, William Traynor in the 7, one of those drivers who we thought might be in the running for the Sunoco Hard Charger.
You see the silhouette of that Volkswagen Scirocco. Actually, William Traynor was the fastest car in the trap speeds all week in qualifying, so that Scirocco is super quick there, just based on the body lines and the power that the car makes.
There's the 84 car of Vincent LaManna out of the Finger Lakes region. Right behind him, the 15 of Greg Galper out of Hubertus, Wisconsin. Another Frog Eye Sprite in the field, the 37 of Jason Stein. That's a 61 vintage Sprite. Looks like a little contact already with Martin Burke. We saw him get together in lap number 1, if memory serves, but he's able to soldier on out of Summit Point, West Virginia. That's going to need a new front clip before this day's over.
Yeah, and a little unfortunate, too, because we are still under that black flag condition, which means if he wanted to go fix that bumper, he would have to go to the back. And that contact was with Greg Amie, who's probably pretty satisfied to see a restart coming his way. Maybe he can charge his way back up before we get to our only Super Sweep eligible driver. That's Leanna Wright in her number 02 Mini Cooper. Angry eyes on the front, but she would have to win this race to win the Super Sweep. That would be quite a turn of events for her, but still pretty cool to see that car out there.
Yeah, in fact, she needed some help as well. Eric Vickerman would have to finish 10th or below, so check that one off the list. So if Leanna could find her way to the front, she could be our first winner of the Super Sweep. We did not have any eligible Super Sweep drivers earlier in the day, but great to see she as one of the eligible Super Sweep drivers. There's the 173 of Darrell Saylor out of Mount Juliet, Tennessee, just outside Nashville. And the 6 of Hayes Lewis out of Alexandria, Virginia. We understand 2 laps behind the safety car, we believe. Is the 24 car of Frank Schwartz.
I think that's 2 laps once we go green, so it won't be a one and done. It will be at least a green, white checkered. Yeah, that's 2 laps. So that would be good for Steve Sarges. Probably wants his one to go as long as possible because that gives him more chances to get back by Chris Schaafsma and Rick Benezik, who will almost certainly motor by him on the front straight. But again, Sarges is not super slow in a straight line. The deficit to that car is only about 3, 4, 5 miles an hour, worst case, to Christopher Schaafsma. And last time we were here at Indy 5 years ago, Schaafsma finished 2nd. Don't know that he wants to be there again. Uh-oh.
This is not good. Sarges' car being pushed, apparently unable to get it refired, so he needs a bump start, and it is still not running. Oh, now it is. Okay, he's able to back up. So perhaps the starter got a little heat soak into it and wasn't able to turn the engine over, or the battery went flat. I'm not sure which. But with the help of his friends, he was able to get the car bump started, as you could hear from our pit side cameras. You can hear the engines coming to life all up and down the pit lane as the clock continues to count. 2 minutes being shown to the field, as you can see the pit grid workers holding up 2 fingers. And then we'll send them field around behind the safety car. And like I say, at least 2 laps of green will be what we're looking for after we get the restart. Maybe more. We'll see. Steve Sarges, Christopher Shaftsma, Eric Benezek, your top 3. The 53 of Ralph Lindau out of Nebraska. 48 of Jack Bana in his Volkswagen Rabbit out of Bluebell, Pennsylvania. Your top 5 up at the front.
Now, I wondered myself, but I wasn't going to bring it up until the pit reporter Hayward agreed with me that while under these conditions you're not allowed to work on the car, we're not sure if a push start counts as working on the car necessarily. Now, I would tend to say that who cares, let him race, but I don't know what the letter of the law is on that one. I think we'll probably see him take the start from the pole, but who knows what's going through the rest of the drivers' heads when they see that car getting a push start down on the pit lane.
Exactly right, and the stewards of the meeting might have a look at that and make a decision, or I would not be surprised if someone files a protest if they deem that to be outside of the regulations. Christopher Shaftsma picked by Sports Car to finish on the podium. Eric Vickerman obviously won't be on the podium this weekend, but Steve Sarges picked to win it, and again, no surprise. With 36 runoff starts, he's certainly an experienced driver. As the cars are finally rolling away.
Drama for the 53. Ralph Lindau might have fired that car a little early to see it was overheating and a significant amount of either water or coolant underneath it as they're pulling out onto the grid. Hopefully that car can cool itself down with some air coming through, but a lot of these cars are proper full-on race cars, even though they are even though they're production based, might have fans removed, might not have any way to cool them other than running air through. So Lindau's, you saw the windshield even fog. That car was running very hot by the time they moved.
Braden Connolly a little late getting away, but he's finally able to pull away without a problem. As we see the 15 car of Greg Galper, and right behind him the 37 of Jason Stein.
Good news, we got confirmation the push start was fine, so we'll see a proper race between Sarges, Safshima, and Benezek and the rest. And don't forget, we saw maybe 10 minutes ago now, but Enric Benezek is the car people are worried about. That car seems to have some very healthy straight line speed, and Shaftsma even sounded a little nervous about what might happen on this green flag. But they're going to have to be awake coming off of turn 13 because the pole sitter is allowed to start accelerating anywhere in the zone from turn 14 to the start-finish line. So if Sarges surprises the field with a little bit of an early acceleration off of turn 13, he might buy himself some gaps. So Shaftsma and Benezek have to be awake.
Good shot of Chris Albin in the 1985 Volkswagen Golf. Albin running back in 15th position right at the moment. As the field with now stone cold tires will be working on this pace lap to try to get a little temperature back in the tires after this long stoppage. Working their way around behind the safety car. Just under 8 minutes remaining as they run right now. So I think you were just about right. We'll probably have about 5 or 6 minutes. So enough for 2 laps, I'm guessing. Once the green flag flies, as the back of the field making its way onto the Holman Straight. Christopher Shaftsma not doing any weaving at the moment. Looks like he's content with the temperature in his tires.
Perhaps dragging brakes as well.
Yep, could well be. Just about everybody getting that weaving done before they get to turn 7. So they can do a little weaving with the racetrack as they work their way through the S's. Turns 8, 9, and 10. That section of the racetrack reconfigured after its initial configuration when Formula One made its first stop here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway road course. It's quite a bit. I think the term Mickey Mouse was used by some of the Formula One drivers in that section of the racetrack, and so it was reprofiled to make it a bit more daunting. As the safety car coming up off the banking and into turn number 12, and we should be ready for a restart. The safety car peels off onto the oval, turning the field over to our leader, Steve Sarges. Might have a bit of a deficit in straight line speed to Christopher Shaftsma right behind him. So Shasma realizes this is probably his best opportunity to get that car into the front. But Sarges appeared to have no shortage of straight line speed on the initial start. Let's see what happens here. He's bringing it up kind of slowly.
He really did. I'm really surprised. Sarges not choosing to take a run off of turn 13, but he gets a good jump, and you see he's actually maintaining distance now. Just Shasma starts to close in. The field fanning out. Look at the 77 up the inside. That is one of our hard chargers, and he's going to pick up a couple of spots. Shasma to the outside for the lead.
Sarges down to the inside. Looks like he's going to guard that inside line. Let's see if he goes wide and opens the door for Shasma. But no, the 77, a great jump. Bill Okel up into the top 5, I think. Right there with Mark Brackey side by side.
And more frustration for the 66. Ben Valentine slips down out of the top 10, I think, this time now. Puts the car up the inside of the number 08, Jason LaManna, but can't get the job done through turn 4 into turn 5. So that's a huge jump for the number 77 of Okel, and more frustrations for the 66.
04 car of Mark Brackey. Hanging on to that position as we work the way through. And then the 77 goes a little bit wide. Bill Okel, the Hawk breakthrough performer for this race. As you can see, the drivers working their way onto the Holman Straight.
Big shuffle, almost 3 wide between the 2 Sprites and, the 2 Austin Healys and the Golf, but they sort themselves out. Looks like Okel is going to try the outside through turn 7. Up the inside, though, is the 08 of Jason LaManna, and he gets the job done. The Golf takes the spot back after the charge for the 77, but he runs a little bit wide, gets behind in the transitions. They're going to go side by side again up into turn number 10. There they pop out 3 wide for a minute.
Great battle just outside the top 5 as the 08 of LaManna doing his best to hang on to that position. And the slightly more nimble number 66 of Ben Valentine goes around the outside. A braking duel into turn 12. LaManna with the advantage. Oh, big lockup from the Mazda 2.
That was a massive lunge from Brackey in the 04 Mazda 2, but he made it work. A couple of heads-up moves from the drivers to his outside to make sure that he didn't get into the side of them. Oh, another Civic runs a little bit wide coming off at 12. That's going to kill a run onto the front straightaway, but the 22 the 22 is Brandon. Keeps a point over, now getting motored by the Golf on the outside.
Yeah, Brandon guarding that inside line, hoping that he can stay alongside the Golf as they make their way down the line. Here comes Brackey going all the way to the pit wall, and the 77 not giving him any room.
No, that was a little bit of a block from Ben Valentine to say no of that Mazda 2. You're not going to lunge any more than you've already have. Valentine shuts the door hard on the 08, almost runs him off the track. Valentine, tired of getting shuffled back, puts the elbows out and wants to keep these hatchbacks behind him.
Coming into the section of the racetrack where he's probably got a bit of an advantage. These long radius turns, like you said, favor the rear-wheel drive car. As he works his way through turns 4 and 5. Down into that long turn 6. Valentine able to stretch just a bit of an advantage. Sarges comfortably out in front, no challenge. Shasma and Benezek also. But right behind them, it's Ward. It's the 53 of Lindo. Holding on to the battle of the 2 Roadsters going side by side.
That was so tight between the 66, the green of Valentine, and Jack Bana in the Chop Top Rabbit. Almost dooring each other coming off of turn 6A. Valentine pops to the outside, nowhere going with that one. But the momentum that Midget can carry through the first sector is really impressive. He's just got to stay glued to the back of the Rabbit to try to get a good run onto that front straightaway. At the front, Sarges, Shasma, and Benezek, nice and spread out, but here's how close that was between these drivers. Oh, this is a different incident, actually. Chris Albin getting turned. And I think that might have been Verity.
Yep, now it looks like he's going to get stuck in the gravel. Yep, it is the 83 of Verity.
And of note, we didn't get a white flag last time by, so this race was going to get at least 2 more laps as we started that one. But now I would imagine they're going to cover him with at least a local caution, hopefully not a full course.
2 minutes remaining, so should be enough for this lap and potentially 1 more. Do not see a white flag hanging from the starter stand, so we'll have 2 more laps, it appears. And the battle continues between Bana and the 66 of Valentine.
Coming into where the green 66 is strong. Look at the momentum he carries through turn 1. He has to check up just a little bit not to get into the back of Jack Bana. This is the battle for 5th. top 5 is a bragging right in these parts, and they're kind of losing touch with Ralph Lindau just a little bit, who we saw overheating on pit lane. Look good to see that car is still okay. Whoa, we are under local caution there. They can't pass, but Valentine tries to get a run now side by side in the 6.
They're still side by side. Again, front wheel drive versus rear wheel drive. Valentine, a much lighter car, even though the chop top Rabbit probably has a little less weight than its tin top counterparts. But Valentine puts that to good use.
Oh, Valentine tank slaps into the tires. He did it all by himself. He jumps the inside curb and loses the back end as the front end lands, and he stuffs it.
That's right where Vickerman went in as well, so that's been a popular spot in this H production race. That's going to promote the 04 Mark Brackey up one spot. Brackey up to 4th now.
We saw Brackey with that big lunge into this next braking zone for turn 12. He's got a little bit of a run on Banna, and he's going to try to do something with it just as we cut to Steve Sarges, who is coming to the start-finish line, perhaps to take the white flag. We'll see which flag is in the air.
Coming off of turn 14 and on to the front straightaway here. The white flag is in the air. And look at that lead Sarges has built up. He has definitely brought a gun to a knife fight here, as this car is well out in front. No challenge whatsoever. Christopher Shaftsma solidly in 2nd. Eric Benezek in 3rd.
And we were seeing this battle heat up before. As we cut away, it looks like there was contact between the 04 and the 4, Jack Banna and Mark Brackey. Brackey was confident in that braking zone earlier, and there was damage on the right front of the Mazda 2.
Banna getting the worst of it, unfortunately. Brackey appeared to be able to continue, but I'm sure has dropped well back. As we turn our attention to the 20 car of our 2nd place runner, Christopher Shaftsma, picked by Sports Car to be on the box along with Steve Sarges. That prognostication is coming true.
So far he's there, but we're developing quite the boneyard in the grass around the circuit. We've got one car in the gravel at turn 4, one car in the wall at turn 6, and a couple more cars stranded at turn 13 as we work the white flag. Here's that incident between the two. Brackey, too deep on the brakes, cuts it back and gets turned across the nose of Banna.
Exactly right, both off into the grass. Brackey able to continue, Banna unable to do so. As the battle for 4th is still a good one. As I think that's the 08 of Jason LaManna and the 77 of Bill Okel. Okel, our Hawk breakthrough performer, for picking up the most spots in qualifying between Tuesday and Wednesday. Right behind 08 of Jason LaManna.
Quite close enough to do anything with this coming onto the speedway, and I wonder too if there might still be a local caution covering turn 12. That would be the last passing opportunity for Okel to try to get this last spot, up from 11th though.
So far out in front is our leader, Steve Sarges. Never headed in this race. Took the lead from the initial restart and comes to the checkered flag for championship number 9 for Steve Sarges, as he takes the win in commanding fashion. Congratulations to Christopher Shaftsma, finishing in 2nd spot after starting in row 3. And right behind him, Eric Benezek in the 11 car, started back in row 4 and able to pick his way through the traffic. And then here comes that battle to the line between LaManna and Okel, and it looks like LaManna just able to hold him off at the stripe. Okel was coming strong, but I don't think he quite got there as they came across start-finish. Timing and scoring is giving that 5th position to Jason LaManna.
By a whopping .06. That's a really close finish for the top 5.
Yeah, exactly right. 64 thousandths of a second. Scott Heilman comes home in 7th spot, about a second further back in the 38 car. Chris Albin in the yellow number 3 Volkswagen Golf finishes in 8th. Matthew Benezek in the 8 car comes home in 9th, and Robert Bank rounding out the top 10 in the 94.
Mentioned our friends in the Fiat X19s. Braden Connolly actually charges back to take over a position from Matt Brandon. They finished nose astern in the Fiats, 15th and 14th. It's a pretty cool finish for the teammates that way.
Exactly.
Battles all through the field as the rest of them, 2 B-SPEC cars actually double dipping into H production. Rob Bax and the other Mini finished door to door.
Steve Sarges waving to the corner workers as he makes his way around on his cool down lap. So great job for Sarges from the pole, taking this one without really much of a challenge. And, you know, it just makes you wonder what if, had this race gone green all the way through, if that little guy, that LBC, would have lasted, but he got the job done. Clearly that car is quick in a straight line and around the twisty bits as well, taking nothing away from Christopher Schassma, who did a fantastic job in that Volkswagen Golf to be the best of the rest.
Always the bridesmaid at Indianapolis Motor Speedway is Chris Schassma, but has to be proud of that.
Yeah, he finished second here in 2017. This being his fourth runoffs appearance. And a second and a third of those four, and now another second place. He's got to feel pretty good about that strike rate. Third spot to the black number 11 of Enric Benezak, excuse me. Benezak out of the New York region, also in his fourth runoffs. He finished on the box at VIR in H production, so he's no stranger to the podium as well. As our leaders working their way into the pit lane, Hayward Wagner standing by to have a chat with our winner, Steve Sarges. We talked to him once already during the Black Flag, but this will be the interview that he's going to want to be a part of, obviously. Christopher Schassma and Enric Benezak also will have an opportunity to chat with Hayward as he's off on his, Steve Sarges is off on his victory lap. Beautiful sunny skies here in central Indiana at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. A little cool temperature-wise. You can see a lot of the grid workers still with jackets on. Sadly, though, the weather for the rest of the weekend not quite as good, at least according to the weather forecast. But weather forecasting is an inexact science, so we'll see how that shakes out. Steve Sarges, championship number 9 out of the Blackhawk Valley region. I believe every one of them has been in a Spitfire in one formation or the other. And this year, taking the honors in H production for the second year in a row. Back-to-back wins for Steve Sarges after taking the championship a year ago. They take one. Sounds like Hayward Wagner's got our winner. Hayward?
Steve, it was a race of starts. There was the start, the restart, and the push start. How nervous was that for you?
I can't believe that happened. It's the first time this starter's gone bad in like 3 years. It clunked and then nothing happened, and I'm like, oh God, I hope I could push start it. My boys aren't here. They're probably up in turn 1, and so we had to pick up some other muscles. I think it was McDermott's team, so I owe him a beer, I guess.
I was talking to Joe Huffaker during the race, another prod guy. I asked him, what does Steve have that nobody else has? And he simply said everything. The driving, the car, the whole package. How satisfying is it to be able to back up last year's championship here at Indy in such dominant fashion?
Really good. Last time I came to Indy, it was in GT Light, and it was a rough week, to say the least. So it's good to have a really, really smooth week. I just feel bad. A lot of guys wrecked today. I'm sorry for them. And Joe's just too kind. I don't know about all that stuff.
Well, congratulations on number 9. Enjoy the victory lap.
Thank you.
Steve Sarges, margin of victory, almost 8 seconds after that 3-lap sprint to the finish. He had built up a almost 7-second advantage before the yellow flag, which eventually turned into a black flag. So, again, he has been dominant in this race, showing no sign of weakness whatsoever. So he'll get a chance to take a victory lap again for the 9th time and 2nd in a row after taking the championship in H production a year ago up at Road America. And Hayward has got our 2nd place finisher, Christopher Schassma.
Chris, lots of people coming over and giving congratulations. You had a very rough runoffs last year. How does it feel to come back to podium?
Oh, boy, it feels a lot better. I mean, last year, obviously, we were looking forward to running on the front row and having a chance. This year, it just looked like, you know, Steve and Vickerman had everyone covered by a lot, and I'd be lucky to get on the podium. And here I am. I'm lucky. I just, you know, hopefully Vesa and Eric are good and healthy. Really thankful for Hoosier giving me the right tire for this track. Thankful to Tuck Mathis for building a hell of a motor that I could race with, and to all the people that came up to congratulate me. They helped me the whole time. It's just been a great event.
Congratulations on the silver. We've got bronze right here, Rick. A big hug between the guys. Rick, look, it looked like you had more motor than the rest of the field combined coming down the front straightaway.
Okay, I'll take it. Sam Moore, thank you.
How satisfying is it to put him here at Indy?
Yeah, amazing. You know, I just wanted to have a good race finish and go home, and it went my way. I couldn't believe it. And my son started third and finished eighth. Wow, fucking wow. I'm just very, very happy. I mean, I tried to be smart. I hope Ackerman and Vest are okay. They tried too hard on each other and they crashed hard. But I just said, let me be smart. Even turn one, the blue car tried to outbrake me and he went right by me. I watch. So I just tried to be as smart as I could.
We see it all the time. First and second are happy to be here, but third's the one that's really happy. Congratulations.
My second. Fuck yeah. Oh.
Apologies for the language, as Rick Benezak obviously very happy. And Steve Sarges takes the win in commanding fashion with an 8-second margin of victory over Christopher Schaafsma. Rick Benezak, who you just heard from, another 4 seconds back in third spot. Ralph Lindow, another 3 seconds back in the fourth position. And then it gets really tight. Jason LaManna holding off a late lunge by Bill Okel for fifth and sixth. Scott Heilman not far behind with Chris Albin right on his wheel tracks as they cross the line just half a second apart. Matthew Benezek, the son of Rick Benezek, so it's a family affair in the top 10, with Robin Bank rounding out the top 10 in the 94 car.
You could hear the humility and excitement from our winner, Steve Sarges, but then just the raw emotion and excitement from the next two as they take their extra lap there for Sarges. But Schaafsma and Benezek just so excited. You see a couple of hardship laps around the outside. Sarges doesn't get the track entirely to himself, but teammate with the flag in the air and get to enjoy one more trip across the bricks.
Exactly. This victory lap, a long tradition at the runoffs, where the winner gets a chance to carry the checkered flag around. And Steve Sarges, again, has some practice as we've got a 9-time winner. And let's take a quick look at the highlights of this one, as it was really a race of two halves, two sprints at the beginning. There's Vickerman right alongside. And then here comes the number 60, steaming down the inside, Vesa Silligren. And he is going to slot it into second spot. The 11 of Rick Benezek right there alongside him, as everybody binds their P's and Q's through that first turn. And then the great battle here with Benezek, and once again Vickerman in that 10 car, just absolutely slaying them through the twisty bits of the racetrack. And Vickerman's going to close up on the back of Silligren as they work their way and then back into the braking zone for turn one on the restart. And once again, it is Steve Sarges able to stretch his advantage. Great battling just behind him. As you can see, the 04 of Mark Brackey locking him up coming into turn one on the restart. But there was nobody catching this guy as Steve Sarges motors out to an 8-second win on just about a 3-lap restart. As you can see, the margin of victory there as they come across the line. Christopher Schaafsma and Rick Benezek finishing second and third. Ralph Lindow in the green number 53 across the line. But highlight reel finish to Steve Sarges as he takes his final victory lap around for the H Production National Championship, all part of the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs at Indianapolis.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. Where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. For the second year after 2017, it returns to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, one of the world's iconic venues, even called the World Center of Racing. Great to have all of you with us. I'm Greg Creamer, joined by Larry McLeod, and we have open wheel machines coming out, and it is going to be superb. This is going to be FE2, they call it, Formula Enterprises 2, and we are going to be rolling them from the pre-grid here in just a couple of minutes. We are looking at 19 laps or 40 minutes, whichever eclipses first, and it is an absolutely beautiful morning here. Sunny skies, nice and comfortable temperatures, and let's take a look right now at our Mazda Track Map. About 2.6 miles long, 14 turns, a little bit of everything, Larry.
It does have a little bit of everything, obviously starting out with that great long straightaway, the famous run across the bricks down into one. And as you go through that 1-2 section, we're going to see a lot of 3 wide going through there. Hopefully by the time they get to 5 and 6, they've taken that down to maybe a 2 wide as we get to the end of sector 1 there on that back straight. That'll take us into the 7, 8, 9, 10 S's section, and then head on around the curve onto the that turn 2 of the oval, down into turn 12, another passing zone opportunity. And then you want to make that great run off at 13 and head down toward the bricks one more time.
And thanks to Mazda for presenting our track map. And you know, more Mazdas are road raced on any given weekend than any other car brand. You know why? It comes down to 2 things: a great car and great support for the drivers that race them. And as you can see, those FE2 machines sitting down there in the pre-grid. Also down and among them is the third member of our broadcast team, Hayward Wagner. Good morning, sir.
Morning, guys. Here in the FE2 grid, Formula Enterprises is what FE stands for. These cars are all spec. They're the same car, more or less. Let's take a look at what that actually means. This is our pole sitter card. If you look right here on the wing, you've got a whole bunch of holes drilled in the wing, and you got one screw right here. And that screw is what sets the angle of attack of this wing. If you look across over to the other side, you can see where it bolts in. That creates the adjustability. You'll notice that this is on the third hole down on the wing. If we come back to the second car on the grid, the same screw, the same thing, is in the second spot of this wing. That means the angle of attack here is that much higher. That's all we're talking about, an angle of attack difference between these two cars. But this is considered to be a medium drag setup versus a low drag setup. And that should make a significant difference in straightaway speed. One more to talk about. Our cover boy for sports car, Bailey, there in the number 5 car. Everybody else was helmeted up, ready to go. He's got the headphones on. He's bopping to the music. Go over and give him a fist bump. Ask him how he's feeling. Big grin. Ask him what he's listening to. Thought I might have learned about some new music to tell my kids about. He's listening to some Skinner. He's got Freebird going.
Everybody has their specific sort of pre-race warm-up rituals. That's a good one. Listening to Skinner, there's not a whole lot wrong with that, Larry.
Not one bit. That'll get you right in the mood there. So really, really cool. He's just staying relaxed. And sometimes that's the mood you need to be in. Some guys just need to be relaxed.
Others will have the techno screaming in there to get the adrenaline pumping. You know, this is, compared to some of the others in the history of SCCA competition, a relatively new class. But even it has gone through a pretty significant evolution.
It has. The original FEs had a little bit of an older gen type motor. So a couple of years ago, they brought in the Mazda, the MZR 2-liter into this class. They also opened it up to the liftless shifting, you know, or the no lift shift system that they are now all running. So obviously six-speed sequential gearboxes among these. So there's been a little evolution as they got started, made that transition a couple of years ago. And here we are now in the sort of the second iteration, the FE2 version of these Formula Enterprises. But as Hayward says, these guys are more or less spec. It's a trim angle here and there, maybe an alignment setting here and there. Other than that, this is spec racing with wings, which makes it very close racing. Comes down to driver skill.
Yeah, absolutely. What Hayward was talking about with a low drag versus medium drag, the more aero you crank into the car, the more wing, it makes you stick a lot better going into the corners, into the brake zone and all of that. But it's like sticking your hand out the window when you're driving the car and then turning it suddenly and you get that huge push. It's draggy. Long straights here. But there's also 13 through 14 through those S's, you need stick. So you always have to come up with a compromise.
It's always about the compromise. And around here, it's about the compromise and what are your neighbors doing around you on that grid and then turn one. If you want the low trim setup into one, maybe you can make a pass, but can you hold that through the whole infield section? That's the game you got to play.
And the other thing, you were talking about the no-lift shifting. You know, you might not think, you know, is that really significant? Well, we got 14 turns here. You think of the number of times you downshift and upshift, and especially the upshift. Every time you shift, if you have to lift to make that shift, those are just little increments of time that are slipping away.
Increments of time and opportunities to make mistakes.
That too.
The no-lift shift system helps you not have to make that mistake. And coming out of shifter kart racing, I can tell you that's an important thing.
Absolutely it is. And here we go. Time for the cars to be released. Let's take you through the starting lineup. There is your pole sitter. And last year at the runoffs, he finished second after qualifying third. So this young man has really turned into a top front runner. But it's his first pole position. That's Max Grau out of Indianapolis in the Indy region in the Rencraft Motorworks FE2. Starting second will be number 92, Jeff Schaefer out of Las Vegas, Nevada. He is a two-time champion in SCCA Runoffs competition. Most recently, the last time we were here at Indy, in Prototype 2. Starting third, one of our Super Sweep eligible drivers, Russ Turner out of Montpelier, Vermont, in the Washington, D.C. region in the PCS entry. Starting fourth, the sports car pick, number 5, Bailey Manette. And he's out of Milton, Georgia, running in the Atlanta region, and he's running the Optech entry. Starting in the 5th spot, a multiple-time champion in this category, 6-time gold medalist, Scott Reddick in the number 17 entry. 14 medals total for that guy across a couple of classes. Starting in the 6th spot, the 62 is TJ Acker out of Sarges, California, and he is a very experienced driver in the Bulldog Motorsports machine. Starting in the 7th spot, number 47, Darrell Wills out of League City, Texas, in Houston region in the Hillenburg Motorsports entry. Starting 8th, the number 19, Todd Vanacore out of Ormond Beach, Florida, in the Vanacore Homes entry. Starting in the 9th spot, number 4, Jason Pribble out of Glenville, Illinois, Chicago region, in the Rencraft, Zamp, and Worldbridge Partners entry. Starting in the 10th spot, number 90, Blake Pigeon out of Austin, Texas, in the Lone Star region entry in the Tigey Boats machine. Starting in the 11th spot, the number 88, Robert Vanman out of Allen, Texas, runs the Texas region in the Maisie Water machine. Starting 12th, number 45, Tom Burt out of Woodway, Washington, in the Bulldog Motorsports entry. Starting 13th, the number 73 is Paul Schneider out of Charlotte, North Carolina. This is his 12th start in the runoffs in the Live Wave X39 Comprint machine. Starting in the 14th spot, number 8 is John Yeatman, and he is a Hawk breakthrough performer. What that is, from Tuesday's qualifying to Wednesday's qualifying, biggest gain in position between those 2 days. He moved up 7 spots between those 2 days. Today we'll start in the 14th spot. He's out of Cave Creek, Arizona, San Francisco region. Starting 15th, the number 37, Corey Condit out of Scottsdale, Arizona, in the Experience Realty entry. Starting in the 9th spot, Gabe Farabach out of Ferdinand, Indiana. He's in the Thermwood entry. Starting in the 17th spot, 79, Lee Rackley. He is doing his 9th start in the runoffs of the Castrolets machine out of North Carolina region. The 0 is James Regan out of Longmeadow, Massachusetts, in the New England region, in the Permalink USA Motion Dynamics car. Starting 19th, number 7, Amy Howell out of Greenwood, Indiana, in the Indiana region, Chinese Dragon, an Alliance entry. Starting 20th, number 83, Thomas Green out of Lake Mary, Florida, Central Florida region, in the Radiology Associates machine. Starting in the 21st spot, the number 3, Gray Fowler out of Gilbert, Arizona. Starting in the 22nd spot, the number 29, Kelton Jago out of Midland, Michigan, the Washington, D.C. region. Starting in the 23rd spot, the number 86 of Eric Cruz in his 10th start in the runoffs out of Barhamsville, Virginia, North Carolina region, in the Cruz Associates machine. Starting in the 24th spot, the number 33, Sam Harrington out of Finksburg, Maryland, Washington, D.C. region. Starting 25th. It's the number 18 of Jeff Reed out of Vacaville, California, in the Quantum Fantasy Junction machine. Starting 26th to 78, Roy Hillenberg out of Friendswood, Texas, in the Houston region, in the Hillenberg Motorsports entry. And starting in the 14th row, the number 27 will start, starting in the 27th spot, the number 10 is Keith McDonald. Ransom, West Virginia, runs out of Washington, D.C. region. And rounding out the field, starting 28th to 64, Doug Schumacher, Cedar Rapids, Iowa, a rookie here at the runoffs in the Relodyne machine. And that's the lineup. And these guys are obviously antsy here. And the pace car has made its move down into the pit. So now it's up to Max Grau and Jeff Schaefer, your front row, to lead this field through 13 and up to 14 and get this 40-minute, 19-lap run for the gold underway here in FE2. It's Hagerty Race Day, and we are about to get racy here in FE2. Grau bringing them up with a nice pace onto that front straight. They're all looking at that flag stand, making sure they don't run up on the back of anybody. We're green! It's race time here at Indy. Boy, did Grau nail that. He just checked out, Larry.
He just nailed you nailed it right there. He punched that fuel and he's gone. And I'm watching Monette. He's the 1/4 in the shot now on the inside. Let's see what kind of move he can do. He's trying to make a move early.
The lockup from Grau, not enough to upset the car too much. Monette decided better wait. Oop, got a guy doing what they call the shortcut here. And you can do that if you're trying to avoid somebody, but he used that and now he passes 2 guys. He will have to either give that spot up or he's going to be penalized during the race. If you do that, you better blend in where you were when you turned in. Had a nice look there for a minute at the 79.
Lee Rackley.
Yep. He's one of the experienced drivers in this field. These are really, I think, pretty cool looking cars. And as you can see, it's not a ton of wing on the cars, and it's not a ton of tires. So even with the downforce they make, they still need mechanical grip, and you better have a good feel to really drive these cars fast.
They move around a little bit. I've gotten out and watched some of these guys go through some of the corners. They move around a lot more than you might think in an aero car. These things, it's not a ton of aero, and certainly here with the Indy setup, a lot of trim out on those wings, not a lot of aero grip, so they're relying on mechanical, which means you do definitely see them kind of moving between the apex and shaking a little bit. But what a start for Max Grau. Not just at the start down the front straight, but look at the gap he's already building coming up to 12.
In qualifying, he was almost 4/10 quicker than everybody else, which in these cars is a big margin, but for him to make that jump, and I think part of it was he went and Schaefer had to defend a little bit, and that immediately sort of nulls your momentum. And at 2 liters in these cars, it isn't monster horsepower. These are still very much momentum cars, aren't they?
They really are. Yeah, you're not getting a lot of power, but as you watch that start, he just timed that start perfectly, and as the leader, he can kind of do that, but he jumped it, and everybody else behind him was kind of trying to find a spot. Now again, watching Bailey Monette there in 4th, trying to make the move on the 3rd. That's Jeff Schaefer. He's trying to get the inside of, and he does.
He clears Schaefer, who started in the 2nd spot, and Schaefer has now slipped to 4th behind Monette. But Russell Turner is the guy who's jumped up into the 2nd spot, and he is our Super Sweep eligible driver. And what that means is you have the Hoosier Super Tour, and you have to win the points, finish in the top of points in that. You have to win the runoffs, and there's one other qualification for it, too. It's not easy to do. And if you pull it off, you have had a stunning season in Sports Car Club of America competition.
It is, and there's a spin. And
that's Monette.
It is. Just touches the grass there. Full spin, and he's continuing. So no contact anywhere, but I'm sure that shook him up a little bit. He's trying to find a gear, I think.
And that obviously, yeah, will unsettle him, and everybody behind him had to check up and took a bit of a breath. Watch it here, Larry.
Yeah, just catches that dirt on the outside. Lucky for him, doesn't go very far, and lucky for the guys behind him, they don't collect him. And now he's probably sitting there having to go and find a second gear in that sequential box. He does continue, but that'll shake him up.
That was a significant moment right there. We look at
that's Rackley again.
That's Rackley. Yep.
Started back in 17th.
And has moved his way up smartly. I think
about 6th right
was
now.
he the guy who did the shortcut?
He may have been.
Yeah. So if he was, then where he is right now, that's going to certainly be shuffled at this point.
We'll let those stewards who wear those hats figure that out. We'll just enjoy the show here.
That's right. That's above our pay grade.
A little bit.
And so basically that's where Monette covered. So he recovered to. So he has work to do now. And as I said, for Traynor, he's sitting in second. Could win that super sweep. Problem is Max Grau is now 2.3 seconds up the road and really throwing down some laps. I mean, a 1:36.8, and that's only a half second off where he qualified. So Grau, right here in the number 71, the beautiful silver machine, is up on the wheel early. Here's this really tricky corner, and it's hugely important because it's called 6A, and you've got to carry speed all the way through it because you're under this long run down the Holman Straight. And if you're slow out of 6A, it's kind of like coming out of 14 slow.
Yeah.
Give you a sitting duck down into the next turn.
Yeah, and if you do it wrong, it's what happens at Bailey Monette there. Got a little grass on the outside, that's what's going to spin you around. So watching guys like here, we get 17 there, Scott Reddick, 6-time champ in the original FE configuration. Still runs here, runs on a couple of classes, including Spec Ford. Very much the KG veteran in this crowd. Not the only veteran, as I think Jeff Schaefer, also a bit of a veteran in this group, as these guys are trying to chase down the young stud there. But keep your eye on Reddick as this race continues. Might be very good at managing his tires, managing his car. And right now, just sitting here right off of the podium spot, sitting in 4th, but he's chasing down Schaefer there in 3rd, those two veterans.
Well, a few years ago, Scott Reddick did something that is really difficult to do, and that was he broke one of Jerry Hansen's long-standing records of most poles in a class, right here.
Right,
so
class, yeah.
he is quick, but back just a little bit right now as they come through, and it is Grau over the 32 of Traynor, the 92 of Schaefer, the outside front row pole sitter. 17 Reddick rounds out 4th, and TJ Acker completes your top 5. 47 of Wills, the 90 of Pigeon, the 88 of Vanman, the 9 of Schneider, and the 10 of Rackley. The 79 of Rackley, rounds out your top 10.
That's Monette right there, making his way back to the field after the initial issues. Just got a pass done right there. This is a little bit like last year, on the pole last year at Road America, was Scott Reddick. Had a spin down there just past turn 1, and he recovered, got himself up into the top 10. Monette's trying to do the same thing here, whereas Reddick is trying to be fighting for a podium now. He's learned his lap 1 issues and trying to do this. But last year at the finish, it was Grau in a very close race with Liam Snyder in the winner, but it was also Russ Traynor who finished 3rd. Those 3 guys were a second and a half apart at the checker. Right now, Grau is saying, I don't want to be a second and a half near anybody at the finish.
Exactly.
I don't want to see anybody.
Yep. Sometimes the best defense is a good offense. Just go open up that big margin here. And you can see that Reddick closed up on the back of the black 92 of Schaefer, and then it opened up a little bit. That could be the function that Hayward was talking about. A little more wing, quicker through the twisty bits, a little slower in the straights, and you tend to see things accordion. And let's not forget, folks, this is a spec class, so nobody's got that lot of extra power to be able to pull out and drive by, so passing is difficult.
Yeah, and with an aero car, the other thing you got to think about is if you get too close through some of the tight stuff, you lose a little bit of the aero on your front end. So as the trailing car, you got to time it right. And the timing here is getting the great run. The late 8 backs off of 13 to make the run down through 14 down the front straightaway. And for Reddick, that may be what he's doing. But again, as you said, it could also be a little bit of a trim difference and advantage to the better aero.
Here comes
Monette again.
There's Monette, and he did exactly what you were talking about. He just ran right up through 13, 14. Got a little bit of a margin so he could get into the draft and not lose the air on the nose. Got right up behind Schneider, halfway down the straight, popped out, made the pass. That was textbook.
Yeah, and he's probably driving angry right now.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of a red mist. And, for a young driver, there are 2 ways you can go about that. The right way, of course, is take all that anger, frustration, channel it, and just get into the zone and go. The other way is you just kind of lose your composure, overdrive, start throwing the car around. You make even more mistakes. Ooh, that was really close. And one of our competitors dropping a wheel there.
as Bailey's watching that, say, hey, I know what that's like.
Yeah, and you may not want to do that. I think that was the 90 of Blake Pigeon. And behind him is Robert Vanman. Yep, there it was. Just running wide. The thing is, if you float wide like that and you get tires off, whether it's 2 or 4, you just want to straighten the wheel out. Normally that works, but off course too, of course, you can find those little bumps. And I think Bailey caught one of those and it just bounced the car, and then you're just a passenger. Sometimes, I thought that was going to be Pigeons going way wide, and somehow he hung on to it.
Now, Vanman right now might be the next victim for Bailey Monette, with a Pigeon right there. I don't know if Bailey can pick off 2, but he's going to certainly try and get one of these 2 right on this front straight. He's going to get a pretty good hole in the air to follow. But then again,
yeah, he's
Vanman's
got the
his
toe.
own.
You can see it there.
Oh.
And Vanman moves. You might think that was a block, but Van would say, no, I was just drafting to go by Pigeon. But that gives the opportunity to Monette, and he does. Pulls them both. What a pass by Bailey Monette.
He has got guts right now. Just to make that move right on that inside and say, I'm going to stick this guy's goodbye. And now he's going to try and set his sights up in front to Darrell Wills. A few seconds up front on the road, but I'm not counting him off the podium at this point because he has got some tremendous pace and great racecraft right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And just take a look at that last lap. Trying to find the a lap time for him here. It was a 1:37.9 in traffic.
Yeah.
That's not bad. And now he could put his head down and go. And that is going to move him up into the 7th spot right now. So I think he certainly has potential for top 5. Podium, but top 5 for sure, I think, because there is time left in this one.
Yeah. And, you see this racecraft. He comes from a racing family.
Oh,
his father's out here, his brother, his sister, all 4 of them out here racing. Some of them in a little bit heavier car and some GT1s, in fact, for his father. But here, he's chosen the route of the FE2, really likes this. But this kid's driven all sorts of things. He's tried it all. Oh, got the car off at 32.
Missing a wing.
That's
on
Russ
top
Turner.
of it. Yeah.
That is Russ Turner, who was in 2nd.
And he was the super sweep eligible driver. And something's happened because he's knocked the wing off that car on the front. So he's just trying to limp it home right now. Meanwhile, Reddick has got a good toe behind Schaefer. Not quite enough.
This is now the battle for 2nd.
Yeah. Just watching here, because you would have thought Reddick in that draft would have been able to draft up. So I wonder if Scott's not running maybe a smidge more wing.
So these guys are both veterans. We talked about Reddick and his 6 championships in the FE class. Jeff Schaefer actually won right here at Indianapolis in 2017 in P2. So he's also got, he's seen gold medals, he's seen victory lane before, and right now he wants to make sure he sticks a podium, and he'd like to keep this alive. You never know what's going to happen out with Max out in front of them, but these 2 are going to be fighting to make sure that they can try and catch Max, or at least hang on to that podium.
And if Schaefer won that gold in P2, he knows Big Arrow, because those cars are just monstrous in that effect. But he's doing a fine job here. And here is Schneider now. This is the battle for the 7th spot between Pigeon in the black car and then Schneider in the blue, orange, and white machine. And Schneider, another veteran, has been racing these cars for a lot of years. And they had a pro series for these cars a few years back as well. And he was one of the guys there 3 times. He's been the bronze medalist and finished 3rd. Never been able to step up onto the top of the box. But
one of those 3 was right here 4 years ago at Indianapolis.
Yeah, he has been a long-time supporter of this class. You were talking about Bailey and the family running in GT1 and the big horsepower stuff. I think is really smart for a driver before they get into horsepower stuff to do a few seasons in a low-power momentum class, because once you learn to carry speed and carry momentum, even in a 900 horsepower car, if the guy next to you is 900 horsepower, and if you float a little more speed through the corner and you exit a little bit faster, that's how you win. And you learn that in these cars.
You do. You learn how to carry that speed a little bit and not rely on that power. So when you move to the power classes, now you know how to use the mid-corner speed and use the line through the apexes and get the right run and set up to use the power later. If you're born into just power, you never quite know necessarily how to use it. You end up doing a lot of point and shoot, but races are won by carrying that speed.
You bet. Max Grau, the young man, continues to build his lead here, but a great battle for 2nd between Schaefer and Reddick. Other great battles in the field as well. We're going to just slip away for a moment, let you hear a little bit more about our friends at Mazda.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. Where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
Big thanks to our friends at Mazda here, and we are in the middle of our Hagerty Race Day, and this is FE2. And there's Bailey Manette continuing his charge. And he's made up a lot of places. Unfortunately, if you start high and then drop back, you're not eligible for the Sunoco Hard Charger Award. If that was the case, he'd be right in the running for that. We certainly have others out there. And it's basically most improved from the start of the race to the finish of the race. And we'll try and keep you up to date on that. And I talked about that Hawk breakthrough performer, the really impressive run by John Yeatman. Of course, you got to get cars slowed down to be able to drive fast. It's a little bit of a conundrum, but you just have to do it. And Hawk brakes are the official brake partner of SCCA, and you know it's partners like this that allow us to have a series of races on a weekend called the Runoffs and allow us to cover them. So just want to acknowledge some of our very special partners.
Sure, and they're great partners to have because they make the stuff that we use, and they're out at the track supporting. And so partners like Hawk and a few of the others are great to have along and really be a part of this Runoffs experience.
And it is a great battle here. Reddick has dropped back just a smidge. And as you pointed out, it might simply be he's been so close that he needed to back off a little bit, get a little bit more air on that front wing.
Oh,
spin there. That is the, might be the number 29 it looks like. Yep. He was having a really good race as well. So unfortunate at that point for that spin, obviously. You work so hard to get these positions, and then you have that little moment slip away. But, wow, what a run here for our tire rack pole sitter, Max Grau. He hasn't put a wheel wrong and just continues to throw down laps.
Yeah, he's still turning qualifying times. 36.8 last time by. And he's only a couple tenths off in these sectors from his best overall. And, of course, he owns right now all three sectors best time. No shock there. And he's just kind of pulling away comfortably 7 seconds plus over Schaefer and Reddick. And Reddick, I'm wondering if he's timing things a little bit. As you mentioned, maybe kind of cooling things a little bit, perhaps trying to get some better air on the front end, trying to save some tire for the end and maybe make a push as we're just past the halfway mark of the race. And for Reddick being that KG veteran, maybe trying to use some of those tools to see if he can get up onto that second step before this thing's over.
And here we're watching again, Monette has worked his way, sits in the 6th spot. Oh, there is right on the front straight. Must have just glanced, my guess would be, coming out of 14, glanced into the wall. We're just going to talk about Monette coming up behind right there, getting a run on Wills. That's going to go for naught as we have a full course caution. See if we can see what happens.
Couldn't tell if that was the 10 McDonald.
Yeah, I don't think he touched the outside wall. I think he just looped it coming around, and then, the classic trailing throttle oversteer, and it just sort of snapped around and got into the pit wall, if you will. So that is why we are under full course caution. He just gave the thumbs up to the corner workers. That is always the most important thing.
That is Keith McDonald at number 10.
That's a shame. Keith had started in the 27 spot and had moved up a few spots. He was one of the guys that was looking at a potential Sunoco hard charger there.
Sure.
That's all gone for naught.
One of the guys didn't get a time in on Tuesday qualifying, but yet picked up 3 seconds between Tuesday and Wednesday, and one of those kind of learning the track and going along, and unfortunately his race ends, but looks like he's all right with the big wave there to the workers. So what I want to say here now is you've got Reddick, who we were just talking about, kind of the veteran backing things off, maybe trying to make a charge at second place. Maybe he was saving his tires. He might now be thinking, forget second, I think I got a shot maybe to catch Grau here in the late stages of the race as tires change a little bit, the weight distribution of the car changes a bit. Reddick might be now eyeing up an opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, the previous lap, he was pretty much on pace with what Grau was running at that point, and we thought he was easing it back just a little bit. So it's possible, and you never say never. You know, I mean, in these races, if you're up there in a position, Schaefer could take a run at Grau, they could get forced wide, and Reddick could slip through. It's all on the table right now, and Scott has, I mentioned it, he's got 16 medals. He's got 14 medals, but his last win was Mid-Ohio in 2016.
And
so he is looking for it here. And he also he does this in a lot of racing in the Spec Racer Ford 3 category as well, which he's double entried here again. So this was his
I tell you, that really
30th start.
That helps these guys with seat time, because one of the things here about Indianapolis Motor Speedway is this is the only race that's run here in the last 4 years is now today. So this isn't one of those tracks like Mid-Ohio or VIR, places where you or Road America where you can go and you can run June sprints or majors or regionals. The Indianapolis Motor Speedway is not a place you can get out here and get any kind of seat time or testing. So entering 2 classes and getting practice in 2 different classes over the weekend and qualifying in 2 different, it gives you an opportunity to see the track and learn those subtleties, even if they're slightly different cars, but it gives you a chance to learn that, use that track knowledge come race days.
And they're both very much momentum cars, so you understand all of that. And keep in mind, even though Reddick was 7th here in 2017, he started on pole, so the guy's got pace.
He absolutely
He's
does.
got speed, so we'll see what happens. Then behind him is the number 62 of TJ Acker there in the black machine. Right behind him, the blue 47 of Wills. And then Monette. And for Monette, he too is thinking,
there's your lucky dog right now.
Maybe podium possibilities here. And he will attack. We know that. Sitting in 6th. And Schneider is in 7th in the 73. The 90 of Blake Pigeon is in 8th. Up at 9th now is the 4 of Jason Pribble. So a good run for him.
One of our rookies.
Yeah. He started 9th, faded, and now has worked his way back in. So a good fight for Jason. And then Robert Vanman completes your top 10 right now.
And we've talked much about Darrell Wills sitting there in that 5th spot now with Monette just kind of in his mirrors. Wills won for the Mazda 3 different times. Even had a shot in a couple of events in Indy Lights about a decade ago. This veteran also knows how to win races. And in this style of car, the Formula Mazda is obviously a different platform, maybe a little less aero, those rotary motors, but not too different. And now he's up here in the top 5, but he's going to have a very hungry Bailey Monette behind him when we go green.
Well, and speaking of a hungry Bailey Monette, racing sometimes is the old roller coaster ride. Let's take a look at Monette and what has brought him to where he is right now. First of all, here's that moment, and it just snapped away, hit that bump, and around it went. And at that point, you could lose your composure and overdrive and do stuff. Not Bailey, and in particular, he just put in some beautiful passes. That was a double pass that he got earlier to move up a couple of spots. And then he had another absolutely superb double pass that has popped him right back up into that 6th spot. Here it is. Watch the guy who's passing eases over going, well, I'm going to pass too. And Bailey goes, yeah, well, that was a nice double draft. I'll sneak by both of you.
I tell you what, he's the king of the late braking on both of those moves, passing 2 cars each time, all under late braking, but controlled late braking. No contact anywhere. Really, left generous space out there, but he let it stick and was able to pick up. That's 4 positions on those 2 times by. Got himself back in the hunt now, sitting in 6th.
This is going to be fun to watch when we get back to it here. And Bailey and the Monette family out of Georgia, they are something else in terms of their support of racing in SCCA in a lot of different categories. Pace car is in. Max Grau now will bring the field around. Our tire rack pole sitter, and we'll try and maintain that lead again. He was able to open it up smartly, but look at Schaefer glued to his rear wing. Reddick right there with him. Keep an eye in 6th spot, that light blue machine, silver and blue machine of Bailey Monette. And he looks a little bit early there, tucks back. We're green, back to racing here. That may have actually hurt Bailey. He moved and then had to back off again. Let's see what happens. Grau, Schaefer, Reddick, everything's fine. Here comes Monette taking a look right now on the back of Darrell Wills. He's going to go through, make it stick. Behind him, 4 or 5 cars wide, and again, Rackley cuts underneath that curb. Okay.
He's done it a couple of times now, but Monette, though, that opportunity, he knows he's done it twice already. This time, a little cooler tires, still is able to make it stick. Now into the top 5. For Grau, this is kind of worst-case scenario. You had a comfortable lead, thinking, all right, second half of the race, I just got to bring it home. Now he's got a hungry Schaefer and Reddick on his tail. He's got a shot there of North Carolina, trying to avoid the mayhem, make sure he's not caught in it by taking that sort of Joker lap style. But, for him, hopefully it was considered clean. But up in the front, look at the crowd there for 4th, 5th, and 6th.
And look at Schaefer. That wasn't a move to pass on Grau as much as it was to try and break the toe. Oh, and what an aggressive move there. The 47 of Wills didn't take nicely to Monette's pass at the start, decided to just straight line to the apex and took it right back again. That's how you respond.
He did. Now he's going to make Monette do it again. And maybe Wills this time will try to get a little bit better run. Now under green, but look at the gap already building to 4th. Monette's looking at that as much as Wills is saying, I don't want to lose TJ Acker out in front of me.
Yeah, that's the big thing at this stage. And, every time you start fighting and the guys up front are just running clean, it slows you down. You get off of the fastest line. Your momentum is limited a little bit more, and they're just going to drive away. But the thing is, at a certain point, you got to say, I just got to race here and get what I can. I don't know if Monette's quite close enough this time. Shows the nose a little bit. No, he's not going to be able to do it.
Oh, and there's our number 79 again, Lee Radke. I don't know if he's...
That's in the MotoGP little chicane that they run, and that's an overshoot. And, if you light up the brakes, you can cut into that. See if we can, if there was something that caused a reason for him to stop. Oh, yeah. He got clouded pretty good down the inside.
Gave him a little wave, said thank you, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But his car
must have done something to Rackley's car, so he stopped. The other driver was able to go on and continue.
This fight, though, between Wills and Monette continues now down the Holman Straight. A lot of mirror driving going on, I think.
Yes, there is. So every once in a while, you see these, rather small FE cars looking pretty wide.
You see them kind of moving around. You see that, like I mentioned earlier, these things aren't exactly planted firmly. There's a lot of English going on with those cars.
Nope, we have a full course yellow. I think for Rackley's car is sitting there, and if somebody did overshoot down into 12 badly, they could get to where he is. So always err on the side of safety. Yeah, if the car will roll, they'll be able to grab it.
He's about 150 yards from pit in, so
yeah.
I think this could be a pretty quick pull here. You can already see the emergency vehicle on the move. This should be pretty fast for us. And again, Max Grau is thinking, come on, guys.
Exactly.
How many times you got to do this to me?
Yeah, well, and I'll tell you, the EV people here, the EV... Oh! That's under caution. Got into the wall, probably scrubbing tires, and the car behind him got into him as well. And it looks like it's a broken right rear on that car. Oh, boy, this just turned into a much longer scenario here. Is that Schneider? That's the colors of Schneider's car, but I'm not at all sure. Pure speculation. Oh, boy, that's unfortunate. You start weaving back and forth trying to clean those tires off and keep them a little bit warm. A lot of the times it's more effective to heat tires by using the brakes to do it, but you want to scrub them. But sometimes you can just lose it, and other times as you scrub it, you come back across where somebody is and you get clipped as well. So that wasn't Schneider. He's still right there in position. That's good to know.
I wonder if that might be Tom Burt, but I'm not quite sure. Just kind of looking at timing, scoring, who didn't cross to finish the lap there. Burt is one of them. Keith McDonald is the other, so we're looking to see if those guys are still in the field.
So now there's the big reset that happens here, not just in terms of the field, but mentally for the drivers. Is when you have to hang on to position and try and improve on the restart, but you've got that dialed up your race mode, and then you suddenly just get stuck in pace mode, and it could be unsettling sometimes. Let's take a look and see if we can figure it out. Watch in the back. There he goes.
Oh.
I don't know what happened there.
Not quite sure either.
Because it was the car right behind him that was the one that eventually got clipped, and I didn't see any contact.
It is the 45.
What a shame.
That is Tom Burt's.
He qualified 12th in a big field. Good news is he, chatting with him, and I didn't see any contact from behind him, so I think he just may have lost it. And the unfortunate thing was when he hit and came bouncing back is when he clipped.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
We'll be under yellow for a little bit longer now.
As we said, these are 19 laps or 40 minutes, whichever comes first. But we still have we would have 12 minutes almost yet to go, or 4 laps. So, but you can see right in there, there's the crash structures,
did its job,
the deformable structures, and the like, all of which. And that's one thing, folks, if you're not really familiar with race car design, when you see a car hit something and it comes apart, and you think, oh my goodness, it's actually a good deal because every piece that flies off the car takes energy with it, and the deformable structures are designed to absorb the energy. So when a car actually, after a wreck, looks really bad, usually that's the best thing for the driver because a lot less energy got to the
that's a really good thing in this day and age of race car safety technology. Those are critical, and it's been really probably the biggest changes in the last 20 years of motorsports has been the focus on making the tub around the driver and those crash crumple zones and things that much more safe. So don't know yet who the second car is that was the one that had that other contact that was trailing, Tom.
All right. Well, we're under a full course caution, and hey, it's a good time to have a visit with Hayward. What you got for us?
Hey guys, I just had a chance to speak with Tom Burt. He said he just caught the field faster than he thought he was going to. When the car came on front straight, a lot of them saw the double yellow for the first time. Checked up real hard, accordion effect. Didn't want to hit.
All right, thanks, Hayward. Appreciate that. And that happens. You know, you're doing your tire scrubbing, and suddenly everybody in front of you checks up big time, and you're not in a position to be able to do anything other than just hit the brakes and swerve. And
I think he and the other driver may have had the same issue because they kind of both dove to the one side at the same time, not quite realizing that until they rounded the corner onto the straight that there was a double yellow. And that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
So, luckily the drivers are okay, and I think the way the emergency vehicles are on site there, this should be a pretty quick clear and get us going again for a couple more green laps before this thing's over.
Yeah, absolutely.
And for that, it's giving Max Grau on full defense, as now Schaefer's had a couple of chances to see how does Grau launch on these restarts. So for Schaefer, maybe he's learned a little bit.
Well, and again, we're going to have maybe a 2-lap shootout here, and it's time to go for the gold. I mean, it's that simple, and you might as well get after it here. And Reddick has obviously been studying and watching, and this is a savvy guy, and we'll watch what he plays. But boy, this could be exciting, and it's all a matter of one. You got to get yourself in a position coming on to the long straight here that when the green flies, you are capable of getting a tow and just getting that little bit of extra speed, and then being able to execute the pass. And one thing we have seen is Monette is a demon on the brakes.
He has been extremely good, and for him, sitting back there right now in 6th, he would love to find a way past those veterans in front of him with Acker and Wills. It's not going to be easy because this whole pack is going to be tight. It's really going to come down to who can pick up that green flag waving first and get on that jump, because that might be the one who wins the race to turn 1, and who can threshold brake on probably not full temp tires. And that's the other thing, is who can threshold brake on these tires that are slightly undercooled. You can see them weaving a little bit to try and build some temperature in them, but that you can only build so much. You need full race laps to really build it strong. So now your test is, how much do I have in those tires? How late can I really push it into 1?
And for Monette, he's also got another potential problem, is a really experienced guy by the name of Schneider.
Yes.
Is going to be behind him, and he's not going to go quietly.
He is definitely not. And
that's what makes this so exciting. That's why we love this sport so much. And this is something that I've mentioned to people, before. You think of the average person in a car, in a group of cars, going 130 miles an hour into a tight turn. You're just hoping to survive.
Yeah.
Race car drivers are doing that, and they're playing chess while they're doing it. all right, if I square up on my exit, I can get him, and maybe if I do this right, I might be able to pick him up, but I got to watch for him. You're
So
processing and all that, and that's one of the things that I've always said. The difference between a really good race car driver and the great ones is not just the raw talent, it's bandwidth.
Yeah, how many things can you be doing in your mind at the same time?
Because you're a microprocessor in that car, essentially, and you're doing it at 140, 100, whatever miles an hour, and if you get it wrong, it's not good.
145, 20 mile an hour is the top track speed set in this session. So, yeah, to be doing that at those lightning speeds and be able to calculate when you're 4 wide, are you the guys at 2 and 3 in the middle, or are you on the outsides, and what can you do with that? It takes a whole lot of mental power that I don't have.
Yeah.
That's why I'm here talking about it, not in the car doing it.
You and me both, brother. Hey, how about that? Again, great work by the IMS rescue teams and EV crews. That both cars are cleared. I think we're going to come. We may have, I think maybe a 2-lap shootout. When we come right here. Because we have,
6 laps to go. So yeah, it should be the 2s too. Excellent. And for Grau, the youngest of those in the front of this field. We'll see if he's learned quite a bit. I know Max a little bit because he and I have done some sim racing against each other, and SCCA's had their sim racing leagues on and off, and Max was always one of the ones that signed up. He and I would go head-to-head, of all things, spec racer Fords, and he is a tremendous driver in those things. He's got some pretty good racecraft, so even at these young ages, these kids come up in sim racing, they learn a lot of those techniques that some of the veterans had to pick up the old hard way. Now you can learn it in your living room on your sim rig at the ages of 16, 17, so by the time you're 20-something like Max, you've got a lot of actual, real-life experience almost.
And there's also these kids that, they jump into cars at 14, and you think, are you insane? But then you look at it, they've got 10 years of racing experience in karts, too.
Yes, exactly.
So they're seasoned guys, and we just got the word from race control, going green this time.
All right, 2-lap shootout, here we come.
We start twisting our mustaches and getting ready for this one. This is going to be superb. Everybody doing that scrub. Making sure those tires are nice and clean.
So Reddick is the one I'm going to be watching here because I think he's collected the most data there. Yep. He's done these kind of restarts in these cars probably more than anybody else. Really want to see if Reddick can get the good jump and be alongside Schaefer or maybe even Grau when they come down the front straight into one for the second to last time.
All right, you watch him, I'll watch Manette.
All right.
And we'll see just what happens here. But either way, it's going to be spectacular.
Will not disappoint.
This is that really, really tricky, interesting section of the track here at 12 up into 13 where you fall down off the banking. As you saw, a pace car just sort of drives straight on there. And here we go, young Max Grau working his way through and slows down, checks up a little bit. Schaefer, Reddick right in his wake, if you will, rolling up onto that back or that long front straight. Couple of guys fanning out. Oh, and a big early move. If they went right at the flag, that might work for Reddick. Pops to the outside, but Schaefer now right behind Grau. Thought he might push Grau along, but now Schaefer dives down to the inside. We are 3 abreast coming in. Monette trying to slide down as well. And Grau hangs on, but Reddick around the outside. What you were talking about, Larry. And Scott Reddick to the front. What a move.
Unbelievable jump that he got, went around his outside. And I was trying to see who that was on his outside even. And ended up in that 4th spot there. But what a crazy turn 1. All clean all through. But look at the pressure now Schaefer's putting on Grau.
Yeah, Grau floated wide. Schaefer able to come up, but still Grau had the inside. But I think that opportunity for Reddick was set up. If Schaefer had stayed behind Grau, I think Grau would have led into the turn. But the minute he popped, Reddick alongside, I think Grau defended on Schaefer a little bit, and Reddick was able to ramp the outside. So, question is, can Reddick stay there now? Because Grau has been very fast.
Now it comes down to who's got all the trim taken out of the wings down this front straight for the last time going into one. That could end up deciding this race. And for Max, he's been so fast by himself, but how much trim does he have in traffic?
Yeah.
And for Reddick, I don't know. It doesn't look like he's carrying a lot of wing on that car, if you ask me.
Yeah, look at him scoot through the twisty stuff. And both Manette and Wills went around TJ Acker.
And was Wills there on that first turn that actually kind of locked him up a little bit on the outside, was able to carry the outside line to sit here in 4th. Who knows? I'm not counting any of this top 5 out as we go down the front straight for the last time.
Absolutely not. Here we go. White flag, I'm thinking, is going to be coming out. White flag is. Here we go. And look at Reddick moving to the middle of the track, anticipating the pop from Grau. Smart move by Reddick. There's all that oil dry down there. But look at Grau go out. But Reddick locks up, and Grau locks up and really locks him up. But watch Grau. He's got the momentum. But here comes Schaefer flowing a lot of speed. And Grau saw that, Larry, and just fainted over to null out that run by Schaefer. And right now, Reddick's best friend could be Schaefer.
It might be, because they're going to keep Grau looking in his mirrors. And for Reddick, he better watch his right side shoulder, because there's Grau. They're going to go 2 wide through 6. Let's see by 6A. Can Grau get a run down to the end of the straightaway? Oh, he's going to push him wide, too. He might get a better run than Reddick.
And then Wills and Monette round out your top 5. And look at Reddick. Big move, because Schaefer comes down the inside of Grau. That's exactly what I was talking about. They almost touch. Schaefer comes through. Grau gets forced wide. Schaefer into second. Grau slots into third. Monette knifes underneath Wills and picks up 4th.
Oh, do we have to stop this on this lap? Can we get a couple more laps of this?
Please. Absolutely awesome stuff. And that little bit of that move by Schaefer underneath Grau, and they're contesting it into 7, has allowed Reddick to get enough of a lead. Oh, this is just fascinating. And here comes Monette. Ooh, got real loose there. That hurt him a little bit because he was close. All right, through 14, up onto the banking and on to the front straight at Indianapolis. Scott Reddick dialing it up, going for gold number 7. Gets it! With Schaefer in second, and pole sitter Max Grau bringing home a bronze, with Monette a rebound race up into 4th, and Wills finishing in 5th. And Reddick will be over the moon, and I think Grau is going to be near inconsolable, because he had this one covered.
He had it in control, and things out of his control, ends up bringing the field together. He got a strong push. Obviously, Reddick on that restart. Fantastic move to the inside. But Schaefer able to continue to push and make the pass like I haven't seen yet down that back straight on Max. Oh, that was beautiful stuff.
That was beautiful. Well, we've seen it.
Yeah.
It's the experience and treachery will often outdo youth and exuberance. And Reddick, we were talking about how he was studying, how he was watching. Yep. And twice during the restart down into 1, and then that run down the back straight, Schaefer did exactly what Reddick was hoping he would do, occupy Max Grau.
And he absolutely did. And then Schaefer then was able to jump on it and took a line. I wasn't sure he was going to be able to make it into 7 at the end of the back straight, but he did. He was able to make that stick and hold that position. And for Schaefer, that's just an unbelievable run for him.
And then T.J. Acker, 6th, Schneider 7th, Pribble in the 8th spot, Blake Pigeon in 9th. And Amy Hollowell up into 10th. Amy started 19th to 10th. That may well be, she's certainly a candidate once again for that Sunoco Hard Charger Award. Most places gained from start to finish.
Another one of our rookies out of the Indy region. So
great job.
Yeah, first runoffs, probably the first time running the Speedway, but I suspect it's not a first time visiting the Speedway as a local Indy resident.
Yeah, absolutely. And she showed she loves this place, no question about that. And Reddick, what a story. Take a look at the results here. There it is, your official top 10. And again, to that 6/10 the margin over Reddick to Schaefer, who made that late move on Grau. Then Monette, great pass on Wills in the late going. Then Acker, Schneider, Pribble, Pigeon, and Hollowell up from 19th. Just a great drive by Amy. Just a superb run. And she's got to be very, very pleased with that in that Chinese Dragon Racing Alliance Autosport entry as the field makes its way down into pit lane. And, of course, we will hear from our medalists as Hayward Wagner will grab them. And here comes Scott Reddick in that beautiful white Alliance Autosport entry. 7th gold medal for this guy. Already holds the record for the most poles in the class, and look at that. What a race to the finish. Crew is absolutely ecstatic. Beautiful, beautiful run. And get a little coach in there from Hayward about, you get out of the car, especially after that, when on the last restart, you make that kind of a move and the like, you're just pumped with adrenaline. You're so pumped And look at that, the crew just out of their mind with joy, as you can understand. And now Hayward is ready as the medal goes around. Scott Reddick's net, Hayward for the 7th time.
7th time, Scott, here in Victory Circle. Checking the phone, making sure no important text came in, getting cars ready for the next race. How does it feel to go out with these kids and show them how it's done?
You know, I mean, it feels awesome. There's been a few times we've had the car to beat. We didn't win. Today we didn't quite have the car to beat. I just went on my experience in racecraft and drove clean and hard and came away with a win.
Tell me about the last restart. Did you feel like you had more information? Had you studied harder? What was the difference?
Yeah, I mean, I had a game plan, and then Schaefer got into the back of Max and had to lift, and it kind of slowed them both up, and there we were, 3 wide into turn 1, and I was on the outside, so I got to brake as late as possible, and worst case bail out if I had to, and just put myself in good position. And on the last lap, I went in the middle and made Max try and beat me around the outside in the braking zone, and yeah, it was a good, clean run, and today we came out the victory.
Well, congratulations to you and your victory lap.
Thank you.
And you heard Hayward referring to checking to see on other cars. He owns Alliance Autosport, so he's got a lot of cars here that others are driving. But he brought up a good point. That outside line, when you got the guys down the inside, that inside's dirtier. And so the outside's where all the grip is, and he knew that, and it played to perfection for him.
He did, but then on the final lap, he defended that line. He did take that inside, push Max out there, and they both were pushing hard. A little bit of threshold braking, but Scott able to hang on to that spot and take home that gold.
And another great run by Jeff Schaefer to the silver, Hayward.
Jeff, a silver medal here at the Runoffs. That last lap, what was that battle like?
Well, that was nerve-wracking, I'll tell you that, because, you know, before the yellow, I felt like I was holding my own with Scott behind me, and obviously Max was gone. I mean, really, it was his race to lose, and, you know, the yellow really cost him, but good job to Scott. I mean, on the yellow, it went green, and Max didn't take off. I actually ran in the back of him. I bent the end plate, and that's how Scott got a run on the both of us. So, you know, good for him, I guess, but try again.
Congratulations on the silver.
Thank you.
Hey, guys, what I've got right here, Max, definitely not the result you were looking for. How does this one feel?
Not great. I had the pace, I just couldn't execute. That's the bottom line. There's not really more to it than that.
It looked like on the restart you had a little bit of a stumble. Jeff got into you. Was that really where it went away?
Yeah, the restart was where it went away.
Well, congratulations on a podium. It's always disappointing to have that kind of lead and have to give it up, but a heck of a drive.
Yep, wasn't expecting 2 cars to crash into the pit wall, but that's how it goes.
And guys, if we have a minute, I'm going to grab Bailey. Bailey! We've got Bailey coming over here right now. Bailey, not the best first lap of your life, but tell me about the rest of that race.
So we were fighting hard into turn 6A, and my left rear nipped the grass, and the tires were still cold enough to spin. So I dropped back to like 12th or 11th, and then worked back up to 4th. Was on the tail of 3rd place when the checker flag flew. One more lap, who knows what might have happened, but the drive back to the front was fun, and I laid it all on the track. That's what I can say.
A lot of pressure for you this year on the cover of Sports Car, a lot of expectations. How satisfying is this drive, thinking back to where you started this week and where you are now?
Honestly, from where I'm at now compared to where I started this year, it's been night and day difference. Along with Comprint and Caleb and Kevin, they're out of Athens, Georgia. You know, it's professional and it's fun, and they care about the big things all the way down to the small things. So it's been a huge leap forward. Not quite the result we wanted, but we know we're in the fight. I mean, that right there says we're right there at the finish line and we're right there in the fight. But I do want, while I got you here, I do want to give one shout out to whoever's watching my father. I mean, it's not possible without him. He's the finance, he's the sponsor, he's the guy that keeps me going and believes. Like I said, Caleb, Kevin, and Comprint, I have to give a shout out to those guys. They just make it fun, they make it professional, and they make us fast. So,
well, congratulations to you. A heck of a drive.
Thanks, buddy. Thank you.
Yeah, they make it possible, and that's the cool thing there. And yeah, it was a superb comeback drive after that problem.
Yeah, it was. Put himself down a little bit early. He knows he made that bit of mistake, but boy, just been taking opportunities to get back up to the front, and he definitely has speed. Keep your eyes on that young man.
That's the one thing about being a pit reporter, just producing on the fly and just grabbing people. That's you love that. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from what proved out to be an awfully interesting race. At the start, it looked like our tire rack pole sitter Max Grau was just going to own it. And a little bit of lockup, got it straightened out, down into turn one, and he just proceeded to march away. And there's Lee Rackley, the first of 2 shortcuts, making up a few spots, working through the field. But watch here in the background, there's Manette's what he talked about, dropped that left tire, Larry, and around he went.
Yeah, little Danny Sullivan going on there, little spin, didn't quite get the win, but what a heck of a recovery it was. And here's he is, coming down the front straight, passing 2 for 1.
Yep, and he did that twice, got this one done. And then here was the restart. And you can see Reddick on the right side, on the outside, and Grau on that dirtier inside, and Reddick able to out-deep him. And then this big moment here on the starting the next lap, you can see Grau a little offline, locked that tire up, and it was just enough. But here was the moment. Schaefer down to the inside of Grau, Reddick out there on the really clean line. And that little bit of an almost touch, you saw Grau lock up again, Schaefer slides through. But at that point, Reddick had already opened up a margin and then came through to get gold medal number 7 here at the Runoffs. And there it went around his neck. Pretty impressive for Scott Reddick. And busy man this weekend, but snaps that visor down. The man can wheel it.
He can. He's got himself another gold medal to add to his collection, and now he'll get ready for another race later in the weekend.
He will indeed, a busy lad. And with that, we're going to wrap up our coverage of FE2 here at the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs. For Hayward down in the pits, for Larry alongside, I'm Greg Creamer. Thanks so much, everybody. It's been a treat. The Runoffs, very, very special, and they were once again today.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land, where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
Why race?
Indy. One word says it all. This year, for the second time, it hosts another iconic name in sports car racing, the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Now in its 58th running, huge fields have shown up, all hoping to kiss the bricks. It's time to go racing on Hagerty Race Day here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Hi, everybody. I'm Greg Creamer, joined by Tom O'Gorman with Hayward Wagner covering all the action down in the pits. And our broadcast today is being presented by the fine folks at Mazda, and it is a glorious late morning here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and there's no question about it. This place is special. In 2017, when the runoffs first appeared here, we had almost 1,000 entries. Now, 4 years later, it comes back, almost 900 entries. Tomo, the people want to race at Indy, especially in the runoffs.
Big time. And just the same way everyone wants to race at Indy, everyone wants to watch this race that's coming up. SPEC Miata, it's the one everyone pulls their chairs up for. We have 72 cars on the grid. We've pulled our chairs up ourselves. We're ready for some racing.
Yeah, they talk about drivers getting up on the wheel. We're getting up on the seats because this one is going to be superb. This is one of the two largest classes. 72 cars are going to be going after this Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Let's take a look at the track map presented by Mazda. 2.6 miles, 14 turns, and it offers up lots of challenges.
It really does, and it's a very unique track in that we don't get to come here very often unless you come here for a very rare track day or maybe a vintage weekend, things like that. You will not see this track on your normal yearly calendar, so a lot of these drivers seeing it for the first time wheel-to-wheel coming into turn one at the green. The first sector, a very long one, mostly more than half the track, in fact. Very wide front straightaway, about 6 or 7 Miatas wide, in fact, down into turns 1 and 2, a switchback that can become pretty complicated if you go more than 2 wide. Then flat out through turn 3, dab of the brakes for turn 4, and again flat through turn 5 in these cars. Then the big carousel, almost like a bit of a skid pad through turn 6 and quick onto the home and straight for 6A. Then through sector 2, 7, 8, 9, 10, drive like S's, and then onto the banking for one more run through some switchbacks at 12 and 13. This one might be decided between 13 and the start finish. Who knows?
Yeah, the SPEC Miata, it is a drafting duel with some of the best drivers in the planet. It is going to be spectacular. There is that monster field, and down among them is Hayward Wagner, and I can't wait to hear what he's found out for us.
Guys, 72 cars is no joke. The grid is literally overrun. Miatas everywhere you look. I had a chance to talk with several of the guys up towards the front of the field. Brian Henderson, your pole sitter, his strategy is to try to hold on to the front of the field for as long as he can. I talked to Jim Drago, who's a little bit back. I asked him, is there a gentleman's agreement? Are we going to try to get 3 or 4 laps in before we start to battle? He says, yeah, we say that every year. The green flag flies, it's a cage fight before you know it. The one to watch might be, though, you got your defending national champion in the second spot, and right behind him you got a 15-year-old kid who's got 2 karting world championships to his credit already. This kid does not feel pressure, but does not have a lot of experience in stuff that has shocks and springs and stuff like that. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see how those 3 cars play out at the beginning of the race. Tomo just mentioned it. I'll reiterate it. One thing that's a huge question mark here, these guys have only had a chance to run 19 laps once before. What these cars are going to feel like at the end of the race and whether or not there is room to get a pass done between the last turn and the flag is a big question mark. So nobody really knows if the hot ticket is to be leading onto the front straight or looking for the pass.
Yeah, that's an absolutely great point. And I was out on corners Tuesday and Wednesday, and when I was out at turn 14, bump drafting is allowed in this class, and trust me, folks, they are doing it with vigor coming through turn 14. That could make the difference. If you've got a friendly face behind you who's willing to give you that big shove, that could be it.
It really could, and that research is going to be going on for 19 laps. So while they may come into the green flag thinking, let's work together, you got to do your research at some point. And while they've had 3 days of qualifying, 18 minutes each, that's not that many laps. So these drivers were certainly working together at times, but also kind of feeling each other out, feeling out where their cars are going to make the speed and where they're going to be able to take that win at the last lap, whether it be, like Hayward said, into turn 1, maybe down the back straight, maybe into 12, maybe right at the end of the race. You got to figure that out before you get there because you don't want it to be a crapshoot.
Absolutely, and a couple of people to watch. One of them is going to be starting back in the 54 spot. He's Gordon Kunle out of St. Paul, Minnesota, Land O'Lakes region, my home region, and he is our Hawk breakthrough performer, which is the most positions gained from qualifying Tuesday to qualifying Wednesday. Never been here before, picked up 13 positions, and if he has that kind of gain once again during the race, he's going to make a good statement for himself, certainly. So a great run for him as the field makes its way out onto the track. And again, this is going to be 19 laps or 40 minutes, whichever comes first. And one of the things you heard Hayward talking about, Preston Part is the defending national champ. Well, the last time and the only other time the runoffs have been held here at Indianapolis, guess who won it? A guy named Preston Partis. So he's definitely going to be somebody to keep an eye on. This is Brian Henderson, your pollster. It's his first ever poll, and he was fourth at the runoffs last year at Road America. But we've got Jim Drago, a two-time gold medalist back in 8th, four-time gold medalist in a variety of classes. Elevin Goulart back in 9th. You've got a three-time gold medalist in Matt Reynolds back in the 13th spot in the 74. You got Denny Stain, who was a two-time gold medalist, is right behind him. I mean, this field is deep. And then Nick Leveroni, who has a gold and a silver, is back in 26. So that just tells you about the quality and depth of this field. When you've got gold medalists buried that far deep, you know this is a deep quality field.
It really is, but there may be more going on there than just that there are a lot of really fast drivers. If you look at the qualifying timesheets, there are really kind of this one tier of driver in the top maybe 6 or 7, and then there's clearly another tier that are basically 8th back to 30th or something like that. And the guys who aren't in that top tier have no idea how the other guys did it, other than they might have pulled off that money lap in qualifying, that perfect draft, whatever it may be, perfect conditions. Almost everybody went fastest on the final day of qualifying, as is typical, but we have a lot of these drivers that, like you mentioned, are kind of in the 10th to 20th range that are certainly a factor, and they're the ones that are going to be trying to lob that grenade up into the top 10, where those guys at the top 5 to 10 are going to be going into this race thinking, let's keep it calm, let's keep it cool, we'll keep it collected. Guys like Danny Stain in 14th, guys like Chris Haldeman in 16th, they're not going to be patient. They want to get up towards that front real quick.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it's interesting. Top 7 all underneath the track record set in 17, but it's the gap between those guys and the rest of the field that has everybody behind them scratching their heads just a little bit. We're rolling the starting lineup here on the bottom of the screen. Find your favorite driver and the like. If I were to try and run through them all, I'd be talking until Tuesday. So we're just going to let this one get into the racing. But look at the size of this field. Now, let's talk one thing. It's called Spec Miata. Spec normally means they're identical. In this case, they're not really identical. They're all Miatas, and they're all built to a specific spec. The idea being that they should all be pretty equal.
Sure, and there's basically 4 options. You have the first and second gen Miatas, the NA and the NB. You have the 1.6 and the 1.8 liters of the NA variety. Then you have the 1.8 liter and the VVT, variable valve timing motor, for the NB. So there's 4 options. They all have their own minimum weights and minimum, kind of specs that they have to pick. Pick your flavor. The go-to tends to be the newest of those, that 1.8 liter NB VVT motor. There's a number of those cars, and they tend to be towards the front, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's the best. We've seen other times. In fact, last time we were here at Indy, one of the 1.6 liter NAs finished second and was very competitive. So that doesn't really have much bearing on it, other than the fast guy wins in one car, everyone goes to that car.
Well, absolutely, yeah. And we also have another thing we're going to be paying attention to. 2 drivers are capable of winning the very prestigious and immensely difficult to win Super Sweep. One of them is Denny Stain out of Fort Lauderdale. He's starting 14th. The other one is the 77 of Travis Wiley, a rookie in his rookie season here at the Runoffs, but he's had a great season of racing, starting in the 18th spot, and depending upon how the cards fall, either of those could win the Super Sweep, which requires winning the Hoosier Super Tour points title, a few other things, and winning the runoff. It's not easy to do, especially if you're starting outside of the top 10 in Spec Miata.
Yeah, 14th and 18th, again, to reiterate that. So they've got a long way to climb. See just how wide this Holman Straight is. This is the run between turns 6 and 7, and they do not have to adhere to the dark stuff. They can go all the way out to the grass there on the right side of your screen. That's driver's left for the cars. And cars have been out there not only to the grass, but in the grass a number of times. So you can just see how much space there is at this track, and it makes it kind of awkward because Do you cut distance? Do you carry speed? These guys have had to figure that out. You see, you could fit 7 Miatas wide here through the S's, let alone on those big straights.
Yeah, and on that straight, you're talking about it. They've been to the grass, they've been on the grass, they've been spinning off the grass. So there's a sequence here, and you want to certainly avoid those last two as we're watching this huge field work its way around. Pace car is already off, and we've got drivers that still haven't made their way through turn 7 yet. That is how big this field is here. And watching for them to come around, had a nice shot there of the number 18 and Josh Tobin back heading into turn 7. But here we go. Field bunched up. Once again, your pole sitter to the inside, Brian Henderson. But the defending national champion and the winner here in 17, the white number 42 of Pardis, alongside Zilch and Bruni, the rookie Zilch. And then you've got Tyler Brown, Grayson Farashon. Just a great field. Here we go. Going for the gold and SPEC Miata. We're green. Pardis getting a nice little bit of a shove by Bruni here. Is it going to be enough? Henderson holding station down low. Jim Drago way out to the outside in that white and green Mazda, a few rows back. This is going to be interesting. And does Pardis try and work the outside? Well, I was going to say he doesn't. Big cut. Couple of cars cutting through, doing the shortcut. And they'll have to give those positions back or get penalized here. But the big story so far, half of the 72 cars at least have made it through those first couple of corners.
A couple of cars in the back of the pack were getting pushed wide coming off of turn 2, but I think they came back on nice and smooth. These drivers being so respectful, which is fantastic to see. Pardis side by side for third. That's the first car side by side, but for the most part, the top 10 is single filed out. Now they're going to slot in, and it's still Henderson at the front.
Yeah, Henderson and Zilch able to slide. Zilch able to get down and underneath Pardis. And Pardis recognizing he's such a savvy driver, realizing if I try and force the issue here, it's going to end in tears. Don't try and do it now. Let's get racy later. And he's decided now is the time to get racy. He's down to the inside of Zilch. Couldn't quite get to the 97, the pole sitter Henderson. But now he's trying the outside of Henderson. That's not going to work. Has to tuck back in as they head toward turn 10.
Zilch smart to kind of secede that position to Pardis. Remember, Pardis was like 6th coming to the white flag last year at Road America and still won the race. So this thing is not over till it's over, but we have to keep it going to make those positions change. If we finish under yellow, that's not going to happen. So 2 cars kind of breaking away. The top 4 really have a little bit of a break before Bruni, but then they close up and compress in that braking zone. There was one car in the background of the start that was really aggressive. It's the black and yellow car at the back of this 7-car train. Moved up a couple of rows. I'm trying to get a number on that car, but it might be Kyle Greenhill.
I wouldn't be surprised. He's certainly quick. Here we go through turn 13, now 14. Here's where that bump dress comes into big play. And they don't just come up and gently tap you. It's a pretty big pump. It just drives you forward. And you actually grin when you get there. And now Pardis, he's down to the inside. And I mean, he's down on the oil dry and the grit. This is going to be difficult, but he had enough of a shove. He's through. He can feint back to his left a little bit, get a little bit better grip. Big roundup move around the outside by Bruni. Beautiful move using the grip on the outside, Tomo.
And that was a little bit unfair for the rest of them to decide. Brian Henderson, you're gone. They shuffled him all the way back to 5th. He's still side by side. The 07 of Tyler Brown gets through as well, and now it's the 142 of Kyle Greenhill that slots himself ahead. Henderson slips from 1st to 6th in 2 corners.
Welcome to SPEC Miata, folks. It can change that fast. The freight train is always active and working at it here, but now it's going to be the 142 of Greenhill up on the outside, trapped a little bit. Now he slots in. He got a spot, gave that one back up again, but Pardis now into the lead.
And the black and yellow I was talking about is actually Charles McTudis, as Amy Mills has had an issue. The 14 car that started well down the order a bit, I think. 47th, and heavy damage there. Here's a replay of it. Gets just caught out by a big surprise. Another car goes for a slide. Body parts fly as they go into the gravel.
Yep, there were 2 other cars that, the one that ran through the gravel and got out, he got crossed up and eventually came across and clipped Amy, and that was it. So full course caution. And with some race groups, you got some drivers that are going to be bemoaning the fact they've lost that 8-second lead or whatever. Not SPEC Miata. it just bunches them up a little bit more.
Just a little bit more, maybe a couple car lengths at most. And just going back to Mills, if you noticed, her sight lines to that incident happening were not great. She would have had to be looking through her A-pillar on the passenger side, so really no fault of her own there, but just a tangle, too many cars in one place. But this is why the drivers were so aggressive on that green flag lap, that first lap, because this caution, while it will be short, who knows how long it could have ended up being. So you see Pardis was pretty aggressive to get out of that third spot back up to the first spot, and was a little selfish about it, leaving Brian Henderson hung out to dry.
He really was, but, you know, it's the gold medal.
Of course.
You know, whatever friendships you may have when the visor snaps down are pretty much temporarily on pause, and that's how it plays out. So as they come through right now, it's Pardis over Zilish, then Bruni with that beautiful move around the outside. The 07 to Tyler Brown, fifth now up into fourth. Then Henderson, as you pointed out, the tire rack pole sitter, dropped back into the fifth spot. And then Greenhill, nice move up as well. Then McTutis. And then you've got, I love this, 8th and 9th, two multiple gold medal winners, Elvin Goulart and Jim Drago. And then rounding out your top 10 right now, the 144 of Brandon Collins. And that car there, that blue one, just going out of frame, the blue with the bright orange on it, is Denny Stain. As I said, he's one of the drivers who is eligible for the Super Sweep. Good to see Amy, after getting towed out, able to continue. We saw body parts flying, and it may well have come from the other car that sideswiped it, because hers now looks to be moving all right.
Yeah, these cars they're sturdy. I mean, they're built for this. There's a little bit, it almost looks more like a fender liner than anything else sitting there in the gravel.
Yeah.
But once you're buried in this gravel that was designed for essentially Formula One and stock cars, the poor little Miata doesn't stand a chance.
No, it's you get sucked in.
Yeah,
that's the only way to put it, and you're pretty much done. So watching Denny Stain, this is a guy. He is just a phenomenal competitor. He's been doing this for a long time. A world-class photographer as his full-time profession, but I think it's a passion for him too. But this is certainly something special. He'll run here. He runs in a couple other classes as well. And even though he's back in the order a little bit, he is one hard-nosed racer. And, you know, you have to take a look at 15th right now, the 128 of Chris Haldeman. I mean, he's a pole sitter in this category previously and is buried back in the order right now. And he's one of the guys who's sort of scratching his head a little bit.
The car right in front of him is a pretty good story, too. That's Nathan Saxon in the 188. Started 20th up to 14th. So that's a good charge for the number 188. Just a couple cars right behind Danny Stain, in fact. And this is a driver we see a lot on the SCCA esports circuit over on the video game side, especially last season when we were playing a lot of those video games. But that Flat Out Motorsports car has had a good start to this one. Don't get him confused with Danny Stain. It's neon orange versus normal orange. But those two maybe hooked up even a little bit. Coming through the field.
Well, you do want to try and find a partner when you're back in the order a little bit to get in the straights, be able to draft, work together a little bit to get to the front. You get to those last couple of laps, the gloves are off, there's no question. But you do like to find a little somebody to help you out just a little bit here. This is going to be interesting. Pardis and then the young super quick rookie Zilish. Just how well are they going to play together at this point? And then Bruni, who is just absolutely in take no prisoners mode out there, obviously.
Yeah, did a great move around the outside to get up to the position he's at. I think he went from about 6th to 3rd as the rest of the drivers were working on sorting themselves out. Coming back to that green flag, nice and quick caution.
Here we go, back to green in just a second as they work through turn 14. And look at Pardis tucking it way down to the inside. And this is a want to stop the draft move as we're back to green. And let's see here, it looks like Bruni, he's up and already by Zilish. Boy, did he read that well. And because he found a friend named Tyler Brown.
Yeah, and look at that. Actually, Pardis moved over a lane to make sure that Bruni had his draft. Bruni gives him a push. These two want to be near each other side by side for Henderson and Drago around the outside, trying to make it happen through turn 1. Now they sort it out. Single file. The blue car comes up driver's left and will take a spot. Hard to see the number from here, but they're still 2 by 2 by 2.
That was a nice restart by Drago, considering he had been back a ways. And has now moved up. I think he picked up 2 spots on that restart. So we watch them float now through some of the really tricky, and I mean, it's really technical. There's a little bump and go there. That's Grayson Farrishan, isn't it?
Yeah, on the outside is Elon Goulart, who's a defending or a former champion in this class. They had a little bit of a touch in the braking zone for turn 6, but now around the outside goes, that's Casey, Justin Casey, I think, in the 85. No, I'm sorry, that was actually Jonathan Davis in the 16, the black with red headlights side by side with Elon Goulart.
Such a big field, obviously. And you can see it just stretches forever here. And this is a Goulart. They are side by side again. And you can run side by side so many places here. Now Goulart settles it. And Davis has to drop in behind.
These guys will know from racing this all season that the longer you battle side by side, the more space you lose. You saw that little bit of a gap start to form between those two cars as they go side by side to the cars in front. Ooh, here's a little bit of a scuffle. This is for second.
And this is doing Pardis a huge favor, as every lunge like that, you get you and the guy you're racing with off the fast race line. And Pardis looking in his mirrors, the grin getting bigger here. And a nice move there. We talked about Bruni is in no-nonsense mode today. That's for second. It pushes Zilisch to third.
Pardis and Bruni sent a message on that restart that they were not really interested in having Connor Zilisch in their battle. Remember, Pardis moved over to give the draft. Zilisch is now on attack mode on Bruni because he knows they're not necessarily working together. But look at the gap it's given Pardis as Brian Henderson pops from 5th.
Oh, and look at the defensive move by Bruni. And that might help the 0-7 of Tyler Brown. He wasn't quite far enough along the outside. But again, Drago now working the outside of Henderson. He picks that spot up. Oh, right in front. Little wheel drop right there by Zilisch. That'll kill your momentum just a smidge. Here comes, boy, what a run by the 0-7 of Tyler Brown here. Up and around the outside and makes it stick. And look at that, Drago trying to come right with him.
Zilisch really pinched Brown to the inside through turn 2. They had that little bit of a touch, and that's what let Drago come back into this battle. So that's now for 4th, but maybe, I think Drago can slam the door. No, they touch again, Zilisch. Big slide. Oh, they're still pointing the right way.
Well, you know what? It's important for Zilisch. You know, when you're the newcomer in this class, the old guys are like, yeah, you're going to need to earn it. You know, show me what you got. Well, right there, Zilisch let one of the real true veterans in Drago know, yeah, I'm not going quietly here. You want to rub fenders? I'm up to it. Now, though, Drago able to finally get that door shut and make that place stick.
Greenhill shoves the nose in there for just a moment, but Zilisch slams the door back shut. They're 2-by-2 for most of this lap, but now Zilisch gets back in line, and they have now gifted basically the top 3 quite a gap.
Yeah, there's the 70 of Goulart, who has not been able to quite make the moves up through the pack, but as you pointed out, look at that bit of dicing with, again, Drago and Zilisch there has allowed that group up in front to build that little, margin, and it's all because of the effective momentum of battling versus running clean.
Pardis is checked out. If this race stays green, I don't see anybody catching him. The draft is not that effective here. It's just not quite that enough where it would be at some other tracks like Road America or Daytona. A lot of the drivers actually were fastest in certain qualifying sessions by themselves. So I don't know, even if Bruni and Zilisch work together, not Zilisch, Brown work together from 2nd and 3rd, Pardis might be uncatchable. Whoa, big lunge.
Move. Down to the inside. There's Zilisch, gives a little bit of a nudge to Jim Drago. I think that was his message going, I'm here to play, pal.
I don't know. Zilisch, I think, is showing chinks in the armor, showing some of that inexperience and I don't want to say immaturity, but he's just young and driving kind of like it. He gets shuffled back 2 more positions. And even though he doored Drago into turn 1, Drago keeps the spot.
Right, and that's the experience of Drago. It's like, yeah, that's fine, but you've just slowed yourself down. I'm going to float around, and as you said, Zilisch suddenly looking at the back deck of yet another car as he loses his spot. But that's learning your racecraft.
It really is, and that's allowed Kyle Greenhill up through, so that's going to be the top 5 positions there. Zilisch has slipped off of that top 5. Henderson there as well. Grayson Farrishan slipped from 6th to 8th. That's the bright blue car, plain bright blue, that you can see in the middle of the line, and then the rest of them. Danny Stain hasn't made much progress, but just in front, they're side by side between the 128 of Haldeman and Jonathan Davis around the outside now.
Stain way wide, but just trying to work his way through, and does. And you can see that big nose wrinkle on the number 77 of Travis Wiley right behind him. He's had some contact. But I just wanted to point out when we get back to it, behind Pardis, Bruni and Tyler Brown, you cannot even distinguish between those 2 cars right now. They are doing everything they can not to race each other, to run clean. and use the draft to try and do something about Pardis up front. This scrapping back here is absolutely fierce. Here it is. And Bruni and Tyler Brown, you haven't seen Tyler lunge. You haven't seen him do anything. Right now they're saying, look, we can settle this in the last couple of laps, but we've got a little bit of time here. Let's see what we can do.
And that's because they know they're probably not going to catch Pardis unless there's some sort of emergency, but they know they're within the clutches of Drago on back. It's Drago, Zilish, Greenhill, Henderson, Farishon last time through. It's actually Greenhill is in front. Now Henderson tries up the inside on Zilish, makes it happen before they even turn in.
And a couple of rows of side-by-side behind them coming through. One of them, there's that blue car, Grayson Farrison, right up alongside. Boy, this is just fabulous racing everywhere you look in this field right now.
And the car that gained that position there was Brandon Collins. We haven't said the name much, and the car is a fairly unassuming black livery, but he's now at the lead of this battle, just in front of Charles McTudis, and that has shuffled like we talked about. Grayson Farishon started 6th. He's barely in the top 10 now.
Yeah, this is great, and right behind that group is another very savvy driver, the 128, Chris Haldeman, who has been a pole qualifier in this class before, very, very quick. But, boy, Pardis is just gapped out. But I'll tell you what, Drago is coming, isn't he? He and Greenhill are closing up on Bruni and Tyler Brown. So it would have been a 2-car battle for second, could become a 6-car battle for second in a heartbeat.
And he was the quickest car that wasn't Preston Pardis on the lap last time through. Bruni and Brown were basically tied there, but the quick car right now, Kyle Greenhill, and he's taken that whole little pack with him. He's shoving Drago, and that battle for second is coming back to us. This is going to get good.
Well, you know you're fast when you're sort of put into your own class.
To give you an idea, he did a 58.9. The rest of the field did 59.8s and worse. So
there you go.
He's certainly just put his head down at this point.
And that means for those of you who are new to racing, perhaps a 1 minute 58.9 second lap. We just dropped the first digit because, you know, it sounds cool. And we think we are.
Put my race car driver brain on.
There
just
you
started
go.
rattling off numbers. I'm sorry about that.
Exactly. Nope, hey, it's no worries. But again, there you see it. That's second and third, and then fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. That close. And I think we're going to see that become that multi-car, 6-car battle for second here. And then behind 7th spot, a little bit of a margin now to the back. But look at this. They've essentially caught him now. So that's the battle. That's going to be fierce. And then here is that second group, if you will, at this stage. You're talking about Collins and Farishon and the like, and Haldeman.
A little bit of a bobble from Haldeman. He gets a big push from Travis Wiley coming through turn 3. Wiley is the car with the damaged hood, but doesn't seem to be hurting him much. I still don't think he started the race with that like that.
I would agree with you.
And then behind is Farishon, who's now slipped down to 10th behind these drivers.
Look by Farishon there, down underneath that 77 of Wiley. But as we take a look here, Pardis continuing to build the lead. And the battle behind him is starting to heat up. As we're heading into the final half of this one, we're going to step away and say thanks to a couple of our partners.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty, whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land, where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive, more power for your pursuit.
You know what? Mazda does a lot more than just present the track map here at the Runoff. It supports the racing community with face-to-face and virtual coaching at the Runoffs and events throughout the year. And it's support like that has made Mazda the most driven car in SCCA road racing. And here's one reason for that. Spec Miata alone is a hugely popular category, and the reason for that is this level of racing, and it's fierce. And when you're in packs like this, and Tomo, you've been there, you're in the middle of a pack like that or at the back of it, you're literally driving through the windshield of the cars in front of you to get an idea of what's happening out there. I mean, it's frantic.
Yeah, this style of racing is just, it's a complete flavor of its own. If you've raced other wheel-to-wheel racing and you've never raced this style, you would be shocked at how different it is to drive one of these race cars in this race than it is to drive a different, multi-make, multi-class, whatever it may be, series. You just have to work off of assumptions. You have to know that the guy in front of you and trust that the guy in front of you knows what he's doing. As we see a big lunge from the 63 into the 78, a big slide. There's where the trust can go a little bit sideways.
Yeah, and the 34, Chris Ciuffo in that as well. There's a look at the number 78 at Clark Camburn as he was trying to run up and get around the guy right in front of him there. You can see it was at the number 80, putting some Camburn putting some pressure on. That is Anthony Girazzi. And one of the things, a move here at Camburn, just straight lining and trying to get to the apex there at 12. If you get in there and you're actually just completely alongside, you can make that move work. But if you're not, there's a tendency for the guy to shut the door on it. And Clark right there went, yeah, I better ease out of it here. And you get back in that order a little bit. That's where you can be finding drivers that'll be going for that Sunoco Hard Charger Award, moving up the most spots during the race. Sunoco, the official few of the SCCA, supporting that. Really nice program. I like that. You may not be up in the medals, but if you've had a great drive from 20th to, up into the top 5, that's worth acknowledging. So thank you to Sunoco for doing that. And boy, this battling is fierce right now.
Yeah, just a reminder, there's 72 cars on track right now, so that kind of battling is happening everywhere. You just got a little taste of what the battle for about 25th looks like. Now we're returning to our battle for second, which as we cut away to thank our friends at Mazda, we had that battle kind of change position just a little bit. Jim Drago picked up a spot from Tyler Brown and has been getting a little bit aggressive on the back of Nick Bruni, but I think the cars that were working together have now been separated. Bruni and Brown, who were working together, and Drago and Greenhill, who were working together, now have fully kind of immersed themselves. But the last time through, the fastest car was actually Brian Henderson in the number 97, reset the fastest lap of the race.
Absolutely, and obviously while we were in that break, you saw the Drago, as you pointed out, has now gone around and is now in podium position. And, he's a talented driver. You start 8th in this category, and by little over half distance, you're up to 3rd. That's a drive that you have put in. Now, Nick Rooney right there, and Drago, is he just going to hold station and try and move away, or is he going to try and take off? Bit of lock up there. I think that may have been Henderson.
I think it was actually Drago, and he might have been pushed from Brown. So Drago is in the white and green, Brown in the blue and silver, and I think the 07 might have been pushing the two into the corner just a little bit, but they made it work.
No, that makes sense, though, because if you're locking up the brake, it's going to drag your speed down a little bit. Suddenly, Bruni's got that little bit of a gap again.
Yeah, Drago stopping 2 cars with the brakes of 1.
Exactly.
Coming down in there.
All right, now Drago recognizing that the guy behind him, that's Brown, and then Greenhill in particular got a really nice run. And the minute you get 2 cars that have popped out and they're running side by side, if you're the guy behind them, suddenly you get this huge hole being punched in the air. And so when you're up in that group, sometimes you're not really too comfortable with popping and making that move because it could give the other guy a massive run.
But you can see the body language of those top 6 cars, 2nd through 7th. They've kind of agreed for now. We are working lap 11 of 19. They've agreed for now that we're not going to attack each other. We're not going to play that game. They've kind of single-filed each other out. But Drago maybe having some flat spot issues in the number 2. There's another lockup.
Flat spot is you literally wear a flat spot on the tire, and then every time you go to the brake after that, it almost hunts for that, hits it, and locks up again. And it makes for a long day when you've got one here. Drago has a huge amount of experience, and he'll certainly be able to deal with it, but it doesn't make it easy, that's for sure. And behind him, there's a look at that 07 of Brown, and the scrap behind them. And I'll tell you, the 142, the 172 is Zilich. This is going to be a really good learning day for him. He certainly is fast, but these cars require a special bit of racecraft.
It does, and typically the car at the back of these lines is the one that's most willing to make moves, and Connor Zilisch has already demonstrated he's the driver most willing to make moves as he's up the inside of Brian Henderson. They're going to be really tight into 12, but Henderson opens the door, doesn't want to lose too much time, and look who's joining the battle. It's Brandon Collins, one of the quieter drivers that we haven't said the name much of, but position number 8, car 144 there in the black at the back.
I'll tell you, Henderson right there showed his experience when he got that big move by Zilisch. He knew if he turned in, there was going to be contact, just open the wheel up, even to the point of dropping his lefts onto the grass. But said, yeah, I just don't want any contact here. There's still racing to be done. But look at this, Drago right up underneath the deck of Bruni. And you'd think, is he going to pass? No, he doesn't want to right now because running like that, but he locked up again. I think he may have some sort of an issue with those front brakes. Either that or he's just leaning so hard. It's always the unloaded tire.
Yeah.
So it could just be he's just pushing hard.
I think he's pushing that hard, but he does have just that little bit of that flat spot. If you imagine a D versus an O rolling across the surface, he's got a D shape on that right front tire. Doesn't seem to be slowing him down too much, but it can be a high risk, high reward kind of thing, or high consequence kind of thing. Shows the nose on Bruni, but slots back in.
And just to put a point on it here, folks, this is a class where oftentimes you'll have the top 20 covered by less than a second on the grid. And Pardis right now has a 5.5 second lead.
The 144, that is Brandon Collins. We pointed them out. Some sort of mechanical issue, goes straight off. Maybe he lost steering. He looked like he couldn't control where the car was headed.
It's a good amount of runoff in that back area there as we go back now to the 07 of Tyler Brown, who's got Zilisch now. And there's a little bit of a tap right there as they work through turn 10.
See a lack of brake lights going into turn 10. That's kind of cool. They just turn it in and lift.
Just let her float right through there. This is such good stuff. The 142, the silver with the red of Greenhill. And here goes Zilisch again.
Same spot he got Henderson last time, and actually missed that he had passed Kyle Greenhill before. So now he's through 3 positions, but drives off the track, getting it done, throws it back to the other side, transitions a little bit late. He's going to hold this whole field up coming onto the front straightaway with that loss of momentum. And now Greenhill has to look to the outside of Tyler Brown to keep his foot to the floor.
Boy, and I'll tell you what, after running wide there, it looked like between 12 and 13, Zilisch got through 13 incredibly well. Now has that run, and here comes the 142, the 142 of Greenhill getting back around on Tyler Brown.
And Henderson slices from the top to the bottom of the track and goes up the inside of Brown as well. I think Brown will probably let this happen, does so, opens his hands and turns in late to slot in behind.
Yep, get trapped out there, and lose a lot of momentum here. Ooh, Zilisch running just that little bit wide, but you just never lift in that scenario, and it didn't hurt him too bad. Watching the lap times here, Pardis every lap he's a 10th or 2 quicker, and it just keeps building that margin up. If you go back to this scrap, but the big story there is Bruni and Drago now. They've got themselves a good 1.5 seconds to almost 2 seconds back to this group just by working together and drafting.
Yeah, things have definitely stabilized on pace. We're working lap 13 of 19, so we should have about 5.5 laps to go this time across the line. Henderson up the inside of Greenhill, but the tires are certainly going to start to get a little bit greasy at this point as they've been shoving across this surface for 13 laps now.
And Zilisch has been able to open up a couple of car length margin to that group right now, and he's starting to show some speed. He just ran a lap that was 0.2 quicker than Pardis. So Zilisch in that black car with the green roof, he's still got pace. Henderson now showing the nose, getting up and underneath Greenhill, coming up through 12. And that may be a matter of he watched Zilisch do it a couple of times and said, well, that works.
Yeah, and didn't have any consequences from it either, so he's going to try it too. And interestingly, you are completely right. Connor Zilisch is starting to run down Nick Bruni and Jim Drago all on his own.
Yeah, it's impressive.
A couple of other cars that are on really quick laps this time that we can see on time and scoring. Charles Batutis and Travis Wiley at 9th and 10th are flying right now, and that is going to be about midway down this line. The black and yellow, and then the car directly behind, they actually eclipsed by the neon green of Chris Haldeman, but they're going to get some quick laps this time through.
Oh, and look at this. Henderson working the outside, bit of lock up there by Greenhill. They're still side by side. Henderson slices through, but that's what we're talking about. Look at the momentum and the speed that Tyler Brown rolled. He's going to be on the outside. He's not going to be able to make that stick. But you can see those two guys going side by side through one, and the guy behind him running the line just floats so much more speed.
And that's allowed the cars that we just mentioned. Look at the black with the yellow stripe, just almost reset the fast lap of the race, did Charles McTudis. And he's now glued. There he is in the background, trying around the outside of Haldeman.
These packs. And the thing is, when you're running in packs like this, we talked about it, you're driving through the windshields. If you're in the middle of the pack and something happens, it's impossible to avoid it as well. Zilich has caught Bruni and Drago on his own. He just turned a 59.3 on that last lap.
Just heads down and head down and lights out for him. But this battle for about 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th on back is getting really, really interesting. We talk about top 3 and top 5. Top 5s are bragging rights more so than 6th places. But look at Zilich. He is really, really racy. We know he's not afraid to try stuff.
No. And Pardis moved over, or excuse me, Drago moved over to defend on him. And that's given Bruni just that fast. Bruni ends up with 3-4 car lengths in hand. And through 7 that time, Charles McTudis was absolutely crossed up, floating just sideways through 7. We're getting down to that point of the race where you're starting to think about dropping any friendships and going for the gold here. And but look at that, just that little bit. Drago defending, and out and away goes Bruni. Interesting to be a fly on the wall and hear the post-race bench racing chat between Drago and Zilich here. Here comes Zilich. The thing is, there Drago stayed on that fast line. You could just outbreak him going in.
Tyler Brown continuing to slip the wrong direction, gets pinched off the track nearly by Charles McTudis, leaves him some perfect space. That is some Spidey sense driving, but they're still side by side. That's allowed Chris Haldeman to leave the frame here, and now side by side for the 77 and the 07.
Yeah, that's got to get Haldeman now up into the 7th spot as they are still side by side. And is that Elevate Goulart who's finally starting to, he's finding a little bit of speed late here and starting to make some noise. Yep, that black number 70 right there. Multiple gold medalist in runoffs competition.
He's got Jonathan Davis with it too, so they've had some quiet laps off camera for us, but they've worked their way back into the top 10 battle. Both of those drivers actually 11th and 12th. They're going to want to get into that top 10 if they can.
Look there at Nick Bruni, and you open that margin up a little bit, and then Zilich decided to play nicely with Drago and hasn't attacked much, and has run him back down again as we go back now.
Oh, ooh. Zilich actually got a really good run through turn 10, opens into the inside. He is the master of this move. Gets the run out of 10, up the inside of 11, and he'll outbreak Drago pretty easily here into turn 12. And because there's such a short straightaway between turns 12 and 13, there's not a lot of consequences for overshooting this turn 12. As long as you get back, you see him throw the car into 13. He'll have every bit as much momentum as everyone else.
Just talking about Zilich playing nice and letting them catch up and get close. And as I say that, of course, he says, no, I'm just setting things up here. But yeah, he's been magic through turn 10. And that's one of the things, folks, if you're relatively new to racing, road racing, what you do in a corner 3 corners away from where you make the pass is where you start that pass.
Absolutely.
You know, it's that level of strategy here. Boy, Henderson in major defense mode here. Greenhill looks back out to the outside here.
Ooh, Henderson really deep on the brakes. Saw little puffs of smoke in the back end dancing. These cars don't have brake bias adjustments, meaning the amount of brake pressure that goes to the front versus the rear, but they can change the brake pads, and if they run a little bit more aggressive rear pad, they can get the car rotating more. And you saw Brian Henderson really, really on the limit there into turn 1. That pass, by the way, from Zilich is for 3rd. That's a podium spot.
That's a great move, getting that done. And Goulart had been right up in that battle for 8th, and now has dropped back again. And things just churn like this. Expect Miata so much, but yeah, it's Zilich. We'll see now if Drago will help him and try and get to Bruni. And I don't know that Zilich needs the help. He's just a rocket ship late in the race here. Yeah, impressive young man in terms of the speed. Boy, when he gets his racecraft figured out, oh boy.
Well, and even the consequences from his racecraft early on didn't seem to hurt him much as he's raced his way right back up to the front. So he was a little frantic early, but then racecrafted his way right back to where he was. You see Henderson still has kind of separated himself
Here we
from,
go.
but Zilisch has brought Drago back up to the second position battle. Bruni's got an earful.
And you know what? Obviously, whoever is Bruni's spotter has been watching what Zilisch is doing. He's going to try it again. He didn't get the run out at 10 that time because Bruni covered it perfectly. And Drago, trying to swing back over, almost lost the car. Not only did he save it, he carried enough speed while Bruni ran a little wide. Drago comes through as well for Bruni, second to fourth like that.
That was a really bold move into 12. That was the
Yes,
difference
it was.
between an earned position and an I'm willing to make sure neither of us are going to stay on the track kind of move, but it worked. Bruni let him have it. Henderson comes back into it too, but Zilisch back to second from third on the grid when this thing started about 30 minutes ago.
Well, and it's dropped way back outside of the top 5 and has come back in. A little touch there between Bruni and Drago, and that touch unloaded Drago's car a little bit, and that lockup got really bad. I have a feeling Drago's got a pretty good vibration through that front end right now.
Has to. Zilisch drops tires off of turn 3, but it didn't hurt him too badly. Bruni was probably not super thrilled about the way that turn 12 went about a half a lap ago. Wants to get back towards Zilisch to maybe try to return the favor.
Well, the interesting thing is, twice now when Zilisch has made that move in 12, he's run his left sides right off of the edge of the track, and it doesn't seem to phase him, and it just swings it back over. And he's never, when he's made that big swing back move, he's never cut anybody off because he's been so good into 12, he exits clear of them. It's impressive to watch, that's for sure. And, of course, the whole story up front now with all of this dicing, Pardis has added another second to his lead. It's up to 6.5. He's just driving the gap right now.
He is, and he's certainly not the fastest car on the track anymore. Far from it, actually, but he's got such a gap and doesn't have to take any risks. So he's absolutely sitting in the catbird seat. We have 2 laps to go, so if anything were to put this under caution, it's unlikely we'd even see another green flag lap. He's really in a good spot, but Zilisch, Drago, Bruni have not decided the end of the podium yet.
Yeah, not at all.
Henderson is in there, too.
And the interesting thing, when you've got a lead like that and then you can back off and drive the gap, if you do get a late caution, these guys who've been battling like mad, their tires are tortured. Yours are in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
So that's really, really savvy here. And Zilisch making the move, and look at that. You talked about it. Bruni threw on Drago, and then Henderson, he's going to get a big toe this time, I would think. Here's Greenhill. Let's see what plays out here. Look at Bruni getting a run. Zilisch all by himself. Drago pushing Bruni. And certainly Bruni looks like he's going to clear him, but Zilisch has been huge on the brakes. It does not quiet it down if he can keep his nose there. And look at that. Bruni said, no, I'm going to the exit curve. You want to stay there. That's on you, buddy. And that pinched Zilisch, and here comes Drago. Working the outside through 4. And here's that big turn in down into the loop.
Oh, Drago lunges up the inside for 6. A big flat slide for Zilisch. He keeps it under control. They're going to be side by side, but a power move from Jim Drago to shuffle the 172 back just a little bit. And the question is, if Zilisch had all that speed, did he do it 2 laps too early? We're working the penultimate lap. He could have raised himself back to second if he started 2 laps later, but he might have put himself in that front position a little too soon, which means...
Oh, look at the pop move really late down into 7. Makes it work. This kid is fearless. And this is where turn 10 he gets, that was actually turn 8. This is coming up, turn 10, where he gets these monster runs. He certainly puts the car a little bit more up on the curb, and he closes that gap up to Bruni. Here we go. This is down into his favorite overtaking area here. Does he move it? Bruni defends aggressively. And this time, Zilisch says, no, Drago, that lockup is every time he just touches the brake. He is smoking that tire. He's got to be near down to quarter.
Bruni looking a little bit behind on the transitions this lap. He was late for turn 10. He was late there for turns 12 and 13 by just a little bit as well. So maybe some chinks in the armor for your current second place driver in the car number 6. This is the last lap, last opportunity to sort out the running order into turn 1.
Yep, Pardis has taken that white flag, and now the rest of the group comes through as well. And Zilisch behind Bruni, look for the move. Here he comes down to the inside. There's a yellow, and great move. I mean, great reading that by Zilic to recognize there's a yellow and I couldn't make that pass, tuck back in so he wouldn't lose anything. You can see a car there in the cutout. Boy, that's a big overtaking area that's just been eliminated here. But look at this move. He tried to squeeze up the inside of Bruni, and Bruni just shallowed his exit enough that it parked him. And here comes Drago, and now Zilic has to be careful and defend on him, and this may be exactly what Bruni wanted.
This is getting a little frantic. You saw Bruni kind of park Zilic at the apex of turn number 3. Instead of getting the run, he drove into the back of him, shattered his headlight even, and Jim Drago couldn't quite figure out what to do with it, but all of that exchange has turned this into a 7-car battle for second. This is very reminiscent of the battle for the lead at Road America last year, where the car in 6th ended up winning. That was Pardis. This lap, it's Greenhill. Maybe Greenhill gets second. Who knows?
It's possible. Certainly, everybody knows that the win is out of question. Now it's who gets the other 2 medals. And
Bruni looks behind again. He's struggling to keep ahead, but I think he's driving wide on purpose. I think he's doing that to kind of slow up Zilic. He knows Zilic is going to try really, really hard, try everything he can, and instead Drago goes flying off the track.
I think he got help. I think Henderson, they were having a little push and shove there, and they both end up wide. And hey, guess where Greenhill is? He's up 2 spots. You talked about it. It can happen here. All right, down into 12. Last time we would have thought that would have been a spot where Zilic would have tried something. But maybe right now, as you pointed out, Bruni a little bit behind. Car looks like it's flat sliding. Here comes Pardis going for a 2nd straight gold medal and a 3rd, including a win here in 17. He's celebrating, but in the background, Bruni, he's got Zilic. Zilic pops. I don't think he's close enough. No, it'll be Bruni for the silver and Zilic for 3rd. And boy, did Zilic earn that medal.
That was spectacular. Such a great race, as we always expect from these guys. And then, unfortunately, Drago slips down just a little bit. It's going to be, I think that is Greenhill, then Travis Wiley in the 77, Henderson, and then Drago. Look at this. They're still battling.
You bet. Doesn't matter where you are. It's the runoffs. You want to put in a run here. Down the order just a little bit for these guys, but they are racing really hard deep in the pack. That's back in the 35th, 34th position. You find people to race with, and you go after it. And look at that. One of the very special things here for all these drivers is when you come out of that last turn and you see the checker flying and you float across the bricks at Indy. And look at Pardis back there. He is celebrating, having a great time. For a minute, I thought he was looking for a spot to do donuts. He's powerful enough to do donuts.
I don't know. I think he forgot it's not the stock car. He got some seat time in earlier this year. But nonetheless, letting the crowd enjoy the sight of that 42, which we see at the front just so often at this point here in SPEC Miata. A dominant drive. Was gifted a little bit of a gap early on by some battling cars. Couldn't quite agree on where they wanted to be, and that gave him just enough of a gap. He put in about a half a session's worth of qualifying laps to earn the lead, and then just cruised it home.
He broke them.
Yeah.
You know, as the saying is. And you know what? In SPEC Miata, it's normally for the win, it's such these close battles. But in this case, Preston Pardis literally put on a clinic out there. And that's how you know, if you get a break in SPEC Miata racing or any kind of lower horsepower momentum class, you get a break. Like you said, Tomo, if you can put in qualifying laps and break them, a little bit, that's what can happen. But again, just a great drive by Nick Bruni. Was right in the fray the whole time. This is only his 3rd runoffs. Boy, he was 6th last year at Road America. He didn't drive like it's only his 3rd runoff. He drove with a huge amount of experience. And then for Connor Zilic, I think the rest of the field is looking, going, oh boy.
Yeah.
When this guy, if he hasn't really figured these cars out yet, when he does, it's going to be something really impressive here. And it's going to be fun to hear from that young man as he comes up. And, for Drago, it seemed to me as they were coming through the turn, I think Henderson, they were glued together, and I think Henderson was trying to help with a push and just a little bit too much, and both of them shot off track.
And maybe Hayward can think to ask, but I really think Bruni was purposely driving the car a little bit off the apexes, about a car width off the apexes, trying to drive it wide and slow to back everybody up and promote that kind of fighting behind him. Whether he was doing it on purpose or not, it worked brilliantly, but I think it was intentional.
Yep.
And then a couple of other real quick shout-outs. Wiley finishing 5th, Travis Wiley from 18th. A couple of other Chargers I noticed, Tyler Quantz from 25th to 16th. Brett Kowalski in the 15 car from 31st to 15th. So we had a couple of really hard Chargers there in the top 30.
Yep,
15, I should say.
Those are the guys that would be in the running for that Sunoco Hard Charger Award. And look at the photographers around Pardis's car. And looks like Hayward is just waiting the arrival of our now 3-time gold medalist and 2nd consecutive, both in terms of year, winning last year and this year, and also in terms of running at Indianapolis. This guy apparently likes this track. Let's get down to Hayward.
Preston, you're the first one ever to win SPEC Miata 3 times. How does that feel?
Oh, it feels awesome. I don't know. I'm probably going to start crying here in a second, but
Well, let me ask you this. Last year, you won with what a lot of people consider to be one of the greatest single laps in the history of the runoffs. This year, it was a series of perfect laps. Talk me through how you broke away.
yeah, I mean, it was a great team effort all week, though. The East Street guys gave me an awesome car, and you couldn't do it here without that. It allowed me to get to the infield really good when they were racing for second there, and I built the gap, and then they started racing really hard there. So I kind of was able just to maintain my lap times, and I don't know. That was probably the hardest race I ever ran. Mentally, you had to keep your head in it the whole time, and we did it. I can't believe it.
Well, congratulations to you. First 1 to 3, back-to-back, and 2 at Indy. Not bad.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Appreciate SCCA for putting on these events. They're awesome. It's the biggest amateur sports car race in the country. 92 Miatas came out, so I couldn't thank you guys enough. Mazda, Hoosier. It's a fun platform to race on. Appreciate it.
Enjoy that victory lap.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You know, when you have 92 cars show up for a class, 72 of them end up in the race, the best drivers in the country, and you throttle them. This is something, he said this was the toughest race I ever drove. And that concentration level, 1, to run those quali laps, but 2, when you got that big lead, you can't let your mind wander. You can't slow down too much. You start making mistakes. I mean, absolutely phenomenal run from that man today, Preston Pardis. But how about we want to hear these chats from Nick Bruni and Connor Zilish, and Hayward has found them.
Nick, it looked like on the last lap, maybe the last 2 laps coming through the S's, you might have stayed a little off the apex to see if maybe you could bunch everybody up, kill some momentum. Was that the strategy, or were you struggling with the car?
No, you know, the car came to me halfway through the race. It started getting better and better. I started hitting my marks a little bit more. Jim Drago behind me, he was awesome. He was giving me some coaching out there. We were going through the turns of where to improve and where to pick up a little bit of time.
Were you on radio with him?
I was. We were on radio as Preston, myself, Jim, Grayson. We were all on the same frequency. The last 2 laps there, Connor was all over me. Jim was doing everything in his power to make it a 1, 2, 3 podium for ESR, but Connor drove an excellent race and he got in there, and then he was kind enough to stick with me the final 2 laps there and make a run on it, added on that final lap, and luckily he wasn't able to get underneath me, and it kind of forced him back too wide, I think, with some of the other cars behind me. And after that, I just kept my head down, tried to stay calm and cool and collected, and drove it home to a 2nd place finish. So it was a hell of a drive.
Well, congratulations on the silver. We're going to say you were the first of the humans. Well done. And Connor, we're going to talk to you real quick. 15 years old, first runoffs. It looked like early in the race, maybe the nerves got you a little bit. You fell back. Talk about the fight back.
Yeah, we were out on one session old tire, so I knew I would have it at the end. So I stayed patient there in 6th or 7th place, and the last 5 or 6 laps I made a run on it, passed a few guys, and I knew when I caught Nick and Jim it was going to be tough because they're teammates, and I know they're all working together to try and keep me out of it. So I really just had to do what I could, and I was able to get by Jim, and then I worked with Nick to kind of pull away from the rest of them, and I wanted to get 2nd at the line, but you know I just didn't have it coming to it. So I'm happy with 3rd. It's a podium on my first runoff, so I can't complain.
Tell me how much you love turn 12. The turn coming back off the oval, back into the infield, coming to the finish. How much do you love turn 12?
It's an awesome corner. Going up onto the banking, it's special. So yeah, no, this track's been awesome. I've enjoyed my time here, and hopefully I'll be able to come back in my later years and in a bigger car.
Like your senior year of high school later years, right?
Yeah, 4 years later, I guess you could say.
Congratulations on the bronze.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, let's think quickly about that top three, right? Connor, that great comeback drive, those huge runs through 10 that got him those passes in 12. Preston Pardus just checked out, put on an absolute clinic, and now he gets this glorious lap of honor here with that checker flag. And sometimes you'll see, the whole crew jammed in there having some fun. But let's not forget, move of the race, I still say it's Bruni going from 6th to 3rd around the outside down into 1. That was beautiful.
I kind of forgot that was this race because so much happened. But, yeah, that was about 30 minutes ago that happened, and that earned him that podium spot for sure because he put himself in the hunt.
Yeah, here they are, the provisional results. Here are your top 10. Pardus with the gold, Bruni with the silver, Zilish with the bronze, Greenhill and Travis Wiley up into the top 5. Then Henderson, Haldeman, Drago, Goulart, and McTudis rounding out the top 10. And we're going to show you some highlights. And I don't know how you choose because they were just coming at us left and right. At the start, you can see Henderson, the silver car, on the pole, but Pardus around the outside getting that little bit of a boost from Nick Bruni. And didn't quite get it done there, but then the next lap or so, Pardus down to the inside. And you could see Henderson was out there all by himself in freight train, and then this battle started.
This is when they were going 3 wide, 2 wide for multiple corners in a row. This is already after Bruni made that 3 wide move, but this is when Zilish gets a little bit scrappy, gets a little bit too sendy, as we might say, and drops back eventually after a couple of these slides and slips, but couldn't quite get it done. Worked his way back up towards the front eventually, and now is kind of hooked up with those 2 teammates. This is that giant lunge. Drago lunged up the inside the corner before. Zilish wasn't having it, takes it back, and then in the last moments, Drago gets a push, shoves it off the track, and that is what solidified the podium.
Yeah, that was it. And up front, not even in the same zip code, was Pardus. And then here was the run to the line with Bruni just hanging on over Zilish. It was exceptionally close, absolutely phenomenal racing. Exactly what you'd expect from Spec Miata. But I think in this one, the margin between 2nd and 3rd was 61 one-thousandths of a second. That's how close they were racing. But up front, the margin was almost 7 seconds. Preston Pardus, you earned a gold medal with an absolutely phenomenal run. Thanks for joining us here at the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Boy, what a pairing, the Runoffs in Indy. And for Hayward Wagner down to the pits, for Tomo alongside, I'm Greg Creamer. It's been an absolute treat, folks. Hope you enjoyed it. Spec Miata here at the Runoffs.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. Where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the Temple of Speed. Since 1911, the place every race driver wants to turn some laps on. For the second time, the SCCA National Championship Runoffs come to Indy. Nearly 900 drivers going for 26 gold medals. Indy, it's all about racing. It's Hagerty Race Day, and we are getting ready to put Formula Vs on the track. Thanks to Mazda for sponsoring our SCCA Runoffs video coverage. My name's John Phippen. Happy to be with you. Larry McLeod alongside me, and Haywood Wagner down on the pit lane. Larry, Formula V's always one of my favorite classes.
They never disappoint. It's going to be close racing, side-by-side, draft trains, and it's a family affair. We'll get into all of that stuff. I love watching V's. It's certainly one of my favorite ones to be around.
Absolutely, and we've got 48 of them on the starting grid, so it's one of our bigger classes this weekend. Of course, we've got a couple that are up in the 70s, but this is certainly one of the bigger ones. But we've got a Mazda Track Map, thanks to our friends from Mazda for providing this. And Larry, take us around.
Sure. You're kind of going to come down across the bricks, down into turn one, and we're going to see 4, 5, maybe even 6 wide the first time they go into there. It's going to be tight racing. They might get it funneled down to maybe 3 wide or even 2 wide by the time they go through the corners up through 6. But when they get to that home and back straight, we're probably going to see a few go wide again, 2, 3, 4 wide. As we enter then Sector 2 with the S's, turn 7 through 10, and then they get back onto the oval road course, or the oval maybe going counterclockwise. Turn 2, we get to go clockwise all the way down into turn 12, another opportunity for braking. But the key here is going to be set up the exit of 13, because that gets you down that extensively long run in a V. That's an extremely long run, and opportunities exist for passing.
Exactly. The most important turn on any racetrack is the one leading on to the longest straightaway, and that means turn 14 here at the Indianapolis road course. Another way Mazda supports racers and teams is through the Mazda Team Support Program, in which racers are eligible for the largest contingency awards from any of the car makers, as well as parts and technical support. And we thank Mazda for their ongoing sponsorship of our broadcast. And you can see the grid of cars, and down there amongst them is the third member of our broadcast team, Haywood Wagner. Hey, Haywood.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm standing here with our pole sitter for Formula V, and I just want to give folks a chance to look at a couple of the features of these cars. Formula V stands for Volkswagen, and what you're looking at here is stock Volkswagen suspension parts from Type 2s, Volkswagen Beetles, 60s era, designed in the 40s and 50s, more or less. This is very... it's actually become harder to source parts for in recent years, but this is very basic suspension setup. The idea of this class was that you could go and buy a crashed Volkswagen street car, pull the suspension bits off all the engine bits, and put together a pretty fun race car. One of the stories in this class has always been about the brakes. If you look inside the rear wheel right here on our pole car, that is a drum brake. That works by the brake shoes pushing out against the drums. And the dark art of Formula V for a long, long time was tuning those drum brakes, so you had great pedal feel and very, very little drag. The pole sitter, second place, brothers, they're running drums. Everybody else on the grid has switched over to disc.
Thanks, Hayward. That's a great indication of Formula V, one of the oldest classes. In fact, Larry, we were just talking about it before we went on the broadcast. I think Formula V is one of the few classes that was in the very first runoffs out at Riverside.
And it's showing you that 50-some years later, here we are still successfully talking about 48 cars going to take the grid today. This class is still, I'd say it's in its heyday. I think it's been its heyday for 58 years.
And there's been a change in the regulation in recent years with the tires in Formula Vs.
Yeah, a little bit, and I think that's allowed a little bit better competition among these drivers. Tires management is not quite as critical, but these guys are able to get in the heat and work with those, but they still do have to do some management of these cars, not only tire temps, but engine temps in these air-cooled cars as these races develop.
Exactly right, as these are the air-cooled boxer motor that's in the back of every Volkswagen Beetle, and with all of the shortcomings or whatever that might be part of that. So that's an issue that these drivers have to contend with. They've got skinny little tires, absolutely no aero. It's all down to the driver, and it's all down to racing together. This is pack racing at its best. This is as close as you'll see in any open wheel contest, the kind of wheel-to-wheel racing that these drivers put on with one another. And it's a reason that it's such a big family, because they have to have a lot of trust.
They do, and they got a lot of trust, and that's what we're going to see in these first 2 rows, as we had seen champion, Andrew Whitson, our pole sitter down there. We'll get to him in a minute. His brother Zach will be alongside him, but right behind them, not to be outdone, are the Abbotts, Brandon and Andrew. So we're going to have all these families taken up. And we'll get into the details of families. There's a lot of families. In fact, there's 4 Whitsons in this race alone, along with a few other siblings and father-son combos. But really, the other thing about Formula Vs is this class has been around so long. Globally, it's been around so long. We've got some big-name drivers that have driven Vs in their past. F1 champions like K.K. Rosberg, Emerson Fittipaldi, Nelson Piquet, all started out in Formula Vs.
And there are 6 former champions in this 48-car field. The one with the most championships is Roger Siebenaller in the 72 car. Roger starts a little deeper in the field, but nonetheless, he has 3 championships to his name. His most recent one was in 2011 up at Road America. He's also been on the box 8 times, so 21 top 10 finishes in his 32 runoff starts out of the northern New Jersey region. Another driver who's been here a whole lot is Stephen Davis out of the Atlanta region in the 80 car. Stephen has 33 runoff starts to his credit. He's been fast qualifier 4 times. He won it last at Road Atlanta in 1992, just to give you an indication of the longevity of the 2-time champion. As the cars are rolling away from the false grid, we're not going to have time to introduce the entire starting grid, but we can start at the top and try to hit the highlights for you. Andrew Whitson is your pole sitter in the number 12 car, as he will take the Tire Rack Pole Award. He is the 2019 champion back at VIR. He is also Super Sweep eligible, and he is sports cars picked to win it all. Alex Scaler starts second in the 79 car out of the South Jersey region. Zachary Whitson, one of the 4 Whitsons in the field in the 27. Oh, okay. I have a provisional grid. Forgive me. Andrew Whitson is your pole sitter. Zachary Whitson starts second. Brandon Abbott in third in the 26 car out of Farmington Hills, Michigan. Andrew Abbott in the 25 car is fourth out of Livonia, Michigan. Jeff Filipkowski in the 20 car from Bangor, Pennsylvania in the Philadelphia region. Brian Farnham out of Medina, Ohio in the 15 car starts sixth. Seventh is Chris Jennerjohn, another former champion out of Hartford City, Indiana in the Indianapolis region. Alex Scaler back in 8th position in the 79 out of Asbury, New Jersey in the South Jersey region. The 52 of Michael Ferguson from Moore, South Carolina in the Atlanta region. The 4 of Gavin Sweeney from Brooklyn, New York in the South Florida region. The 113 is Hunter Phillips Barron from Garland, Texas in the Texas region. Stephen Davis, the longtime former champion, starts 12th in the 80 car, Danielsville, Georgia from Atlanta. Ron Whitson, the father of the Whitson clan, in the 5 car out of Neenah, Wisconsin in the Milwaukee region. Dean Curtis in the 69 of East Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania and the Northeast Pennsylvania region. Roger Siebenaller, a former winner out of North Hero, Vermont, northern New Jersey in car 72. Mark Farnham in the 3, another family out of Medina, Ohio in the Ohio region. Donnie Isley in car 30 out of Fletcher, North Carolina in the Central Carolinas region. 7 is Jonathan Weishaupt from Baltimore, Maryland and the Washington, D.C. region. Mark Fosbury is in car number 6 from Groton, Massachusetts and the New England region. Jeff Lawhead, another front runner in the 10 out of Darien, Illinois in the Ohio Valley region. Quinn Posner is in car number 9 from Camas, Washington in the Northwest region. Rick Shields, another former winner out of Bridgefield, Pennsylvania and the Steel Cities region. He's in car 77. Dennis Andrade is in car 87 out of Silver Lake, Washington in the Northwest region. Steve Whitson in the 18 out of Hutto, Texas, but he races out of the Milwaukee region. Ryan Donahue is out of Philadelphia in the 16 car. Robert Neumeister is in the 94 out of Pueblo, Colorado in the Colorado region. Rich Richardson is in the 99, South Beacon, Illinois, the Central Illinois region. Brian Stasinski out of Villa Park, Illinois in the Chicago region is in the 84 car. Gregory Bruns out of Moore, South Carolina in the Central Carolina region is in the 53. The 117 is Guy Bellingham out of Brantford, Ontario in the Western New York region. Alexander Bertolucci, another family driver in the 81 from Mount Prospect, Illinois, and the 14 of John Adams from Whitmore Lake, Michigan, and the Western Michigan region. The 88 is Mark Richardson from Washington, Illinois, in the Central Illinois region. Jeffrey Vallejo from Brooklyn, New York, and the New York region in the 29 car. Marjorie Lindbergh in the 24 out of Beaverton, Oregon, in the South Florida region. William Stasinski in the 21 from Downers Grove, Illinois. That takes you down through 36th place as the field making its way into turn 12, and we're just about ready to get the start.
It's going to be that family start. Can the Abbotts take the Whitsons, or is it going to be the Filipkowski, Farnham, Jennerjohn? down the order to try and make passes into one. This is going to be pretty exciting.
Exactly, as we've got the 27 of Zachary Whitson alongside brother Andrew Whitson. So it's an all Whitson front row. And then Brandon Abbott and Andrew Abbott line up together. You can see identical livery on those two cars. So it's a family affair, literally. Jeff Filipkowski and Brian Farnham in row number 3.
And Hunter Phelps Barron down the order there. He was in a fantastic race at VIR 2 years ago, right in the middle between the Whitsons on the podium. He's down the order a little bit to start this race. Keep your eye on him early on. He's currently starting 11th.
Green, 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 and we are away. And it looks like Andrew Whitson gets a little bit of a jump. His brother ducks right in behind him. But we've got a car going 3 wide next to the Abbotts as they work their way down toward turn number 1. Look at the skinny tires on these Formula Vs. It's just hard to believe. We see the more contemporary Formula cars with a whole lot more rubber on the road. But Andrew Whitson, is going to lead his brother through turn number 1. Looks like everybody's successfully making it through 4 wide through turn 1. But again, showing the respect that these drivers show one another as they work their way through that very, very tight bit of racetrack. It's the 25 of Andrew Abbott.
Yep, and the 15 of Brian Farnham there on the inside. He's the one that got that great jump down that inside, trying to hang on to it. Right now, he is splitting the Abbotts.
Brian Farnham in the Duck and Monkey Quixote Kearney D Silver Bullet FR1. And there's the 26 car of Brandon Abbott slotting into the 4th spot.
Farnham actually finished 3rd here at Indy 4 years ago. Knows how to mix it up at the front of the pack.
Alex Scaler in the 79 right behind him in that blue, Robin's Egg blue car as they work their way down the Holman Straight for the first time. Racing right to and over the inside line.
Got to protect that inside line. Oh, and they may have touched a little bit there.
Yeah, as we got a spinner and everybody's taking evasive action, but so far doing a good job. And that driver's able to get going. I think that was the 80 car of Stephen Davis, but I'm not positive.
It's like the 52 of Mitch Ferguson.
There you go, thank you.
So one note about Alex Scaler is he actually ran a qualifying time that would have put him on the front row. Penalty applied, had to sit on his Wednesday qualifying times, got him back the order, which means he may have more pace than maybe he's showing here, starting in 8th. I think he said he's currently running in 7th in that blue liveried one right behind the last of the Abbotts. So keep your eye on that car as this race develops.
And just behind them is the 20 car of Jim Filipkowski from Bangor, Pennsylvania, in the Philadelphia region, as our leaders come onto the front straightaway for the first time at speed. And it is still a Whitson benefit at the front. Andrew is showing the way to brother Zachary. And then the first of the Abbotts, Brandon Abbott out in front of Andrew with the 15 car of Brian Farnham sandwiched in between.
Kind of playing nicely in behavior. A lot of allies going on here. For Scaler, his ally is probably his father further back in the field, so I think it's going to help him right now. He's kind of on his own, but as we had seen last year, he had tremendous pace late in the race at Road America, coming from pretty far back to get up into the mix, going into Canada corner there. Here, he's going to try and stay in the mix of this front 7 as long as he can.
As we mentioned, Andrew Whitson, the 2019 champion of this class.
And that was a tremendous race in 19 between the two Whitsons, sandwiched around, I believe it was Hunter Phelps Barron, multiple laps, lead changes all around. It was just a beautiful thing to watch as we got a car off at 6A.
Yeah, and went behind the barrier from our vantage point. I'm not sure who that was, but we had a car off wide. We've seen a couple cars go off there as we got a replay coming that'll give us a little insight into who that might have been. Oh, we've got a car smoking, and I think that's what happens. Yeah, that's the 4 car as it's coming out of 6A, showing a lot of smoke. Gavin Sweeney out of Brooklyn, New York.
Started this race in 10th, and unfortunately there, it didn't look like he's going to go much further.
Yeah, back to live action with Andrew Whitson continuing to show the way as he's opened up a little bit of a lead over his brother Zachary.
So we get to the draft in the front straight, and that lead will be gone quickly.
Exactly right. As the Abbotts sandwiching the 15 car of Brian Farnham, and we're getting word that we are going to go full course yellow. As you can see these drivers raising their hand, indicating to the cars following that they're slowing down, getting out of the throttle.
And that's really helpful for these drivers because obviously, often they're focusing on who's right in front of us. We got some cars still at the back now finally seeing that yellow. But that's one of the issues. If you can't see the flagger stand, you don't really know that the yellow's coming out. If you see the guy in front of you putting his hand up, it makes you go, wait a second, there's something happening here. I better take note.
Exactly right. As the field now working its way across the line, let's do a quick rundown. Andrew Whitson, your leader, over Zachary Whitson in the 27, the 25 of Andrew Abbott in front of Brian Farnham, who right now holds the fast lap of the race in the 15 car. Brandon Abbott just behind in 5th, Alex Scaler in that blue number 79 in the 6th spot. Jeff Filipkowski in the 20 in 7th. Chris Jenner-John in the 46 is 8th. Stephen Davis in the 80 is 9th. And Roger Siebenaller in the 72 is 10th. Jenner-John, Davis, and Siebenaller, all veterans in the class, all former winners, as they are all running together, 9th, 10th, and 8th, 9th, and 10th.
This little stop here is going to help our defending champ, Chris Jenner-John. And so he had been there was a bit of a gap there between Scaler and Filipkowski for 6th and 7th. Jenner-John sitting here in 8th. Now is able to kind of get up into that mix. So keep your eye on Jenner-John as we go through that restart next time by.
The Hawk breakthrough performer for this race is Alexander Bertolucci out of Mount Prospect, Illinois, in the 81 car. He picked up 13 places between Tuesday and Wednesday, so that's a bunch.
It's getting with the program for sure.
Yeah, absolutely right. So, Larry, tell me about these cars. How do you make one go faster than the other?
Well, it's all about the slipstream, as a lot of times what you're trying to do. And that was the comment that Hayward made about the cars and why the front row, why the Whitsons are still on drums, because the drum brakes have inherently less drag.
Yep.
And so they're trying to make sure they maximize that straightaway. So while they don't have the advantage of maybe the disc brakes and more consistency and heat management, they do have less drag in them as the disc brakes off and the pads will float a little bit and cause some drag. They're playing the game of, I'm going to stay away from that and stick with the drums. Which, and really the only reason they're allowing the disc brakes in here anyway is about, as Hayward had kind of also alluded to, the scarcity of parts when you're talking about 1950s Volkswagens. So allowing the discs is a good thing, but as you can see, parity still is great between the two types. And that's one of the things. You got to be good at the slipstream. The motors are always tuned just right. And these guys carry spare motors too, so they feel something on Wednesday, Thursday. They can get it fresh one day before the weekend.
Yeah, exactly right. Reliability is actually pretty good. The motors last pretty well. You don't see hand grenaded motors in this class very often, so clearly they're running well within their specifications. But every little bit of fine tuning to extract the maximum from those tiny little 4 cylinders is important.
It really is, and the drivers can feel them starting to sag. They can feel them go down. That's why you don't see the blown motors, because they can sense it. They can take care of it. It also means that through the course of a long race like this, the weather isn't too bad. But if it were a hotter day, temperature management of those motors is critical.
We thought we were going to get a green flag, but it looks like the cleanup is not quite completed. So we're going to go one more lap behind the safety car as Andrew Whitson brings the field around. Zachary right behind him.
More opportunity for those tires to cool a little bit. More work to have to bring them back up to temp when we do finally go green.
We mentioned Chris Jenner-John, one of those drivers in that little logjam right outside the top 10. He's a native out of the Indianapolis region in the 46 car. He won at Road America a year ago, so he is the defending winner of this class. It was a pretty good race last year as well. It always is at Road America. That climb up the hill makes for some fantastic finishes.
Yeah, for the folks that didn't see that race, you can go back and you can always watch the archive videos on SCCA.com. But let me just tell you, the top 4 were separated by 0.7 of a second. It just shows you how close it was. And in fact, the front 7 were all about 1.5 seconds apart coming into Canada Corner. It was a complete crapshoot of who was going to actually come out in front. Chris Jenner-John got the advantage out of there and was able to make that run up the hill, just holding off Andrew Whitson last year. Unbelievable race, as it always is with these. I love watching these races.
Don't be surprised if we have a 4-wide finish coming to the yard of bricks here in a few more laps as well. We mentioned Stephen Davis in the 80, the veteran campaigner, a 2-time champion, most recently in 1992 in his Vortec Formula V. But Stephen Davis with a long career, 33 starts, 4 fast laps, as well as the most recent win in 92.
It's just the staying power. It's the staying power of Formula V. As we talk about, that's one of the reasons these families stick around, because when you invest in it, you can stay as a family, both with your competitors as well as your actual blood relatives, and people like him are staying in the class for 30-plus years.
Roger Siebenaller in the 72 car, a 3-time champion, most recently in 2011. So those are the kind of veterans that you see in this field, and they just keep coming back. So the 80 car of Stephen Davis, running in 9th right now. Just in front of him is Chris Jenner-John in the white 46, and Roger Siebenaller right behind him in that white 72. As we are coming to green this time by, As the field working its way out of the S's into turn number 12.
Stephen Aller last year did not go to Road America, but his car was there in the hands of Alex Scaler. This year, Mr. Stephen Aller said to Alex, sorry, you need to go find your own car. I'm getting mine back, and that's where you're now seeing both of them in the field.
Beginning to get some speed into these cars as Andrew Whitson and Zachary Whitson bringing the field around. Andrew looked like he was going to try to go there at about turn 13, but I think he has to wait until turn 14 before he can begin to accelerate. Keep an eye on the flag stand. They have to stay single file until that green flag flies, and then they can pop out. And there they go. You can see the moment the green flag is thrown, and we are 4 wide, 5 wide coming down the front straightaway. And it looks like one of the Abbotts is getting past. I think that's the 20 car Jeff Filipkowski on the inside, as the Whitson's still 2 wide coming down into turn 1, and I think we're going to have a change. It looks like Zachary is going to sweep into the lead, putting his brother back into second spot.
Watching the 25, I think it's Andrew Abbott there, came down the outside into 1 to jump right back in front of Farnham again. He does hold on to that 3rd spot for the time being.
Yeah, Farnham in the orange car in that number 15, but he is right on the back of the 25 of Andrew Abbott. And then just a little bit of a gap back to Filipkowski and Chris Jennerjohn in the 46.
And they're side by side.
Yeah, absolutely. Still side by side. Abbott and Farnham are side by side as well, with the 2 Whitsons still running single file up in front. Farnham goes just a little bit wide in the exit of 10, or excuse me, the exit of 6A onto the Holman Straight. And they are line astern at the moment.
Going to go 3 wide in the back there as well, I think.
Yep.
Or even at the front.
Yep. Farnham immediately pops out. Andrew Abbott pops out to defend, and they drop right back into single file. Brandon Abbott right there behind. In the 5th spot. As we've got about a 5 or 6 car breakaway here. Right at the tail end of that group is the 79 of Alex Scaler. As the Abbotts go side by side, the Whitsons, excuse me, go side by side. I get my brothers confused.
There's an Abbott now in between them, it looks.
It looks like you're absolutely right. And Brian Farnham's trying to stuff it up in there as well. He's going to have to stay in 4th, it looks like. But we have a new 2nd place runner, a new family spoken from in the top 3, as the 25 car of Andrew Abbott comes up into 2nd spot. As they come to the line to complete race lap number 6.
Andrew last year was a part of that finishing pack of 4. Andrew finished on the podium in the 3rd spot, just sandwiched between Whitson and Hunter Phelps Barron in that fantastic finish. And here we are again. He's right in that mix. Looks like he's even pushing Whitson along a little bit down the front straightaway. They do bump a little bit in these classes.
Side by side, Steven Davis, one of the drivers involved in that, as is the 20 car of Jeff Filipkowski.
Filipkowski using all the curb, the tallest curb we have here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He used all of it going into 1 on that trip.
Alex Scaler there in front in that Robin's Egg Blue, number 72. As they're just a little bit of a breakaway behind the 20 car of Jeff Filipkowski. Jonathan Weisheidt, Stephen Davis, and Chris Jennerjohn.
Weisheidt started this race back in 18th. Got himself up into the top 10 right now.
Absolutely. That's a good candidate for the Sunoco Hard Charger Award. But lots of racing left to go as we're working race lap number 7. Still some side-by-side racing, a little deeper just behind the 20 car.
One of those back
Jeff
there
Filipkowski.
Yeah, one of those is Stephen Aller back there a little further.
Stephen Aller in the white car. That's the 7 of Jonathan Weisheidt. We talked about him just a moment ago. And the 69 of Dean Curtis. Stephen Aller right there behind them in the 72. As they work their way up onto the banking and coming down into turn 12. One of the prime passing opportunities. We've seen a lot of action at this corner throughout the weekend.
A little bit of a gap there at the front for our leader, Andrew Whitson. Just a bit.
Yeah.
Don't often see that here. And behind, it's Abbott Whitson. So it's Andrew Abbott and Zach Whitson. Try to keep this all straight. We get 2 Andrews up front, 2 Whitsons in the top 3.
Zach pulls out and just makes a nice move up into 2nd spot. So he's going to try to draft up to his brother Farnham down the inside once again. And he stays in that 4 spot. And the other Abbott, the 26 of Brandon, slots in right behind him. And Alex Scaler just sets fast lap of the race, a 1:57.2 for Scaler. The pole time was a 57.4, so he's already quicker than the pole time.
There's Brandon Abbott and Scaler going side by side. Brandon able to hold the position now.
Zachary Whitson holding off the challenge from behind with Brandon Abbott and Brian Farnham as they come off 6A and onto the Holman Straight. Meanwhile, Andrew Whitson enjoying at the line. It was about just over a 1 second lead. And if anything, it looks like that's going bigger. And we've got a car in the gravel. That's the 6 of Mark Fosbury out of Groton, Massachusetts in the New England region. It looks to be the outside of turn 6, if I'm not mistaken. And we are going to have to go full course yellow because that car is buried.
It's pretty deep right there. The chassis all the way down onto the sand. Those skinny little tires are not able to do much.
Yeah, unfortunately, they don't travel very well in gravel. So the double yellow flag's out to slow the field down so that the safety vehicles can get there and extract the number 6 of Mark Fosbury. So for the second time, the field will pack up behind our leader. Andrew Whitson has led every lap so far.
So Andrew was starting to build a little bit of lead right before this double yellow came out, and it was his brother helping him a little bit as Zach was sort of holding the field behind. Had Andrew Abbott in his tail and trying to maybe create a little bit of space for his brother, try to make sure that if any pass is going to happen from the Abbott, he was going to make sure he had to work really hard for it. But all that is for naught as we're going to go full course caution.
Well, we've got a moment here under this full course yellow. Let's take a second to thank our sponsors to make the racing possible here as we'll take a break and talk to our friends from Mazda.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. Where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
Welcome back to the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. As we understand, we're going to go green next time by as we had a car stuck in the gravel. Mark Fosbury has been extracted from the gravel trap. You can see the safety vehicle in the right at the top of your screen getting back to its staging position. And the plan is to go green this time by. We're working race lap 9 of the scheduled 19. Still plenty of time left as we've got 22 minutes remaining. So barring another yellow, we should be able to get all 19 of the laps in as we're coming up on half distance here. Another lap and a half.
It's that opportunity again for a lot of these guys where those gaps started to develop. Now the accordion closes again. You can start to maybe reset. Does two things. It gives you, if you're the one at the front of that break, or I guess the right behind the breakaway, to say, hey, great, I get to catch up to everybody. But the same thought is going in through the heads of the 4 or 5 guys behind you saying, great, we just caught up to the top 6. Let's try and make this closer. You know, for the Whitsons out in front, I've seen a lot of these team taxes. We know from 2019 these guys are on radios together. I suspect we've got a lot of that happening. The Abbotts are probably doing the same thing. And so they're talking to each other about strategies going down the straightaway, who's going to take inside versus outside, what kind of moves they're making.
Exactly right. Andrew with a little bit of a lead over his brother right now, but I'm sure they'll pack it up as he'll slow down coming into turn number 14. Or not. Not quite sure.
It's a V?
Yeah, it's a V.
And can you tell him he's slow?
Yeah. Come on, Larry.
It's great racing. It's not fast straightaway speeds. It makes great racing.
Absolutely right. This is a perfect indication. The green flag flies, and they explode out to about 4 wide. And I believe that's the 72 of Siebenthaler making a bold run right alongside the pit wall. As they're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 wide coming down the front straightaway.
And we've got a coordinated change at the front as Zach Whitson now able to get the draft around brother to take the lead into 1. But right behind him is Farnham.
And I think he's going to take over 3rd spot or not.
Oh, we got contact then going through 1 in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, 2 or 3 cars, one taking evasive action.
The 72 of Siebenthaler.
Siebenthaler's one of them. The car they're sitting counter race going to have to wait for the rest of the field to come by. At the moment, we're staying green. And the 69 car up into the hunt now as Dean Curtis makes his presence felt. As we can see him right there behind the 26 of Brandon.
Right there, I think in the middle of that. And number 46, that white car.
So Jenner John did make a bold move and got all the way up into 4th spot. As we got a replay coming of the spin there at turn number 1. We can see the cars all bunched up, and they try to funnel down together, and that's where they clip.
It's the red and white car there, and it's kind of stationary now at the exit there of 1. It might have been the one that locked up a little bit going in and caught a little bit of victims going through, unfortunately.
That might have been Rick Shields in the 77. I'm not sure, but we'll check it when they come back by.
Cars are relatively durable.
Yeah,
for what they are. I mean, these cars, you don't keep a class going for 50-some years and deal with attrition without some level of durability built into the chassis.
Yeah, Colin Chapman would not have designed these cars the way they are. They're very sturdy, and like I said, the running gear is basically from a Volkswagen Beetle. And that's what makes the class so popular and so economical and with such longevity.
And we're green. Oh,
the 20s. Yeah. Brandon Abbott off and on, and that's going to cost him because that opens the momentum for Alex Scaler to get a run in the 79 car, and he's already alongside. And Curtis right there behind him.
Abbott, that little mistake there just cost him 2 positions quickly. And here you got at the front, the Whitsons again coordinating this. They're doing the coordinated leapfrogging because they can be faster down there together. But look at, I believe that's Andrew Abbott now making the move on
Farnham, yeah, to move back up into 3rd position. So Whitson now Abbott with Farnham in the 4th spot. Jenner John just hanging in there in the 72 car back in 5th position. As they work their way through turn 4, turn 5, and down into the corner that Tomo calls the skid point. It's just making basically a long left-hander. Turn 6, 6A, which shuts them right back onto the Holman Straight, and that's been a scene of a lot of activity here at the runoffs. That's been a very tricky turn. Dropping a wheel off into that dirt on the outside can be a problem. Another choreographed change of position between the Whitsons.
Trying to take those opportunities that if one gets a better run, you let him go.
Yep. And I would think also there might be a cooling advantage there as well. Keeping those drum brakes cool at the front as well as getting cold air into the engine inlet.
Get out in that fresh air a little bit.
Yep, exactly right.
But Andrew Abbott doesn't want to have anything to do with that. He would love to get right in between those guys. That's where he's maybe looking to try and set up Zach Whitson next time opportunity comes. Don't know if he's going to be able to do it here at 12, but don't be surprised if he's taking a look to get a great run off at 13. But, of course, you've got Farnham right behind him and a little lockup from him going into 12.
And I wonder if there are any team orders in the Whitson camp because Andrew is eligible for a super sweep if he's able to win this one.
I think that's the last thing on Zach's mind, and probably the last thing on Andrew's mind, but maybe Ron down the order is thinking, go boys, go.
Exactly right. Single file are the top 4, and they've broken away just a tad from Chris Jenner-John as they come across the line. Here goes another move at the front as the Whitson swap positions.
But look at the closing of the gap right here. Look at Farnham now on the inside, going to try and go from 4 to 1.
3 wide coming down into turn 1. And we've got an Abbott at the front for the first time as Andrew Abbott takes over the point. Zach Whitson just behind him, then Farnham, then Andrew Whitson, who has led much of this race from the pole.
Trying to make a coordinated flip with just his brother, and turns out he gave up 3 positions, and now he finds himself at the back of this train. But that's how these races go. These guys race together all the time. It's not the first time they've seen each other, so they kind of know, hey, you know what, the run's happening, the moves is going. I've got 8 more laps. I'm not going to do anything crazy.
Alex Scaler closing quickly to make it a 6-car train at the front.
He's the wild card of this bunch because he's not family. He's not really from those guys' regions either. As a lot of these guys, like the Whitsons, they're from Milwaukee. The Abbotts are from the Detroit area. You know, maybe Scaler might see Farnham, I don't know, but you can see Scaler there, not worried about any kind of orders, coordination. He definitely wants to get right in as he takes that spot away from Whitson.
Up into 4th place is the new 79 of Alex Scaler. Asbury, New Jersey. A lot of New Jersey drivers in this field. New Jersey, New England was what I was trying to say. As Alex Scaler out of Asbury, New Jersey. Up into 4th spot. Farnham looking racy as he dives inside of Zach Whitson in the approach to turn 12 and gets it done. Farnham up into 2nd spot. That's as high as he's run all day. And here comes Scaler. He wants a little piece of that action as well.
He's by far the aggressor, but a little bit of wide run out in front from Andrew Abbott. Scaler, though, trying to get the good run here. He's going to have to hold off the other Whitson. So both Whitsons are sitting here at 4th and 5th, and Scaler now becomes the tow vehicle in this train.
Zachary at the front of the Whitson train. Now he pops out. There goes Farnham popping out. 3 wide once again. Farnham to the lead for the moment.
Let's make it 4 wide, guys.
Yeah, but it's not over yet. Farnham appears to have the advantage, but swinging around the outside is the 12 car.
Big lockup there from Scaler, able to tuck it in and make turn 1 for a moment there. I thought it was going to be tears for everyone, but nope, he's able to hang on to it and make another run as Abbott goes, right up there. Whitson, excuse me, is Andrew Whitson now takes over the lead.
Yeah, Andrew Whitson, the one who got shuffled back to 4th the last time through turn 1, repays the favor and goes right back to the front this time through turn 1.
And the chess match continues.
Exactly right. Just what we love about Formula V racing. You can never count it out.
But his brother's 4 spots behind.
Yeah, so he doesn't have that drafting partner that he had for the early stages of this race, as we're well into the second half, working race lap 13 of the 19.
It's a pretty big breakaway now, about the top 7.
Yep. So the 12 car of Andrew Whitson, he takes the top spot. Oh! As Abbott ducked to the inside in the 25. Andrew Abbott thought about making a move, but fell back in single file. Don't be alarmed if you see the occasional little puff of smoke from the back of these cars. That is not at all uncommon. If you've ever owned an air-cooled engine, Porsche or Volkswagen, you know that
they're not really air-cooled, are they?
Yeah,
they're more oil-cooled.
Exactly right. Yeah, I was surprised. I had an old 911 100 years ago, and first time I changed the oil, I thought, wait a minute, you need a case of oil to change the oil. We've got a huge dry sump, and the oil is a very significant part of the cooling. A bit of smoke out of the back of the car of Alex Scaler, but not to worry.
7 times around to go. And now the chess match is fully underway. Everyone's collecting data on everyone around them. Obviously, the Whitsons know each other, the Abbotts know each other, but as you watch this race unfold, you got to start to figure, when does somebody traditionally make a move? And for Scaler, he's making a move every time he sees daylight. And the other guys, it's a little bit more coordinated and a little bit more planned. For Scaler here, even able to get in without any brake lockup, but does give up the spot right back to Andrew Abbott.
He's not giving up the ghost as he stays right with it. Andrew Abbott with the position right at the moment. Andrew Whitson out in front. Brian Farnham in second.
Farnham very patient up there right now. Probably thinking if we can just get a couple second gap of what's behind us, we can make this a 2-horse race.
Basically a 7-car breakaway. Chris Jenner-John at the tail end of that group. Brandon Abbott in the 6th spot. Zachary Whitson in the 27 just in front.
Jenner-John maybe not quite tagging on as closely as he'd like to be. He's kind of got the little brother, hey guys, wait for me thing going on right now. The Abbott's there out in front of him, and now Scaler's going to try to take a look down the inside. Andrew Abbott.
He wants that 3rd place back, and he gets it at turn 7, if he can hang on to it at the exit. And he does so. Into the S as they come, turns 8, 9, and 10. And Scaler once again atop this battle for 3rd, as he is, at the moment at least, on the box with about 5 laps to go.
Andrew Whitson and Brian Farnham out in front are not pushing any kind of side-by-sides. You watch Farnham, I think, is just trying to stay patient and stay in line. He'll only make a move if it's a guaranteed move. Otherwise, I think he's hoping that behind him, Scaler sort of becomes the wild card. He keeps mixing it up with Andrew Abbott and with Zach Whitson to try and slow that pack down.
And this pack of cars with Alex Scaler at the front, they need to line up line astern and try to run these guys down, or they're going to get away. The draft is so, so important. But the more they squabble with one another, the more they're going to get slowed down. As the 25 of Andrew Abbott goes with Zachary Whitson side by side. Not paying attention to anything I'm saying, but of course they're not listening to me, so that's just as good.
That's
Big brake lock up, and there's contact.
That's Zach Whitson on the back of Scaler. You can see Whitson struggling to get on the brakes there alongside of, I believe that was Andrew Abbott that he was with. They're going to take that little short shoot down that dumps out, but that might be the end for Zach Whitson.
Yeah, I don't know if there is suspension damage. We're going to get a replay of it.
Look at him going side by side, under braking. He thinks he's got it, but that's a tremendous speed he's carrying. Just unable to get it slowed down, spins Scaler around. Scaler's able to continue. But neither one of those now up in the fight.
Yeah, Zach Whitson pulls off, so he must have some damage, making it unable for him to continue, but he does a great job of pulling off well out of harm's way so we can stay green.
Well, there's your two-horse fight right now. Those two horses, Andrew Whitson and Brian Farnham. Now a little bit of daylight back to the Abbotts behind them, and I think that's Chris Jennerjohn then trailing behind the two Abbotts.
Brian Farnham and Mark Farnham, both in this field, both out of the Ohio region, centered up around the Cleveland area. The Whitsons from the Milwaukee region, of course, at their home track last year.
And actually 4 Whitsons in this field. We've talked obviously about Zach and Andrew Whitson, father Ron, but they have another brother, Steve Whitson, also in this race. You got 4 of them. What a move going on there by Farnham down the inside. I think he might have just taken the lead.
He did indeed. Into turn 12, Brian Farnham takes over the point for the first time.
And he's a good run off of 13 as well.
Yep. Down into 14, hugging the pit wall, and they're going to take it right out to the road. So let's see if Andrew Whitson can retake the lead that he's held for much of this race. In the early stages, swapping it back and forth with his brother Zach as we go a little deeper in the field. Here's the 74 car of Stuart Delaney. And he's got company. Stuart back in 26th spot. Chris Caruso, William Stasinski, all part of that battle. John Adams with him as well.
Marjorie Lundberg, I think, also in there in that 24.
Yep. Of course, Sunoco, the official fuel of the Sports Car Club of America and our road racing program. And of course, the Sunoco Hard Charger, as we got a spin, the Hard Charger goes to the driver who makes up the most positions from his qualifying position to race finishing position. And that's the 0 of Rick Ruckman out of Summersville, West Virginia. Spinning right there at 13, but he's able to continue. And I think he's fallen off the back. We'll get a replay of Ruckman's spin, see if he got any help. Nope, all on his own. Just carried a little too much speed through 13, and the rear end stepped out.
Somebody threw a couple of walnut shells out of the back of a Mario Kart and caused his spin.
Exactly right. As we see the 6th car of Mark Fosbury, who brought out the yellow flag with a trip into the gravel trap. I believe he's a lap down to the field, but still out there circulating. As we're working race lap 16 now. As the racing goes on all around the track, even though they're well out of contention for a win, these drivers are still going after it.
That right there, that is your fight for the lead. Sorry, that is not, that is still the number 6. There's the fight for the lead.
There you go.
Andrew Whitson has gotten back around Farnham with 4 laps to go.
Whitson up in front and stretching his advantage right now, so I don't know if Brian Farnham's got anything for our leader at this stage.
He's trying to stay in that draft. I think the Abbotts are the ones saying, oh man, we're just out of that draft. The Abbotts might be fighting for 3rd because right now Farnham is going to make a push and stick to the back of Andrew Whitson. That race is not over yet for 1 and 2.
He's good on the brakes, is Farnham. He was able to close right up on him in the braking zone. Dean Curtis in that 69 car has got Rick Shields right in front of him. Rick Shields, a veteran campaigner and former winner of this race in the 77 car.
Well, Scaler's trying to chase those guys down as well. But Farnham here, if he saved anything in those tires, he's going to need it here in the last couple laps.
Working race lap number 17 of 19 as they're about halfway around, coming off of turn 6A onto the Holman straightaway. Andrew Whitson looking perhaps for the super sweep. And 2 wins in 3 years after taking the win in an exciting race at VIR 2 years ago. Wrapping it up here at Indianapolis, perhaps with another one.
So 4 years ago, one of the legends of Formula V took a commanding win out here, Michael Veresens. In that race here at Indy in 2017, your second place finisher was some kid named Andrew Whitson, and third on the podium was another guy, Brian Farnham. So here they are battling again, this time for the top spot here at Indy again 4 years later.
Kurt Bennett in the 36 has pulled off. I believe that's on the home and straight.
Also going back, it was Andrew Abbott that finished 4th in that race 4 years ago, now running 3rd here.
Recovering that with a local yellow as his car is pretty much in a safe place. Here's the battle at the front. It's a 2-horse race right now.
So this is the chess match. Farnham's got plenty of gap behind him. Doesn't have to worry about making moves that don't work. He can try a lot of things. This is the place to test. You got 3 more trips down his front straight. Test the braking, test your positioning, and test what are the reactions of Whitson going to do when you go left. Does he go right or does he block?
And here we've got a situation where we've got the difference between the drum brakes and the disc brakes, perhaps. Farnham running disc brakes on his car. Whitson is, we said, at the top of the order with the older drum brakes, but a little less drag. But when you really need them, are the disc brakes better? That's a good question.
Farnham just kind of watching, biding his time as they go through the skid pad of 6. I suspect as we get to the next lap, you might see him try making moves. See what sticks. Perhaps try to take the lead and maybe play a little chess with Andrew to maybe give the lead back and get it back again on the last lap. So this will be interesting to see how long does he decide to wait.
We saw a slower car coming just out of the picture as we went to this shot. So there's a good possibility that traffic could be a factor for these drivers before we get to the end. As they're going to be completing the penultimate lap here. Lap 18. Andrew Whitson.
Whoa, little bobble.
Yeah, he's driving it hard, man. That car got sideways on him. He had to catch it.
He caught a lot of curb there at 10, and that just gave up some momentum. Interestingly, as Farnham sort of backed out and waited. I think Farnham really is playing the chess match. He had an opportunity to jump around and said, wait a second, I can't do this. It's too early. We got 2 whole laps around this place to go.
Yep.
And that's interesting, sort of playing that game of when do I go? It's not how. It's at this point, he already probably knows his move. It's a matter of when.
Yeah. He's been sizing up Andrew Whitson the entire race, trying to decide where he's stronger and where he can make his move. And so he's probably got it all worked out in his mind, and Andrew is trying to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Where can he get just enough advantage so that he can lead him across the line?
Let's just see if Brian just sticks right in line. It looks like he might. Let's see if he pops out at the end or if he sells. No, we're going to do this the next time through.
White flag next time by. As they come down into turn 1. It's a 2-horse race. Whitson and Farnham, with Andrew Abbott and Brandon Abbott running 3rd and 4th. And back to Chris Jennerjohn and Alex Scaler, 5th and 6th. Rick Shields up to 7th. Stephen Davis, Dean Curtis, and Jeff Lawhead, your top 10. It's about a lap and a half away from the checkers.
So Farnham's strategy here, and you can see it there. Clearly he had an opportunity to pass, decided not to. The only risk to that is in a big field like this, late in the race, if somebody spins, you start getting yellows, whether it's a local at 1 or the way you have to go full course, you've missed your opportunity, and sometimes you have to take that opportunity when it presents itself. So for him, he's gambling. He's gambling that he's going to get a great run off of the last corner on the last lap, or maybe he's gambling he could do it on this straightaway next time through. Right now, I don't think he gambled on having a lap traffic in front of him.
The lapper doing exactly what he should, holding his line and allowing the overtaking drivers to make the move. The worst thing you can do when you're being passed is to try to guess where the overtaking drivers want you to go.
A little more conservative through this time there for Andrew Whitson.
Yep. Kept it from going sideways quite as much. Didn't take as much curb for sure.
He got a great run off of that compared to Farnham right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
More lap traffic, just trying to stay out of the way of this fantastic finish that's got just a little over 2.5 miles left.
2.6 miles around this road course. They work their way through turn 13, heading toward 14 and on to the straightaway. And they should see the white flag this time by. Andrew Whitson maybe saving the best till last. Got a little bit of an advantage there.
That run off at 10, like I said, he looked super clean, and it was so good. I don't think Farnham's going to be close enough to make a move going into 1. Farnham's only chance now is either going to be get alongside him coming out of 6 if he can make up some ground through sector 1, or it's going to have to be some kind of a move probably going into 12. But right now, Andrew Whitson is putting in qualifying lap speed right here on the second to last lap of this race.
But Farnham is really good on the brakes. He made up a whole bunch of ground there into turn number 1. So let's follow this battle for the lead as Brian Farnham trying to find that extra couple of car lengths to get into contention for a run to the checkered flag. As they come out of turn number 4 into 5, and down into the long turn number 6.
This is pretty much a race for Farnham. He's got to close up here to have any kind of chance. This is his best drafting opportunity to close the gap. He's not close enough to make the move yet going into 7. He's got to get close enough to just maybe grab an extra car length or 2 and hope through the S's as they get to 10 next time. He could be on his tail and have a shot to go side by side at 12. Otherwise, Andrew Whitson might be looking at that checker flag first.
And they've got traffic in front of him once again. I believe I saw the 0 of Rick Ruckman not far in front. And at the moment, Andrew Whitson from the pole.
A lot of curve there this time for Farnham, trying to get that run. Last time by, he did have a bit of a bobble, had the car slide, lost his momentum. This time he's trying to do it better, but I tell you who did do it better was Whitson. As good as he was on lap 18, he did it just as well, maybe better here on 19, holding off this charge for Farnham. And for Whitson, 1 more corner to go, and then he'll see a checker flag waiting for him.
Lapper getting out of the way, letting this battle for the lead come through. Farnham got a good run through 13. He's closing. The car's pretty good in a straight line. Can he get there? A photo finish is not unusual in Formula V, but Andrew Whitson, I think, is going to have the measure as they come to the yard of bricks and about a half a car length. As Farnham waited until the last instant to pop out, but he was not able to quite get there. A great race between these two. And Andrew Whitson notching the first super sweep of this runoffs.
What a great run there on that last lap. Didn't think Farnham was going to get there, but he got a pretty good run despite the lap traffic there to make it a race. Just got alongside, unfortunately, not long enough away to get to those bricks for him to take it away from Whitson. And for Whitson, now his second championship. What a great drive.
Absolutely. Farnham put his fastest lap in on that final lap, so he gave it his all. But at the line, it was just about 1/10 of a second separating those two. Now here comes the battle to the line between Alex Scaler and Rick Shields. As they come to the line, Scaler holding on for 6th spot, Shields in 7th, Stephen Davis in the 8th spot, Dean Curtis comes home 9th, Ron Whitson comes home in 10th spot. Ron also would be a contender for the Sunoco Hard Charger Award. As this battle a little deeper in the field, the 29 car in front, Jeffrey Vallejo from Brooklyn, New York in the New England region, gets a good run on to the final turn. Vallejo with Guy Bellingham right behind him as they come across the line. This field well spread out as we had a long green flag run at the end of this one. But there's your winner, ladies and gentlemen, the number 12 of Andrew Whitson from the pole. Fell back to, I think, as low as 4th at one point.
Maybe he's been 5th, yeah.
Yeah.
He lost a lot of ground and was able to make it up.
Able to get back in front, and with some good racecraft, was able to get that car back to the front and take nothing away from Brian Farnham, who started down the order just a bit. Farnham was 6th on the qualifying order and made a race of it at the very end.
These guys going by, giving a big thumbs up to our champion, Andrew Whitson. Big accomplishment to win in V anytime. It's a huge accomplishment to win twice out of 3 years.
Andrew, this is his 10th runoff, so he has had no shortage of experience, and just about all of it in Formula V. But like I said, broke through for his first win at VIR, and now he's got win number 2 to go along with 3 second-place finishes.
Yeah, one of those is last year, so he's either been 1st or 2nd now, a couple years running. The kid's a force to be reckoned with here in Formula V.
Yeah, and take nothing away from Brian Farnham. A great drive for him as well. Into 2nd. And 3rd place to Andrew Abbott with brother Brandon right behind in 4th. Chris Jenner-John, the defending champion, comes home in 5th spot. as they work their way down the pit lane. Hayward Wagner is down there to have a chat with our top 3 finishers.
Yeah, I'm curious to hear what he thinks of that whole strategy of, how do you come back when you've been shuffled back? Do you worry? Do you panic? Do you just stay calm and ice in your veins? Because that's what it looked like. He looked completely calm, like it was all part of the plan.
Yeah, exactly right. As this big field of cars still working around on their cool down lap. Jeff Lawhead just outside the top 10, comes home in 11th spot. Jonathan Weishaupt in 12th. Roger Siebenaller, the veteran, made up 3 spots on the last lap to come home 13th. Brian Stasinski in 14th spot, and Donnie Isley rounding out the top 15. There's our winner, finally rolling into position as he took his time on the cool down lap.
He's shaking a little bit, trying to get those gloves off. Take a little longer than it would be at some regional. Fumbling for the straps on the helmet as well. I see a lot of that here at the runoffs. You win that gold medal, whether it's your first or your 16th or your second, it still gets your nerves going.
There's the medal, the gold medal going on Andrew Whitson. It sounds like Hayward Wagner is right there for the interview. Hayward?
Andrew, how does it feel to win at Indy?
Oh, it's unbelievable. Man, all the hard work that's gone into this year is finally over, and it feels so good to come out on top. We did 11 races this year and won every single one of them, and there's so much pressure coming in today. But yeah, just unbelievable.
You guys are the only ones on the grid to roll in with drum brakes, correct?
No, there's quite a few others. Yeah. But yeah, just so thankful for everybody that's put work into this team this year. Dad and Mom, just unbelievable. The car is so fast, handles so well. I don't think I've had a mechanical DNF since 2013. This car's always perfect. So much thanks to my dad. The rest of the team, Zach and Steve, pitching in all the time. We're all working together to make all of us faster. Bob Polda, Ron Polda. I got to thank Tracy. I don't think I'd be here without her being with me this year. It's just been so awesome. Sister coming out, Dan coming out, Dijon. I'm probably missing like 10 others. Got to thank Carbotech, Hoosier, Summit for supporting our racing, and Tire Wreck.
Well, a lot of gratitude, a lot of appreciation, and a gold medal. Enjoy the victory lap.
Thank you.
Thanks, Hayward. Once again, on his way to our first super sweep of this 2021 runoffs, a perfect 150 Super Tour points. As he mentioned, undefeated this season in that car, and closed out the season just the way you want to with the runoffs.
Huge accomplishment. And as he said, it was an accomplishment to win all 11 races, but the pressure he had on himself to say, I've got to keep doing this, because if you win the first 10, you don't win the 11th, it really kind of doesn't mean anything.
Hayward's got our second and third place finishers.
Brian, it looked to me that entire race came down to every lap in turn 10. You guys are both sliding around there. One lap he'd get off better, one lap he'd get better. What was going on with that corner for you guys?
It was just, they must have had oil down because it started to get loose. That or our rear tires are going. I had just a little bit too much of a slide there, couldn't get to him. If I would have had one more lap, we might have had a shot at it, but it was a great race. Andrew was driving a hell of a race, so he was really moving. It's hard to keep up with him.
Well, congratulations to you on the silver. Any quick thank yous?
Yeah, thank you to Durham Ennis with Duck and Monkey, Dietmar with Hagerty Racing, Mike at Carbotech, Alan Adderley for building this car, Gary Blenerick for all his help, Dave Harris, Gary Grubb, so many other people too. Just like Ray Carmody, so many people have come together and helped me with this, which is great, and so I'm really thrilled to be here.
Well, you look pretty happy with the silver. Congratulations.
Well, thank you very much.
And while we've got you, we're going to grab Andrew Abbott real quick. Andrew, it might have gotten a little dull for you there in the middle.
Yeah, it was pretty hectic. The race was crazy. Andy drove a great race and made one little bobble, and then kind of got split the draft and couldn't keep up. But, I mean, I got to thank everyone that helps, my entire family, my parents, my brother, everyone on the car, LDC Equipment, Carbotech, Hoosier Tire, Collision Works, Elgire Shocks, everyone that's helped us even in the slightest bit. Like, we would not be here without it. SCCA for, again, putting on a great event. You guys for doing this. Just everyone that's tuned in, like, awesome, man. I hope you guys keep watching. This is this is it for us, and this is cool. This is awesome.
Well, there's not a happier podium in racing than the Formula V podium at the runoffs. Congratulations.
Yeah, we get to go stand on that freaking Indianapolis podium, man. This is sweet. Thanks.
He has just summed up what the runoffs is all about.
Yeah.
Absolutely. These drivers, this is the biggest victory of their career for most of them. And to do it here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and stand on the same podium that Helio Castroneves stood on just a few months ago to take his 4th victory, that's a big deal.
It really is. And even if you're in the 3rd spot, these guys, they love racing each other. You hear them referencing each other. Man, I couldn't catch his pace. They all kind of know what's going on. They race together all year long. But the goal is obviously to stand on that Indy podium. And to be able to spray a little bit of some bubbly there is definitely something they all look forward to. And for those 3, they're going to get their chance here in just a few minutes.
Yeah, Mazda, the official sparkling wine of the SCCA Runoffs, is what they spray. Here's our top 10 unofficial results. Andrew Whitson with your win by 1/10 of a second over Brian Farnham. And then about 9 seconds back to Andrew Abbott in 3rd. Brandon Abbott, just another couple seconds back in 4th. Chris Jenner-John, the veteran, about 6 seconds further back in 5th. Alex Scaler, who was part of the battle for much of the race, faded to 6th at the end. Rick Shields, a good finish in 7th. Stephen Davis, Dean Curtis, and Ron Whitson. So we've got 2 Whitsons in the top 10. Pretty good way to finish the day for the family, as here come the highlights. And it was a Whitson 1-2 at the front with the 2 Abbotts going side by side. And there's Brian Farnham, the eventual 2nd place finisher, trying to make it happen. Here's Farnham locking up the brakes down inside. This is where he takes 3rd for the first time as Brandon Abbott retakes it. And then we've got a spin involving a couple cars. And you can see just a little bit of contact as Farnham touching with Alex Scaler, and Farnham able to move up into 2nd spot. And then Scaler getting spun by Zach Whitson down into the 1st turn. And this is where Andrew Whitson took the lead for the final time. And he was able to hold it by just that much as they crossed the line. So congratulations to Andrew Whitson, the first winner this year of the Super Sweep. And with that, that puts a period on the Formula V race for 2021. On behalf of Hayward Wagner and
Larry Lefty.
Larry Lefty McLeod, my name's John Phippen. Thanks to Mazda for sponsoring the Runoffs broadcast. We'll see you down the road.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. Where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the home of racing for so many fans. How many of us grew up listening to the Indy 500 on the radio? Well, these drivers get a chance to race here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway at the 2021 edition of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, the National Championship of Amateur Road Racing in the United States. Welcome to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on a beautiful late summer afternoon. My name's John Phipp, and I'm here with Tom O'Gorman, and down in the pits is Hayward Wagner, as we're going to bring you Touring 2, one of the races that we always look forward to. These touring classes are always so tightly contested, and the thing I like about it is the variety of cars that we see in this, Tom.
The variety and the relatability. These are very much not modified. These are cars you could go buy off the showroom floor, or at least could in the last 20 to 15 years, and drive on the street. And they're prepped very much in a similar way to the way you would prep them for the track if you were taking them to a track day or a track night in America, something like that. These cars are basically just a little bit further than that with safety equipment, and then we go racing. They're a lot of fun to watch.
Exactly right. And we've got 26 cars on the starting grid that will take the green flag here for this 19-lap or 40-minute race, whichever comes first. And we've got some contenders in the field at the sharp edge of the field, as we would suspect, but a couple contenders a little deeper in the pack that we might want to watch coming up as well. You can see down on the grid, we have got all 26 cars lined up. And before we send it down to Hayward, let's have a quick look at this race course. 2.6 miles, 14 turns. Track map, of course, presented by Mazda. Tom, take us through a lap.
We're running the a very fast and flowy version of the multiple layouts that are available here at Indy Motor Speedway. Sector 1 is the longest on the track, includes the two longest straightaways as well. That's down the front straight into the heavy braking zone at turns 1 and 2. These are big, heavy cars. They're going to be on the brakes for a long time into turn 1, then flat out through turn 3, but a pretty heavy braking zone at this point in turn 4. Maybe even a crack of the throttle for turn 5 before we sweep through turn 6 and 6A onto the Holman straight. Then we run the fast version of turn 7 into the S's at turns 8, 9, and 10. Big weight transfer in these cars. We're looking at into turn 8 from turn 9 right here on the camera behind the track map. Then we get back up onto the banking through turn 11 into another braking zone. The final braking zone, perhaps the final passing opportunity at turn 12 before finally completing the lap at 13 and 14.
Thanks to Mazda for presenting the track map. Mazda's investment in club racing goes beyond just the track map presentation. If you race a Mazda, no matter the model or year, they support you through the Mazda Team Support Program. Sign up at MazdaMotorsports.com. As you can see, this beautiful group of cars down on the false grid, and down there amongst them is the third member of our broadcast team, Hayward Wagner. Hayward, are you down there? Not quite ready. Sorry, Hayward's not quite ready for us. My bad. I should have waited on that cue, and I didn't. Nonetheless, starting on the tire rack pole, Kurt Resitano out of Phoenixville, Pennsylvania, a two-time winner, most recently in 2016. He's eligible for the Super Sweep, and he is also Sports Car's pick to take this win in his Ford Mustang. Charlie Peter in the 66 out of Olathe, Kansas, in the Kansas City region, in the BMW M235IR. Those two cars couldn't be more different.
No.
And Charlie Peter in the second spot. Mark Bowden, the four-time and defending champion, also a pick by Sports Car Magazine to finish on the box. Mark Bowden, the major domo of the Fall Line Motorsports operation out of Buffalo Grove, Illinois, races out of the Chicago region. Those three drivers, all better than the lap record set here by John Buttermore back in 2017.
And this will be a lot of fun to watch because it takes until we get to 7th before we have a repeat make and model on the starting grid. We have Mustang GT, BMW M235i Racing. That is a factory-built race car that we'll talk about. Then a 997 Porsche 911, C5Z06 Viper SRT10, and an E92 M3, the V8 model. So it's a big variety of cars, as you mentioned in the intro. And we're going to see who can complete 19 laps the best, because we already know who's fastest around 1, but that doesn't mean everything.
Some of these cars heavier than others. They got to be a little more careful about tires. We've got front engine and, of course, the rear or mid engine Porsche 997s in the race as well. who do you like better? Does the Porsche have the advantage in tire management, or do they have to be as careful with their rear tires as the big heavy Mustangs have to be with all four?
Well, they are the lightest car, are the Porsches, but they are also, interestingly, all within about 500 pounds of each other. So some of these cars are running with ballast. Some of the cars are actually allowed to lighten the cars up just a little bit. And they also have different levels of aerodynamics happening. Some cars can run some bolt-on aerodynamics. Some cars have to run their factory bodies. So I think the cars that are a little bit lighter with a little bit more of that aero help are going to be good here at Indy on the longer runs. Because this track is so kind of long radius corners, very flat, very wide, you're going to need some longevity, but you're also going to need some experience. And Kurt Resitano, while he is driving a heavier car, the Ford Mustang on the pole, I think is 3,600 pounds by minimum weight. He's got a lot of experience in managing a car like that. And if you're good at managing it, it doesn't matter how big it is.
Exactly right. Let's introduce the starters to you, as we've got 26 cars about ready to take the green flag, as you can see them rolling out of the false grid and on their formation lap. As we mentioned, Kurt Resitano, your pole sitter, Charlie Peter alongside in second. Mark Bowden will start inside of row 2. Outside of him is the 73 of David Sanders out of Malvern, Pennsylvania, and the Philadelphia region in another Phoenix-prepared Chevy Corvette. Scotty B. White, veteran campaigner in the Zero car out of Auburn, Washington, in the Northwest region. He is in a Dodge Viper SRT. Ali Saleh and the number 101 out of Stillwater, Oklahoma, in the Ohio region, in a BMW E92 M3. Joe Bowden, the son of Mark Bowden, finished on the podium with his dad a year ago in the 45 car out of Winnetka, Illinois, in the Chicago region, in a fall line Porsche 997. Joe Koenig, next to him in row 4 out of Glenville, Illinois, also the Chicago region. Hoosier Fall Line and Trimtex sponsor his BMW E92 M3. Row 5 has the 42 of Michael Levine out of Hoxett, New Hampshire, in the New England region, a Ford Mustang GT. Next to him, the 72 of Brian LaCroix out of Hyannis, Massachusetts, in the New England region, in a Chevy Corvette C6. Row 6, the 144 of Tim Kesman out of Franksville, Wisconsin, and the Milwaukee region. Tim is also Super Suite eligible, and he has the endorsement, should we say, of Sports Car Magazine to pick to be on the pole in a fall line Porsche 996. Nathan Martin is the winner of the Hawk Breakthrough Performance Award. That's for the driver who made up the most positions between day 1 and day 2 of qualifying. Nathan picked up 10 spots between Tuesday and Wednesday. He's out of Westminster, Colorado, in a BMW M2. Scott Synott is in 13th position out of Esco, Minnesota, in the Land O'Lakes region, in a BMW 235i. Alan Kossoff out of Prospect Hills, Illinois, in the Chicago region, in a Porsche 996. Car 3 is Matthew O'Toole from Willamette, Illinois, in the Chicago region, in a Porsche Carrero 997.2. Outside of him in row 8 is the 120 of Patrick Womack from Burr Ridge, Illinois, in the Chicago region, in a BMW Z4. In row 9, the 78 of Alder Clancy out of Duluth, Minnesota, in the Land O'Lakes region, in a BMW 235i. The 63 of Bill Collins from Inner Grove Heights, Minnesota, in the Land O'Lakes region, in a Chevy Corvette. In the 10th row, car 149, that's Gregory Shermer out of Davenport, Iowa, in the Great Rivers region, in a Porsche 997. And the 18 of Aaron Kaplan out of Evanston, Illinois, in the Chicago region, in a BMW E92. Row 11, the 47 of Josh Byington from Somerville, Mass, in the New England region, in a BMW E46. And Larry Brady in the 58 out of Olathe, Kansas, in the Kansas City region, in a Corvette C5. In this 12th row, car 14, Scott Sewell out of Fort Worth, Texas, and the Texas region. That's a Porsche Cayman. And the 147 of Mikhail Butenko out of San Francisco, California, and the San Francisco region, in a Ford Mustang GT. In the final row, Casey McLeod in the 22, also in a Ford Mustang GT out of Diamond Springs, California. And the 26, bringing up the rear, is the 34 of Tom O'Toole from Willamette, Illinois, in a BMW M235IR. There's your front row, the 37 of Kurt Resitano, the 66 of Charlie Peter.
Now Charlie Peter in the V6 with a turbo. This car may be the least powerful on the grid. Watch for Scotty B. White from the 3rd row. That convertible Viper had the fastest trap speeds all of qualifying. Look at him go.
Green flag is out. A good jump from Resitano as he pulls up that turbo and is on his way down the front straightaway. Charlie Peter giving chase, but they're going to go 3 wide. The 48 of Mark, or 46 of Mark Bowden right in there, and then steaming down the inside and taking the shortcut. I believe that's the 45 of Joe Bowden. He had to give that pace back, as you can see him off in the grass. That would definitely have been a penalty.
Yeah, he had a massive head of steam, but unfortunately wasn't able to do anything with it. If he'd have nailed his braking point, he might have moved all the way up into a podium contention spot, but now we'll slip back as you see the fall line liveries littering this entire field. There's a massive representation here. Kurt Resitano using the experience to break away at the beginning over Charlie Peter, who salvaged what was not a great jump back up into second.
David Sanders in that yellow 73 Corvette flying up through the field. That's another Phoenix prepared car as he works his way through 6A and onto the Holman Straight. He's back in 6th position right now as we see the 40 car ducking to the inside. 46, I should say, of Mark Bowden. Ducking to the inside, not able to make anything happen.
You see the weight management of these cars as they're sorting themselves out through the S's through turn 7, 8, 9, and 10. The weight just rolling as they're kind of awkwardly navigating through the traffic and the course itself. Look at the 144 of Tim Kesman. He came all the way from 11th to be running 4th right now in that white Porsche. You see he's got a little bit of aero bolted onto that car. It's an older version of the 911, the 996. He gets to run a lighter weight as well as that aero, and it tends to be a very fast package. Now he slices up the inside of Mark Bowden, the 46. They're side by side again.
Just in front of them, the 66 of Charlie Peter is in that BMW as he hangs on to that second spot, but only by the slightest of margins, with Mark Bowden maybe on him. Resitano and Tim Kesman, who made that great jump up to 4th spot, are both eligible for the Super Sweep if they win today.
Peter protecting to the inside, but look at Scotty B. White trying to make another run in the Viper in the background. He's going to have to slot back in and brake nice and early. Whoa, Ali Salah is in too deep. They go contact in between 3 cars.
Salah hits the 144 of Kesman and the 46 of Bowden and takes himself out as well.
So that's 3 of our podium contenders now have suffered issues in the beginning of this race. The BMW way too big ahead of steam, maybe distracted with the Corvette in the background, goes to the brakes far too late. And unfortunately takes not 1 but 2 Porsches with. And I think Tim Kesman was going to be a car to watch. I believe a defending podium finisher, maybe even a national champion. I can't remember specifically, but heartbreaking for both of those cars. There's another spinner, the 45. I think that's Joe Bowden having more issues.
Kesman finished 3rd at VIR. He is still looking for his first national championship. As we see the 45 car getting spun, we're getting a replay of that. And again, getting some help as the 72 Corvette comes steaming down inside. David Sanders.
And that unfortunately cut the left rear tire when they made contact. So 45, Joe Bowden's going to have to hit the pit lane. If they have some spares on the pit lane, he'll be able to continue. But all of that mess has given this man, the 37, Kurt Resitano, what looked to be a good breakaway, a very, very, very comfortable lead. Not another car in sight in his mirrors.
Yeah, about a half a lap lead for Kurt Resitano as he is well out in front in that turbo Mustang. There you can see the battle for 2nd and 3rd. 72 of Brian LaCroix.
Man, look at the back
73, excuse me. That's David Sanders.
I was going to say, look at the back of Charlie Peters' car, looking like he's struggling with power down in that BMW M235. And I think he, again, doesn't have necessarily the most powerful car, but that is a factory-built race car. You buy that car from BMW the way it sits, and as long as you meet the SCCA spec line, it is good. Now, he doesn't protect to the inside. David Sanders shows the nose, but the BMW has the brakes.
Yeah, a little better on the brakes, apparently. Sanders thought about trying a braking move there at turn 1, but then thought better of it and fell back in single file. Scotty B. White back in 4th spot in that Viper with some tremendous straight line speed. So as these guys line up together and maybe start battling one another, Scotty B. will have the opportunity to run them down as they work their way through turn number 5 down into 6.
And it's always easier to pass someone in a straight line than it is in a corner. So if you have the top speed, it's good to have. To give you an idea, Scotty B. White's trap speeds, that means the fastest speed he did that lap, 150.6 miles per hour. Our leader, Kurt Resitano, only 142. That's 8 miles an hour advantage to the Viper.
Resitano so far out in front. On the last lap, it was almost 6 seconds. I'm sure it's more than that now. As there is Scotty B. White in that 0 Viper. A little wide of the apex there, but
makes up for it there. Takes that apex and more.
Exactly right. That car is nicely stuck to the ground. It is handling the curbs very well indeed.
Barely onto the track there, but you can see that this car is either a 3rd or 4th gen Viper. It came as a convertible, running kind of that open top. Because the car didn't come with a convertible top or a hard top from the factory, they're not allowed to run one here, so you have that exposed roll cage. It's not hurting his straight line speed, though. Ooh, the 70, the fall line car with a little bit of body damage in deep into 12th.
Nathan Martin just in front of him in the 146 out of Westminster, Colorado. Remember Nathan, the winner of the Hawk Breakthrough Performer Award. Nathan, currently running in 5th spot. Joe Koenig in the 70, just behind him. 92 out of Glenville, Illinois. As we've got a yellow flag being shown here at the braking zone for turn 1, and again, that's for the 2 cars off in that last instance, so no passing in turn 1 for the moment. But they're handling it with a local yellow as we're working race lap 5.
See just how well these cars handle the curves, both the big mound of curbs that are at the apex of some of the more tight hairpins like turns 1 and 12, but also those more flat ridged curbs, just running them over straight into the grass, almost like we saw Scotty B. White do. And this race is not going anywhere between Charlie Peter in the 66 and the yellow Corvette of David Sanders. Sanders is just hounding the BMW, but doesn't seem to really know what to do to get by just yet.
Charlie Peter was 2nd at Road America a year ago, so that's where he lies in this race as well. Sanders right behind him in that yellow Corvette, still looking for his first podium at the Runoffs. His best finish, a 4th in 2018 at Sonoma.
It's a good look at the 120 of Patrick Womack using the curve to hook the car through turn number 7, but that car is up from 16th all the way to 8th. He's cut the field in half from where he started in that WeatherTech BMW. These cars tend to be very slippery in a straight line. They're pretty quick, but also a nice handling chassis. He's found his way due to attrition, but also due to good choices and good driving all the way up into the top 10.
Yeah, that's the only Z4 in the field, and he is certainly in the running for the Sunoco Hard Charger Award, which is given to the driver who makes up the most positions between his qualifying position and his race finish. Sunoco, of course, the official fuel of the SCCA. And he's having a pretty dandy battle there with the 72 of Brian LaCroix in that black Corvette C6. As they come onto the front straightaway. We turn our attention back to the 2nd place battle. Charlie Peters' car looking a little squirrely on the brakes. He was right at the threshold there. As you can see that car sashaying just a bit as he got it rode down. I think at the moment Sanders is, I think, content to stay there, to see what develops.
I can't tell. It looks like the 73 may have a little bit of target fixation. You see he's driving right up to the rear bumper of the 66, that white and black BMW, but he's not really showing his nose anywhere, not really trying to get by. He just looks like he's trying to get nice and close and stay there. I don't know if maybe he could move his eyes around a little bit and find another way by, or if he's just going to try to run the tires off of that BMW, which you would think is among the lighter cars, but really is not that different. Only 25 pounds different minimum weight between these 2 cars on screen.
For folks who don't know what target fixation is, tell us a little bit about it. That's basically driving the car in front of you instead of driving your own.
Exactly. So right here, rather than looking into the corner, the 73 car might be just staring at the brake lights of the BMW behind, and you can often see that by looking at the trajectory of the car from behind. If you're driving straight at the car from behind, you're probably looking at it. If you're driving into the corner well, you're probably looking at the corner. And it's hard to tell from outside, but sometimes you can tell that body language. And the Corvette looks like he's maybe struggling with that just a little bit. But I also agree with you that the 66 is looking pretty squirrely, not only in the braking zones, but in the corners too.
Look at the lead Resitano's build up. It's up to 7.5 seconds. But this battle for 2nd may well be the best battle on the racetrack for the silver and the bronze medal as it stands right now. But we're still only 6 laps into this 19-lap affair, so there is plenty of racing left to go. And as we get deeper into the race, and again, temperatures, ambient temperatures coming up as we've got another spin. That's the 3 car of Matthew O'Toole out of Willamette, Illinois, and one of the many fall line liveried cars here in this field. Doesn't look like he hit anything. As we're going to get a replay. That looked to be right at turn 12. There he is on the brakes, and I think this was all by himself.
I think it was. Maybe puts the power down.
A little too much curb, yeah. And around it went. And once it gets off in the grass, you're going nowhere fast. But he's back in contention.
Well, harm, no foul. Meanwhile, towards the front, Scotty B. White runs the fastest lap of the race. That isn't Kurt Resitano. That means he's actually gaining on Charlie Peter and David Sanders as these two have this second place battle. The convertible Viper SRT 10 in the background. It's not super close yet, but he is quicker to the tune of a couple of tenths. So if he can chip that away over the next math is hard, 7 laps or so. No, I lied, 13 laps or so. I proved my point. then he might actually get there.
Scotty B in that Dodge Viper SRT10 out of Auburn, Washington. And you can see the two fall line BMWs right behind him. Nathan Martin in that 146, Joe Koenig in the 70. Martin's is an M2, Koenig's is an M3. There's a good look at the Viper of Scotty B. White. And I am just really impressed with how well that car is riding the curbs. I mean, it gets over the curbs, it doesn't seem to be upset at all.
Yeah, it is nice and flat. These cars also have incredibly long gearing. The first gear, I think, goes to something like 70 miles an hour. Second gear closer to 95. So Scotty B. White's doing a lot less shifting. If you hear the car on the audio feed underneath our voices, you can hear it just kind of sounds like it's chugging along. And that's because he's in every gear for a very long time. He might only be using fourth, and he's got 2 more to go. So that car's got plenty of that straight line speed, but you're right, the corner looks great too.
Scotty B. is one of 2 drivers in the field with more than 30 runoff starts. He has 34. Mark Bowden has 32. Bowden, unfortunately, no longer in the running after being taken out in that early instant. But Scotty B. also has the record of the drivers in this field, at least, tied with 2 other drivers for the most fast laps of the race. As we have another off, the 78 car going a little too deep into turn 12.
A handful of cars involved in that, actually, but I missed the other numbers. We have a replay of it. Looks like more cars involved as Joe Bowden charging up the inside. It happened in front of him, though.
Yeah, Clancy was the one who spun.
I missed the other car. There were 2 yellow cars involved, but you're right. It was Klatsky that ended up turned, and the yellow car in front maybe helped him get a little bit of that.
Yeah, there was some side-to-side contact there for sure. Looks like Charlie Peters maybe beginning to eke out a little bit of an advantage as he has opened up a bit of a gap over David Sanders. And there's Scotty B. White just getting ever so bit closer. About 2 seconds now, the interval between Sanders and White at the last lap, 2.3 to be exact. And a pretty good battle here, just a little further back. As we've got the 42 car of Michael Levine and Alan Kossoff in the number 2 Porsche right behind him. It's the battle for 9th and 10th.
Just in front of them, there was a change of position down the front straightaway last lap. Look at this BMW. He's actually on the charge right now. That is Patrick Womack. He made a pass on Brian LaCroix in that black Corvette the lap before. Now makes a pass on Joe Koenig in that blue and black BMW. So the Z4 is on quite the charge up towards the top 5. Can set his sights on Nathan Martin, who is there in the 146, the other black and blue BMW. Struggling with power down. The Z4M looks great.
Yeah, absolutely looks great. He is picking him up and laying him down onto the front straightaway now with Nathan Martin on his sights. Joe Koenig showing a little damage to the left rear of his machine. Looks like the BMW may be pulling just a little more down the straight. He's probably got a little more motor, but the Z4 definitely handy in the turns. As he is hard on the brakes down into turn number 1. Koenig staying right there with him. This is the section where I think you're going to see the Z4 squirt away just a little bit.
Ooh, big wiggle on power down for the 120. That Z4M, flat 6 power to that car, rear wheel drive, of course, and then the V8, big high revving. Big wiggle again. Maybe the 120 starting to use his tires up in all those moves he's been making.
As he had to work his way up through the field, started back in 16th position. And once again, the driver definitely in contention for the Sunoco hard charger out of Burr Ridge, Illinois. Right on the back of Nathan Martin, but coming into a section where Martin will probably have the advantage with that big high revving V8. But not so fast. Womack staying right in his shadow, taking advantage of the draft. You can see that car getting a little squirrely on the brakes as well.
And that's what I love about these touring classes, because the cars are not that modified. You really wheel them. You got to use the weight to your advantage. You got to move the car across the surface, use the slip angle just a little bit, and it looks so much fun to do. You can just see all of them. They all have their own personalities as they kind of roll through the corners, but the car to watch right now is that white WeatherTech number 120. I really think that Patrick Womack has something to keep this race going for himself, maybe get himself into the top 5.
Yeah, if he can keep the tires under it, I think that's the only issue that he's got to be careful of, is we're not even to half distance yet, as we will be at the end of this lap. So here comes.
Oh, change of position. Look at Scotty B. White is now in front of David Sanders. We don't know how it happened, but
Sanders is fading, it appears.
Yeah.
Let's check a lap time here on Sanders last time by. A 56.6 and Scotty B. White a 52.3. So Sanders' best lap a 150. So he's 6 seconds off the pace. He either had an incident or he's got a problem. So Scotty B. White now up into 3rd spot. And he's got some traffic between he and Charlie Peter in 2nd. And here's Sanders. We'll keep an eye on him to see if there's anything obviously wrong with that yellow Phoenix Corvette.
You can see with the way the cars move and the way you have to drive them, it is a somewhat more high-risk, high-reward driving style, and with that higher risk comes mistakes, and maybe David Sanders just made a simple mistake. As you can see, he's really throwing that yellow Corvette around. There's another Corvette on our screen that I believe is some lap traffic, the number, the number, Bill Collins. Yep, so he's going to pull out of the way. Nice heads-up driving between the two. But Sanders, I'm assuming, just had a big slide and unfortunately lost a spot from it, lost a podium spot from it.
Womack and Martin going after it once again down into turn 7. Womack right on his bumper, as close as we've seen him. Into the S's they come. So Womack battling Nathan Martin for 5th spot. Again, Martin able to use the superior torque of that V8 to pull away. But here comes Womack getting a good run. Pitches off turn 10. He's down to the inside. Through 11, he's got it done. Let's see if he can hold on to it as they come down into the braking zone for turn 12. And he does. Patrick Womack looks like he's going to take over a top 5 position. Now that he's in clear air, let's see if he can get away.
Remember, we saw that issue for Sanders. He's next on the list for Patrick Womack at this point, and it's a pretty big gap, but he's going to start to drive away immediately.
While we're waiting on this to resolve itself, let's just take a quick step aside and thank our folks from Mazda.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land, where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive, more power for your pursuit.
Welcome back to Hagerty Race Day at the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. As we've got some changing going on in the top 5. Brian LaCroix in that number 72 Corvette, just outside the top 5, currently running in 8th spot. He's got Joe Koenig in his sights just in front of him. Koenig working at a little bit of a disadvantage with some damage to that left rear corner, which is probably adding a little bit of drag as they work their way onto the front straightaway. Meanwhile, Kurt Rezzitano leading from the pole by a bunch, 11-second lead for the pole sitter. Charlie Peter in 2nd. And another 5 seconds back to Scotty B. White, who has taken over the 3rd spot and stretching it away. And here comes the 70 of Koenig, and he's all over the 2 of Alan Kossoff.
Kossoff is a car on the move right now. He had made his way past Michael Levine in the Mustang a couple of laps ago and now finds himself in front of that E92 V8 M3 of Joe Koenig. He's going to set his sights forward and was among the faster cars on the track the last couple of laps through. That big V8 BMW has slipped a couple. Now we're looking at the BMW M2. This is a turbo 6-cylinder BMW with a similar livery. On the heavy defense rule from the 72, who goes for a big slide into turn number 6 of Brian LaCroix, the black Corvette.
LaCroix chasing down Nathan Martin, the winner of our Hawk Breakthrough Performance Award for picking up the most positions in qualifying between the day 1 and day 2. Picked up 10 spots. Meanwhile, the 120 car, Patrick Womack, who we were talking about just before the break, has been able to solidify his hold on 5th spot. And checking his lap times, he's not quite as quick as David Sanders in front of him. So I don't know if he's going to be able to run him down and do a battle for 4th. These two separated by almost 8 seconds right now. But this battle is a dandy. Nathan Martin in that brilliantly liveried number 146 BMW. And the 72 of Brian LaCroix out of Hyannis, Massachusetts.
Ooh, the 146 a little bit deep into turn 12, misses the apex and struggles to get the power back down. It looks like these turbo 6-cylinder BMWs, both the M2 and the M235s, are really quick in a straight line, but struggle with getting off the corners just a little bit, while the bigger tires on the black Corvette on the rear are helping him get off the corners, but he's struggling to do anything with it. Look who's coming, Alan Kossoff in the number 2. That gray Porsche is getting ever closer to this battle.
Yeah, you would expect the turbo car to have a little bit of lag getting power down, that the normally aspirated Corvette would be a little better, have a little more torque, especially at low RPM, so that may be playing into the advantage of the 72 of LaCroix. But you're right, the 2 car not going away quietly. Alan Kossoff chasing him down in that Performance Euro Works Porsche 996.
We speculated at the top of the show that the slightly lighter, maybe a little bit more aero help cars might just do better in this longer run. And Alan Kossoff is a perfect example of that. Look at the 146 slide through turn 5, stays flat out, keeps the foot in it, but leaves 11s all the way through, and then misses turn 6 just a little bit. The 72 gets alongside, but he shuts the door, does the BMW.
Kossoff started all the way back in 14th position, so he's another driver in the running for the Sunoco Hard Charger Award, in addition to Patrick Womack in that white BMW Z4 just going out of your frame. But yeah, this has turned into a pretty dandy battle here with Martin, then the 72 of LaCroix, with Kossoff right behind him. And Kossoff appears to be the quickest of the bunch.
It's definitely the quickest of the bunch in clear air, but the question is if he can find his way through. Whoa, the 72 big save, tank slaps off the track. Kossoff has to go for an evasive maneuver and ends up in the grass.
Keeps his foot in it and only loses 1 position at the moment. But I think that's going to be Michael Levine in the 42 Mustang getting around him.
Just saw one of the fall line Porsches, I think, come through as well, and I think it's the number 3 of Matthew O'Toole.
Yeah. We'll get the replay here as we saw the 72 of LaCroix.
And this is simply just tire degradation. The car gets the tires so hot, he has to do a little bit of a dodge on the 146 ahead and then just can't get grip. Goes for a bit of a slide.
Kossoff, the one who lost out, as he's lost a couple spots now. As Joe Koenig takes over the 8th spot, Kossoff back to 9th. Once again, the 72 looking racy as LaCroix going to try one more time on Nathan Martin. He's tried to stuff it inside there at turn 10, and in lieu of making contact with Martin, he backed out of it, and that's what caused him to spin, or really spin. Kossoff had to take evasive action.
Yeah, both of these cars showing signs of serious tire fall off. We saw coming out of turn 2 a couple of corners ago, Nathan Martin in the 146 had a big slowdown trying to gather the car up, and now another massive slide for Brian LaCroix coming onto the back straightaway. He had to do another evasive move. He's got more apex speed, but he can't do anything with it because of the 146 in front of him, and now is under attack from the 70. The V8 BMW is back.
That Porsche behind Joe Koenig is Joe Borden, but he is a lap down. So he is not in this fight, although he is on the pace. Once again, he's going to try to stuff it in there at turn 10. And this time gets it done. LaCroix takes over the spot from Nathan Martin. So that moves him up to 6th. Martin now coming under pressure from his teammate, Joe Koenig.
That was a great move. He learned his lesson from the lap before. If he wanted the position, he had to get there fully alongside, and this lap he did. Again, that blue Porsche in the background is a lap down, but it's certainly faster than these cars around him. He's just got to be a little bit respectful of their fight. The car behind him, the silver Porsche, is in this battle, so he wants to get through.
Yeah, and he's made up all the ground that he lost. Remember, he had to take evasive action off into the grass at the outside of turn 10 a lap ago. And he has made up all the ground that he lost. cars do have some grunt down the straightaway, don't they? Here comes Joe Borden trying to unlap himself, at least from Joe Koenig, as he stuffs it down the inside.
Now Alan Kossoff has someone to pass for position in Joe Koenig. The 70 BMW is under attack from the number 2 Porsche. I think Joe Bowden maybe just realized that he was kind of interrupting a battle and pulls to the side. Maybe he'll just cruise behind for a little bit. Some good heads-up driving, or he had another issue with the car after that flat tire earlier on.
Yeah, could be his dad went off track right down there. Maybe he got it on the radio and said, hey, let these guys by. We got some fall line cars going for position here. That was quite a moment last year at Road America when the Bowdens shared the podium. And I know, as we can see, down to the inside, it runs over a piece of debris.
Oh, yeah. Maybe some damage to that car. Perhaps cut another tire. It's hard to say. It looks like it's okay.
Yeah, I think he just pulled aside to let the battle go by. That's my guess. Yeah, I think it showed some good sportsmanship there. But Mark and his son Joe sharing the podium at Road America last year at the runoffs. There's Kossoff once again right on the tail of Joe Koenig. He's had to pass him 2 or 3 times in this race, and for whatever reason has fallen back behind.
To give you an idea, the number 2 Porsche, that silver car at the back, is actually as fast as our 2nd place car on track, or 3rd place, I should say, Scotty B. White. He's just unfortunately mired in 9th with what looks to be not the greatest race car, meaning it doesn't have the speed in the same way as the other cars around it, and it's kind of stuck behind these very fast in a straight line BMWs of both Martin and Martin and Koenig.
And there goes Joe Borden into the pits, realizing he's not going to score points in this one. As we watch Alan Kossoff trying to get some clear air, see if he can get down the inside of Koenig. Koenig making up some ground on Nathan Martin. Again, those 2 BMWs, different power plants, but we haven't talked much about our leader, Kurt Resitano, because he's in a different zip code. 12.5 seconds out in front of Charlie Peter, who in turn is about 9 seconds out in front of Scotty B. White. So the closest battle is between Scotty B. White and the yellow number 73 Corvette of David Sanders, but even that is about a 2-second difference, with Womack all the way another 13 seconds back, further back in 5th. So this one really spread out around this 2.6 mile racetrack.
Yeah, it certainly has. And while we may not have a lot of side-by-side action, the lap traffic makes it a tense moment for our leader. This is really intense moments for especially drivers like Scotty B. White and David Sanders, who can still see each other on track. Yes, they're 2 seconds apart. They may not be door handle to door handle, but they have to be picture perfect. Meanwhile, Charlie Peter has found himself nice and lonely, which is probably a little bit more peaceful, but still intense because he still has 3 laps to go to keep this car under him.
Yeah, he needs to keep the pressure on. Anything can happen. We've seen these races lost on the final lap. It certainly happens with mechanical issues, running afoul of a back marker.
Yeah.
So it can happen. And I'll tell you what, Sanders is closing back up on Scotty B. White. It looked like Scotty B was going to be able to run away from him, but Sanders has hung in there, and I think he might be able to make a race of this for that final step on the podium.
This Viper is about 200 pounds heavier by minimum weight for the class than the Corvette behind it. So Scotty B. White there in the Viper has a little bit more car to manage in both horsepower and weight than the lighter Corvette. The Corvette maybe seems kind of big, but it is fairly light for the class. And you can see both of them absolutely on it. Lots of wiggles out of those cars as we cut back to this battle between the teammates, the fall line cars, M2 versus M3. And they just can't separate from each other.
Nathan Martin and Joe Koenig in that order. Martin in the 146, Koenig in the 70. And lurking right there in the silver Porsche is Alan Kossoff. As this battle for 7th, 8th, and 9th has been one of the best all race long. One of the few battles that has stayed together, as the rest of these drivers have kind of run away from each other.
Don't forget, Kossoff in the Porsche is the fastest of these 3 cars. He's just got to get by them to maximize his speed. He's slowed down by about 2 seconds now that he's caught these drivers and just can't find a way by. I also wanted to point out Charlie Peter at this point in the race is actually faster than the leader, Kurt Resitano. His problem is the 12-second gap between the 2 of them.
Ooh, side by side. It looks like Koenig went wide at the exit of 6A, and I thought that was going to open the door for Kossoff, but not quite. In fact, it kind of energized Koenig. He's now right on the back of Martin.
We've seen that dirt on the outside of turn 6A bite other cars, so I'm glad he was able to keep it pointed the right way. Just looks dramatic when he spits that dirt cloud into the air. You can see the 146 is just a cork in the bottle at this point. Nathan Martin holding everybody up in the corners, but then rockets away on the straightaways. And if I could have that balance, that's the one I'd take. I wouldn't want to be Kossoff stuck at the back, that's for sure.
It's always best to have a car that handles well on the straightaways.
Exactly.
They've got a slower car in front of them as they work their way. Oh, Kossoff makes a lunge down to the inside of turn 13. Has to take it to the brakes, and he touches Koenig, and around he goes. Kossoff stuffed it down to the inside. Koenig did not give him racing room, to be fair. Koenig stands to lose another position. Michael Levine coming by, and Koenig almost pulled out right in front of Levine as he got a little too heavy on the throttle. Replay coming up. Yep, I think there was a little touch there, maybe.
Definitely a touch, but maybe a little bit of impatience from Kossoff, I have to say. He lunged pretty late, didn't have a lot of overlap, and I think he might have just been getting frustrated and impatient with trying to get by those two BMWs, knowing that in the corner is a place he could do it. Unfortunately for the number 70 of Joe Koenig, that's going to end up with a spin and now getting passed for position again to drop him outside of the top 10. That's Matthew O'Toole in the yellow Porsche going by on the brakes for 10th.
Yep, that is a change in position. So Koenig losing a couple spots as Kossoff now up into that 8th spot. I don't know if he'll be able to hang on to it once the race is over, as we're working race lap 18, so a couple to go. There's Nathan Martin and Kossoff, and then the lapped Corvette behind them.
While all of that was unfolding, it looks like Scotty B. White and David Sanders have come pretty close together. They're within 7/10 of each other on the racetrack, and that's going to make the last 2 laps very exciting for the final podium spot here at the runoffs. There's a bronze medal on the line, and those two haven't completely sorted it out, but does David Sanders actually have the pace to get by the very fast Viper?
Well, we've got a couple laps left to sort that one out. Meanwhile, as we keep an eye on Alan Kossoff in the Porsche 996, currently in the 8th spot. Right in front of him by several car lengths is Nathan Martin.
Well, it looks like David Sanders might have had another mistake. He's dropped off, was again within 7/10 last time through, but last lap he only ran a 1:55 when he had been running 1:52 second lap times, and you see what that's done. He's nowhere near Scotty B. White anymore, and that might be the end of it. Look at how much tire he's used up this race. Goes for a big slide in turn 4. I think the 73 is on its last legs.
Yeah, he's having trouble keeping that one pointed the right direction. The rear end trying to step out. I think his rear tires may be just about kaput as he works through 6A and onto the Holman Straight. Right out to the outside once again, but Scotty B. White clinging to the final step on the podium. That would be his 6th top 3 in his 34 runoff starts.
And any pressure Scotty B. White was feeling before, there certainly was some, has fizzled just a little bit, but he's got to stay on top of it because it's only one mistake away from him having another issue similar.
Meanwhile, at the front, Kurt Rezzitano continues to drive away from the field to the tune of some 13 seconds as he sees the white flag. He just needs to keep that Mustang pointed the right direction for another 2.5 miles, and he will notch yet another championship. It'll be number 3 for him, but his first since 2016 back at Mid-Ohio.
And that will feel great to have broken that streak. He's been in the class ever since, for the most part, has come up very close a number of times, but hasn't actually had one come through for him. I think he was actually leading last year before a mechanical failure might have taken him out, if memory serves. But then Charlie Peter behind the number 66. Look at it, still dramatic, but he's lonely on the racetrack, 13 seconds behind Kurt Rezzitano, and another 13 ahead of Scotty B. White.
Yeah, Charlie Peter looking for his second place in a row on his second runoff start. So he's kind of stuck in second at the moment, but you know, that's nothing to be ashamed of. Second place finish at the runoffs is a pretty big deal. if you can't win, that's the next best thing.
It sure is. That was a massive flat slide while we were watching Charlie Peter go into turn 6, and then this battle still isn't quite done. I think David Sanders has a fire under him. He does not want to give up without a fight. And look at Scotty B. White, makes a big mistake. The car goes for a push through the carousel at turn 6, and David Sanders has all of a sudden found himself there. They're only a car length apart.
He knows this is the final lap, and this is his final opportunity as they come onto the Holman Straight. Scotty B better have his eyes on his mirrors, because that yellow Corvette is coming hard. As down the Holman Straight into turn 7. Sanders goes wide, tries to get the maximum radius through this turn, carry the most mid-corner speed. Scotty B. White, though, that car riding the curbs with such a clarity, not in any trouble at all. But meanwhile, at the front, Kurt Resitano coming onto the front straightaway for the final time. A dominant victory from the pole for Kurt Resitano, and he will win the super sweep. Kurt Resitano taking the win. His third top spot gold medal. Here comes Charlie Peter finishing a strong second, well out in front of the battle for third. And here it is, Scotty B. White and Sanders in that 73 Corvette. White should have the advantage coming onto the straightaway, as that Viper has got plenty of straight line speed, and he will hold him off for the bronze medal. Sanders has to settle for fourth spot. Fifth spot, we should see Patrick Womack in that Z4. Here's another battle, a little deeper in the field, to 147 of Mikhail Butenko.
Now it actually looks like Aaron Kaplan in the 18 was able to pass on this last lap to get himself up into the 12th position over Butenko in that Mustang. So there's still some races happening a little further back in the field. Again, this is the battle for 12th, and they changed positions this lap.
Yeah, Kaplan had Butenko, excuse me, was out in front as they came across the line to see the white flag. Butenko able to got himself past, should we say, Kaplan able to take over that position. If he can hold on to it in the run to the line. Just behind them, Andrew Klatze, who had that spin, if you remember, in the 78. And he comes home in 14th position. Just behind him, Larry Brady in the 58 Corvette C5. But there's your winner, the 37 of Kurt Resitano, taking his third gold medal. 6th top 5, 4th top 3, 5th top 3, I should say. And his first win in the class since back in 2016. So this one's going to feel pretty good, I'm sure.
And you have to wonder what could have been had both Mark Bowden and Tim Kesman been given the opportunity to challenge for this lead. Yes, it was a 13-second win for Kurt Resitano, but this race could have looked very different had those two cars survived turn 1 on lap 2.
Yeah, exactly right. Those were the contenders for sure. And with them not in the field, Resitano had a pretty easy go of it. Taking nothing away from Charlie Peter. And nothing away from Patrick Womack in that Z4, the 120 car. Came home in 5th spot. It's a good run for him, and the only Z4 in the field.
Yeah, from 16th again, that's just a great charge.
Yeah, absolutely. He's certainly going to be a front runner for the Sunoco Hard Charger. As they make their way into the pit lane for the final time, and they're heading down towards the pit reporter. There's Kurt Resitano coming into position. Hayward Wagner doing a great job giving these drivers a hand, getting the window netting down, and giving them an opportunity to get their helmet off before they have a talk. You'll also have a chance to talk to Charlie Peter and Scotty B. White. Scotty B. having a good run from 5th up into the final podium spot. Charlie Peter right where he started in 2nd spot. Sounds like Hayward's ready with our winner. Hayward?
It's been a long 5 years since we've had this conversation. How does it feel to come back to victory lane?
Oh, it feels amazing. I'm so glad that we got it done this year. Indy, I felt kind of owed me one. I brought a car here in 17 that I thought was going to do it, and I blew the motor in it, so kind of like last year. So I'm ecstatic. I can't say enough right now. A little worn out.
So a lot of times when you have a race like that where the leader checks out, everyone assumes it's easy. Everyone assumes that you're just out there cruising. How hard is it to stay focused? How hard is it to stay mistake-free and protect the championship?
Well, it's always really hard because you're worried about a late race caution. If you get a caution, you got to save something because this thing is big and heavy and it wears the tires out. So I was just trying to keep the tires on it while I was out there. And then around lap 9, I lost the power steering. So I was just fighting with that the rest of the race, just trying to keep the gap.
Well, an incredible, a very impressive drive with power steering, an incredible drive without it. Congratulations. Are you going to take a victory lap or your hands too tired?
No, I'm going to take a victory lap. I'll muscle it.
I thought you might. Congratulations.
Well, that certainly adds a bit of flavor to it. Muscling that big car around without power steering, you know how hard it is. If you've ever driven a car where the power steering fails, the steering effort is much heavier than if it didn't have power steering. So he really had to muscle it.
Especially a car from, this is a 2014, so it's meant to have power steering. In the 80s when they weren't meant to have power steering, it's a little different. But he certainly worked for that one. You could see just how hard he had to work.
Hayward's got our silver and bronze medalists.
Charlie, congratulations on the silver.
Thank you.
It looked like you got a little bit of a gap and just had to maintain.
I did, yeah. I think I drove the tires off the thing in the very beginning trying to defend, and man, I was lucky to avoid that crash. I heard it, and then I saw it in my mirror, so I was very fortunate to avoid that. And coming home in second place is just like last year, and I was happy then, and I'm happy now.
Well, sometimes it's about the mistakes you don't make. Congratulations.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you so much.
And let's find our third place finisher. I think he's still back here in the car. Guys, if you'll stay with me, I'm walking up to Scotty White. Scotty, you look a little worn out, buddy. You and I have waited a long time to have this conversation. How does it feel to come to the podium at the runoffs?
Well, it's good, man. It's glad to be back up here, and it's happy to where the hell that is. It's cool to get a podium for Goodyear. What do you think about that? I like it, and yeah, that was a lot of fun. These guys are a bunch of great racers. So,
just rolling around in a drop top hot rod, aren't you?
Well, it's all about looking pretty. You know that. And you just got to look good.
All about the looks with Scotty. Congratulations on the bronze.
Thanks, Hayward. Thanks, Scotty. As Kurt Resitano, with a crew member holding the winner's checkered flag around the track for his celebratory victory lap, waving to the corner workers and the crowd. As we have the results, the unofficial results of our top 10, with Resitano taking the win by a commanding lead, 13.8 seconds over Charlie Peters, second for the second year in a row. Scotty B. White on the box for the first time since 2014. David Sanders gave him a good challenge right to the end. Patrick Womack in the Z4 finishing fifth. Brian LaCroix in the black Corvette taking the position over Nathan Martin at the end. Alan Kossoff being shown in eighth. Michael Levine came home in ninth. And Matthew O'Toole rounding out the top 10. Here are the highlights from this race, and it had a lot going on at the beginning as Resitano in the 66 of Charlie Peter getting the jump, but 4 wide behind them. And then here's the moment that really took out 2 of the main contenders. And then we had this moment with the 72 car finally making the pass after trying a couple times earlier. And then Kossoff getting into the back of Joe Koenig, but nobody had anything for Kurt Resitano, as despite a power steering failure, he brought it home. And that's the margin of victory for our third place runner, Scotty B. White, just in front of David Sanders in that Corvette. So once again, a great race for Touring 2, as the SCCA Runoffs brought to us by our friends at Mazda, and we thank them for their sponsorship of our broadcast. My name's John Phippen, along with Tom O'Gorman, and down in the pit lane, Hayward Wagner. Thanks for being with us at the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty, whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm between here and there, a no man's land and everyone's land, where great expectations grow and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
Indy. One word says it all. It is the iconic World Center of Racing. The SCCA Runoffs, the National Amateur Championships. Combined, it is a glorious event. This year, for the second time, over 900 drivers are going to kiss the bricks. Hi, everybody, and welcome as we are about to determine in the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, the gold medalist, the national champion in GTL. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Hagerty Race Day. I'm Greg Creamer, joined by Larry McLeod. We will have Hayward Wagner down amongst the cars, down in the grid and on pit lane. Great to have you with us on an absolutely beautiful afternoon here. And it's a stunning day, a fabulous racetrack, and we are looking forward to it. There it is. We're technically in Speedway, Indiana, but not far away is downtown Indianapolis. And it is always an honor to come to this storied venue. And this one should be fun. This is a class that is, I think it's one of the fun classes. It's low-powered GT, and it's a tinkerer's class. People build these cars, and they get to go out and race them, and here they get to do it at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It is truly one of the world's iconic venues. And let's take a look here at the Mazda Track Map. It is 2.6 miles in length, 14 counted corners. And, Larry, it really offers up a variety of challenges.
It definitely does. And as you come down across the world-famous yard of bricks down straight into turn 1, you've got to deal with 1, 2, and then all the way out to that turn 4. And hopefully by the time you've come to turn 4, folks have gone from 4 wide down to 2 wide. Then you get to go through the carousel at 6, probably still 2 wide, and then eventually 6A leading you on to the Holman straight, the back straight here at Indy. Come out of that section. You now enter from turn 7 through the S's, 8, 9, and 10. Strong exit off of 10 is key to a strong lap and holding off a fender of a hard charger behind you, because you're going to get into 12 with another opportunity for breaking point there to make a pass. Head in through 13. 13 then becomes the most critical corner on this course to get that run down across the bricks and get speed all the way into turn 1. And hopefully, if you're fighting for the lead, hold off whoever might be charging behind you, but it's not going to be easy to hold off this field.
Not at all. You know what? Mazda does a lot more than present just the track map here at the Runoffs. Another way Mazda supports the racers and teams is through the Mazda Team Support Program, in which racers are eligible for the largest contingency awards from any of the car makers, as well as parts and technical support. They are a fabulous partner for the Runoffs and for the Sports Car Club of America in general. There is our field of GT light cars, 22 strong. And Hayward Wagner has found some stories down there. They always have them on the pre-grid. Hayward?
That they do, guys. I'm right here beside Chris Bovis's car. We're going to take a look inside real quick. There's this little black box right here, the AIM Solo 2 unit. That unit right there belongs to SCCA. SCCA uses these in a number of the cars during the races, be able to figure out what's going on with the cars, be able to really, it's about balancing the rules. This is how they measure how a car is performing so they can write rules so that we have good parity in the racing. Now, Glenn Thilke is the man who kind of invented this program. And unfortunately, Glenn's having some health issues and isn't here this weekend. But in his place, we have an entire team from Purdue University, engineering students working in the motorsports program. They are all here managing the data boxes, getting them plugged in, getting them turned on. A big thank you to them and a great opportunity to connect to the future of motorsports engineering with this year's Runoffs.
World training for some very bright young people right there. That's fantastic.
Yeah, it gets them out to the track to be a part of this and to do the job here to help us with that balance of performance that Hayward alluded to, that really in a class like this where you've got a mixed hodgepodge of engines and chassis and cars that are all varying different speeds. This is about as far from spec as you can get, but how do you make sure that this is all equal for all the drivers when they do build and invest in a car like this? It's balance of performance by collecting and analyzing that data to make sure that it all works out, and thanks to the folks there at Purdue University for helping us.
That's the way you make it fair and give everybody a chance to be able to come here and run. I talked about the weather, 80 degrees, low humidity. It's about as nice as it gets for a race day here. And this will be a 19-lap race or 40 minutes, whichever comes first. And, the field, we've had bigger fields here already that have run, but this one's pretty deep. And one of the things that I wanted to point out, on the pole, you have a 3-time champion who just got his 5th straight pole. But starting in 6th and 7th position between those two drivers, 20 gold medals here at the runoffs. There is talent in this field.
They are, and when you see them starting in 6th and 7th, you start to wonder, is, at some point in the race, they're going to make a charge and be coming through. But there's a few others in this field of former champs and strong competitors have been on podiums before, and I suspect this front 7 or 8 is probably going to be fighting for this all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, the times are pretty close, and it's going to be fascinating to watch. A couple of people to keep an eye on here. Starting in the 5th spot in the number 2 is Graham Fuller. He's out of Summit Point, West Virginia. We just want to mention that Valvoline Koenig and Goodyear Carbotech Honda CRX. He is super sweep eligible, and what that means is if he wins the runoffs, he's already hit some of the marks you have to win, which is a great season in the Hoosier Super Tour Series and the like. So if he wins here, he can go for the super sweep. Another guy that we just want to give a shout out to is Daniel Wold, who'll be starting back in the order just a little bit in the Bellwether Farm Nissan, but he is a Hawk breakthrough performer, which is most improved in positions from Tuesday to Wednesday in those qualifying sessions. So congrats to those guys. Let's take you through the grid, however, as I said, earning his 5th pole, and he is a 3-time champion. It is the number 78 of Christopher Bovis, the Overland Park, Kansas. Now is where he resides, out of Chicago region, in the Hartmarks Advisors Honda CRX. Starting outside of the front row, the number 11 of Scott Toomey from Tacoma, Washington, and the Powellsville RV and Pat's Autosport Toyota Tercel. Starting in the 45th spot, a former champion, Peter Zeckert out of Maryland Heights, Missouri, in the Goodyear AVP Engines Nissan 200 SX. A similar car starts alongside on the outside of the second row in the 4th spot, 121 Brian Lynn out of Hermosa Beach, California, in the Goodyear Carbotech Nissan 200 SX. Starting in the 5th spot, number 2 is Graham Fuller out of Summit Point, West Virginia, the Washington, D.C. region, in that Valvoline Koenig and Carbotech CRX. Starting in the 6th spot, one of our 10-time champions, the legendary driver 77, Joe Huffaker, out of Petaluma, California, San Francisco region, from that legendary Huffaker Performance family, the Goodyear G-Lock and Joe's Race Shop, Sentra. Starting in the 7th spot, the other of our 10-time gold medalists, 32, Michael Lewis, out of Poway, California, running in the San Diego region in his Goodyear Mazda RX-7. Starting in the 8th spot, the number 9 of James Gregorius, out of Lakeville, New York, Florida region, the Livonia Redemption Center RX-7. Starting in the 9th spot, number 15, Paul Mevely, out of Treasure Island, Florida, Central Florida region, the Nissan Sentra. Starting in the 10th spot, it will be the number 14 of Charles Leonard, out of Palmetto, Florida, also Central Florida region, the JB Racing Goodyear Nissan 200 SX. Starting 11th, the number 18 of Ken Gasson, that's a racer's name, out of Columbus, Ohio, Ohio Valley region, a rookie here at the runoffs, in his TRD Axiomotive and Odyssey Battery Toyota Sertel. Starting in the 12th spot, the 0th of Chris Copley out of Easton, Connecticut, Northeastern region, in the AER Mini Cooper. Starting in the 13th spot, the number 98 of Roy Lopshire out of Blue Springs, Missouri, in his TRD Hoosier Toyota Tercel. Here's the field coming to the line. Then it'll be Jamie Buss, Bill Keeney, Daniel Wold, Brad Lewis, Ed Nicholson, Michael Helm, Rusty Bell, James Lynch, and Jonathan Stalzer will be coming to the green here again. 40 minutes or 19 laps to determine the national champion in GTL. Bovis and Toomey on the front row, leading us up to the green flag to get this one underway here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Watching for it, looking for this one to get going. We're green! Even across the front, but look at that move by the 121 of Brian Lynn up and around the outside, Larry.
And talk about getting a great jump. Look at him going right past Toomey. He's right alongside Bovis now as he goes into one. And this is what they want. They don't want to let Bovis get away. He's going to try and shut it down and get through, but look at the sketchy braking for him, able to hold on to it.
Yeah, and the question for Bovis is, it looks like he didn't get off in that grass too much. See if he was able to hang on to it, and he does. Boy, he was determined not to let Lynn get through.
And Lynn was determined to try.
Absolutely. And we have seen that outside move work multiple times here in 2017 and earlier this event. Things settling in a little bit there. Having a look back at the 32, Michael Lewis, once again, a driver who's got all those championships. And both of them, he and Huffaker, of course, have got championships in a variety of different classes.
Yep.
And, to have drivers of that caliber say, I want to go play in GT Light, tells you just how fun this class is, as well as competitive.
And for Huffaker there, made a pretty good start. He got himself up to 4th, starting to slip a couple of spots here. As Peter Zeckert just kind of ducked inside of them, going through 7. So they're still kind of fighting for positions back there, and for Chris Bowes, that's exactly what he wants. He wants them fighting, right? Just like you can see there with Lynn and Toomey fighting for those spots coming out of 10 back onto the oval banking here before they get to 12.
Lynn is able to reclaim and hang on to that spot. And now here we go. Down underneath Zeckert comes the 77 of Huffaker. Can he hang on to it? He does. And there is Zeckert in the number 45 as they sweep through turn 13 and complete a lap heading up to the start-finish line here at IMS.
Zeckert's not going anywhere. Started up in third. Doesn't want to be sitting back here where he is in this fifth spot. Right now, Huffaker got a pretty good run there in his new body Sentra. But everybody looking up at Bovis, who just opened up a pretty good gap there, about almost 2 seconds over Lynn before we even got to the yard of bricks.
One of the things I love about this class is it's basically, you think about a GT1 car in terms of the tube frame and design, it's that kind of tech, just in a much smaller engine. And it allows you to do lots of modifications to engines and the like. And these guys get in them and they just wheel them. And there's great variety in this class, too.
There is. You've got, obviously with the 1300cc that you've got in Peter Zeckert's car, there's a couple of 1600cc's out there. So a little bit of variation in engine side, which means the differences, of course, then in weights as well, which means they make speed in different ways. And around the track like this, that's, to me, one of the most fascinating things because you've got the long straightaway, but some of these twisty bits from turn 1 through turn 6A takes a lot of handling ability, and certainly a lightweight car helps you to that.
Just had a look at the number 5 at Jamie Bluss, started in 18th spot, and Jamie has already worked his way up into the 13th spot. We do have a Sunoco Hard Charger Award. Most places gained during the race. Might be an early candidate there. Ooh, that was looked like Lynn may have run just a little wide there. Scott Toomey has gone by, and Lynn ran wide, but he was already a bit behind Toomey, so I wonder if Lynn maybe had a moment somewhere else as well, because Toomey suddenly finds himself with a big lead. But Toomey just lights up that right front unloaded tire heading into turn 12. You want to be very careful doing that.
We've seen that quite a bit in some of the other races out here. It's, coming down off the banking makes it a little bit treacherous to try and keep, when you don't have ABS, to keep those front tires from locking up going into there, because one little lock if you start to push wide, which means you then lose your momentum coming out of 13. Really critical section there for these drivers.
Yeah, you have got to be quick through 13 and up onto the banking, because it is a long run down this straightaway. And, a couple of things we haven't chatted about yet. One, it's a warmish day, but you have to decide where you want to start, what pressure you want to start your car in terms of the tires, because, of course, as the tires get heat, pressure goes up, and that could drastically affect the setup. And do you want to start with a lower pressure and have it be fast later, or start with a little higher pressure, get out early, and then maybe have the car go off just a little bit? That's all part and parcel of the game.
And it's that compromise, compromise in setups to make a car, whether it's be push or oversteer, make it good for straightaways and corners, or, like you say, make a compromise between an early fast car versus a late charging fast car. And, I look at someone like Michael Lewis, he might be one of those kind of late charging guys, tends to play the long game, works to make sure his tires last for quite a while, and he might just be sticking around this field. You can see him back there in that blue second-gen Silhouette Body RX-7. But I think one of the guys who got off to the quick start there, of course, was Bovis, but Toomey now extending over Lynn. So Toomey not letting Bovis get away.
Yeah, Toomey just set fast lap of the race. So he is definitely on the move. And Lewis, interesting, he's running GT Light here, and he's also running GT1.
And GT3 in the same car as his GT Light car. They do an engine swap between sessions. So when you see him out here, you'll see that same car running two different ways, two different power plants, which means his team is working overtime. The pace right now of Toomey, he picked up 4/10 in Sector 1, picked up another 5/10 in Sector 2. Toomey is closing in on Bovis quickly.
Yeah, he is on it. There's the number 2. He's behind Zeckert is Graham Fuller, and then there is the 32 of Lewis in that beautiful blue machine. And as you said, he's been here, he's won lots of medals, he knows the game. And just because right now he's sitting back there in the 7th spot doesn't mean that's where he's going to stay. But I think a concern to him is there's a fair amount of distance right now between Bovis and Lewis in terms of time and distance here. You don't want to let it get too far.
There's a fair number of cars between them right now as well, so he can kind of keep an eye on him. He doesn't want to lose sight of Bovis, but he doesn't want to also maybe at some point have to pick off a few of these guys in front of him. It's not going to be easy with the likes of Zeckert and Huffaker and Lynn out in front of him, as well as Graham Fuller. But I'm really watching Toomey now. Toomey, again, chipping away, picked up another picked up on that particular lap was about 1 second. He chipped into Bovis's lead as they come towards the end of sector one. We'll get another, but you can see it visually on the screen how close Toomey's getting.
Absolutely, and doing it early here, so he can get up close instead of having to work too hard late to get to him now. I mean, he's basically there, and we'll see how this is going to play, what the long game is. Brian Lynn sitting in that third spot in that Nissan 200 SX. Then we've got Huffaker in the Nissan Sentra, and then Zeckert in a Nissan 200 SX, the SER as well. And Toomey, you got to love the paint on that car too. Sort of almost a chrome maroon.
It looks beautiful here in the bright sunshine. Thankfully, today's not one of the rainy days for this weekend, so we can get a really great look at that gloss on that Toyota that he's got. But right now, that's really what's in the mirrors of Bovis is that dark maroon. Shiny car right up on back end. Look how quick he is coming into. He brakes so late going into 12. Look at just a couple car lengths just right there coming off the banking.
Now in this class, you can, if you want, change the drive line, I believe. And if you've got a front drive, you can reconstitute it into a rear drive. But I don't believe Bovis has done that.
I believe his is a rear drive.
Oh, they did do that. Okay.
I just checked with Hayward. He said his is a rear drive.
All right, that makes sense then.
But one of the things about Bovis, though, is they did in practice over last weekend lose an engine. So this is, in fact, the backup engine that he did put on pole. In fact, even on Thursday, did set his quickest time. But this is not his preferred engine, which, in the long run, maybe he's thinking, man, I'd love to have an extra half a horsepower or 1 horsepower or something to be able to pull these straightaways. But right now, I don't think that's where the advantage is for Toomey. I think Toomey's right now on that turn-in. He's so crisp. The car is floating very well. He's carrying speed on corner entry. We saw it at 12. Look at him right there through the 4-5 sequence.
Yeah, the car points in really well right now, and you can see it anywhere he wants it to go. It just turns and it's there for him. And so, which is a nice thing because then you just get behind the guy and just track him and pressure him, and see
just
if
like
he, run off his tires, make that little mistake, something on that order. When your car is working that well. Now the problem is as you get later in the race and the tires go off. That can either make the car get really loose or you could go pushy. It just all depends on how it happens. Push meaning the car doesn't want to turn. And Huffaker, he opened up a little bit of margin on Zeckert, and Zeckert has just reeled him right back in again.
Something else to take note of some of these cars you can see right there in Huffaker is a nice big old wing right across the deck lid there, as well as the Sentra right in front of him. Of Lynn, but if you take a look at the car out in front for Bovis, when we get back to him in a minute, you'll notice he's not carrying a wing, which means he might be a little bit more slippery down the straightaway, and that might be helping him right now, but perhaps not with the arrow in the corners like some of these other guys have, and that might be part of the stability of someone like a Toomey, as well as what Huffaker's doing right now, holding off just the spoiler-clad car there behind him in Peter Zeckert.
And those spoilers, they can be a bit effective, but they're also real draggy. And that's an issue, and he's the one running one of the smaller engines.
He is. That was what his concern was in this field. How does he do on the straightaways if he can't be on someone's bumper? And you can see right there down the straightaway, Lynn and Huffaker are pretty clear out in front of him as they pull down this front straight.
No, we got a car with a problem that's just limping down the front straight right now. Couldn't quite get the number. Might be Brad Lewis.
Might have been, yeah.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. At first, I thought it might be crabbing a little bit, like something was broken, but I don't believe it was. But we got a battle for the lead going on right now, folks, as Toomey now absolutely attacking on Bovis. And you wonder if Toomey hasn't said, you know what, I can do better than this pace and not hurt the car and the tires. I need to get around him and see what I can do here, because he is starting to heap that pressure on just a little bit as they exit 6A and onto this long and extremely wide Holman backstretch.
Could be anything. He could be looking for that way by, knowing he's faster, or maybe he's just trying to push Bovis into using his tires up so that later in the race he's got a chance. But look at the battle back here is Lynn and Huffaker.
But got through.
Zeckert now must be real quick in that first sector to make this kind of room up. Now he's alongside Lynn going into the S's.
It just sweeps the outside of Lynn, so Lynn has gone from 3rd to 5th.
Zeckert, one of the former champions of this class, 2008. He's also been on the podium a couple times. He is the godfather of this class. Some say the grandfather. But he's been around a long time, kind of mentors a lot of the folks. In fact, even today, he actually has the molds for that 200SX body now. So if other people need replacement parts, he can actually help them out a little bit. That's how invested he is in this class.
Yeah, he's been doing this a while, and it's great to have that kind of mentorship and leadership. Another guy who's been doing this for a while, won it last year, but he's not here this weekend, is Peter Shadowin, but he also a longtime competitor, and that's one of the nice things. You know, you get guys like that who are very competitive, certainly, but they have no problem sharing their knowledge with the young drivers coming in and saying, we want this class to be fun and competitive for everybody, and they'll help you out. Now, let's see, Zeckert, this is what he needs to do, is just try and get in the tow with that car that's a little smaller motor and maybe a little bit more draggy. It's just, if he can stay right with somebody, he doesn't lose much ground.
Well, you can see how fast he is very quick in this first sector. We'll see what he can do, because last time he had pulled up right alongside Lynn, was able to make a pass. See if he can do the same thing to Huffaker. Huffaker, a little bit more of the veteran here, obviously with the 10 gold medals. Going to see if, but look at him. Look at the speed through this sector here for Zeckert.
He really is able to just roll a lot of speed through fast enough that he wants to pop out here and not give it up. And if you look at that, you might think, oh, he blew it, he ran wide. No, he did that on purpose because, one, he had so much speed. If he had stayed behind him, he'd have to lift. And if you go out wide like that, you watched him diamond the corner and get to the throttle a little bit sooner. So sometimes those wide lines that look a little off are intentional.
They definitely are. There's a lot of choice of lines going around that corner. But I'm just watching these two. And look at how much
he get out of 9 with speed, didn't he?
He did. And Bovis there taking a lot of curb to try and get the run through 10. Got a pretty good run. Again, he's a little more slippery down these longer runs, coming out of 10 all the way up to 12. And that's helping him hold off the charging. And that's that whole philosophy of us. Once you get qualified and you got a car that's got pretty slippery in the straights, you might be able to kind of hold them through the corners by just being a wide car. I know I never really called a CRX a wide car.
Exactly.
But in this case, he's playing pretty wide. But I think at the same time, too, he's playing pretty patient back there.
Up onto the long straight here at IMS one more time. And this is where Bovis, as you say, you can see it right there with that slipperiness. He just starts to ease away a little bit. And there's Toomey trying everything he possibly can just to try and get any kind of a draft. Then here we go. Look at the margin. The lead duo have opened up right now.
So Zeckert there kind of poking out, not making a move. I wonder if he's just trying to get a little bit of air on the air inlet there. On the underside of the front, kind of looks like the under the bumper there. Obviously, the headlights are just a silhouette across, but you know, maybe trying to get a little bit of air down the front straightaway as opposed to being locked up against the back of Huffaker to keep the car cool.
Well, it is a warmish day here, and these cars, these motors are stressed. When you've got these smaller motors, they really push them.
Yeah, this is about the warmest of runoffs that we've had now in a number of years. So some of these drivers that come here to Indy thinking, well, I could either be in snow jackets or we could be in shorts and sunscreen, and we're a little closer to shorts and sunscreen this week.
That we are. Oh man, look at this. It's Toomey. Once again, you get, as you said, you get into the twisty stuff, and Toomey's car really comes to life, doesn't it?
He definitely does. The question is, how is he going to be able to make a pass? And I think that's the problem here, is he's got to figure out a place he can do it and hold it, knowing that the straightays are not really to his advantage. Look at the corner cut there and how stable the car looks going across the apex at 10 for Bovis.
And what impressed me was Toomey actually ran outside of the curb all the way through the corner, didn't lose a bit.
Yeah.
So in the corners, that car is just glued right now. Really impressive.
But one thing about GT cars that you find is they're relatively high-strung cars. They're strung out pretty tight. And a lot of these drivers don't like to hit curbs too hard, because you start to shake things loose. We've heard in other races, drivers get to the finish line. I started hearing weird noises, and I got it in my head. You don't want to start hearing weird noises. So every time you see Bovis clobbering that curb at 10, you wonder, for Toomey, he's thinking, go ahead, clobber away if you want, but at some point we've still got another, 10 and a half laps to run.
Yeah, I'm staying off of those curbs. You go ahead and hammer him. Jonathan Stalzer in the auto body by Daniels, Toyota Corolla right there, that they are putting a lap on, but Jonathan doing a nice job and giving it a bit of a go here. And look at Zeckert, swings to the outside. Oh, Huffaker dancing on the brakes going in. He got it woed down and was able to keep it stuck just enough.
Oh, that's a rough place to be stopped there.
Yeah,
right at the apex of 12.
Is.
But great brake control there for Huffaker going into 1. The car had just a little bit of a twitch, but he held onto it, didn't have any lockup, was able to get in and hold Zeckert, who clearly had the better line. And Zeckert knows in this part of the track he's faster. He wanted to get by, but great job by the veteran Huffaker to hold him behind him, at least for one more lap.
Yeah. Looked to me like Huffaker in this missed the apex a little bit in turn 5. But then did the diamond in turn 6 to try and be able to get the power down going out. You've got to have a lot of confidence when you diamond a corner, which means you go in wide and then square it, that the guy behind you isn't close enough. He can just dive down the inside and park you. And so Huffaker very savvy about it. You know, it's really called track awareness and knows exactly where his competition is. But I'll tell you what, that black number 77, that is starting to get a little bit dancy out there. That sensor's starting to move around a lot.
It is. Also, you see moving around a lot all the way out to the dirt there, coming off its head. And Zeckert just kind of following in behind him, being the shadow right now behind the car, colored like a shadow. Just kind of see if he can hide there a little bit. Also want to take note that Michael Lewis has made some strides. We talked earlier, he had dropped behind Fuller and Lynn. Lewis now back to 5th ahead of those guys. Not quite to the pace yet of what Huffaker and Zeckert are doing, but again, we're halfway through the race. A veteran like Lewis just pacing himself.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, the margin between Bovis and Toomey, first to second, back to the Huffaker-Zeckert battle, is on the order of 10 seconds. So they are really flying up at the front. Two great battles are underway here in the race to the gold in GT Light at the Runoffs. And, of course, we wouldn't be able to do this without some wonderful partners, in particular Mazda. Let's learn about a few of them.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. Where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
It is Hagerty Race Day here at the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, some fabulous racing unfolding. Also want to say a big thanks to Hawk Performance, the official brake partner of the SCCA. Great contingency work and class move right there. Rusty Bell in the number 80. They're just, he said, we've just got little problems. He said the restrictor package on the car is not quite right. Our gearing is not quite right for the track. And he said, I'm just running at Indy and just relishing in that. And you saw a big point by right there, and that's really class from those competitors. Also a big thanks to Sunoco, the official fuel of the SCCA, who does that Sunoco Hard Charger award, and keeping an eye on that as well. And we just now watched as Toomey has dropped off a little bit from Bovis. And that last lap time, Bovis was almost, well, the last lap times they were really close, but the previous lap, either Toomey made a little mistake or Bovis just found something. But look at that, Toomey has reeled him right back in again.
I think it might have been just kind of coordinating the turn in and turn one there with Rusty turning in at the same time. It's just got to give a little bit of room. Again, the race is long from over, and if you're Toomey, you're just thinking biding your time. Maybe you can take a half a lap to kind of cool the tires a little bit more, get a feel for the car, make sure everything's good. We had mentioned earlier about Bovis had a rear-wheel drive conversion that has been confirmed is not true. It is, in fact, a front-wheel drive car, or a CRX still. So thank you, Hayward, for checking that one out.
Yeah, and that then leads me to ask the question about anything front-wheel drive later in a race. You ask so much of of those front tires, braking, turning, acceleration. Yeah, how are they hanging in there? So that's something we're going to be watching. I got to tell you, Bovis eats a lot of curb going through turn 7, which you think would make him really quick up through 8 and into, and the like. But out of 8 and 9, it's Toomey that just rolls huge speed through there.
Yeah, so we got a shot right here. Peter Zeckert, he was up there running in 4th, running up there with Joe Huffaker. He has dropped back significantly, now back to 7th and fading quickly. So we're not quite sure what's going on there with him. I suspect he may have something with that car that's not quite up to snuff.
Well, we talked about how highly stressed these machines are.
Also want to keep our eyes on, so Huffaker now up to third. Man currently in fourth, that familiar blue RX-7. I'm just going to, we'll get to it a little bit later, but it was kind of, don't forget that name Michael Lewis as we go back to our leaders here with Bovis now and about a car length ahead of Toomey.
We just get word that Zeckert, you were spot on, something amiss with the car. He's ducking down into pit lane, and Toomey ducks down underneath Bovis, side by side. Can Bovis hang on to that inside? He does. Can Toomey do the over-under? He's going to try it. Ooh, little wiggle there from Bovis.
I think Toomey caught him sleeping just like he caught us sleeping. Nobody expected that to go, and I think it's exactly why he tried it. Unfortunately, the outside at 6A wasn't there for him, but he's now back to racy mode.
Yep, and he's flashing back and forth, trying to get into Bovis's mirrors and thus maybe into Bovis's mind. Now watch the speed right there. Look at how much Toomey closes. He just rockets through that section of track.
And this time Toomey takes a ton of curve there at 10. He does not want, maybe sensing that perhaps this is that moment where Bovis's car is starting to slip down just a little bit, and he's going to start pushing.
I almost wonder if he might not just try a dive bomb move down at a 10, because he's got so much more speed. If he's a little bit closer, he might be able to make that work. And look at this. Lewis now around Huffaker, and now in a podium position. Boy, you were right, Larry. Lewis using all that experience a little bit later in the race, and he is now moving up.
Yeah, 10-time champ on 10-time champ there. Yeah. These two guys in your shot, 20 gold medals between them. Michael Lewis.
Take a look at this pass here. Watch him here. Just pulls out, almost used Rusty a little bit as a pick. And, I think right there, what do you think? I think Huffaker was really watching what Rusty was doing. And Lewis pounced.
Sure, yeah. If you're Huffaker, you'd like to get all the way to track right and make that nice sweep and get at least a better line when Lewis goes inside. But Lewis had a little bit of help there. I mean, like Rusty did everything he could. Nothing against what Rusty did. But for Lewis, opportunity certainly came through there for him. Look at the flames coming out of the side of the rotary-powered RX-7. I love seeing that.
I do, too. It is just... It's one of those things that it just screams race car. Yeah. To me, that it's fabulous. Yeah, Rusty in the Jegs Toyota, you can't hit the disappear button, and he was over to the right, and that's so wide. There was tons of room. Of course, Rusty works with our fellow booth guy John Phippen at Mid Ohio as one of their announcers. So we go back to the lead battle here, and Toomey's just staying. Now he gets through there well. But watch the run. Look at that. That's where I thought, is he going to try and stuff it down? He does! Gets the rotation, but that car rotated just a little bit too much and scrubbed a little speed as he did it. It's just enough for Bovis to go through. But now the problem is Bovis knows, I got a cover in 10.
I think Toomey saw the same thing you did on the last couple laps, knowing how quick he was through that sector there at 9, and thought maybe I could pull that off. But wow, pretty good mid-quarter speed there for Bovis to hang on to it. But he is definitely, he is pretty much the injured gazelle at this point, the way he's kind of going through this. I do wonder about those tires. Here as we're now entering, finishing lap 13, what are those front tires feeling like for him in that CRX? And is Toomey really in the better seat here? It's always better to be in front than behind, but with 5 laps to go here.
That is, I may have to borrow that. I've never heard that. That's a very accurate graphic description of a car that's struggling at the injured gazelle. and the cheetah that is in pursuit here. Look at that. Bovis responds a little bit, gets that little margin built up, but boy, I tell you, as soon as you get into anything technical and twisty, Toomey's there.
He really is. He's just got great lines through this part of the track. The car is just stuck like glue. He's going to try it again.
Boy, Bovis left the door open more than he may have wanted here. And Toomey can come across. Got it. Toomey now into the lead. New leader in the run for the gold in GT Light.
Game on.
Yeah.
Now, does the straight line speed of Bovis, is he able to get it back? Probably not going to try here, but we've seen how fast he is coming off at 10 as well as getting onto the oval. So this race is going to be hot all the way to the finish.
So Toomey's got to just drive the wheels off this thing in this section where he's so fast, try and get enough of a lead built up before they get onto that straight. He's doing it. Look at the margin. He's opened up. Wow.
Right up to the dirt edge there. This time he just knows this is that opportunity. Can't take any opportunity for granted. got to push, got to push, got to push, and don't want to give Bovis any kind of a draft when they get onto the front straight.
The lock up there tells you how hard he is trying to open a gap up. But I think that little bit of lockup that allowed Bovis to take a couple of car lengths back.
Now this is Bovis' strong suit right here.
Yep.
Cutting the distance, trying to get a bead, trying to just get into the slipstream. Knowing he doesn't have to pass him here, but he'll have a couple of more chances, but those chances are going to start dwindling down. Look at the weave already, trying to break that draft.
He may have wasted a little bit too much road, though. Doing that, Bovis just stayed straight. Now Bovis thought about it, but just doing the late break, couldn't quite get it done. So we have 4 laps to go. Boy, this is turning into a fascinating chess match, isn't it?
The hunter becomes the huntee right now as Toomey now is watching with his mirrors the same way Bovis was. Look at the slide through there.
Exactly, and you start doing too much of that, you start overheating the surface of your tires, and the grip will just go away. But so far, he's making it work as he starts to build that gap again.
I want to see if he starts changing any of his lines now, being the lead car. Was able there to take that wide entry still into 6, but we'll get back in a minute because this battle is pretty good too.
Yeah, Huffaker hasn't exactly said, well, you got me here. Joe is coming back after it. 20 gold medals between these two guys at the Runoffs. This is going to be a great scrap. Huffaker running that wide line. But again, trying to diamond it so we can get to the throttle a little bit sooner.
Yeah, these two experienced Californians. I'm sure they've raced heads up a couple of times over the years. Look at this, though. Using every bit of line there for Lewis, taking the tight edge, take wide exit, staying out on that apron here on that back straight, trying to hold Huffaker from making a move.
Yeah. Here's that section of track where Toomey is so quick. Does either of these guys have they look pretty even through there, don't they?
They kind of do.
Yeah.
These are pretty evenly matched cars.
And Brian Lynn still sits in, he's back a ways, but he's still right there in that top 5. The number 5 or the number 121 Nissan 200SX SER.
Just watching Lewis.
Different lines for them.
Very different lines,
yeah.
Lewis now got a little bit of somebody to draft out in front of them. I think that's the 0 of Ed Nicholson.
Oh, look at this. Bovis gets into Toomey. Toomey able to save it. I really don't think that was intentional by Bovis. He just went to the throttle, thought Toomey was going to accelerate, and tapped him. And the minute he tapped him, you could see him back off. But, boy, this is now starting. Well, hey, we're 3 laps to go. There's a gold medal.
Yeah.
The carrot for these guys, it's getting serious.
Yep, little jab, a little head fake, a little bob, a little bit of weave. This fight is on.
Yeah, it is. And Toomey right now, that's about as big a lead as he's had coming onto the home and back straight.
I see the split screen to see both of these battles here. The 1-2 battle and the 3-4 battle.
And there's that line. Look how, well, that time Huffaker sort of went into the same line as Lewis, because I think he realized he was losing a little bit of ground. See what happens here. There's Lynn just popping into the background.
Looks pretty strong down here. Strong off of 6A.
Yeah.
And that rotary, obviously a very strong power plant in that car. It's usually got a bit of an advantage in trap speed. So any kind of a long run, whether it be the 6A down to 7 or even off of 10 down to 12, some good places he can stretch. But these S's really should be where Huffaker's a little bit faster.
Yeah. He's not making up much ground on him, is he?
He's not. And that goes back to, I think, the strategy that Lewis probably would have had. Would have probably saved some tires. And right now he's starting to use those things up.
There's the 03 of Chris Copley in the Mini. He had to work his way up into the top 10 and now finds himself sitting over there. Oh, looks like he's got it moving again. All right. 3 laps to go.
There's that straight line speed of Bovis, able to close up. Now he's got to work real hard to get perfect marks to not lose that so he can get a little more on the next lap. And the extra, we suspect a little bit more drag coming off of the Toomey Tercel there. Maybe as an opportunity to slipstream in behind him.
Boy, I'll tell you, you get into these technical sections of the track, that extra grip for the Tercel really comes good there. That combined with the potential for those front tires on that front drive CRX to be starting to feel all of the load they've been subjected to during this race. Bovis, though, that was actually pretty good. He stayed closer than he has.
Yes, he did. It's a very quick sector 1 for him, waiting for the actual time to come up, but he certainly managed to not lose anything, and that's critical for him to not lose gap there through that sector 1. It's a very long, it's almost half the track is sector 1, and to be able to hold that gap tight so he can then maybe close it further along these straight runs.
Well, and that I'm going to ask you a question about that, because we know that the Tercel is probably a little draggy, and we know that Bovis is really good in a straight line. Is he maybe hanging back just a little bit because he'd rather not be out front and let the draggy Tercel draft off him right now and then be able to go after him on that last lap?
You got to be careful because he's going to get 2 more chances down the front straightaway, and my philosophy always is if the first one presents itself, you take it. You start playing that game, that poker game of waiting for that ace to come up. Sometimes that ace never comes. You need to take it when you can, and he's close enough this time, I think.
He is. And you saw another big lockup by Toomey going into 12. Here comes Bovis. He's got the momentum. He is up the inside. It's a braking duel down into turn 1. Bovis noses ahead, but here comes Toomey. Toomey wanted to turn in, and Bovis parked him. That was really good racecraft by Chris Bovis.
It really was. And as we were talking about, you got to take that opportunity there. You don't want to wait for white flag and not get the opportunity. You take it here on the lap 18. Now he's going to go a lap and 3/4. But look at that slide coming around 4.
That rear drive is the rotation there, and that's allowed Toomey. He's going to try and go around the outside. It'll give him the inside here. He's coming right back after him down into 6A. Toomey is back into the lead. What a dice this is. Great stuff.
It is for Bovis. Now he knows he can definitely do it on the straightaway, but he'd like to, same thing we just talked about a lap ago. Got to hold close here. But if he gets an opportunity going into 12 for somehow, we've seen him do great runs off of 10. He might stick his nose down into there and try to lead down the front straight, or he could just play that chess match now and say, let's throw it all down the front straightaway and see what happens.
The problem is the yard of bricks in the finish line is not that far off 14.
Right.
So unless you're right behind somebody already getting a pull, it's tough. And that pass he made for the lead, that was well down the straight. So that's not going to do you any good here.
Toomey got pretty wide there coming out of 10. A good run here for Bovis. He might stick his nose inside.
He's got the speed, but I'll tell you, Toomey is so good on the brakes. Even with that lockup, he's still just able to get in a little deeper than Chris.
His tires are more diamond shaped at this point.
Exactly. Yeah, he's probably got a pretty good vibration through that steering wheel from the flat spot on that right front. You know, that's the other part of this we haven't talked about. You look at the layout of this track. As the white flag comes out, Bovis gets to move a little bit sooner, but you've got lots of long duration right-handers here. Those left fronts in particular can take a bit of a pasting, and here we go. Bovis got that done early enough. He's got his nose completely ahead. Now, Toomey, see what he could do. Bovis made it work. Here comes Toomey. He's got a really good run. Wants to cut underneath. Bovis, I thought, was going to protect. Toomey knifes down to the inside once again into turn 4. Bovis going to swing the outside. Toomey inside line through 5. Bovis is there. Toomey exits just far enough. Now Bovis going to try and pull a Toomey and get down the inside, but Toomey is able to roll a lot of... Oh, to touch!
That's the section where Toomey's been quick, and he had to go to the outside. He likes the inside line, but he had to go outside. And now down to straightaway here. Bovis, again, always strong.
And when Bovis touched him, it actually slowed Bovis up just a little bit, gave Toomey a little bit of breathing room, but then Bovis able to close it down. Right here is where Toomey has been wicked quick. He has got to drive the run of his race through this section of track. Looks like he may have done it just enough. Oh, he had to check up right there. He's running too wide, though, Larry.
Yeah, he's got an opportunity here. See if Bovis protects, or see if Toomey protects on the inside, makes Bovis go around the long way. He is.
Has to. He had to. He floated just a little wide at the exit of 10. Huge lockup. Floats wider than he has. This is going to be it. Bovis sweeps around, or does he? Bovis now off track. Toomey comes back. Bovis not going to lift. rockets back on, drops the hammer. Here we are, exit of 13 into 14. Not going to be close enough. Toomey is going to get it done and get the gold medal here at the runoffs in GT Light. But Bovis gave it his all.
Oh, that was spectacular stuff. Bovis just thought he had an opportunity right there, and he was kind of pushed wide, unable to hold it. Let's take a look at the finish here for third.
And Lewis pretty much all by himself as Huffager just on that last lap not able to match the times of Lewis. Lewis finds himself on his own, and with that, Lewis is going to come up. This will be a 21st medal from Michael Lewis at the runoffs. He has been doing this for a long time and has been doing it incredibly well. Medal number 21 for Michael Lewis, with Huffager just out of the medal position in fourth. And then Brian Lynn hanging there in the back. And just to give you a little perspective, folks, this is Scott Toomey's third runoff. His previous best finish was in 2018 out at Sonoma Raceway, and he was 8th. So this was the venue. He had the package, and he extracted absolutely everything out of it. Just a great drive. Watching here the number 14 of Charles Leonard running in the 8th spot, doing a really nice job as well. The Nissan 200SX SER out of Palmetto, Florida. Leonard having a strong run, started in the 10th spot. Putting a good one together here. But I'll tell you what, a nice and easy, really savvy, sportsmanlike drive by Rusty Bell has him up in 13th. He started 20th. He might be a great candidate for the Sunoco Hard Charger Award. That's really good.
What a race, though. What a race for the front as well as for the last spot on that podium.
Absolutely.
Bovis and Toomey put on one heck of a show. Clean racing, but just no holds barred. It was just these two guys just neck and neck the whole way. Neither one of them wanted to give an inch on that last lap.
What impressed me was when Toomey ran wide with that huge lockup in 12.
Yeah.
I thought it was over. I thought Bovis was going to come by. And then Toomey carried still enough speed to keep Bovis from being able to turn in where he wanted. And, it was just fascinating. That's that chess match we're talking about.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
They each at that point knew each other's strengths and weaknesses, and you saw them all play out in that last lap, with Toomey able to use the handling strength to tuck inside at 4, and Bovis able to kind of run him back down, and Toomey able to hold him off just enough.
What a treat that race was. GTL doing it once again, putting together a great package, and there is Mr. Lewis. Busy man, this 58th running of the runoffs. Wow, good stuff. As I said, Bovis, he won here in 17, Bovis did. So, he's sharing the wealth, letting Toomey have his moment. Zeckert qualified third here in 17. So, we got guys that have had pretty solid runs here, but Toomey didn't run here in 17, and this may have just become his favorite track.
It definitely was. Can't wait to hear what he's got to say.
Yeah, what a scrap that was. That absolutely beautiful paint job on that car. And his drive matched it. Absolutely beautiful. And savoring that moment. And Hayward is ready. And as you said, cannot wait to hear his discussion about how this race unfolded and that absolutely superb duel with the pole sitter and defending national champion, Chris Bovis. Wow, what a run. All right, Hayward is ready. Let's hear from our gold medalist.
Scott, the first thing Scott said when he pulled in was, I don't know, I've never done this before. Could you imagine it any better than it was?
No way. You go into these things with all kinds of hope and expectations and all the hard work and dedication that goes into it, and you just kind of go out there and pray for the best, especially when you're dealing with a master class like Chris. And what a joy to drive nose to tail with for so long. Very respectful. He's an awesome driver. My hat's off to him. I said this once before this year. I hadn't had a better time in a race car than the Hoosier Super Tour at Portland. I haven't had a better time in a race car this here. So yeah, it was pretty awesome.
Well, congratulations to you. It looked like you had the advantage in the really twisty stuff. He had a little bit more on the straights. How important were those first couple of corners once you got around him to set a gap?
Well, it looked like the places from 3 and on back weren't able to kind of hold pace with us. So the plan was let's make sure that we can get out, and then that way we can have our race without having to worry about duking it up too much with everybody else.
Now I got to ask you, last corner, last lap, he went 4 off in the grass. Did he have room? What was going on there?
I couldn't hold it any lower than I held it. I mean, we can watch the camera, but hands are twisted all the way over. That's a really tight corner, and we've been struggling with that all week. But, you know, I watched so many guys go off in the grass there with nobody else on the inside. And it's just one of those deals. I mean, when you're coming down to the last corner of the last lap of the race, I mean, you got to do what you got to do. And Chris was trying to get a good run on the outside, and I was trying to hold my line on the inside. So no disrespect to him. That was definitely not intentional.
I think he just ran wide, but wasn't sure if you were where you were with it. So congratulations. You get one more lap around the Speedway, your first-time national champion.
Thank you so much. Awesome.
Awesome. I just love that. And, you know, what's 13 in a low horsepower car versus a high horsepower car is driven so differently. If you're in a lower horsepower car with grip, you can track all the way out and then just stay to the inside through 14. If you're in a big horsepower car, we're going to see some of that later on during this event. You got to exit mid-track, because that's the only way you can get the speed. And that's what makes it so fun with these little cars, is just being able to run that edge all the way through it. And it was fantastic. Let's check in now with our second and third place finishers, and both of them medalists many times over in this class. Hayward?
Chris, I suspect we've had happier conversations. You look a little bit frustrated right now.
Yeah, you know, I ended up losing the race. I was trying to get him to make the last mistake, and that was second to last corner, and unfortunately it was one more to go, and that was my mistake. So it's just my mistake.
Let me ask you about the last corner. It looked like you ran wide completely independently of what he was doing. Was that the case?
Yeah, so I couldn't quite see him, and so I didn't know how far I could go over, if I could cut back across and get a good run out, and I just thought, well, it's kind of the last lap, and ended up lighting up the front tires and driving right off the track. But then you're like, well, do I back out of it and try to save it and kill my run, or do I just keep going and hope maybe he goes off? So, yeah, it was just super frustrating. Excuse me, because I mean, we definitely had, certainly from the last corner to start finish, we definitely had him, and I was really honest. I was so proud of myself that I got him to make that mistake in the right-hander, and then I'm like, and I screwed it all up. So.
Well, congratulations on what was an incredibly entertaining race to watch. You guys did such a good job staying off of each other. One of the best races we've seen in a while. So congratulations to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I unfortunately hit him in the back, and I didn't mean to, coming up on a lap car. So, but it was a fun race. I'll feel a little better about it in about an hour.
Congratulations to you on another Runoffs medal. And we're gonna grab Mike Lewis. Speaking of Runoffs medals, Mike Lewis, how many medals is this for you, sir?
You always keep track of that for me. Yeah.
We're in the 30s. Does that sound right?
I don't know, to tell you the truth. I keep track of the golds, and that's it. But I know I was going to get one of these today. So
what we see a lot at the Runoffs is a really happy winner, a kind of bum second place, and a third place that's just glad to make the podium. Where's your head today?
Absolutely. That's a win for us. I mean, we brought a knife to a gunfight. To some degree, we're looking at the trap speeds. So we learned a lot about how guys pick up their game for the Runoffs. Guys that we beat during the year, suddenly we're way fast. So all credit to them. They did a great job. They just disappeared, so it was just to me and that group. And I had a ton of fun there, and everybody drove well, drove fairly, and it was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Well, the stats keepers in my ear tell me it's 21 medals, so congratulations to you on your 21st medal, a podium here at Indy.
This one's probably in the top 10 for effort, man. I worked hard today. So
congratulations.
All right, thank you, man.
Yeah, he's been at this a while, and everything he drives is fast. You know, I mean, he drives that GT1 car to championships. He enters Trans Am races on occasion and is right up at the front. He's just good. But there's a new sheriff in town here in GT Light, and his name is Toomey.
Yeah, speaking of good, that guy right now, he was the best driver today. Yeah, even as Bovis said right there, he thought maybe he could force him into a mistake that would cost him, and Toomey, just a little bit of lockup, didn't let it cost him, was able to come through across the bricks first, take that checker flag.
And it was so refreshing, you know, to hear Bovis say, it was me. No, it had nothing to do with him. I just drove it off. So that is just really refreshing and great sportsmanship. Toomey, Bovis, and Lewis, your medalists. Huffaker and Lynn rounding out the top 5. Fuller, Mavoli, Leonard, I love that name, Ken Gasson for a race car driver, and Jamie Blust. Good stuff. Jamie came from 18th to 10th, so another candidate for the Sunoco Hard Charge Award. That will be announced a little bit later. So, wow, what a show those guys put on. Absolutely fabulous. And I can't wait to see a little bit of again, so let's look at some highlights.
I think it's best time right now, and I'll probably be watching it again later. But
Absolutely.
Look at this. This battle went right from the green flag. A little bit of help there from Mr. Brian Lynn on this front straight, but that didn't stop this battle from waging on for 19 laps.
Not at all. And there you can see Toomey and Cart just sticking everywhere. This was his first move, and going for the lead. Got out in front. It was by no means done. Down at the end of one, Bovis making the move, getting down and taking the lead away, but Toomey able to float speed. Here was that mistake by Toomey, and he thought, oh no, Bovis said I had it, but Toomey was just close enough. Bovis had to miss the apex, as he said, lit the fronts up, drove off. He kept it pinned and came right back on, but the momentum was just lost enough, and Toomey able to drive it home and grab the gold medal with, again, Lewis here coming home in third, nabbing that 21st medal here at the Runoffs. And there is one happy guy who got to throw a couple of crew members and a checkered flag in that car and go out for the lap of honor. Well, that wraps up our coverage here of the Run for the Gold in GT Light here at the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Thanks again to Mazda, who are presenting our broadcast of this absolutely legendary event. For Haywood Wagner down in pit lane and Larry McLeod alongside, I'm Greg Creamer. Thank you so much for joining us here from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Take care, everyone.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. Where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
Indy. One word says it all. The SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Put together, it is a magical event at a magical venue, and over 900 racers have shown up, all going for the gold and an opportunity to kiss the bricks at this legendary venue. Hi, everybody, and welcome to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's Hagerty Race Day here at the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Great to have you with us. I'm Greg Creamer. Tom O'Gorman alongside Hayward Wagner down in the pit lane. Our coverage and broadcast today is presented by the fine folks at Mazda, and this is an iconic venue, and the class today is called B-SPEC. And to paraphrase the legendary Mark Twain, the rumors of B-SPEC's demise were greatly exaggerated. It is not only back, it is back with a vengeance. I think, had 16 cars last year, I think, at Road America. Flip the number. 61 cars have shown up here, Tom. This class is seriously back, and it has been putting on some unbelievable racing. And they're going to be chasing what is a really fun track here at Indianapolis. It is 2.6 miles, 14 corners. Time to take a look at our Mazda Track Map. And, Tom, take us for a lap around this great track.
Yeah, Greg, it is a lot of fun, and there's a lot of space to play with here on this track for these small subcompact race cars. We start with a really wide, really long front straight, deceivingly long because of how large the grandstands are alongside it, but down into a braking zone at turn 1 and 2. This is definitely a big pinch point. The sight lines are also a challenge here at turn 1, but then we sweep through turns 3, 4, and 5, kind of a triple right-hander, a little bit of a checkup at turn 4, then the carousel at turn 6 into 6A, onto the Holman straight, another very wide straight. We're going to see cars all the way out to the grass, maybe kicking up some dirt onto that straightaway as well. Then some quick S's at 7, 8, 9, and 10. Each one getting a little bit tighter as you go through that section there in Sector 2 before we come on to Sector 3, up onto the banking just for a moment, and then through the final switchbacks at 12, 13, and 14.
You know, Mazda's investment into club racing goes beyond the track map presentation. If you race a Mazda, no matter the model or year, they support you through the Mazda Team Support Program. So sign up at MazdaMotorsports.com, and that's one reason why more Mazdas are road raced on any given weekend than any other car brand. It comes down to two things: a great car and great support. So huge thanks to Mazda. And now, down amongst our 61 cars getting ready to head out on track is Hayward Wagner. Hey, Hayward, beautiful afternoon. Beautiful field.
It's amazing, guys. You said 61 cars. The B-SPEC community's goal was to come to Indy with 51 cars. They beat it by 10. These guys race together, they paddock together, they party together. A bunch of them have brought really cool liveries this year. You'll see our pole sitter, a tribute to the John Player Special. John Phillips, your pole sitter, it's the John Phillips Special. We've got all kinds of classic liveries on this grid. One car I do want to point out is our second car on the grid. This is Steve Introne. And back when we were all kids, Steve and I used to flag back at Road Atlanta 25 years ago. He has flagged over 30 runoffs. He's driven in 5. This is his first time qualifying on the front row here in B-SPEC. A real crowd favorite here in the B-SPEC community. Lots of years in whites, now in the driver's suit. And, Greg, you know when you spend a lot of time standing on a corner, you learn a thing or two.
Boy, don't you. That's where I got started flagging. It is a great school, best seat in the house. You're right on top of the cars, and you can see them come through. And all you have to do, join SCCA. It's, one payment. It's not that much money. You remember, you can go out and play in the corners. Or if you're more into things techie, now you got tech and you got timing and scoring. There's a spot for you. If you don't have the wherewithal or the desire to drive, but you love racing and want to be a part of it, join the club. Get out on the corners and volunteer and have some fun with it. And there they are. You see them out there, and they're absolutely integral because race control at a road race cannot see the entire track. You're literally the eyes and ears of race control, and you provide information to the driver. So, I'm going to be rooting for Introne. You just kind of have to. But it's tough not to root for the guys that will be lining up right behind him. Father and son. Father is a 10-time gold medalist in runoffs competition, and son is in his first ever runoff. And here's the key. Son is less than a hundredth of a second off of dad's times. So that's the Daughteries.
We're talking about Chris and David. Now,
Yep.
David is starting ahead of Chris, and if you want to talk about going to school, B-SPEC is a heck of a school in itself, and Hayward put it perfectly. It is a community. This is, you said, 16 cars at the runoffs about 6-7 years ago, and this group of people that were really invested in this class, they know the value of this class. I know the value of this class. It got me started into my professional racing career. These cars will teach you to be the best race car driver that you will ever be, and it's because they're not particularly good at anything. You have to drive them to their maximum abilities. They're not going to cover up any of your mistakes. They're not going to make you look like a hero if you're not a hero. So these drivers that are at the front are some of the best drivers in this paddock. I'll put money on that. And if you want to learn how to drive a fast race car, drive a slow race car first, because yes, these cars do turn some of the slower lap times at the runoffs, but they're going to put on a heck of a show. Now, a lot of these drivers are going through school just a little bit, because there's a lot of rookies in this runoff field. There's I think over half of the field is at their first runoffs or something close to that.
Absolutely, and these cars, when you have a slower car, it's momentum, and it teaches you momentum, and these cars are absolutely amazing at that. Plus, they're a little boxy, so they draft well.
Yes.
And as you said, if you're out at the front in this class, you're a driver, but you could, this is almost like V's in a way. I mean, you could be, leading, and the next lap you're fifth sometimes. It churns that much. And I've always found this to be one of the most entertaining classes, to call a race about, because you never know what's going to unfold here, and it's absolutely spectacular. We're going to show you the grid along the bottom. Find your favorite driver. It just take us too long to try and get through them all. I do want to call attention to a couple of guys. One, David Daugherty, along with his huge success. He is super sweep eligible, and that's a very, very special achievement. James Rogerson, for the Hawk Breakthrough performer, that's the most positions improved from Tuesday qualifying to Wednesday qualifying. James Rogerson, starting in 29th, made up 11 spots. That's a big gain, so a really good run for him. And the number 138 that you're going to see is Stephanie Anderson. It's a 2011 Mazda 2, the X Factor car. She got clobbered in the Tuesday qualifying session from behind, damage on that car, and she is back out. Stephanie actually raced that in Pro World Challenge competition a couple of times as well, so great to have her back out. And I have to tell the story. Chris Halderman, of course, who is X Factor, came out and looked at the car while it was parked on the side. It was right in front of my corner station, and the wrecker came out, or the tilt bed came out to load it on, and it's got, of course, the big hook to get on the tow strap. And Chris yelled at the guy, "Hey, accidentally hook it on that right rear bumper and pull that back for me, would you?" It's just great fun out there. But she recovered and did an absolutely superb job in qualifying. But the community reached out and helped, and that's part of this game. You experienced it. You said it started in your pro. You won the championship in World Challenge in launching yourself. These things are a blast to
They are a ton of fun, because you have to just drive them on the limit at all times. Yes. But like I said, it's all about that momentum. And one thing that we're going to be keeping an eye on this year, speaking of keeping momentum, is this class had a slight tire change. They're now on a spec Hankook racing tire, which is a much more affordable version of the racing tires that they used to race on, the Hoosiers. And they're a bit of a mystery. And part of that is we don't get to race at Indianapolis Motor Speedway any other time than the runoffs. So these drivers, for 19 laps of Indy, or 40 minutes, whichever comes first, they don't really know how long these Hankook tires are going to stay under the cars. They've actually found that some of the cars work them a little harder. Looking at our top Mazda 2 driver there, Kyle Keenan, he is the top qualifying Mazda 2, which tends to, at least according to the rumors in the paddock, be the easiest on the tires. The minis, which are tending to be the faster cars on a single lap, may be a little harder on the tires.
Well, there you go. So fast early, maybe others will come along late and be able to usurp it. 61 cars out there. It's going to be a great field. And the JPS, I particularly love it, as Hayward said, JP, John Phillips. Well, he comes from Sealy, Texas, so there's the S. We'll give it that, JPS. But that's how it happens. But looking forward to this one. It is going to be an absolutely cracker of a race, and they just put on a show. And looking forward to this. Again, as you said, 19 laps or 40 minutes. Pace car will just drive straight off right there. And at that point, Sealy and Introne up at the front, they are now pacing this field, and this is going to be a blast. 61 machines getting ready to go after it here in the chase for the gold in B-SPEC. And the whole concept of B-SPEC is very limited mods to the car to keep it really cheap and affordable as a place to start off in racing. And with 61 cars out there, you've pretty much got the message that it's successful. And we see cars out there that we've seen in pro competition as well, just running by the club driver nominated. Here we go, coming up to the green. We're green. Phillips just gets a nose ahead. Intron alongside, and you need friends right now. You need partners to give you a little bit of a push here. And look at that field, Tomo, heading down into 1.
Good to see not a lot of lane changes. Everybody being nice and predictable so far, but we're just getting into the braking zone. We're still side by side for Phillips and Intron. Intron around the outside, but it's not going to work.
Nope, tried to make it stick, and I think Phillips just was able to run wide enough. A couple of guys wide, but we haven't seen any problems thus far. A little bit of dust being thrown up. A lot of room on this track, and it's Phillips. Intron, though, I think got shuffled back a little bit. Yeah, he's dropped back about 6 spots. He got freight train, got caught on the outside.
He really did, and a big charge at the beginning for Rob Pekarczyk in the bright blue Honda Fit, but he's got problems behind him for Brandon Vivian in the Chevy Sonic. Those two side by side at turn 6, and they're going to start to lose touch with those top 2 if they don't tuck back in line.
Absolutely. Look at this, 2-3 abreast through the corners here. These cars can do that. And so up into that second spot, you were talking about it. Just a great launch there. And then Pekarczyk right there as well. But there is that 0-0 of Daugherty. Boy, so experienced.
Sorry about that. The other car that really got freight trained is Chris Daugherty. He's nowhere to be seen. He's outside the top 10, I think. So his dad, David Daugherty, there in the 0-0, the dark green Mini, is glued to the back of our pole sitter, John Phillips. This looks awful familiar, doesn't it, from last year and years past. But Rob Pekarczyk up, and now Intron starts his charge back forward. He in the red Mini up the inside of Brandon Vivian.
Yeah, he's already made up 2 spots from where I spotted him previously here. So he is wasting no time here, and you just can't. You can't afford to waste time. And boy, he got the number 25 of Vivian to get pretty wide down there. And I thought maybe he had it made, but Vivian just straight lined to the apex, parked it, and got right back in front. But that really has slowed them both up, Tomo, and that group in front's going to be gapping him.
It sure has. And Kyle Keenan gave him a little bit of assistance off the corner, giving him a push up through turn 14. And it's putting the gap back to Frank Schwartz. He's in the tan Mini Cooper, and he leads the way for the rest of the field, but it's a little bit of a breakaway at the top 2, and these 2 are going to be very cooperative. They know each other well, and they're going to want to break away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, and that's one of the things here. If you can get a break and you get somebody who will draft with you, and you don't try and pass and race, once you get that little gap, if you can break the guys behind you, then it's up to you, unless there's a caution or the like. And so they're really hoping that the guys behind them get scrappy. Here's your number 99, Pekarczyk, getting a really strong run right now, sitting there in that 3rd spot. And Intron did get around on Vivian, and Vivian under attack now from Keenan as well. There's Intron taking him, looking to the inside of Pekarczyk. That was gentlemanly of Pekarczyk. He could have easily turned in a little bit more, but he realized, no, we don't want to do that. And they really need to just decide, let one of you get in front, and then let's tuck, and you don't want to lose track of it. Here, a beautiful drone shot here. But look up front, see how big the margin is already.
About to be 3 wide. Frank Schwartz in that tan Mini coming up the inside of Brandon Vivian, and it's Kyle Keenan on the outside. They got to sort it out. Vivian takes the spot, but Schwartz picks up 1 position as well. And I think, thinking back to turn 6, Rob Pekarczyk in the blue Fit got a little bit complacent. He may not have been paying attention to how close Steve Intron was. Just opened up that door, which is the preferred driving line on a qualifying lap. But in this race, it got him past.
I wonder if he didn't realize. I mean, Intron had been so much farther back, after he got freight trained, he may just not have realized that he was already there and coming with a bit of a vengeance here. Here we go down into turn 12. This is proving to be one of the trickier corners here. You climb up onto the banking at 11, and as you drop down, of course, then it falls away, and it almost goes off camber, and it is really, really tough to get the car woed down there.
Especially when you're on that banking, you go to the brakes on a front-wheel drive car with not a lot of weight over that rear axle. It just starts to dance. These cars do have ABS for the most part, unless it's not functioning for some reason. So you get a little bit of assistance that way. But look at John Phillips is actually motoring away from David Daugherty with no help at all. Daugherty, even in the draft cam, can't keep up with him. He's flying.
And B-SPEC, you say motoring away, that's 2 or 3 car lengths. It's all perspective, isn't it?
Yeah, careful. Speaking of Daugherty, though, Chris Daugherty in the red Mini with the yellow numbers lunging up the inside of Matt Wolf. That's just out of frame now in the background. But this battle for what is essentially third until Steve Introne maybe starts to check out a bit is really hot between 4 different makes and models.
It's great, isn't it? Great parity in this class. And, as you said, the unknown, these tires on this track, and, in qualifying and practice, it's tough to get a 19-lap run in to really find out. So the last 5 laps of this race, it could be a real crapshoot.
That entry to turn 6 really got someone else. Brandon Vivian opened the door for Frank Schwartz, who goes through in the Mini Cooper, picks up another spot. Schwartz was up to 4th at one point in qualifying days, but slipped back. There's that dirt we talked about, but he keeps his foot in it, no problem.
Just flat tracking her a little bit through there. Great stuff. And then you see the 0-1 Chris Daugherty, that red Mini with those bright yellow numbers. Boy, these guys are duking it out. The 25 of Vivian, the 27 of Schwartz. And you'll see things. Oh, Daugherty has got around on Phillips. We didn't see that. We were watching this great battling unfolding. And the very crafty David Daugherty found a spot, was able to get through on Phillips. Now Phillips going to just try and stay put. And it may have been that Daugherty felt, I can go a little bit faster than I'm going here. And if Phillips will let me go and tuck in, then we can open that gap up a little bit. And you'll see how these guys doing the old hand signals and stuff at times, won't you?
Yeah, and they may even be on radio channels
That's
together.
true.
They are great friends and have worked together in the past, essentially the top 3 are teammates, including Steve Introne. But typically you wouldn't see them leapfrogging positions much. You would see more what's happening right here, where John Phillips tucks in right behind Daugherty and starts pushing, unless they're starting to maybe play a bit of games to get Steve Introne back up there, but that's a high-risk game.
Yeah, it is a high-risk game. Side by side, Schwartz down to the inside of the 99 of Pikarczyk. That brilliant blue machine got that done. Right behind him is Vivian now. And then 09 Keenan. The problem is, all of that, you're side by side down that front straight, those 2 guys running line of start, easing away.
I'd rather have it this way, though. This is a ton of fun to watch. You saw the big shove on the back of Frank Schwartz from Rod Pikarczyk. The fit pushing the Mini off of turn 2. And Pikarczyk learned his lesson. Look at him close the door on the way into turn 6 there. He's not going to make that mistake twice.
Yeah, really snug that time, protecting. You just have to do that. What works for a no contested, just flying lap doesn't necessarily work in a pack of cars. Look at Phillips. Got a nice run, but instead of trying anything, just stays there. But it looks to me like Introne, he just set fast lap of the race, didn't he? He's coming.
He sure did. He's the first driver to drop into the 2 minutes and 3 second range. The other 2 leaders in the 2 minutes and 4, 2 minutes and 5 even for John Phillips, as he got passed by David Daugherty on the last lap. But they're now working themselves out, and Introne is coming quick. This guy is on fire here at working lap number 3.
Oh, and a big off here, the number 15 of Brian Metcalf. See what happened here. That's in a Mini. It's just a little a different look Mini. And just got away from him and did the big tank slapper.
Oh, that's a short wheelbase car for you. It started to rotate on him, and he overreacted to it, and it tank slapped back the other way. These cars are on racing slick tires, and they have a lot of grip. So he might have just gotten away from him. And unfortunately, being stuck in the gravel right there, I don't think the safety team's going to be very willing to let these guys keep racing.
No, so all these gaps that they've been working hard for would evaporate. And there it is, full course caution. And so that solved the issue for Introne. He's going to be right up with them. And then it should be, I think, the 27 of Schwartz would be 4th. Then Pikarczyk in the blue, number 99. And behind him, the 25 of Vivian. So this is going to be fascinating to see. So right now, the top 4 cars are all Minis, and we'll see what they do on this restart.
Yeah, and there were no changes to the balance in this class from last year to this year, and it's pretty openly acknowledged that the Mini Cooper is the strong car to have in this category. It's the naturally aspirated version, or the Mini Coupe, as you see there. But there's pretty much acknowledged that that's the best car for this track, at least on raw pace. But again, this opens the conversation about tire longevity. This actually helps that for the Mini Cooper if it is a little hard on its front tires.
There is a look at the number 84 Fritz Wilkie, the Frozen Rotors machine. And of course, we've got the Sunoco Hard Charger Award, and he started back in the pack just a little bit. He may be one of those guys that could be in line for that one as well. And I just wanted real quickly to say, you talked about the short wheelbase car. Correct me if I'm wrong, but in a short wheelbase car, you need quick hands, but you need hands that don't overreact. You need just little corrections, because if you don't, that's what we can see happen. The car just pivots.
Yeah, you need smooth hands to be fast, but quick hands if it goes wrong. So you need a little bit of both, really. And by short wheelbase, it basically means the car is as short as it is wide. And that can make a car very, very twitchy, which those Mini Coopers tend to be. They also have very fast steering racks. So when you do a small input on the steering wheel, the car reacts big to that.
Absolutely, and as we are under a full course caution, we have a little bit of a moment in terms of a break from racing, so we want you to learn a little bit more about some of the great partners that make the runoffs possible.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty, whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. Where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
And a big thanks, of course, to Mazda. It is also a Hagerty Race Day here. We do want to say, we talked about that Sunoco Hard Charger Award. That's a really appreciated award. Somebody who maybe didn't get qualifying right, doesn't get into the medals, but puts together a great drive. And Sunoco is the official fuel of SCCA, so we love them supporting that one. We already talked about the Hawk breakthrough performer, and again, an award for somebody that may not quite have the pace to be in the medals, but to acknowledge some of the competitors. And they're, of course, the official brake partner of the SCCA, and they just do a great job of helping everybody out here. And well, I'll tell you what we're seeing up front here is really an interesting little chess game here. Daugherty, the multi-time medalist, now getting around the tire rack pole sitter up into the lead, and of course that tire rack pole sitter was John Phillips. And I'm just really intrigued to see what's going to happen here, because you got 4 Minis, then a Honda, then a Chevy, then a Mazda, and it's like a chess match here, because one, you've got to strategize to the end of the race, because the ability of these cars to draft and pass and all that, and if you can work together and brake like we saw in the early going, and 2 cars running together are faster than 1, 3 faster than 2. It's be interesting to see how this plays out.
It will, and it's also it's pretty high risk to make a move in a B-SPEC car, because they don't have the power to make up for when you lose that momentum. So they don't recover very well if you get put offline, or if you go offline to make a move and it doesn't work out in your favor. So you have to be pretty strategic with when you pick and choose to make those moves. The best time to do it is at race starts and restarts. So we're going to see one of those restarts come up. We'll see if maybe one of the drivers who didn't get the start that they wanted try to make up for it, hopefully cleanly, into this the turn 1-2 section on that restart.
We've been talking about the medals that Daugherty has won. Well, let's not forget Kyle Keenan is a gold medalist. He won it in 14 at Laguna, and Riley Seller, the defending national champ. So they're there in this field right now. Riley is just outside of the top 10, Keenan right there been very racy in that 7th spot.
Yeah, Sawyer is the second red Mazda 2 at the bottom of the screen there with the Texas flag on the roof. And what you'll see is these drivers tend to change cars pretty regularly throughout the different years. So last year, Riley won in a Honda Fit. This year, he's in a Mazda 2. And because these cars are so affordable, you'll find fleets of them being built, and whatever car is the better car to have, the driver will end up in that car. So there are these teams with fleets of B-SPEC cars because you can just have a couple of them for the price of one other normal car. Not normal car, but you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. When you say, which one is best, it's horses for courses. And you look at where's the runoffs going to be. Exactly. And you don't have to race in the runoffs the car you ran all season long. So if you look at your schedule is going to be something on a certain type of track that this car is going to be best, you'll run that all year. But if your car is not going to be great for the runoffs track, if you've got the wherewithal, you get the car that'll be good for that track. So, I mean, that's all part of the equation.
Exactly, and this is the only spec class with multi-make options. So every Mazda 2 is the same as the others, every Mini is the same as the others, but you can pick and choose which make you want, and each car has its own advantages with weight, gearing, handling, etc. So you kind of have that option to do, unlike Spec Miata, where it is what it is.
And we are back to green. It's this big a field. We're still watching some through 11, 12, and 13 as Daugherty leads them across the line. Phillips and Introne. And look at the break they made. And I'm not sure whether Schwartz was just caught napping a little bit. And Introne down to the inside of Phillips, floats wide. Phillips cuts back, but Introne is going to make that stick. So it's Daugherty, Introne, and Phillips. And the interesting thing to me is Schwartz, I don't know whether he just didn't go, what the issue was. Maybe he was in a wrong gear.
I don't know. The leader has the choice to accelerate off of turn 13 when they choose. So maybe the top 3 caught him sleeping. But what we have here at the front are 2 national champions sandwiching a newcomer to the class. He may not know exactly how the dynamic goes. He's willing to throw a grenade on this battle, which we just saw. But what that's done is allowed Frank Schwartz to kind of get back there. Look how close he is.
Wow, he has made up a huge amount of ground in a hurry here. And that's just how this class can churn in terms of what's happening. And he wasted no time. And right now, Pekarczyk and that blue 99 and Brandon Vivian are working together pretty well, too. And is that's Chris Daugherty right behind, I think that's Keenan, isn't it? So that yellow really bunched this field up a little bit. We'll see what's going to play out here. Oh, I love watching these guys so close. This turn 10, I've always called it one of my commitment meters here at Indy. If you're not up on that exit curb and early onto the exit curb, you're not fast enough through 10.
Yeah, track limits where, who, when, where. Exactly. We don't worry about that. You got to hop those curbs and be committed about it because you can really straighten out that corner. Steve Introne gets passed by John Phillips coming into turn number 12. That's going to slow him down even a little bit more. Yeah. Last time we were at Indy, David Daugherty ran away with it. He just checked out 1 by 12 seconds. These two battling back and forth like this is going to open that window just a little bit, but right now they're still safe. They're still within that drafting distance.
And here we go up through 14 and close enough. You can start to feel that toe. And right now, this top group all the way back to at least Pekarczyk, that's 5th. Man, 6th or 7th is covered by the proverbial blanket here. And here we go. Phillips looks down to the inside of Daugherty. And Daugherty, if he comes along, I'm guessing Dave isn't going to fight it too much. Just tuck in behind. Oh, but then Phillips pinched it a little bit. Daugherty just came slicing through, and here comes Introne again. But the problem is now Schwartz is right there in part of this group.
I'm surprised these drivers are racing so hard with so much time left in the race. It is, I think, a timed race at this point. 22 minutes left, and look at Pekarczyk is in this one. Brandon Vivian's not that far out in the Chevy Sonic in the background, but these guys know better than this, but they're putting on a heck of a show, so I'm fine with it.
Absolutely. It's absolutely a blast to watch and call. Is it maybe the best way to get out to the front? Maybe not, but as you said, okay, it's showtime.
Absolutely.
In B-SPEC here. Look at how close that group is. Somebody running wide in the back and hanging on to it.
That's Charlie Valdez in one of the Mazda 2s, and it was kind of an awkward moment with Chris Daugherty, who's still been stuck behind Matt Wolf, having a great charge in his silver Mazda 2. They string out for the first time since the restart, I think, down that Holman Straight.
Yeah, Matt Wolf doing a great job, sitting in the 9th spot in his Mazda 2 out of Canton, Michigan. And, his family is intricately involved in SCCA, so you just love to see that. SCCA itself, you talked about B-SPEC being a family. The club is a family. Oh, and here's a look as Chris Daugherty gets down underneath Wolf. They are side by each through 11, climbing the bank and up into 12. Way down to the inside is Chris Daugherty, and Wolf tucks right back in. Wolf got a nice exit, though, out of 12. Let's see if he can do the over-under here, exiting 13. Or at least he's going to get a good toe, and that's a little bump draft right there.
Little
he
bump.
said, all right, buddy, let's go. But talking about, as we say, B-SPEC's a family, but SCCA, when you join the club, you've just become, your family grows by about 50,000.
Yeah, for sure. Whoa.
Ooh, look at this crap going on. That's not very good family relations.
I think that was car number 98
Yes.
starting things off, and then on back, I'm trying to find that driver. Christian Smith, Michael Fox, James Rogerson, Frisk Wilkie, all in this battle. There's a gaggle of them. Can't even say all their names fast enough, but this is the battle for 25th on the track.
That's what you love about a class like this, is no matter where you look, you're going to find somebody that's racing your pace, and with a group this size, you're going to find 6 or 7 of them, and it may be for 25th. You're racing as hard as it is possible for you to race, and you may finish back in the pack. That helmet comes off, you've got a monster grin.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you, one of the guys that's having a ball is Fritz Wilkie there in the 84, our top running Ford Fiesta, one of only a few in the field. Haven't seen a ton of success from this car, this make, I should say, since Sonoma, when one won B-SPEC and National Championships there. But the Honda Fit, the 112 coming around the outside, I think that's one of the Storms, or Mike Satinskog, who is part of the family with father-son team.
Yeah.
Sorry, father-daughter team, I should say.
There is the 0-3. Look at it, starting to clip corners in the light here. Everybody giving it everything they possibly can. Charlie Valdez in the 37. Boy, he's on a charge, but then he runs wide, drops those lefts, kills the momentum, and here comes Chris Daugherty. But he's got to do it the long way around the outside. We'll see how that works here. Right now, this is that battle for the 8th, 9th positions. Down to the inside is Valdez. Now, let's see. Now, he floated enough speed that he was able to lead him at least through 13. And there you can see Chris almost drops his right side tires. No matter where you look, it's just fierce racing. That's what makes this so fun. And the thing is, you're in there, I mean, you're wheeling it. You're in a pack of 10 cars, racing for everything you've got. And it's really, in a racing cost budget, very, very reasonably priced.
Yeah, so affordable.
Yeah, that's the magic.
Absolutely. Just, look like Steve Intro maybe deep into turn 1, ran a little bit wide. I wonder if that allowed Frank Schwartz to go, and then chaos into turn 2.
Cars everywhere. Yeah, one of them just ended up over in pit lane. Well, we are getting down to it here. This we've got 18 minutes left in this one. Let's take a look at what may have unfolded, Tomo. In the background there.
Oh, I see what happened. There was a car actually trying to get to pit lane. Having a mechanical issue in that Chevy Sonic. I think I remember this car having some transmission issues during qualifying days, and then he was just stuck on the wrong side of the track, couldn't get to the pit lane without causing a little bit of chaos.
Back to our lead group, and the lead group of 4, the 4 minis have indeed gapped themselves by Pekarczyk in the blue Honda Fit, and the 25 of Vivian in the red and white Chevy Sonic behind them, who's got Keenan all over them, and they are going at it here at the front. This is the battle for the final podium spot.
Intro just straight lining turn 8 to get the position back. He's almost going to shut the door on Schwartz, but not quite. Frank Schwartz trying the over-under in the tan Mini with the blue wheels. We kind of have the sneeches going on, the 4 minis at the front that have it and the 4 non-minis behind that don't.
And the interesting thing, that little bit of battling they did, they were all over the back of Daugherty and Phillips. Not now. And that's the thing with the momentum class.
Going to end up in the clutches of Pekarczyk, Vivian, Keenan, and Wolf. There is that battle for 5th on back. The Fit, Sonic, and a pair of Mazda 2s hunting this pair of minis. At the front, though, familiar faces, Daugherty and Phillips, are starting to break away again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was going to say, even though Chris Daugherty, qualified 4th, getting a fast lap in a qualifying session is in a class like this is very different than racing. And he's raced this year. Obviously, he worked his way into the runoffs, but he hasn't raced against a field that is the best of the best in this class from across the country. This is right now Chris Daugherty's going to school.
There's also a mental game to coming to the national champions. I know from when I was autocrossing my first solo national championships, I was a basket case, and it turned me into a basket case for the next 6 years that I went. And even though it's the same event that any other races, the same event as any other autocross, there's something about the gravity of it being a national championship that it can put you in a different headspace, and it's a challenge to overcome that.
Oh, absolutely. Look at this. Phillips is absolutely not letting Daugherty get away. Daugherty in the Mini USA Babyface Fabrications and G-Lock machine. And then Phillips there in that absolutely stunningly graphic PRP and G-Lock entry. And that little bit of that gap is right there. And, I think Phillips at this stage, we're in, coming in the final 15 minutes, I think Phillips is trying to decide, do I want to go now or not? But he looks in his mirrors and he sees the margin they've got back to Intron and Schwartz, and I think he's saying, maybe not yet. Let's just stay line astern here. A couple more laps, then I'll see what I can do about Daugherty. And then this great scrap here continues between Pekarchik and Vivian. Keenan in the white 09 and the silver entry of Matt Wolf. So we're watching quick story about Daugherty many years ago when he was early in his career winning national championships. When the races were at Mid-Ohio, I like to come in a couple days early and flag because I get to see all the cars and I see what the cars are looking like and how they're handling in the track. And I happen to get the good fortune of flagging at the top of Madness there after the end of the back straight and that quick right up over the hill. And he was driving, I think it was a Nissan 200 SX back then. In qualifying, he came through, he was just floating the car in the back end, of course it was front drive, so the back end swinging around. And I literally heard him laughing as he went up through, put it on pole. And that's the joy you have in a race car. And that's the joy Intron's feeling right now as he is in this marvelous battle with Schwartz. And Schwartz gave him a run. But again, they were side by side down the straight, not drafting. And that means Daugherty and Phillips, that margin now is ballooned out to over 2 seconds from them back to this group.
It has, but I'll tell you, 14 minutes is still a long time in this race, and let's not forget, these guys have a little bit of worry about tire longevity, but what hasn't hurt is their pace. Yes. When they're not bickering amongst themselves, their pace is actually stronger than the rest of the field to the tune of a second or more. But every single time Intron and Schwartz have traded positions, they've lost a full second, all the way up to David Daugherty and John Phillips. We've seen it happen twice since the restart. Guess what the gap is? 2 seconds.
And I'll tell you, I'm just mightily impressed here with this, with this great drone shot, but what I was leading up to was the discipline of Phillips here. It's got to be time. I gotta go. Yeah. And he's like, nope, just stay line astern here, and just working each other. You see him through portions of the track. He's literally just shoving Daugherty along just a little bit. And he, as you said, have stretched that margin out, and it's getting to be a mano-a-mano moment here. And Intron now, he might be breaking clear of Schwartz if he can really lay down some laps. Then there's Pekarchik, and then the battle between Vivian, Keenan, and Wolf has found some speed late in the going and is running these guys back down.
Pekarchik has started to pull away from Vivian just a little bit, and I don't know if that's going to go away when we get back to the straight, but the fit is looking pretty good. And this is a former pro racing fit that I think Brian Price used to race in the, what was at the time, Pirelli World Challenge. Rewrapped into that ironically Goodyear livery with a spec Hankook tire on there. But then behind Kyle Keenan pushing hard, drops a tire to keep up with Brandon Vivian. Matt Wolf keeping him honest as well. That's the pair of white and silver Mazda 2s.
I think PJ Kroenke, because the number 25, that was the number he ran in a Sonic with this team, and he won a championship in it. So, I mean, it's a very solid, well-sorted car. But look at this. Now that margin, look at that. It's up to over 3 seconds as we have 12 minutes left. And, big move here by Vivian down to the inside of Pekarchik. Pekarchik going to try and stay parked around the outside. And that gets Vivian, doesn't allow him to get to the apex there, slows them both up. And here comes Keenan up and underneath Pekarchik, and he's going to get the inside into 4 here. And slips through. Beautiful job by Keenan, reading the traffic perfectly up front, knowing exactly what he needed to do. Now Pekarchik is going to try and deal with it here. Keenan, that was a really savvy move in that Mazda 2.
Yeah, it's a great move, and it's a cool story about the livery. Hayward mentioned all the liveries at the beginning of the broadcast. Well, Kyle Keenan's is extra special. It's a reference to a GT light car, I believe, that was run by a kind of a guru to him, Gary Bachman, who unfortunately passed away recently. Used to come to the runoffs all the time, and that was the livery on his on his GT3, I'm sorry, Mazda RX-3. So they transferred that livery over to the Mazda 2 and keeping it in the family there. But doing it for Gary is Kyle Keenan, and moves up the position that lap.
It's a great homage to somebody. And yeah, I mean, had the pleasure of calling his races for many, many years. Sorry to hear that he has passed away. Daugherty running a little wide there. And now we got traffic, too.
And they were worried about those tires.
Yes.
Is that a chink in the armor? And David Daugherty's tires not getting the car turned for turn 12 as neatly as he had been. But I think it kind of confused John Phillips, actually, and he backed off.
He wasn't sure, yeah, because if he goes around and you're right behind him, you're going to be a part of it here. So Daugherty actually, as a result of a mistake, gains a little bit of breathing room here. So you can see the gaps now. Great battle for first, great battle for third, then a big gap now back to fifth. Pekarczyk, Vivian, Keenan, Wolf, that group here.
Say the best defense is a good offense. Well, sometimes the best defense is to just be confusing. You make a mistake getting the guy's away and not sure what he's doing. He's not going to pass you.
Just be erratic for a couple of laps and people will give you a little room here. I got to remember that.
Something has happened to Bob Pekarczyk. He dropped back behind these two. We're looking at now what is the battle between Vivian and Keenan for fifth. Keenan's looking strong. He shows the nose. Pekarczyk is behind both.
Yeah, Keenan down to the inside, or excuse me, around the outside right now. There's Pekarczyk, but look at this. Keenan was outside in here, but Vivian just staying parked, not allowing Keenan to get down to the apex. Now, can Keenan roll enough speed to be on the inside down into 6A? He's trying, eats a lot of curb. Thought there might have been a touch. Maybe not, but that's just how close it is. This is great stuff.
It is. A lot of the Mazda 2 drivers were feeling like their cars were good on the long run, easiest on the tires, and Keenan's car looks most alive right now. I think that was a good speculation.
That's a really good point. Yeah, it just seems to be working. It's pointing in well, everything he wants it to be doing here. You can see what he's running comparative lap time wise. Boy, these guys are giving it a great run here. Still Daugherty over Phillips, Introne over Schwartz in those two battles. There's that run up through 10, 11, climb in the banking. Here's that tricky 12. Track falls away as you turn in. Everybody that time running nice, solid line to stern. And again, with this low horsepower car, you could just exit, use up all the exit at 13, and then just keep her pinned to the curb as you ramp around here. Very different line than you drive in something with a lot of horsepower to get through that sequence of corners. And here we go. Phillips all over Daugherty. It looks like Introne and Schwartz might clear that little bit of traffic here before they get to one. And then this scrap. Wolf's falling back a bit now. Seven and a half minutes coming up on the mark here. This car's running just a little over 2 minute laps, so what, maybe this one and three more, I think. These guys have just driven this absolutely superbly in terms of teaming up, working well. But you know, come this last couple of laps, game on.
Yeah, it's still 7 minutes to go, so this is nowhere near over. And the fastest car on the track last time by was actually Steve Introne in the red Mini at the back of the shot. So if there's any moment of side-by-side between Daugherty or Phillips, Phillips loses that discipline you talked about.
Yep.
This is going to become a four-car battle once again because Introne still has a little bit more life in him.
Yeah, he was 3/10 quicker than everybody else around him. Just rolling some great speed here. Here's that exit at 10. You know, the thing is, too, is Daugherty has so much experience in so many different cars, and he's really put a lot of his focus, obviously, into B-Spec. you never know what he's got left in his bag of tricks.
It is true, and he tends to hold his cards a little closer to his chest than you think, because he'll tell you everything, what you think is everything, but it's not actually everything. He's pretty smart about that. And but we did get a reminder from Hayward, like even talking to him on the grid, the only thing David could say is, "I'm worried about the tires. Worried about the tires."
Yep. Yeah, he always keeps a couple of extra sharp arrows in his quiver, that's for sure. But look at that run now. He got through 12 and 13. And actually gets a little bit of a margin now late in the going. That's going to change up. And here we go. Big, wide off here. Is that our 98? No, that's a 506. 05, that is. And again, this just tells you how fierce this racing is everywhere around the track. Drew Strickland out of Baltimore in the Hankook G-Lock Mazda. Guys are just giving everything they can out there right now. Up and on to the banking. Here we go. And this is where it can get a little bit interesting, because we've got some traffic here. 3 cars they're going to be coming up on. Boy, and they might catch them right as they get into turn 7 in the twisty section of the track, and one of the drivers there making a move, and if you get balked there, these two, Introne and Schwartz, they will be all over you in a second here. Nice job by the drivers that are getting lapped, just opening the wheel up, letting these guys through, not impeding them much. And of course, a lot of that is down to the flaggers around this track, those blue flags, letting those drivers that are coming up know, hey, you've got some faster traffic coming up behind you. Technically, folks, if you're wondering, the blue flag means check your mirrors. That's what it reads in the rule book. But oftentimes it's called the passing flag, because that's generally what it's used.
Right, it's a reminder that there's a faster car approaching, in the same way that a yellow flag is a reminder that there's something up in front happening. But we'll have to see if this lap time is actually a little slower for Steve Introne and Frank Schwartz, because I think the interaction.
Full course yellow. Sorry, right as you were setting that up, we have a full course yellow. There's been an off somewhere, and not sure that we have it yet, but full course caution. So with 4 minutes to go, that could change things up here. And depending upon how long it takes to clean it up, you hate to have it finish under yellow when things were just starting to go. So finish your thought, just in case.
Well, I was going to say that I think the lap traffic might have been a little awkward for Introne and Schwartz, but now that's obviously out the window.
Yeah.
And the new problem is for John Phillips. If he had something in his back pocket, if we don't go back to green flag racing, he's not going to get a chance to play it.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, for Schwartz, sitting in that 4th spot, that lap car is now in between he and Keenan, so he's got a little bit of a buffer here. But there is Introne, there is Schwartz. You hate to see it if it does finish under caution, but obviously it's always about safety. And you see the yellows being waved, and the cars, looks like there's somebody stuck in the gravel over there. You know, the problem is that's an impact zone. And if somebody gets there, somebody else could. If it's right on the edge of the track, and it looks like it is, obviously they are going to always err on the side of safety. So, boy.
Looks simply like one car might be stuck in the gravel like before, but we're racing against the clock. 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. And the only way this thing goes back to green is if we go green next time by. So they're going to have to clean this thing up really, really fast, or David Daugherty is going to inherit a pretty easy win at the end of the day.
Yeah, there were 3 cars involved, as the report. The 89 of Michael Oliver, the 84 Fritz Wilkie, running in the Ford, and haven't been able to determine who that 3rd car is just yet, but that's what the cleanup is. That's on. Here's the word, checker, next time by. So that is tough. You hate to see a race like this, which has been fascinating, with those 2 great battles for first and for the final podium spot, and then the group behind. But when the cleanup is going to take more than the time remaining in the race, it's just smart, because then it allows the EV crews to get out and not have race cars working around them, even under caution. So it's a shame. But, you know, for Daugherty coming in here, he was tied in gold medals with Michael Lewis, and Lewis earlier in the day got a bronze, but Daugherty is going to get an 11th gold medal. And even though it finished in a caution, I mean, Daugherty had driven this thing.
He did. He certainly earned it, putting himself there and earned the win. Yeah, gold's a little shinier than bronze, so that's going to feel pretty sweet. And actually, thinking back, the number of cars that you just rattled off that were involved in this incident, whatever, or however serious it may or may not be, that was the battle we were cutting back to a couple of times, and we saw how frantic it was. It was a great race, but it sounded like it ended up a little bit heartbreaking for a couple of those drivers.
Yep, battling hard. I mean, as I said, doesn't matter where in the track, these guys find a group that they're racing with, and they're racing as hard as they are up front. May not be quite as quick, but they're really going after it here. You saw the number 36 and Matthew Downing out of Canal, Winchester, Ohio, in the Ohio Valley region. A little bit of splitter damage on the front of the car, so he may have had himself a rough ride over a curb or a gravel trap at some point. But there he is, David Daugherty, who's been doing this a while. And we talk about his medals. This was his 24th start in the runoffs over the years. And that's a lot of experience. And that experience, you got to be in the right spot when things go awry. And he had his car in the lead. And here he comes. The yard of bricks awaits. And an 11th gold medal here at the runoffs for David Daugherty, with silver going to John Phillips, our tire rack pole sitter, and Steve Introne in third. And again, all of the corner workers around this track are going to be cheering a little extra hard for Introne, considering that's where he started, flagging, and then decided to get behind the wheel of a race car and brings home a bronze medal at the runoffs. That's a nice story.
It sure is. And Daugherty is going to join the elite group of people that have won 2 for 2 at Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the SCCA Runoffs. He won in 2017. Took him a little bit more work this year, I think, but he won it again and gets to be joined by 2 of his good friends and I think essentially teammates there on the podium.
Yeah, and even though he didn't finish quite where he qualified, you still have 2 Daughertys in the top 10 out of 61 cars. That's not a bad day for the Daugherty fans.
Sure is. Chris definitely had a heck of a teacher. You can guarantee that with his dad, David. And then rounding out, we spent a lot of time watching that top 10 battle, especially the just outside battle with Vivian Keenan, Pekarchik, and Wolf. Especially for Matt Wolf, staying glued to that battle. That's a heck of a drive for him in that number 7.
Absolutely, it was. Then Valdez rounding out the 9th spot, and Chris Dotter, as you said, 10th. And Valdez, he had dropped back. They had dropped back a little bit, and they ran, before this caution came out, a couple of really good laps, and they got back to right with the Wolf Pekarchik group. So they were running. There's a look at a 37 of Valdez. Put in a really solid drive.
Little Bill Elliott reference on the livery, I think.
Yeah, that's a good point. The other car involved in that incident was James Rogerson, the number 175, and he was the one that he got that the Hawk Breakthrough Performance Award. So he was the 3rd car involved. So that, again, 3 cars involved. The cleanup was just going to take a little bit more time than was left in the race. And to help the EV crews be able to get out there and deal with that, they threw the checker a little bit early. But certainly everybody out there in the medals and everybody else around there, wherever they finished, they raced their hearts out, put on one heck of a show. And great fun always. B-SPEC. And just love it. And I just love the livery on that car. And it tells you a lot of pride in this class. You have a car and you put in some mighty good-looking graphics on the car. You love racing. You love this class.
The big time. And we talked about how they pulled it off the morphine drip from 6 years ago to go from 16 to 61 cars. Well, this year, once they knew they had 61 cars, they said, well, let's make it look like a heck of a field, too. So they're so proud of this, and they just went on this big initiative. Let's get everyone liveries. And a bunch of them knocked it out of the park. Yeah.
You bet. Absolutely stellar. So there's a look at Introne, your bronze medalist. And, like I said, this class is alive and well and thriving here. And it's great to see a field of this size. And I mean, it doesn't matter what kind of car you're driving. The pagoda in the background, the grandstands. You're just racing at Indianapolis, man. We talked about it on the podium. Helio Castroneves just joined the group of 4 this May in Indianapolis. Michael Schumacher, multi-time Formula One world champion, I think was on the top step of that podium 3 or 4 times. There's some pretty hallowed ground here.
It really is special, and we only get to come here every 5 years or so, at least if this trend continues. So those drivers had a chance to do it every year. These guys don't get that chance.
Well, that's a really good point. And that's why, we talked about it in 17. We had almost 1,000 entries. Here, 900 still showed up. So the runoffs combined with Indianapolis has just, proven to be a wonderful magic potion. And it's the addiction.
Yeah.
Wave the elixir and you come. It's kind of a thing like that, and they have, and it's been absolutely superb. And when that, yellow or not, checker comes out and you drive across the yard of bricks, that's a special moment.
Well, and there's a lot of the classes that would complete their 19 laps in closer to half of the 40-minute time allotment. These guys were going to get their full 40-minute time allotment, so the fact that they completed about 35, 34 minutes of it under green, they raced a lot longer than some of the other classes did, which means they have to be on for that much longer. They have to be smart for that much longer. David Daugherty won quite a while, had a long time to plan out this win.
That's the best news of all right there. You see the driver, I think that's Wilkie, climbing out, and it looked like that car maybe got up on its roof, but he climbs out under his own power. That's the best news of all. Everybody involved in that incident looks to be okay. And now that means we can focus fully on our medalists. And tell you what, Hayward, 11 of them in terms of gold around the neck of that guy.
David, I know that you were looking to be a happy dad at the end of this race, but how does an 11-time national champion sound as a consolation prize?
You know what? It's okay because I got to keep up with Mr. Heinrichsey, and he keeps clicking them off too, so I got to keep up with him. So I'll take this one. It certainly didn't go as planned. I think I said something to you before the race that I planned on kind of sitting back, and I told John, we were all on the radios, and I was like, man, you got to go faster than 8 so we can get away from them, and he just let me by, and we were a little bit quicker with me out front. He had more straight, but I had to the checkered flag a little more power, so yeah.
How satisfying is it for you to see 61 B-SPEC cars here?
Tell you what, it was amazing. We had a great start. Unfortunately, we had a little incident there at the end, but 61, we probably had 25 new drivers this weekend, and I'm proud.
Feels all right to have 60 of them in the mirror, right?
Absolutely, it does.
Congratulations. Enjoy the victory lap.
Thank you so much.
Yep, 60 in the mirror and his son in the top 10. That's not too bad. And I'll tell you what, these guys also, the B-SPEC paddock, they know how to party.
Yeah, they had a great party on Tuesday night. They actually sang a little karaoke to I Will Survive and edited the lyrics a little bit for the B-SPEC class and give it some love. But it's just a great group of guys.
It was. And going to be fun to hear this one. Our tire rack pole sitter, John Phillips, in the mirrors of Daugherty. And we heard, Hayward, that they were working together.
So, John, the word is there was some radio communication, there were some plans. Did this all come together exactly like you had it drawn up?
Perfectly, just as we had planned, except for the car ended up on its roof. Unfortunately, I was setting them up for the last lap. I pretty much had them covered, but that happened, and as all good plans go, no better person in the world to win. David Daugherty, now he's 11-time national champion. He's like a brother to me, and he built this car. So we knew exactly what we needed to do when we came to the runoffs this year.
Well, congratulations to you on another runoffs podium.
Thank you.
And, guys, we're going to grab Steve Intron real quick. Steve, walk on up.
How you doing, man?
I know it's not the podium position you wanted, but how does it feel to be on a runoffs podium?
Hey, it's awesome to be on the runoffs podium, right? You and I, we grew up in SCCA families our whole lives. We dream about this stuff, man. We got here.
You promised me you'd cry. I promised you I'd pull you out of it if you did.
It's tough.
Here's what I want to know. What are your parents doing right now?
They're crying, too.
Where are they right now?
They're at the racetrack in Thompson, and they're just proud, and they couldn't be here, unfortunately, but I know they're proud, and I'm proud to be here. It was a good damn race.
It was a great race. Congratulations to you.
Thanks for the flaggers, all the volunteers. You guys rock, okay? I'm a volunteer. The flaggers and all the rest of the volunteers in SCCA are the best. Here's for the small guys. Glad to be here.
Congratulations.
All right, man. Thank you. Appreciate it.
A lot of passion right there. And hey, the runoffs are huge. And if he said we come from an SCCA family, if you're in an SCCA family, the runoffs are your Indy 500. They're your Daytona 500. They're your Monaco. I mean, it's that important. And to be able to podium at the runoffs, it brings it out, man.
Yeah, you can feel the gravity of what he was saying, especially for him to be able to give his shout out to essentially his community of people within the SCCA that are not always thanked as much as they should be, and to be on Victory Circle and be able to give them that shout out makes it double special.
Here's a look at your top 10 there, and look at it, bookended by Daugherty. That's a nice feeling right there, with Phillips and Introne completing the podium, Schwartz and Vivian completing the top 5, then Keenan, Pikarczyk, Wolf, Valdez, and Daugherty, and great battling all throughout there, and really, really was fun. And, here's the thing about, the Sports Car Club of America, sports car, obviously, but club. Everybody that is, we're talking volunteer members of the club that come here, the drivers, they're here for the week, they're, everything, but these volunteers, a lot of them are here for the week. They spend their own money for their hotel room and the like, to be able to be a part of this. It is a club, and the club in this case is also family. And tell you what, let's go take a look at some highlights from this one. And once again, tire rack pole sitter John Phillips on the inside there in that beautiful JPS liveried machine. But right behind him was Dave Daugherty with Introne around the outside. They come in 3 abreast, and at that point it looked like Introne just might be able to get through. He couldn't. Then this big tank slapper here by that short wheelbase Mini, and just fine. Just gathered him up, got him out, and the battling commenced here. Introne coming back up, making a nice move, slipping through, but then you could tell that Phillips had speed, got right back up behind Daugherty, and the two of them, we talked about Atomo discipline, allowed them to open things up. And then we had some moments, and this was that incident that you can see your cars going, and there you see the 84, a couple of them actually getting up on the roof, everybody getting out. There you see the two drivers giving each other hugs, and at the checker under caution, Daugherty getting his 11th gold. Phillips, another medal as well, and he too has been a gold medalist. He adds the silver, and then of course Introne, you heard the emotion in that interview, bringing home the bronze. And there goes Daugherty, and a substantial number of his crew piled into the Mini here, heading out for a lap of honor. Been a treat. Glad to have you guys with us. Tomo, always great. And, hey, we're doing a great job down there in the pits and the grid as well. I'm Greg Creamer. That wraps up our coverage of the Run for the Gold in B-SPEC here in the 58th running of SCCA's National Championship Runoffs. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Take care, everybody.
When the finish line falls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. Where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the Temple of Speed. It's been here since 1911, and we've seen all kinds of racing here. Formula One, of course, IndyCar, but now almost 900 amateur racers in their Super Bowl. This is their opportunity to put their final race together. It's a winner-take-all finale to their racing season right here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Welcome to Hagerty Race Day, and we are about to introduce the fastest cars here this weekend. Prototype 1. These cars are the quickest that have lapped here at Indianapolis, and in fact, the new lap record set is quicker than they were here when we were here 4 years ago, and they are even faster than they were at that time. My name's John Phippen. Welcome to this coverage of the Prototype 1 National Championship. Alongside me, Larry Lefty McLeod. Hey, Larry.
Hey, John, I am so happy to be bringing this race on. This is, as you say, the fastest things around this track. Not necessarily the fastest straight line, although they do boogie down the front straight pretty quickly across those bricks. These guys can carry speed everywhere.
Absolutely. It's all about cornering speed. And speaking of cornering speed, we've got a track here that's about 2.6 miles in length, 14 turns. Weaves through the infield, uses some of the oval. For those of you who haven't experienced a road race here at Indianapolis, here's the track map just to give you some indication of how they lay out. They come down the front straightaway the wrong direction, some people will say. But why don't you run through a lap with us, Lefty?
Sure, they'll come down that straightaway screaming in excess of 170 miles an hour. They will go into turns 1 and 2, a couple of 90s back to back, and then run through the 3, 4, 5 complex. Turn 6 is kind of a bit of a carousel. You'll see a variety of lines are there, but that sets them up through 6A down that back straight, a real wide straightaway of the Hallman Straight. That'll take them into the 7, 8, 9, 10 complex, a series of S's there. Use some curves, maybe not. These are prototypes, but coming off of 10 is critical. Nice wide open throttle run from 10 all the way to 12. I don't know if these guys will be making passes to 12, but any kind of slip up at 10 could lead to an overtake. But then the critical piece here, exit a 13 and the long screaming run for these guys down the front straight again.
That's your track map presented by Mazda. More Mazdas are road raced on any given weekend than any other car brand. That comes down to two things: a great car and a great support system to the drivers that race them. And we thank Mazda for being the sponsor of our broadcast of the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. As we see the course vehicles making a final course inspection before we send this field out. This is one of our smaller fields. We've had fields as big as 72 cars at this year's runoffs. This one a little bit more circumspect. We only have 13 of these cars, but they are 13 very special cars and locked up in the front. And among the top six racers here, we've got 3 former winners. We've got a couple drivers eligible for the Super Sweep. We've got one driver making his 23rd runoff start, and it's just a fantastic interval. And these prototype classes, for those of you that have followed SCCA racing over the years, were kind of the amalgam of D and C Sports Racer. But to give us more details, let's go down to the third member of our broadcast team, Hayward Wagner on pit lane.
Guys, the P1 grid is a massive amount of technology, a ton of carbon fiber, and we have some very interesting storylines here at the front of the grid. Our pole sitter right here, you can see right here on the car, 1,355 cc displacement, minimum weight of 1075. I just pasted off. The front end of this car is about 6 feet wide. Second car in the grid right here, Davenport. This car is in at 2,500 displacement and 1,473 pounds. So this car is 400 pounds heavier and about a foot wider. So much bigger displacement, and quite a bit more weight. So just here on the front row, a lot of diversity. What's the main theme of prototype racing, though? It's all about creativity. It's all about finding things in the rules. It's all about flexibility. And that's why we got Gumby here on grid, to make sure that everybody stays in just the right amount of flex.
Thanks, Hayward, and getting a nice wave from Gumby. That's absolutely great. You know, in the old sports racer era, every one of these cars was unique. It was sort of like a garage-built homebrew job, and everybody was sort of building their own cars. Now they have become so sophisticated. Factory-built chassis from Elan and Store and Swift. A lot of people say this is basically just a Formula Atlantic car with fenders.
Well, in some ways they are, but I think there is sort of a hodgepodge of combinations of things, whether it be the store chassis with the Suzuki, the store chassis, you got the Alonso, the Mazdas, and in some cases you'll see a few odd things. You'll see the Swift, the Toyota. We're even going to see one that's kind of a more custom one with that Kohler-powered. You can kind of see at the top of the shot there, that number 3. That is a 2-stroke, 6-cylinder engine. So not everything is completely just buy it and run it. Some of this stuff is a lot of custom, and these guys are tuning these things in a way where everyone's just a little bit unique. And I think what we end up seeing is a lot of variety of types of speeds around this place.
Let's talk about our starting grid. Again, 13 cars in it, and the tire rack pole sitter is the man starting on the front row, the number 48 of Lee Alexander out of Springfield, Tennessee, and the Tennessee region. He is the 2013 D Sports Racer National Champion, which was the predecessor of this Prototype 1 class. He's in a store WF1 Suzuki. Alongside him, the 23 of Jim Davenport out of Alamo, California, and the San Francisco region. He is a 2-time winner, most recently in 2018. He is also the winner of the Hawk Breakthrough Performer, as he made up the most positions in qualifying between the first day of qualifying and the second. Interestingly, that was only 2 spots, just to indicate how consistent these cars were in qualifying throughout the week. Starting inside of row number 2 is the number 29 of Chip Romer out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, and the Las Vegas region. He is one of the drivers that Sports Car Magazine picked to be atop the podium when this race is over. He is also eligible for the Super Sweep. James French, the defending champion of the class, a second-generation racer in the number 46 car out of Sheboygan, Wisconsin, and Milwaukee. He is another pick from Sports Car to finish on the box. James French, as we mentioned, finished this race on the top of the podium at his home track at Road America just a year ago. He is in the only Swift in the field with Toyota power. That's the Swift 014 Toyota. Starting in row number 3 on the inside is the 88 of John McAleer out of Roswell, Georgia, and the Atlanta region. He's in one of the mini Elan DPO2 Mazdas in the field. Next to him is the number 19 of Todd Vanacore out of Ormond Beach, Florida, in the Central Florida region. Todd is also eligible for the Super Sweep if he can come through with the win. He is also picked by Sports Car to finish on the box in another Elan DPO2 Mazda. In row number 4, the 35 of Johnny Cream out of Kamalua, Hawaii, and the Cow Club. He probably gets the award for the longest tow for the Morsans Rogue River Adventures store, WF1 Suzuki. Next to him is that car we talked about, Jason Miller, another second-generation racer in the number 3 car out of Plymouth, Wisconsin, in the Milwaukee region. That's a Kohler-powered win first. His dad, Jeff, was a multiple national champion. Jason picking up in the family footsteps with that very unusual car. When you see the back of it, it looks like a pipe organ. It's really great to see. Daryl Schaff in the number 94 will start 9th out of Reading, Pennsylvania, the Northeast Pennsylvania region in an Elan Mazda. Starting 10th is the 9 of Greg Case out of Dunlap, Illinois, the Central Illinois region in a store Suzuki. In row 6, car 08 is John Manfoy out of San Jose, California, in the San Francisco region in a store Suzuki. And the 18 of David Locke out of Lafayette, Indiana, and the Indianapolis region in a store Suzuki. Now we go back to row number 7. The only driver there will be the 26 of John Dunches out of Naples, Florida, and the Florida region in a PM Racing Elan DPO2 Mazda. Now these Mazda engines are basically 4-cylinder inline motors like you would see in a street car.
Yep, and the Suzukis are your Hayabusa motors you might see in a bike. Watch this start. These front 4 qualify within 1 second of each other. It's about a 2-second jump to the next group. This front 4 should be fighting for it. And as Hayward pointed out, there's big displacement all around Lee Alexander's Suzuki there on pole, that little tiny car you see. See if the big displacement's got any advantage in straight line speeds down the front straight, and we are green.
The green, 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 and we are away as they break out 3 wide, and these guys will get down this front straightaway in a hurry as they head down toward turn number 1. See the 23 of the 23 of Davenport trying to go around the outside. Big brake lock up at the back, but everybody stays out of trouble and is able to continue.
And Davenport made that stick. Yes, he did. You can see him right there now ahead of Lee Alexander. Chip Romer now in 3rd. I think that's French still hanging on to 4th. So yes, we've already had a pass for the lead. It wasn't the straightaway speeds. It was braking under braking going into 1. Davenport able to make the pass.
That's the good shot of the 08 of John Manfoy, who started near the back of the pack, making up some ground early on as he is already up into the top 5. as they work their way out of the 6A and down toward us. That's the 23 car of Jim Davenport taking over the lead. There's some side-by-side racing going on at the back. There's the 19 of Todd Vanacore. And he's being challenged by the 9 car of Greg Case.
Case able to use that tight line up the inside. Vanacore having to concede there a little bit. Not able to hold on to it. You can see the size difference in these cars. Great shot here. You can see how small the carbon fiber car in front there, Greg Case, is compared to the ones just behind him.
The Suzuki power plants, again, it's the Hayabusa motor out of the Suzuki motorcycle. High revving. Sounds like a Formula One car. Somebody going just a little bit wide.
That's Lee Alexander, your pole sitter, struggling here early in this race. Struggled into 1, now struggling coming out of 13. I wonder if he's having a bit of issue getting the brakes up to temp.
Yeah, could
maybe
well
tires too. You can see him weaving a little bit, trying to get some extra heat. Oh, we got a lot of smoke coming out of the 3rd place. Chip Romer right there.
Davenport, Alexander, and Romer, your top 3, and then just a little bit of a gap back to James French in that Toyota-powered Swift, number 46.
French, the defending champ, had a real great run last year from pole. This year, kind of in the fight of these top 4. Last year, of course, ended up on the podium with his father, actually, up there at Road America. But this year, he's the only French in the field. Right now, the battle's up here with Davenport and Alexander. Alexander seems to have recovered from whatever it was, that first lap trouble there again. Maybe a tire thing, maybe some brakes, something he didn't feel that was right, but he seems to have recovered. Now you got a 3-way fight for the front, which with aero cars means somebody doesn't get clean air.
The 3 of them qualified within about 1/10 of a second of each other as the 23 of Davenport out in front. That car in the middle, the 48 car of Lee Alexander, looks almost out of place, so much smaller than the 2 cars around him. Chip Romer in the other Elan in that 3rd spot.
Compared to the Elan, the Store looks like a spec Ford.
Yeah,
kind of wedged in there.
Yeah, exactly right.
Spec Ford with a few hundred horsepower.
Yeah, you can see these cars so low to the ground, generating lots of aerodynamics. We'll see the Prototype 2 cars later on in this runoffs. The difference between the P1s and the P2s, these cars have underbody tunnels and they're able to generate a lot more downforce, whereas the Prototype 2 cars, they are flat-bottomed and don't generate quite as much downforce. Hey, the Store is getting a run. Side by side, Alexander and Davenport.
Can Davenport outbrake him again like he did on turn 1, lap 1?
Yes, he does.
Now Davenport had to slip in behind there. Gave it a run. Thought maybe he could, but this time looks like Alexander's brakes are working a little bit better than it was there on that first lap.
May have taken him just another lap or 2 to get those brakes up to temperature, but he is now squirting away at the front. Is the number 48 of our pole sitter, Lee Alexander.
And you're going to watch these cars kind of change pace throughout the race. Somebody might have a setup that works really well on the colder tires. Others might need a little bit of warmth. We saw this in qualifying too, where some of the guys would set times early, and that actually might have been Lee Alexander on Thursday setting his time early. But then it would be Davenport kind of coming on a little later. These guys change their pace as their session goes on, and now out here for the full 40 minutes, full 19 laps. And this is an opportunity to really put these things through a nice long run and see how they behave. Things will change, so although he may have a gap now, that gap may not last long.
Alexander setting the fast time, a 1:29.011, the fastest any SCCA car has circulated here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. A little puff of smoke out of the back of Chip Romer's car. I hope that's not indicative of a problem, Billy.
Yeah, a little bit of that going down the front straightaway the last time, and I also wonder a little bit there for him as he's got one of our Mazdas in this field. I want to say that's probably the 2.5 liter SDR that these prototype ones often choose. Again, it depends. Their weight will depend on what motor they pick, so some of them might be in the smaller version, some might be in the bigger. I suspect here, though, in these Elan DPO2 chassis, probably on the 2.5 with the higher weight.
And one of the ways they equalize the performance of those cars, of course, they are required to run a restrictor, an SIR they call it, and basically the size of that restrictor determines how much horsepower that car can make.
There's your defending champ, Jim French, Wisconsin native.
James out of Sheboygan. His father, Brian, also a longtime competitor. Surprised that Brian's not in the field this year, but James holding up the family honor. Currently in the 4th spot.
In fact, he's also running 2 classes here this week. He's actually going to be running in the FA, the Full Atlantic as well, and I believe he'll be on pole for that race, so don't miss that one when it happens. But right now, he's got a fight on his hands. Speaking of fight, this looks like the 08 of Manfroy leading. Let's see who that is. That's McAleer, the 88 behind him?
Yeah, it's the 88 just behind him, yeah. So that would be John McAleer. Manfoy making a great run, moving up into he's already up into 5th position. Remember, he qualified all the way back in row 6, so he is definitely in contention for the Sunoco Hard Charger Award for this race. As Manfoy in that 08 car apparently didn't have the qualifying setup that he had looked for.
He was in 5th. I think Jason Miller may have passed him after they
You're right.
start finish. As I see Miller in the win first with all those 2-stroke pipes sticking out the back, that pipe organ, so to speak. He is around him, and I think this battle might start changing hands as these guys again change pace throughout each lap. The 4th car in this run here, so you've got Manfroy, Miller, McAleer, and Vanacore, the 4th one there, the number 19. Is all relatively nose to tail for these 4.
Jason Miller, and I don't want to put the commentator's curse on him, but that car has been very fast. We've seen it, or variations of it, racing for many, many years, but it has been a little fragile. Sometimes getting to the end has been an issue for Jason Miller.
Yeah.
He's shown good pace, but getting it to the finish has been an issue
And
with that 2-stroke motor.
Yeah, to that point, though, watch his lines. He generally is one of the ones that will avoid every piece of curbs. A lot of the prototype drivers are the same. They don't want to see a lot of curbing. He, in particular, will stay off of it, does not want to start banging that thing around. As here you go with the, a little bit of bump even between the 88 and the 8.
John Manfoy goes around as the 88 gives him a little hip check. John McAleer. Manfoy able to get it back on track. He's going to lose a couple positions here as he'll get back up to speed.
Yeah, and you mentioned about the undertrays these cars run. I'm sure it didn't really appreciate being up and off the curb. Here's a chance right here. McAleer thought maybe he was clear, and I don't think Manfroy thought he was, and just a little bit of contact, but he was able to continue.
Yeah, I don't think that was malicious on McAleer's part. I don't think he thought he was there.
I think he just thought he was fully in front of him and thought it was okay to go ahead and run that wide.
Yeah, but it looks like the 08 Manfoy is able to get back up to speed out of San Jose, California. He's shaking the car back and forth a little bit, if anything, just to make sure nothing's knocked loose.
Get some grass out of the radiator and such too, I'm sure.
Yeah, exactly right. That's another thing they have to watch. Anytime they go off track, the radiator inlets down low can fill up with grass clippings and overheat these cars very, very quickly. Obviously, no cooling fans on these cars. As they work their way up toward turn number 12, we turn our attention back to our leader. As Lee Alexander, over retaking the top spot, has begun to stretch it now up to 3 seconds. Last time across start finish.
Also looks like he's kind of staying off of those curbs. Again, the Hayabusa probably doesn't want to jar anything loose, and with a whole carbon fiber car, you don't want to start causing any cracking either. It's kind of an important thing for these guys. These aren't exactly your spec Miatas where they'll go bounding down off the curbs, one turn after another for 19 laps. These guys tend to take a little bit more care of their equipment.
Exactly right, and they have to, because these cars are light, and obviously a lot of aerodynamic downforce, and so running these cars over the curbs puts big shocks into the suspension and into the drivetrain. So they want to be very careful not to get too aggressive on the curves, as these drivers, unlike some of the other classes we see where they're really bounding over the curbs, these guys will be trying to avoid them as much as possible.
And looks like he did not going to make it there for Manfroy. Maybe the car decided it wasn't going to make the rest of the race. He's about 1 lap away from where he had that off. Looks like he's back there. I want to say it's probably the inside of 4.
Yep. So tough break for him. So we got another car going slowly. That's the 19 of Vanacore. They were running in close formation on the track.
Vanacore was last year's runner-up up at Road America.
Yeah, he's definitely off the pace, trying to stay out of the way. So not sure what the problem is with Vanacore. Again, attrition is frequently a factor in these prototype races, as these cars are very high strung and can be a bit fragile. And all it takes is a little bump in the wrong spot, and they can find themselves in trouble.
There's a shot of Chip Romer. I love that chrome red he's got on there. A lot of carbon fiber on this car, as these prototypes often don't like to add much weight for any kind of a color scheme. But down the center tunnel of this thing, that metallic burgundy is just beautiful. You see the sun shine just off of it. It just sort of kind of sparkles right back at it. It's a really pretty car. He's got it up in 3rd spot. Jim French not going anywhere. He wasn't holding pace early in the laps, but might be something to look for later on, as this is the battle of Miller and McAleer.
McAleer in front of Miller now, as Miller had taken over that spot. Now McAleer up into 5th. With Jason Miller back to 6th.
McAleer, one of the Mazdas, very similar configuration to what Davenport and Romer are running, sitting in 2nd and 3rd. A very, very similar car here for McAleer.
You can see that big air scoop sticking up in the air, trying to get as much velocity into there. That's where that restrictor will be, that SIR. right at the entrance. You can see that's a hole about the size of a quarter that the engine has to breathe through in order to restrict its high-end horsepower.
These guys are still hitting 153 plus and 154 for one of the store Suzukis, but 160.1 mile an hour for Jason Miller in that Kohler power car we got in the camera shot there, that two-stroke. Right now, blazing fast down the straightaway here. The noises that thing makes.
Yep, it is great fun to watch.
It's full of glory, if you ask me.
Exactly right.
We've got the red and yellow shown here going into one.
Yeah, debris flag being shown, indicating that there may be a piece of debris on the track, or somebody brought some dust up on the track. I'm not sure.
Yeah, with these guys, dust doesn't happen too often because they try to stay on it, but often little carbon fiber bits could be coming off if somebody does, in fact, hit a curb, perhaps crack a front wing or something and leave it in their traces.
And sadly, those carbon fiber bits are razor sharp and can cut down a tire really, really quickly.
This car has taken an evolution. You mentioned about the evolution of this car and this power plant over the years. If I recall, at one point, that thing was a 4-cylinder, eventually gone 6-cylinder like in its current config.
Coming up on half distance in the race, so let's take a moment to acknowledge the sponsors that make the racing and this broadcast possible, starting with Mazda.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land, where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive, more power for your pursuit.
Welcome back to Hagerty Race Day at the 58th running of the National Championship Runoffs of the Sports Car Club of America. The fastest class here this weekend of the 26 is on track right now. And we've got Lee Alexander out in front by just about 3 seconds. Another 6 seconds back to Chip Romer. James French about a second or so back in 4th spot. But it looks like the interval at the front has begun to close down a little bit. Davenport just set his personal best from second position and is close to within about 2.8 seconds of Lee Alexander. And another 4 seconds back to Chip Romer. James French on his last lap, marginally quicker than Chip Romer in front of him. So watch for French maybe saving the tires on that Swift Toyota powered machine to see if he's going to have something here at the end. John McAleer in the 88 up to 5th spot. His last lap, a 32.7, was his best, but he is a couple seconds off the pace of the cars in front. So he is some 30 seconds behind this top 4. So I think the quartet at the front may well settle this one between them, as French definitely visibly closer to the 29 of Chip Romer.
And you said it, he had picked up a couple tenths this last time. He picked up about a half a second the previous time, so he's definitely quicker. In fact, some of that's in a straight line. He's also getting awfully close to what Jason Miller's running in a straight line. French, though, in the Toyota power, 158.8 mile an hour down that front straightaway. But he's definitely getting close to Romer. Romer no stranger to this class either, as he was on the podium, second spot back in 2019 at VIR. So between Romer has been on this podium before, and of course defending champion French, there's a lot of experience here in this P1 category.
Jim Davenport, a 2-time winner, most recently at Sonoma in 2018. He's also been, he's tied, there are 3 drivers tied for the most medals in the class.
Well, you said he was going to get close to Romer, and this is more than close.
Exactly. French coming on strong here, side by side with Romer. Toyota power versus Mazda power. Romer able to hold him off in a braking duel. They actually had a little touch, and that is just about a no-no in this class.
That is about the closest side-by-side racing you're going to normally find in these kind of prototypes. Typically, that stuff's kind of reserved for, Spec Ford Formula V. As he goes wide,
French goes wide, drops 2 wheels off.
All that work now gone in just a few seconds of dirt. Now he's going to have to go get it all back.
So he'll just have to collect his thoughts and put his head down. But clearly the car has got some pace. We'll get a replay of this as they were coming through turns 3 and 4. Side by side.
Well, he takes the tight line, thinking it's going to kind of fill the mirrors of Romer, and all that does is push him wide on exit, and then he kind of straddles that tall curb. Got that underside of the car. Pretty good scratch down that curbing. I'm sure it's not going to be the same.
Yeah, you can see the sparks kicked up by that, so there was some metal to concrete contact there for sure. But at the moment, he appears to be still at speed with that Swift 04A, or 014A, excuse me. Interestingly, when we see the Atlantics, the Swift 16 and the Swift 14 are both pretty common in the Formula Atlantics, and we'll talk about that coming up a little later. But the 14 and older chassis is definitely kind of still very much in favor.
For French, he gets to drive all of them, running both the Atlantic as well as here in the prototype in the Swift.
He likes the fast cars for sure.
He's pretty good at it.
Yep, no doubt, no question about it.
He's got to go back and get all that work done. He was really outpacing Romer half a second a lap. Now he finds himself down about a second and a half. So give it about 2 more laps or so. He should be right back on the heels of Romer. And for French, not to make that mistake there coming through turn 4.
This Chip Romer, that red color you talked about is, Mazda calls it soul red. And it was very popular in some of the open wheel classes. They would have their champion with a soul red paint job, and I think that's what he's trying to.
It's very popular among the ND Miatas.
Yep, exactly.
Myself drive an ND Miata. I went with a different color that I like, the ceramic metallic, more of the whitish grayish. It's still beautiful, but that soul red is very soulful.
Exactly right. As we follow the 29 of Chip Romer solidly in 3rd spot. Lee Alexander with just about a 2.5 second lead over Jim Davenport. Those two started in that order on the front row.
Davenport just took a half a second out of Alexander's lead over the last lap. And watching on this lap, he's taken another 10th or so out. So Davenport not going anywhere yet.
You can see there's Romer in so the top 4 all on in this shot on the front straightaway. The 4 of them separated by just about 10 seconds. But this race going down at a torrid pace. We're already working race lap 14 of the 19. As these lap times, again, not quite as quick as they qualified, but really not far off of it. As the last lap by our leader, a 130.7, is just about a second and a half off his pole time, a 129.0 on low fuel for sure.
So Davenport, when he won at Sonoma a couple of years ago, was actually driving a Norma chassis. Has switched over to the Elan chassis nowadays, so a little bit different. Probably had to kind of relearn things from the days of his championship at Sonoma just 3 years ago.
Lee Alexander broke Davenport's lap record from 2017, a 130.7.
So broke is an understatement.
Yeah,
I think.
Destroyed, I think, is a better way.
29.2. To give you any indication, that 29.2 would have put him 3rd on the grid for qualifying, and that's race trim 29.2.
Yep.
And that's official track records. It's always nice to look at qualifying records. When racetracks talk about records, it's always race conditions.
Shot 23 of Jim Davenport. Out of the San Francisco region, a 2-time champion. James French with his win last year, and Lee Alexander with his win at Road America in 2013. The only other winners in the class. And here comes French again, closing that gap.
He's getting closer, but Romer has responded. Romer running a mid 30.6, French another mid 30.6, and no advantage there as we get under the 5.5 laps to go here. And up in front, Alexander has responded to the pressure from Davenport. Alexander just ran another 31.2 this time by.
Romer and French are both faster than the 2 cars in front of them. They've got a lot of ground to make up, but they could conceivably close that gap. It's about 4 seconds worth right now. As French visibly closer, as they've got the lapped car, the 18 car, they're going around right now. David Locke in that Store Suzuki.
French looked like he was reaching for a tear-off strip there going down the Holman Straight. Maybe finding a little bit of spray coming off the back of the cars in front of him. Wants to get a good clean look at Romer in front of him. And I'll tell you, with that sun going down over the grandstands on that main straight, this corner right here and trying to turn in to be able to see, it's very difficult. Same thing here, turn 13. The visibility is tough right in your eyes, just over the top of the grandstand.
Yeah, it's late in the day on this Hagerty Race Day for this race.
That's Greg Case, the number 9.
Seems to be showing a little bit of smoke out the back, I believe.
Still moving along at a pretty good clip, but
yeah, it's definitely
yeah, there's some smoke for sure.
Something coming back, and the corner workers will have a good look at that. If they determine
Suzuki's.
Yeah, if they determine he's putting anything down on the racetrack, the black flag will be out in a hurry. Case in that 9 car currently running in the 8th spot, well back of Johnny Crean, who is in 7th, just ahead of him in the 35.
French continuing to push. 3/10 picked up there on Romer. Now with about a second back. And Alexander really starting to check out, but this battle here is not over yet here for 3rd.
Great Case, as we mentioned, up to 8th after qualifying back in 10th. He certainly is going to be in the running for the Sunoco Hard Charger Award. Sunoco, the official fuel of the SCCA, and they award the Hard Charger Award after the races go final to the driver who makes up the most places from their qualifying position to their race finish position. We certainly thank Sunoco and all of our sponsors for making the racing possible. That French car is getting just a little squirrely.
He is starting to push, and wonder how much tire he has under him. He now has to work twice, right? He did the work once, had that off there at turn 4. Now he's going to go to do it again. I'm not sure how much tire he's got left under him to make this push at Chip Romer for a spot on that podium. He's going to go, though.
Yeah,
sector by sector, he definitely lost time in that last little short sector we can see coming out of turn 10. That did cost him a couple of tenths. But down the front straight, he has been fast in that Toyota power plant.
There's your leader, Lee Alexander. He has not looked back. This time he's been able to just stretch his lead up to almost 6.5 seconds. So Davenport really not able to stay with him. In the mid stages of the race, it looked like Davenport was going to be able to close that lead back down, but Alexander has responded. And that, the lighter weight of that Store Suzuki is probably giving him a bit of advantage in tire wear.
And you mentioned about Alexander having won C-Sport Racer back in 2013. He's also in the past had run some D-Sport Racer. He actually ran Radical Cup for a year back in the day. He's run some Formula Atlantic. This guy's been obviously playing around with a lot of these winged wonders over the years. So, you know, he's definitely got that experience.
Jim Davenport, your 2nd place runner out of Alamo, California in the Elan Mazda.
He's using a lot of curb here late in this race. Maybe feeling good about the car. A lot more than he was using on the opening laps.
As he works his way up toward turn number 12.
I don't know if it's going to help him by hitting those curbs. At this point, Lee Alexander is just outpacing him sector by sector all the way through. Alexander's last time by was a 29.9. I mean, we're talking about lap 16, he did a 29.9. Lap 17 follows it with a 30.5. Lee Alexander is essentially doing qualifying laps. But what's happening is there in the background is Jim French is definitely getting closer.
And we're running out of laps, working race lap 18. So French getting closer and closer once again. He got there before and actually was in position to make up that, but then dropped the wheel off at the outside right at turn number 5.
He's got 2.5 laps to do something here on lap 17. I would suspect that right now, Homer might be a little faster through some of this infield section. But I think through sector 3 might be where French may have an advantage. He's got to find a way to, I guess, hold his ground here this opening stretch. Did a much better job that time through that opening part of sector 1. Didn't seem to lose any ground there. We'll see what that time is in a second, but he definitely visibly looks closer this time than he has been the last few.
Yeah, he set his personal best trap speed on that last lap at 159.244 miles per hour.
He picked up a 10th in the sector And while it may not be a lot, but for him, having trailed in that sector quite a bit, it's almost like a big win for him. Now hoping that here in Sector 3, as they go into turn 12, he can again work the magic and pick up a couple of more tenths like he did the last time, and maybe, with 2 laps to go, be within striking distance of Romer, and this time maybe try and make it stick. Romer, of course, has been carefully, maybe hopefully saving some tire, watching his mirrors to see which way is French going to go.
Chip Romer's best finish, a second at VIR back in 2019, 2 years ago. French, as we mentioned, the defending champion of the class, and he is definitely closing down now.
Oh, that straightaway speed, you can see that. 5 mile an hour faster for French on that straightaway.
That Toyota definitely making it happen in the Swift. Lower drag, I would guess, than the Elan. It probably cuts a little better swath through the air. One of the things they'll have to watch with these high downforce cars, of course, the closer he gets, the more the wake coming off the leading car disturbs the air to the following car, and he loses front downforce. So he's got to be careful about where he makes his move.
Romer had to yield a little bit to try to find a way around the lapped car there. Didn't seem to cost him too much. French, again, even at a braking there at the end of the straightaway, the car's just got a little bit of a wiggle to it. The car's moving around a lot more than he would like it to, but again, we're 17 and a half laps under him. Not sure how much more those tires can take, as that is the number 9 of Greg Case. This car they had just passed a moment ago.
Yeah, put him a lap down. Greg Case in 8th position.
He's in a tough position right there, too, in that location on track. He's at all stranded.
And we're going to see the white flag. There it is. At the moment, they're going to let him race.
They just put on a local yellow out there for this last lap.
Lee Alexander on his way with a comfortable lead right now.
Flames spitting out the side of that as he downshifts going into 1.
Lead up to almost 9.5 seconds. The battle is on for the final step in the on the podium. It's the 29 of Chip Romer trying to hold off James French.
French just looks so squirrely under braking going into 1. The same thing on going into to turn 7 at the end of the back straight. Just watch the car move around a lot under braking, especially the heavier braking points. And I just wonder if he's got a brake bias issue, or maybe just even just a little bit of wear in those rear tires, maybe is causing a little bit of a funniness in the braking, and that's really what's causing it, because he has the straightaway speed. But if you can't slow down and get a good turn in, it all goes for naught.
Yeah, he's using a lot more curb than he was earlier on. And the two of them actually closing down on the 23 of Jim Davenport.
Yes, they are.
So Davenport may be a little off the pace on this final lap.
He picked up about a second on Davenport through that first sector alone on this lap. Davenport might just be kind of limping at home here. We had seen him earlier kind of bounding off curbs all happily, thinking this is great. I don't know that he's hitting curbs on this last couple of corners.
Yeah, coming to the checkers right now. Davenport with a bit of an advantage, but nonetheless, the checkered flag flies for our pole sitter. Lee Alexander wins going away. But the battle behind is still a good one. Here comes James French in 4th spot, but he's not going to get it done, as Jim Davenport will take 2nd. Chip Romer turns his fastest lap of the race on the final lap, as does James French. Romer a 29.8, French a 30.3.
So to finish strong.
Yeah, both of them putting in their best laps at the end, but not enough to make a change in position. So James French, after winning a year ago, will have to settle for 4th spot here at the 2021 edition.
Yeah, in a class that often has a lot of attrition, these guys really, other than 1 or 2 here, really hold strong. You can watch them manage the race. You watch them kind of using curves, not using curves, watch their paces change. And but Alexander out in front, really able to hold that line in turn 1, lap 1, and really at that point just start setting almost qualifying laps for the next 19. Great performance.
Yeah, Greg Case was able to get restarted apparently, so we really only lost 2 cars, Todd Vanacore and John Manfoy, to attrition. Daryl Schaff in the 94 did not take the start of the race. So even though we had several cars a lap down, Jason Miller holds on for a 6th place finish. John McAleer in the 88 finishing on the lead lap in 5th. Johnny Crean, I believe, the first car a lap down in the 35 car. But there's your winner, Lee Alexander, in the 48. Out of Springfield, Tennessee, in the Tennessee region, One Motorsports Factory 48 Store WF1 with Suzuki power. And after a little battling at the front, took over the lead on lap number 3 and never looked back, stretching his lead out to the winning margin of almost 10.5 seconds. Jim Davenport and Chip Romer made a race of it at the end, but Davenport had just enough in those two Elan-powered, Mazda-powered machines to come home second and third. And James French probably ruining that mistake where he dropped a couple wheels off at the outside of 5, because it looked like he had the pace
Definitely what could have been.
to run down Chip, and maybe even had something for Davenport.
You know, that's true. On that last lap, as Davenport was kind of slowing, maybe Davenport was pacing himself, knowing that they're coming, but also knowing he had to make it to the finish. But French clearly had the quickest car of those three in that second half of the race until that turn 4 off. Look at the carbon fiber.
You betcha. It's a fabric of carbon fibers, obviously, that has revolutionized race car construction at the highest levels. As Lee Alexander going to stand up in the cockpit there. Hope he realizes he's going to do a victory lap, hopefully. But nonetheless, talking to Hayward Wagner, we'll wait till Hayward's ready to go, and we'll send it down for a chance to chat with our winner. Sounds like Hayward's got it ready to go. Hayward, let's talk to our winner.
Lee Alexander, congratulations, patting the sticker. First words out of your mouth, a lot of work. Tell me about the effort that goes into winning a national championship in Prototype 1.
You know, everybody here has to make a lot of sacrifices to be here, so I just want to thank everyone's families, loved ones, you know, for putting up with this madness all year long. It's insane. But I want to dedicate this to my friend Shane. He passed away a week ago.
Well, congratulations to you. An incredible tribute, and enjoy your national championship victory lap.
Thanks.
That's touching, as obviously Lee choked up honoring his friend who passed away just a week ago. And it just gives you some indication of, again, just how important these races are to these drivers. This is a big deal to win at the Runoffs.
It is the biggest of big deals, and you put all that effort in, and all your friends and family put all their effort in as well, and to support, as he says, put up with this madness. We all know what that's like, what that madness is, and for him, that madness pays off in gold medal.
Hayward Wagner down there with our second place finisher, Jim Davenport.
Jim, we're starting to have these conversations pretty regularly here at the podium. Congratulations on another Runoffs medal, this time silver. You were just saying that you got the race you were looking for.
We did, and got the start we wanted, but Lee was really quick. So we kind of ran as good as we could. Then I made one final push and dropped tires a couple of times, and lit them up a couple of times. And then it was like, all right, I'm going to try and hold station now.
What's the physical demand like to drive a car like this for 19 green flag laps?
Yeah, no, it's over the top. You know, it's G-loads are high, the humidity's high, so it's a challenge.
Congratulations to you, sir. And we're going to go ahead and bring up Chip. Chip, going up. Usually next to the winner, the happiest guy is the guy that just barely made the podium. How does it feel to take a bronze?
Boy, that was a long race. I was counting the laps. But we're having a little overheating problem, and we made it through. So, all good.
You would have taken a caution in the middle if you could have gotten one, right?
Absolutely. Have to catch up to this guy.
Well, congratulations on a podium finish here in Indy.
So much. Thank you.
Thanks, Hayward. Great to hear from Jim Davenport and Chip Romer, salvaging a second and third place as Lee Alexander takes his celebratory victory lap. The one thing about these cars, they don't take any passengers on their victory lap.
Tough to squeeze the teammates in there, like we've seen in some other races, but he'll enjoy it nonetheless. Nice, beautiful ride on a nice sunset afternoon here in Indianapolis. Last race of the day for this day, as this guy gets to enjoy that checker flag victory lap. Wave to all the workers.
Indeed, waving to the workers and to his fans in the stands, I'm sure, and on the grassy knoll around to this 2.6-mile racetrack. Here's the unofficial top 10 with Lee Alexander taking the win by 10 seconds. That's a big margin of victory. Jim Davenport, the defending champion, has to settle for the silver medal this year. Chip Romer in bronze position. James French, a valiant charge at the end, but came up just a little short of another podium. John McAleer finishing in 5th spot. Jason Miller bringing the pipe organ home in 6th. Johnny Crean in 7th. Greg Case, after a late spin, still managed an 8th place finish. David Locke and John Dunches rounding out the top 10 of the Prototype 1 National Championship. Let's have the highlights, most of them at the beginning, as we had a 3-wide start.
That's what Devin Ward talked about. Thought maybe he had a good run. Lead hold on to it. We'll see going into 1. That's exactly what's happened. He gets a great on the brakes, starts to turn in. That was able to get just by, but it didn't take long for Lee to get that spot back and start to run away.
Exactly right. Here is the pass for the lead. Turns out to be the decisive one, as Alexander just ducks to the inside. A little later on the brakes, they may have actually touched. And then here's this battle with Jim French and Chip Romer for the final step on the podium. Just as it looked like French might have it done, that was the mistake he didn't need to make, as it might have knocked something out of alignment. He just wasn't able to challenge after that, and it was smooth sailing for Lee Alexander at that point, as he came home with a over 10-second margin of victory. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th drivers came close at the end, but Lee Alexander from the pole takes the top spot on the podium. Thanks so much for being with us for the SCCA Runoffs. Again, we thank Mazda for being the sponsor of our broadcast here of the 2021 SCCA National Championship Runoffs. My name's John Phippen. Alongside has been Larry McLeod, and down on the pit lane, Hayward Wagner. Thanks so much for being with us, and we'll see you for the next round.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. Where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed.